You've been reborn as a single-cell organism, trapped in a petri dish. Above you, a pair of giant eyes are staring intently at you through a microscope. They've just dropped a paramecium into the water. They think you're a lamb led to the slaughter, but they don't know you've already evolved a deadly membrane barb. Paramecium, level 2, attack 5. Glancing at the stats, you smile, you violently whip your flagellum, transforming your body into a heavy artillery shell as you slam into it. 20. Critical hit. The cell membrane tears instantly. You open your massive mouth and voraciously devour its DNA. Congratulations, you've earned plus 100 gene points. Unlocked new skill, repair. Chapter 1, Single Cell Stage Ning Tian. ZZZZT. A crackling sound of electricity shot through his mind, and Ning Tian woke from his slumber. A lingering sensation of pain and drowsiness still hung over his mind. Strange, what's going on? He tried to slap his head, which felt like it had been through a night of heavy drinking. But soon, he realized something was terribly wrong. Wait, where's my head? And my eyes, nose, mouth, and my little brother? For a moment, it seemed as though every organ his body should have had vanished. Not only that, but he felt as if his entire body had been submerged in a tub of water he was soaking wet. Those damn bastards, did they just take me to some random bathroom to get it over with? Just as he was marveling at this, he realized he could breathe normally even without a nose. It was a sensation he'd never experienced before. It was as if his years-long sinusitis had been cured. His breathing became exceptionally smooth, fresh, and natural. Even the sensation in his limbs seemed much more sensitive than before. These hands, which had carried out his craft for so many years. No way. Are these people really that twisted? They didn't even spare my hands? Ning Tian couldn't feel his hands at all. Just then, the sound of gurgling water caught his attention. A bold thought flashed through his mind. Wait, could I be dead? He strained to recall the last image before he passed out. Fortunately, his memories from before he blacked out were still vivid. What he could confirm for now was that his consciousness was still intact, though his physical body was gone. Most likely, he had been reincarnated. And it seemed he was no longer human after this reincarnation. I wonder how this species communicates with the outside world. Ning Tian instinctively channeled all the spirit power in his body into a single point to sense everything around him. Wow, his outer skin was all wet. Could it be that I've been reincarnated as a slime? Damn it. At the very least, when people reincarnate, they usually get a proper system prompt or something. Even if there is no system, couldn't a goddess at least check in to ask about my post-reincarnation preferences? Why is there absolutely nothing for me? A million complaints swirled through Ning Tian's mind. At this moment, lacking a mouth, he could only bottle up those 10,000 complaints inside. Keyword system and prompt detected. Opening panel for you. ID, Ning Tian. Level, 1010. Stage, single cell stage. Health, 10. Stamina, 10. Attack, 5. Defense, 1. Speed, 1. Gene points, 0. Nutrition points, 0. Note, the host possesses a supercell template. It can consume nutrients to gain nutrition points and devour other cells to earn gene points for evolution. The host may choose the direction of evolution. Gene points, points required to evolve organs, obtained by devouring other cells and organisms. Nutrition points, points required to strengthen organs, obtained by absorbing nutrients such as proteins and carbohydrates. The attribute panel that suddenly popped up left Ning Tian speechless. So I'm not even a slime, I'm worse off than a slime. I'm just at the single cell stage. Everyone else reincarnates as a hero, with a ton of skills, a bunch of bonds, and the blessings of a goddess piled on top. As for his own reincarnation, not only had he inexplicably ended up in this godforsaken place, but he hadn't received a single hint. Even the stats panel was empty. What's up? Ning Tian blurted out in English, furious. But he quickly regained his composure. As the saying goes, when you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Complaining now was pointless. The most important thing right now was to figure out how to survive in this hellhole. The surroundings were unfamiliar, and danger lurked at every turn. After all, he was currently at the single-cell stage. The single-cell stage was the most vulnerable category of all cells, a complete weakling, stuck in the farthest corner of the food chain, at the mercy of others. Any random bacterium that popped up could wipe him out with ease. I'd better focus on boosting my nutrition points first. In my current state, I can't beat anyone, let alone devour other cells to earn gene points and evolve. First, I need to eat and fill my stomach. Ding! Mission 1, collect 10 proteins. Mission reward, plus 15 gene points. Proteins? Ning Tian froze. He recalled his old biology textbooks mentioning that proteins are a vital component of the human body, serving as an essential building block for all cells and tissues. Every part of the body requires protein for its formation and synthesis. It is a substance intimately tied to the very essence of life. And, of course, it's the primary source of nutrition points. As the System S prompt imprinted itself on his mind, Ning Tian quickly sensed a glowing mass emitting light within his field of perception. He tried twisting his cell membrane, moving his single-cell stage body slowly with the current, gradually edging toward the glowing mass. Then, the cell membrane directly in front of him spread out like a large net, completely enveloping the glowing mass and swallowing it whole. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed a protein particle and gained 1 experience point. You have gained 1 nutrition point. I never would have guessed that this glowing substance was actually protein. Consuming protein not only increased his nutrition points as a single-cell stage organism but also granted him experience. However, Ning Tian had not yet evolved eyes, so he could not see his surroundings. He could only perceive everything around him through touch. Fortunately, from the very beginning of his reincarnation, he possessed a certain innate sensory ability. Within his range of perception, any object emits a glow similar to the one he saw earlier. It's like a beacon in the darkness. And right now, Ning Tian's surroundings are filled with countless such glowing points, large and small. He mimics his earlier approach, moving step by step toward the other points of light. Gained 1 experience point, gained 1 nutrition point. Gained 1 experience point, gained 1 nutrition point. Soon, Ning Tian had successfully collected 10 proteins. Task 1 completed, gene points plus 15. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Health plus 10, stamina plus 5. New evolution paths unlocked. Current available evolution paths, flagellum, mitochondrion. Can I evolve now? Ning Tian's mind stirred, and he began to examine the options carefully. Evolution Path 1, Flagellum. Evolve a slender, curved, modal protein filament. This organ accelerates movement through liquid. Bonus attribute, speed plus 9. Evolution Path 2, Mitochondrion. Evolve into an organelle enclosed by a double membrane that provides energy to the cell and serves as the primary site for energy production within the cell. Bonus attributes, stamina plus 15, attack plus 5. Comparing the attributes of the two, the mitochondrion clearly offered higher bonuses, a full 2 times those of the flagellum. Moreover, the mitochondrion is an indispensable energy powerhouse within the cell, far more important than the flagellum. However, Ning Tian did not choose the mitochondrion. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he was still in the earliest stage of cellular development, with many functions yet to be unlocked. Basic swimming did not consume much energy. Furthermore, the mitochondrion would not be of much use in the early stages. Second, as he is still in the developmental stage, what matters most right now is increasing his swimming speed to collect as many proteins as possible in the shortest time and boost his nutrition points. Only then can he accelerate his growth. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, he chose the former. Evolving the flagellum requires 15 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Yes. Ning Tian decisively tapped confirm. Evolution selected. Immediately, a glow appeared on the surface of his body and converged toward a single point. In an instant, a slender, curved flagellum took shape at the base of Ning Tian's spine. Congratulations! You have spent 15 gene points to successfully evolve the flagellum. Speed +9. Chapter 2, Enhancing the Flagellum. Honey, come take a look. In the laboratory, the man watched in amazement at the scene unfolding under the microscope. What is going on? A woman in a white lab coat, with a graceful figure, pushed open the laboratory door. Her hair was still damp from the shower. She tied it back as she hurried into the lab. Do you remember the petri dish we prepared last night? The man asked, his face filled with astonishment as he silently observed the activity under the microscope. Of course I do. What is going on? The woman recalled the events of last night and asked in confusion. That petri dish was one she and her husband had used to study bacteria. Since it had gotten too late, they had only hastily prepared the culture medium last night, and Han Ti continued. She vaguely recalled that they had only added some simple protein solution to the culture medium before placing it in a sterile environment. But this morning, when the man took the culture medium out to examine it, something strange happened. Come see for yourself. The man stepped back from his chair, making room for the woman. Half believing, half doubting, the woman took the microscope and immediately saw what had left the man in shock for the past half day. Yes, new life had actually emerged from the culture medium in the sterile environment, and holy shit, it's actually moving. The woman was instantly horrified. Ning Tian, having evolved a flagellum, felt for the first time as if his true nature had been unleashed. Using the thrust generated by the flagellum's movement, he could finally glide freely through the liquid environment. A speed rating of 10 not only made him swim 10 times faster than he had previously moved, but also allowed him to collect proteins from the surrounding environment with greater agility. Gained 1 experience point. Gained 1 nutrition point. In no time at all, he had collected 20 proteins. His level rose to LV3, and his nutrition points increased from 10 to 30. Congratulations! You have reached level 3. Health +10, stamina +5. New evolution options unlocked. Current available evolution path, mitochondrion. Reading the system prompt, Ning Tian's heart skipped a beat. He began to understand, every time he leveled up, he would gain an opportunity to evolve into a stronger organ. However, due to a lack of gene points, the select evolution option had yet to appear. What troubled him even more was that swinging the flagellum required him to expend a significant amount of stamina. After swimming a certain distance, his body would collapse from exhaustion due to critically low stamina. Only after resting and recovering for a while could he swim again. As expected, I can't do without the mitochondrion, that powerhouse of energy, Ning Tian thought to himself. It's important to note that the 2 evolution options provided by the system aren't mutually exclusive. Choosing one doesn't prevent you from selecting the other later. In fact, the 2 are mutually complementary. The mitochondrion provides ample stamina and energy for the flagellum's movement, while the flagellum accelerates his collection of nutrients, which are then used to enhance organs with higher attributes. Never mind. Since the path of evolution is temporarily blocked, I'll focus on enhancement for now. After some deliberation, Ning Tian decided to use his nutrition points for enhancement. He had already accumulated 30 nutrition points, so he wasn't about to hold back. Enhance the flagellum. Enhancing the flagellum requires 5 nutrition points. Enhancement initiated. Success! The flagellum has been upgraded to a lightweight flagellum. Organ, lightweight flagellum. Speed +10, stamina consumption 10%. Description: after enhancement, the flagellum is lighter and consumes less energy when swung. Enhance again. Congratulations! You spent 10 nutrition points to upgrade the lightweight flagellum to a light flagellum. Congratulations! You spent 15 nutrition points to upgrade the light flagellum to a flexible flagellum. Organ, flexible flagellum rare. Speed +20, stamina consumption 30%. Description: an ultra-lightweight flagellum with a modified protein structure. Not only does it reduce energy consumption during movement, but it also minimizes resistance to water flow compared to the original, making swimming even more agile. Flexible flagellum? Ning Tian's mind stirred. He tried moving it as he had before and found it was indeed much more flexible. The flexible flagellum granted Ning Tian an additional 20 points in attributes. His swimming speed had now reached a full 21 points, more than double what it had been before the enhancement. With a swimming speed of 21 and a 30% reduction in energy consumption, collecting protein became much more efficient. So, after a brief rest to recover his stamina, Ning Tian immediately resumed collecting proteins without pause. Current level 3, 50 experience points are required to advance from level 3 to level 4. Fortunately, each protein particle reliably granted him 1 experience point and 1 nutrition point. This gave him a solid sense of confidence. With his enhanced abilities, collecting 50 protein particles in a short time was no difficult task. Ding! Quest 2, collect 50 protein particles. Quest reward, gene points plus 30 base. Quest tip, since this is a timed quest, completing it within the specified time will grant an additional point bonus, with a maximum total reward of 100 points. 100 points. Ning Tian was taken aback. 100 points, that would be enough for him to evolve multiple times. Based on his earlier calculations, his first evolution developing a flagellum had only consumed 15 gene points. And for his second evolution, even if he chose the mitochondrion path, it wouldn't exceed 30 points at most, leaving him with an extra 70 points to spare. Those 70 gene points would be more than enough to carry him through a third evolution. At this thought, Ning Tian was instantly energized. In that case, let us get to work. With that, he mustered all his strength, rapidly whipping his flexible flagellum, and began racing through the ocean of proteins at breakneck speed. It seems to be swimming much faster than before. The woman watched Ning Tian under the microscope as if she had discovered a treasure. Her eyes sparkled, and her face was full of delight. "Are you sure what kind of organism this is?" the man beside her asked. "Not yet, but it looks like this little guy just evolved a flagellum all on his own without any outside help," the woman said, unable to hide her excitement. "Hurry up and record this, it's incredibly valuable experimental data." The man immediately picked up a pen and began furiously jotting down what he saw under the microscope. Just then, the woman suddenly stepped away from the table where the microscope was set up. She pushed back her chair and stood up, a bold idea beginning to take shape in her mind. "Honey, do you want to see what happens to this little guy when it's exposed to external forces?" Chapter 3, Hidden Evolution Path. External forces? What kind of external forces? The man looked completely bewildered by the question. "We could try adding a little sugar, along with some other cells, to see what new changes the little guy undergoes under the influence of these factors." "That's out of the question," the man refused emphatically. After all, Ning Tian was now their primary research subject. They couldn't risk experimenting recklessly with such a rare species. What if an accident occurred during the experiment, something beyond their control? What if the newly added cells consumed Ning Tian or eliminated her entirely? They might very well miss out on the opportunity to make the greatest scientific discovery of the century. Why not? The woman batted her eyelashes, her eyes brimming with pleading. "Just let me try, okay?" Under normal circumstances, the man would have given in long ago. After all, what man could resist his wife's sweet pleading? But when it came to science, the man's stance was unwavering. "I said no, and that's final," he declared decisively, then added, "If you destroy it, who am I supposed to complain to? How could that happen? Let us take it step by step. First, we'll drop in a harmless single-cell stage to see how the little guy reacts. If he swallows the competitor, wouldn't that prove he has phagocytic capabilities?" Hearing this, the man hesitated. The woman continued, "Besides, we don't even know what species this little guy is yet. Don't you want to see what other behaviors he has? It might turn out to be a major discovery. If you just keep it here doing nothing, you'll never find out anything." Under the woman's mix of coaxing and persuasion, the man's resolve finally began to waver. "Well, then. Come on, will you?" The woman flashed him a flirtatious glance. "All right, then." The man quickly turned his head away, covering his already crimson face with his hand, as if afraid the woman would see it. "Yay!" The woman flashed a V sign behind the man's back, then immediately picked up a pipette from the lab bench, dipped it into a tiny bit of sugar solution, and added it to the petri dish. "Just to be safe, let us try this first." The man cooperated by fetching a test tube, dipping it into the liquid, and dropping a single drop onto the petri dish. "What is this?" Curious, the woman snatched the test tube from his hand, studied the label closely, then grimaced. "Paramecium? Are you trying to give the little guy some competition, or just a snack?" Successfully collected 50 proteins. Nutrition points plus 50. Task 2 completed. Gene points plus 30. Since you completed the task within the time limit, you have earned an additional 70 bonus points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 4. Health plus 10, stamina plus 5. New evolution paths unlocked. Current available options: mitochondrion, membrane barb, cell membrane. Membrane barb? Ning Tian's mind went blank. It was an unfamiliar term to his knowledge. Cells rarely grew such structures. Moreover, it was difficult to spot this kind of structure on a typical cell membrane. Filled with questions, he opened the system overview. Evolution path: membrane barb, hidden evolution path. Evolves a membrane barb structure, primarily composed of protein, on the surface of the cell membrane. This structure provides the cell with a certain degree of defensive capability and inflicts minor damage on organisms that come into contact with it. Additional attributes: defense plus 9, attack plus 5. Just as he had expected. This thing was practically like putting on a layer of anti-armor. With this, any other creature that tried to attack him would inevitably suffer counter damage from the membrane barb structure. However, within a 100-mile radius, aside from protein, there wasn't a single living thing in sight. Never mind. I'll just evolve this thing first and worry about it later. After some deliberation, Ning Tian decided to evolve the membrane barb first. Although the mitochondrion was certainly important to him, no one could be certain about the hidden evolution path. Who knows? If he missed this opportunity, it might never come again. So, even if he didn't need it in his current environment, he wanted to secure the option. What if it actually came in handy someday? Evolving membrane barb requires 30 gene points. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the prompt, Ning Tian froze for a moment. According to the original calculation rules, evolving the standard mitochondrion would have cost the same 30 points. He hadn't expected that evolving a hidden path wouldn't require any extra points. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? With that thought, he immediately tapped confirm. Select evolution. Congratulations! You have spent 30 gene points to successfully evolve membrane barb. Defense plus 9, attack plus 5. Watching a row of sharp, white membrane barbs slowly form on the surface of his cell membrane, Ning Tian began to feel a quiet sense of triumph. This meant he now effectively possessed a short blade weapon. When danger arose, he wouldn't have to face enemies bare-handed. With a bit of luck, the enemy might be killed by the counterattack from this layer of membrane barb on his surface before they even touched him. It was truly a formidable self-defense tool. Next, I'll strike while the iron is hot and evolve the mitochondrion as well. Ning Tian murmured to himself. Based on the increasing cost pattern from earlier, the next evolution would require 60 gene points. He had just earned 100 points as a mission reward. Evolving the membrane barb cost 30, leaving him with 70. That should be more than enough. With that in mind, Ning Tian tapped confirm. Select evolution. The next second, the system prompt that popped up left him completely dumbfounded. Congratulations! You have successfully evolved into mitochondrion by spending 30 gene points. Stamina plus 15, attack plus 5. WH. What is going on? Ning Tian stared in disbelief at the words "spent 30 points" displayed on the system. Could he have miscalculated? No, That couldn't be right. The progression rule was impossible to miscalculate. Unless there was another possibility, the gene points consumed for evolving a hidden direction didn't count toward the consumption progression rule. In other words, evolving a hidden direction wouldn't cause his next point consumption to increase. This result effectively saved him twice the amount of gene points. I never expected evolving a hidden direction to come with this kind of bonus mechanism. Ning Tian felt as though he had discovered a new continent. An indescribable sense of joy instantly filled his heart. But the very next second, his nerves went on high alert. A strong sense of danger and his innate perceptiveness allowed him to quickly detect changes in his surroundings. It seemed that some new component had been artificially added to the pool of liquid he was in. The particles of this new component appeared to be much smaller than the proteins. Not only that, but the fluorescence they emitted was also much dimmer than that of the proteins. If the brightness of the proteins were a bright lamp, then the brightness of the new component was no more than a dying ember. Most crucially, there were far more of these particles than there were proteins, and it seemed he didn't even need to actively collect them. Simply through the flow of the surrounding liquid, it drifts automatically toward him. Ning Tian tried opening his cell membrane to absorb the new component. The very next second, he regretted that decision. Ugh, so sweet. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed glucose and earned 1 nutrition point and 1 experience point. Chapter 4, The Cell Under Scrutiny. Glucose? Ning Tian thought to himself. No wonder this stuff tasted sweet. Who would have thought eating sugar would actually earn nutrition points and experience points? However, his attention wasn't entirely focused on the glucose right now. Clearly, this glucose had been artificially added, which meant that the environment he was currently in was most likely a petri dish in some laboratory. Infinitely far above him, there might be a group of people monitoring his every move through an optical microscope. And that told him one thing: the people studying him had no intention of disposing of him just yet. The newly added glucose was merely a test by the observers. Other substances might be added in the future. I hope the person watching from above isn't a psychopath, and that they only add nutrients. Ning Tian prayed silently to the heavens. Before his rebirth, he had read about many twisted superbacteria in his biology textbooks. Any one of them could easily beat the current Ning Tian to a pulp. If the observer was twisted enough to want to toy with this pitiful little cell, there was no telling what monstrously powerful thing they might toss in. Never mind. I'd better level up first and see if I can unlock any self-defense evolution paths later. Ning Tian wiggled his flagellum and began swimming rapidly. The addition of new components made it much easier to acquire nutrition points. The glucose found everywhere could be absorbed automatically without him expending any energy. Most importantly, the collected glucose granted him the same nutrition points and experience points as protein. This would naturally lead to a quantum leap in his leveling speed. Reaching level 4 requires 100 experience points. At this rate, I should be able to collect them all very soon. Ning Tian mused as he swam. The presence of the culture medium also made him realize a problem. As long as the observer didn't intentionally test him by adding strange substances to the solution, the environment inside would essentially remain as it was now, consisting solely of nutrients. Under these conditions, there would be no threats, and safety would be guaranteed. As long as the observer periodically fed him some sustenance and kept him well fed and well watered, this would undoubtedly become an ideal environment for leveling up. It's practically the starting zone of the microbial world. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. Health plus 10, stamina plus 5. In no time at all, Ning Tian had collected 100 experience points and 100 nutrition points. His level had risen from 4 to 5. With the mitochondrial organ evolved to provide him with energy, he practically collected all 100 nutrition points in one go. The process didn't drain much of his stamina. He no longer needed to stop and recover his stamina after just a short while of collecting, as he had to before, waiting for his stamina to replenish before continuing. Earning these 100 experience points was far easier than the previous 50. His evolved attributes naturally provided him with considerable convenience and led to a noticeable improvement in his leveling efficiency. Let us see what evolution paths level 5 unlocks. New evolution options unlocked. Current available paths: lysosomes, centrioles. Evolution Path 1, Lysosome. Evolve into a single membrane enclosed sac-like structure containing various hygrolases. It specializes in breaking down and absorbing macromolecules, increasing the nutrition points gained when capturing nutrients. Additional attribute: Health plus 25. Evolution Path 2, Centriole. Evolve into an important organelle. Each centriole primarily contains 2 centrioles. This is one of the prerequisite organelles for unlocking division. Bonus attributes: Health plus 10, Stamina plus 10. Although he still harbored some hope, Ning Tian wasn't so lucky this time. Both evolution paths were standard routes, no hidden evolution path appeared. Moreover, this evolution required 60 gene points. He had just finished evolving the mitochondrion and membrane barb. Of the 100 points he received as a mission reward, only 40 remained. 40 points were not enough to perform this evolution. However, one thing was certain. The description of the centrosome revealed a crucial piece of information to him. Future evolution paths might lead toward division. Division, the very essence of cell proliferation. It means he can split into countless distinct clones. Just imagine, if 2 identical copies of himself were swimming in the culture medium, his leveling efficiency would at least double. Furthermore, division offers another crucial advantage: resilience. Currently, he is still in the single cell stage and has only 1 life. If danger strikes, it's essentially a one-hit wipe. But if he could split, then no matter which of the 2 cells was destroyed, the other could immediately make a clean getaway, fleeing far away to save its own life. The survival rate would also be significantly higher than it is now. But that's all for later. For now, the priority is collecting gene points. Just then, Ning Tian noticed that not far ahead of him, a colossal entity was emitting an intense, blinding light. Its brilliance far surpassed that of any protein or glucose. The massive form was exceptionally luminous and strikingly conspicuous, like a star illuminating the surrounding space, suddenly looming before Ning Tian without warning. Strange, could another organism have gotten mixed into the culture medium? Ning Tian muttered to himself. He cautiously moved toward the glowing mass, doing his best not to show even a hint of hostility. Although he couldn't rule out the possibility that the observer above was a psychopath testing him with a supercell. If the other party truly intended to eliminate him, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Moreover, the addition of glucose to the culture medium made it clear that the other party clearly intended to cultivate him. There was no way they would introduce a supercell at this stage just to disrupt things. Still, it's best to be cautious until I figure out their true intentions. Ning Tian retracted his flagellum and slowly inched toward the glowing mass, his heart pounding in his throat. Just then, a data panel suddenly appeared. Paramecium. Level 2. Stage: Single Cell Stage. Health: 15. Stamina: 10. Attack: 5. Defense: 2. Speed: 1. Looking at the data on the panel, Ning Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, so it's just a Paramecium. It was a single cell stage creature, just like himself, utterly unremarkable. But to Ning Tian at this stage, this Paramecium posed absolutely no threat. Not only was it harmless, but it had actually arrived at just the right moment. Bro, I really don't want to hurt you, but I have to say, you've come at just the right time. With that, Ning Tian unfurled his cell membrane, revealing rows of sharp membrane barbs, like daggers hidden in the darkness suddenly bearing their blades. He rapidly swung his flagellum, and the sharp edges of the membrane barbs instantly transformed into a streak of light, piercing viciously toward the Paramecium. Chapter 5: Slaying the Paramecium. 13. A bright red number floated out from above the Paramecium's head. Ning Tian's membrane barbs had pierced a massive hole in the Paramecium's cell membrane. Some of the Paramecium's nutrients flowed out through the hole along with its cytoplasm. In an instant, the area around the Paramecium was filled with glowing specks, resembling a sky full of stars. Gained 20 nutrition points, gained 20 experience points. Ning Tian generously collected all the fluid and prepared to deliver the finishing blow to the Paramecium. Since Ning Tian's current attack power was only 15, and the Paramecium had 15 health points plus an additional 2 defense points. Therefore, the previous strike had failed to instantly kill it, and a finishing blow was still required. After being attacked by Ning Tian, the Paramecium instinctively reacted to evade. Dragging its damaged cell membrane, it limped away into the distance. The cell fluid, laden with nutrients, spilled across the ground along its path. However, even so, in Ning Tian's eyes, this Paramecium was already a lamb to the slaughter, with virtually no way to retreat. So, he decided to milk it for a little longer. Chasing along the trail of fluid for a short distance, Ning Tian collected another 30 nutrition points and 30 experience points. Strange. Suddenly, a hint of surprise welled up in his mind. He noticed that the cytoplasm in the latter half seemed much thinner, nowhere near as nutrient-rich as the first part. Not only that, but as he chased it further, the nutrition points stopped coming in entirely. Could it be that the cytoplasm has run out, and the Paramecium is about to die? Ning Tian looked up and was immediately startled. In the brief moment he'd been milking it, the Paramecium had actually swum a long way away. Not only that, but the hole in its cell membrane had already mostly healed. Compared to its barely alive state just moments ago, it now seemed much more lively. Hey, what is going on here? Just as he was wondering, a system message popped up in front of Ning Tian. Ding! Quest 3, eliminate the fleeing Paramecium. Quest reward, gene points plus 60. Quest tip, the Paramecium is using the repair skill to mend its damaged cell membrane. Eliminate it completely before the repair is finished for a chance to obtain the repair skill. The repair skill? Ning Tian suddenly realized. So it wasn't just his eyes playing tricks on him. Instead, this cunning Paramecium had secretly used its skill to repair all its injuries while he wasn't looking. The holes gradually healed under the effect of the repair skill, and the Paramecium itself regained its vitality. It was clear just how vital this skill was for the single cell stage. It could even save your life in a critical moment. In that case, I'm definitely getting this skill. Ning Tian wore a look of absolute certainty. He decisively activated Membrane Barb. The flexible flagellum whipped rapidly behind him, creating a massive vortex. The vortex generated immense thrust, propelling him forward. In an instant, Ning Tian's body became like a heavy cannonball, slamming violently into the Paramecium. 20. A bright red number instantly appeared above the Paramecium's head. The acceleration from the flagellum allowed Ning Tian's membrane barb to land a critical hit. The Paramecium, which had time to repair itself, was completely pierced by the strike in an instant. Its cell membrane shattered into several pieces. Cytoplasm, carrying numerous nutrients and DNA fragments, scattered all over the ground in front of Ning Tian. Seeing this, Ning Tian quickly swam over and absorbed all of the substance. Gained 50 nutrition points, gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the Paramecium DNA fragments, gaining 100 gene points. Mission 2 completed, gene points plus 60. Since you killed the Paramecium under specific conditions, a new skill has been unlocked for you. Repair. Repair LV.1 consumes 100 nutrition points to repair the cell membrane. Repair value, health plus 25. Cooldown, 1 cell cycle. Wow, 25 health points in one go. Ning Tian exclaimed in amazement. Although the repair value wasn't huge, Ning Tian's full health was only 50 points. 25 points was equivalent to regaining half his health. It may not be as powerful as a resurrect armor, but in a critical moment, this thing could save his life. It's a great skill, but unfortunately, the cooldown is honestly a bit excessive. A full cell cycle cooldown. What does cell cycle mean? A cell cycle refers to the entire process a cell undergoes from the completion of one division to the end of the next. And based on Ning Tian's current state, It essentially means he has to unlock the Divide skill first, complete the first division, and only then can he use the next repair. A pain in the ass cooldown, for sure. Plus, it consumes 100 nutrition points. And the conversion rate is only 25% of the nutrients consumed. Never mind that for now. Divide 1T unlock until later anyway. I'll just unlock everything I can use first. Ning Tian stopped focusing on the repair skill and shifted his attention to evolution and enhancement. The mission rewards from earlier, combined with the nutrition points dropped by the Paramecium he killed, had earned him a total of 200 gene points and 250 nutrition points. These points were more than enough to bring about a complete transformation. Select evolution. Congratulations! You have successfully evolved into a lysosome by spending 60 gene points. Health plus 25. Select evolution. Congratulations! You have successfully evolved into a centriole by spending 120 gene points. Health plus 10, stamina plus 10. ID, Ning Tian. Level, 5,100,200. Stage, single cell stage. Health, 85 lysosome plus 25, centriole plus 10. Stamina, 55 mitochondrion plus 15, centriole plus 10. Attack, 15 mitochondrion plus 5, membrane barb plus 5. Defense, 10 membrane barb plus 9. Speed, 21 flexible flagellum plus 20. Gene points, 20. Nutrition points, 250. It's only leveled up 4 times, yet its stats are already so much stronger than before. If it keeps developing at this rate, who knows what kind of terrifying entity it will become in the future. Looking at the data on the panel, a hint of satisfaction flashed across Ning Tian's mind, and he felt a faint sense of anticipation for the future. For him at this stage, Paramecium had completely become nothing more than food. Not only were they easy prey, but they were also rich in nutrients. Eating just one Paramecium was equivalent to collecting protein and glucose 100 times over. Not only that, but consuming Paramecium also yielded gene points. Something protein and glucose simply couldn't provide. Moreover, a single Paramecium's DNA fragment was worth 100 gene points, a value even higher than the rewards from system quests. So, when it came to species like Paramecium, Ning Tian's attitude was, of course. The more, the better. He could never have enough. Ideally, they'd come in a never-ending stream, one after another. The more, the better. Aren't these Paramecium far more nourishing than protein? Chapter 6, A Frantic Knock on the Door. Just then, a glowing orb beside him caught Ning Tian's attention. He suddenly recalled that when the Paramecium had been killed moments ago, as its cell membrane ruptured, numerous organelles of various sizes had leaked out of the cytoplasm. Earlier, when he had gone to absorb nutrients, he hadn't been able to process these organelles and had only absorbed some of the nutrients in the cytoplasm. As a result, these remaining organelles had simply been left behind. In a liquid environment consisting solely of water, without the involvement of hydrolases, these organelles could not automatically break down into nutrients. But now the situation was different. Lysosomes have already evolved within Ning Tian's body. Now is the time to absorb these remaining nutrients. With that in mind, Ning Tian immediately retracted the membrane barb and, waving his flagellum, swam toward the organelles. Upon contact with them, his outer cell membrane began to invaginate inward, gradually forming a massive bubble. The remaining organelles of the Paramecium were enclosed within these vesicles and transported from the exterior into Ning Tian's body. At that very moment, the newly evolved lysosomes sprang into action. Countless hydrolases were released from the lysosomes, traveling through Ning Tian's cytoplasm and penetrating the vesicles. They began to hydrolyze and absorb the organelles inside the vesicles. In no time at all, the hydrolysis was complete. Congratulations! You have successfully digested the Paramecium's organelles and gained 50 nutrition points. Gained 50 experience points. Wow, I never would have thought Paramecium organelles were so nutritious. Ning Tian let out a satisfied belch and couldn't help but marvel. Including the nutrients extracted from the organelles, Ning Tian had collected a total of 150 nutrition points from this paramecium. By that calculation, the paramecium truly lived up to its reputation as a super nutritious early game treat. If I could get a few more of these, my leveling speed would definitely be 100 times faster than it is now. Ning Tian thought to himself. Though he thought this, it was nothing more than wishful thinking on his part. Whether he could get a few more of them was entirely up to those observers above. After all, he was still in someone else's culture medium. Never mind his own petty wishes. Even his life and death were still in the hands of others. Whether he lived or died was nothing more than a single word from them, wasn't he it? A series of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway outside the door. The woman observing the culture medium through the microscope couldn't help but frown upon hearing the sound. Ugh, here they come again. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a series of firm, rhythmic knocks rang out on the laboratory door. You stay here. I'll handle this. The man pressed his hand against the woman's shoulder as she tried to stand, then walked straight toward the door. As the lab door swung open, 2 or 3 young men in black uniforms appeared in the doorway. The man scrutinized the trio closely. All 3 were unfamiliar faces. Though they were young, probably in their early 20s, 2 of them radiated a menacing aura. Before the man could speak, the young man in the lead shoved him aside, trying to force his way into the lab. What are you doing? This is a laboratory, take your trouble elsewhere. The man barked. Under normal circumstances, that young man would have already thrown a punch. Street thugs like him don't care what kind of monster you are, they just swing first and ask questions later. But looking at the man before him, dressed in a white lab coat, wearing wire-rimmed glasses, and with a refined, scholarly demeanor, the young man hesitated. Just then, another young man behind him pulled out an ID card from his pocket and began shouting. Han's Heavy Industries is here on business. If you know what's good for you, you'd better behave. Hanshi Heavy Industries. Hearing that name, the woman could no longer sit still. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. She shoved her lab chair aside and strode menacingly toward the entrance. If you're from Hanshi Heavy Industries, don't you know what kind of place this is? The 2 young men were instantly intimidated by her words. They exchanged glances, clearly at a loss. After all, they weren't standing on the streets where they used to get into fights back in high school. This was a society governed by the rule of law. Who would dare to resort to violence, looting, and destruction at the drop of a hat? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a young man with a somewhat more amiable appearance stepped forward from behind them, wearing an apologetic smile. I know. The Chun Microbiology Laboratory is a household name in this city. I'd heard a bit about it before coming here, and seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. You know what this place is? Then get out of here. The woman snapped, clearly not happy to see anyone from Han Heavy Industries. Please calm down, ma'am. We're all just trying to make a living here. Besides, we've received orders from above, we're just doing our job. There's nothing we can do about it. The young man with the friendly face tried to smooth things over. Doing your job? You call barging into a restricted lab area doing your job? I'm warning you, there are security cameras installed in the lab. If you dare to cause any trouble, do you think I won't use the footage to sue you? Ma'am, please don't say that. We live in a society governed by the rule of law now. Who would dare to act recklessly? It's just that Han Heavy Industries has acquired this building, and we've sent people to warn you several times already. If you still refuse to move out, you'll be obstructing our official business. At that point, it's anyone's guess who'll end up suing whom. Although the man with the friendly face was smiling, his tone was unnaturally cold. All right, I understand. We'll move out as soon as possible. The woman lowered her head, a hint of gloom flickering in her eyes. She knew better than anyone that, in this matter, the lab was indeed in the wrong. All right, I'm glad you understand. Since that's the case, we won't bother you any further. We'll be on our way now. With that, Shannian led the 2 young men away. Shortly after they left, the woman could no longer hold back her emotions. She collapsed onto the ground, burying her face in her hands as she wept. Seeing her helpless, tearful state, the man felt as if his heart were being torn apart. He bent down to comfort her, his fists clenching slightly. "Stop crying, Chen Wan-er. I'll do everything in my power to find a new lab as soon as possible. Elder Chen's research findings absolutely cannot be left for those bastards at Han Heavy Industries to take." "Find one? Where are you going to find one? The savings Dad left behind are almost gone. Give it up, we have no way out." Hearing this, the man fell instantly silent. Deep down, he knew the lab hadn't produced any research results in years, and funding had been delayed indefinitely. Compounded by long-term mismanagement that had caused the lab's cash flow to dry up, this had ultimately led to their current desperate situation. The Chen Laboratory had never gained fame for any groundbreaking discoveries that shook the scientific world. Rather, it was because after Elder Chen's death, Chen Wan-er took over the lab. Her mismanagement led to operational breakdowns, ultimately earning the lab the scornful label of failing in the second generation. "No, we still have a chance." Suddenly, the man seemed to remember something. He stood up and said with renewed vigor, "That petri dish, if there's a completely new species in there, and we're the ones who discovered it, we can use this opportunity to submit a report. That will attract attention from all sectors of society and secure funding. With that money, we'll definitely be able to weather this storm." Chapter 7: Continuous Enhancement. Perhaps she was truly swayed by the man's words. The woman stood up, wiped the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes, and then turned her gaze to the petri dish on the lab bench. "By the way, that little guy just showed a new reaction." Just as the man had said, the cells in the petri dish were their only chance for a comeback. If it was confirmed to be a new species and they made the announcement, they would likely receive financial aid from outside sources. This money would not only help them get through this crisis but also sustain their scientific research in the future. Once the new research facility was up and running, they would no longer have to fear whatever challenges Han's Heavy Industries threw their way. Nor would they have to hand over Elder Chen's life's work to others in exchange for temporary peace. Chen Wan-er knew all too well the true nature of the people at Han's Heavy Industries. Although they promised that once they obtained Elder Chen's research findings, they would open the laboratory to them free of charge and provide a certain amount of funding for their scientific research. The moment Chen Wan-er handed over the research results as they demanded, the laboratory would lose all value to Hanshi Heavy Industries. At that point, there would be no need for negotiations. They could kick them out on a whim with any flimsy excuse. To these unscrupulous capitalists, so-called promises were nothing more than empty words on paper. The only reason Hanshi Heavy Industries hadn't acted recklessly yet was that Chen Wan-er still held Elder Chen's research findings as leverage, which gave her the standing to sit at the negotiating table. Once she handed over that leverage, the consequences for Chen Wan-er and indeed, the Chen Laboratory would be all too predictable. After all, it's been years since this place produced any research results. Anyone daring to invest money in research here must be a bit out of their mind. She, Chen Wan-er, was well aware of that much. A new reaction? What kind of reaction? The man was taken aback upon hearing this. He hurried to the lab bench, picked up the microscope, and examined the culture medium. It looks like the little guy's cell membrane has evolved some kind of organ resembling a porcupine's membrane barb. The paramecium you just added was destroyed by this organ. It's already been completely devoured. Under the microscope, Ning Tian's every move was clearly visible to the woman. Devoured? Excellent! The man said excitedly. Increase the stimulation further. Add more paramecia. I want to witness every single step of the transformation with my own eyes. Ning Tian now had a total of 300 nutrition points. Based on the previous pattern of enhancement point consumption, after each enhancement, the number of nutrition points required for the next enhancement would increase by a multiple of 5 from the previous amount. Therefore, the next few enhancements should also follow a consumption pattern of 20, 25, and 30 points. Consequently, 300 nutrition points were enough for him to perform several enhancements at once, directly leveling up a specific part to its maximum level. He didn't plan to save all 300 points, he intended to use them as soon as possible. Enhance Flexible Flagellum. Enhancing flexible flagellum requires 20 nutrition points. Enhancement initiated. Success. Flexible flagellum has been upgraded to agile flagellum. Enhance again. Congratulations! You spent 25 nutrition points to enhance agile flagellum, upgrading it to swift flagellum. Organ, swift flagellum perfect. Speed plus 30, stamina consumption 50%. Description: a perfect flagellum with an ultra-refined protein structure, offering higher speed bonuses and ultra-low energy consumption. 1 is stronger than 6, extending endurance and making it last longer. Since you have upgraded the flagellum to perfect, a new skill has been unlocked for you: acceleration. Acceleration LV1 consumes 25 stamina points, increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Ha! Acceleration? Ning Tian looked at this new skill with interest. I didn't expect upgrading an organelle could unlock a skill? This did come as a bit of a surprise to him. However, what surprised him even more was the skill itself. Based on the perfect flagellum's attribute bonuses, he currently had a total of 31 speed points. At full speed, he could achieve a movement speed of 31. This speed was already fast enough for him, whether he was chasing down Paramecium or collecting nutrients. An acceleration could double that speed for a short time, meaning a movement speed of 62. 62 points. That figure was downright terrifying to him. When actually used, it might create a visual distortion like motion blur similar to a race car accelerating. At that point, he might not even be able to see his surroundings clearly and could end up crashing into a wall in a daze. But upon further reflection, he didn't have eyes in his current state anyway. Up until now, all his activities had relied on his innate sensory abilities. Whether it's interacting with surrounding objects or capturing nutrients, his current state seems to require virtually no visual perception at all. Therefore, it's hard to say for certain whether motion blur would actually occur when he uses it. I'll keep it for now and see later. It might come in handy at a critical moment. Ning Tian murmured to himself. He closed the description of the acceleration skill and began enhancing other organelles. Congratulations! You have spent 30 nutrition points to enhance the lysosomes, upgrading them to power lysosomes. Congratulations! You have spent 35 nutrition points to enhance the power lysosomes, upgrading them to enhanced lysosomes. Organ, enhanced lysosome rare. Health plus 75. Description: enhanced lysosomes can produce a wider variety of hydrolases, making the hydrolysis process more thorough and allowing for the absorption of more nutrition points. Additionally, they can further hydrolyze absorbed proteins, increasing the nutrition points extracted from proteins from 1 to 5. Wow, it's increased the nutrition points from protein by 5 times. I wonder if it'll boost the Paramecium's nutrition points too. Ning Tian looked at the enhanced lysosome's stats, a glimmer of anticipation rising in his heart. After upgrading the lysosome, he still had 190 nutrition points left. Next, he planned to focus his efforts where they mattered most. He used all 190 nutrition points to boost his attack attributes. Congratulations! You have spent 40 nutrition points to enhance the membrane barb, upgrading it to the sharp membrane barb. Congratulations! You have spent 45 nutrition points to enhance the sharp membrane barb, upgrading it to the razor-sharp membrane barb. Congratulations! You have spent 50 nutrition points to enhance the razor-sharp membrane barb, upgrading it to the terrifying membrane barb. Congratulations! You spent 55 nutrition points to enhance the terrifying membrane barb, upgrading it to the icy membrane barb. Organ, icy membrane barb perfect. Defense plus 50, attack plus 50. Description: based on the structure of the terrifying membrane barb, this modification lengthens and toughens the overall structure while increasing the number of membrane barbs covering the cell membrane surface. The sharper membrane barbs effectively boost the host's damage output. Ning Tian upgraded the membrane barb 5 levels in one go. He directly enhanced it to the perfect tier of the 5th stage. The damage output also increased by several tiers after the enhancement was complete. Including the attribute bonuses from the Cold Blade Membrane Barb, he now had a total of 60 attack points, enough to instantly kill a Paramecium with a single strike. After the Cold Blade Membrane Barb was fully enhanced, the system unlocked its exclusive skill for him, just as it had done earlier. Chapter 8: The Cold Blade Membrane Barb shows its true power. Since you have upgraded Membrane Barb to the perfect stage, a new skill has been unlocked for you: Thrust Shot. Thrust Shot LV1 consumes 10 stamina points to fire a thrust forward in a fan-shaped area. Damage is 50% of the attack cap. Range is 10 cell units. No projectile decay. The thrust self-hydrolyzes if it exceeds the range. Cooldown, 30s. After reading the skill description, Ning Tian had a basic understanding of this new ability. Clearly, this was an offensive skill. Although the damage was only 50% of his attack cap, against opponents he could easily overwhelm, a single combo could wipe out a group. Take Paramecium, for example. At full health, a Paramecium has 15 health and 2 defense. Any damage exceeding 17 points would instantly kill it. Now, after being enhanced, his attack power has reached a substantial 60 points. Even at 50% of his attack output, he can still deal a hefty 30 points of damage. Not to mention, this is an area of effect AoE skill. If he encounters a cluster of Paramecia, wouldn't that mean a floor covered in experience packs? Just then, Ning Tian noticed a new change in the culture medium. Not far ahead of him, 3 Paramecia suddenly appeared. Clearly, these had been released by the observers above, although their true intentions remained unknown. Based on Ning Tian's performance in devouring the previous Paramecium, the observers could reasonably conclude that these creatures posed no threat to him. Not only were they harmless, but they had actually become his nourishment. Knowing this, the fact that they still released more Paramecia suggested. So clearly, this was intentional. They intended to use the Paramecia as feed for Ning Tian. As for what exactly they were up to, Ning Tian had no idea. But he had never intended to refuse such easily obtained nourishment. In that case, I'll use you to warm up and test out my new skill at the same time. With that, Ning Tian revealed the new membrane barb hidden beneath his cell membrane, looking eager to get started. Beneath the membrane, rows of spines protruded from the phospholipid bilayer like spears, lining up in sequence to form a dense array of spikes that wrapped Ning Tian's entire body like a hedgehog. The new membrane barb structure was clearly tougher and more robust than before. Its length had also increased significantly. Now, it was long enough to pierce right through an entire Paramecium in a single thrust. This was one of the changes visible to the naked eye. Another change was that, as his health increased, his cell volume seemed to have grown considerably as well. The most obvious comparison is with the Paramecia right in front of him. The one from before was smaller than him, but only by a tiny bit. It was about 3/4 his size, hardly a noticeable difference. But the 3 in front of him now? Each one is less than a third of his size. The gap widened almost instantly. It felt as though simply standing in front of them would block a vast expanse of sunlight from reaching them. However, the increase in size might actually be a good thing for the spear shot ability. A larger surface area means the fan-shaped area of the spear shot would be wider, and the attack's radius would be broader. Skill, Spear Shot, activate. Accompanied by a low growl in his heart. The next second, rows of spines covering the surface of Ning Tian's cell membrane shot forward like a hail of arrows whizzing out at an incredible speed, simultaneously firing into the fan-shaped area ahead. 27. 26. 29. With no time to dodge, the dense barrage of spikes rained down on the 3 Paramecia, simultaneously displaying 3 bright red numbers above their heads. Although 15 points was merely the Paramecia's maximum health. The higher the attacker's attack attribute, the higher the damage value displayed. After a round of intense stabbing fire, the 3 Paramecia were essentially reduced to sieves, with countless holes clearly visible on the surface of their cell membranes. The plump cytoplasm gushed out all at once, like egg white from a cracked shell. The tiny remnants of cell membrane that remained began to dissolve in the water once the cytoplasm had completely drained away. Watching the Paramecium's full health bar vanish instantly before his eyes, Ning Tian was secretly taken aback. He hadn't expected the visual impact of an instant kill to be so stunning. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. As Ning Tian pounced forward to absorb the remaining nutrients from the Paramecium, row after row of data began to appear. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed a fragment of Paramecium DNA and gained 100 gene points. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed a fragment of Paramecium DNA and gained 100 gene points. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed a fragment of Paramecium DNA and gained 100 gene points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 3 Paramecium, earning a total of 600 nutrition points and 600 experience points. The nutrition points from a single Paramecium have already reached 200. The enhanced lysosomes not only increased the nutrition points from proteins but also boosted the Paramecium's own nutritional value. It looks like the path to future upgrades will be much smoother. Congratulations on reaching level 6. Health plus 10, Stamina plus 5. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Health plus 10, Stamina plus 5. New evolution paths have been unlocked. Current available options: endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus. Evolution Path 1, endoplasmic reticulum. Evolves into a system of sac-like, vesicle-like, and tubular structures formed by unit membranes, creating a continuous reticulum network. It handles the transport of intracellular substances, participates in the synthesis of certain proteins, and is one of the organelles required to unlock division. Additional attributes: Health plus 10, Attack plus 10. Evolution Path 2, Golgi apparatus. Evolves into a stacked structure composed of flat vesicles formed by unit membranes. Its primary function is to process, sort, and transport proteins synthesized by the endoplasmic reticulum. It is also the final site for processing and packaging cellular secretions. Additional attributes: Stamina plus 5, Attack plus 5, Defense plus 5. 2 levels up in a row, and 2 new evolution options. Moreover, one of them is closely linked to the crucial skill division that comes later. You must understand that no matter what kind of cell it is, there are ultimately only 2 paths it can take. One is to gradually wither away as the cell's life countdown ends, catalyzed by time. The second is to proliferate through cell division, thereby gaining new life. No cell's fate can escape the selection of these 2 paths. Either it dissolves into a pile of dust forgotten by all as time passes, or it rises from the ashes like a phoenix, reborn anew. Having already died once, Ning Tian naturally fears death no more. But in this life, if his existence were to end so abruptly, he would certainly not accept it willingly. After all, in his previous life, he had already experienced that sense of reluctance once. The regrets of his past life must not be carried over into this one. Chapter 9: The beginning of a nightmare after the surgery. Past life. A gloomy, drizzly day. Rain poured down like a torrent, drenching the entire city. After a day of being washed by the rain, the skyscrapers in the business district had shed their excess grime and dust, appearing refreshed and gleaming beneath the dark clouds. Ning Tian held a black-handled umbrella, walking at a steady pace. A pair of cheap leather shoes followed closely behind a pair of high-end business shoes. Young Master Han, are you still going to the dinner gathering tonight? Ning Tian held the umbrella over the man in the suit before him, his face a mask of forced cheer. I'm not going. It's getting late. Let us head back. Han Shao lit a cigarette and spoke casually. Just then, a raindrop landed squarely on his shoulder. Ugh. Young Master Han frowned, then turned away impatiently and delivered a sharp kick straight to Ning Tian's stomach. Do you even know how to hold an umbrella? I'm sorry, young Master Han. I'll be more careful next time. I promise I'll be more careful. Ning Tian bent over, bowing in apology, and quickly pushed the umbrella back toward Han Shao, completely ignoring the fact that his cheap suit was already half soaked by the rain. Colleagues passing by who witnessed this scene didn't step in to stop it. They seemed to have grown accustomed to it, shaking their heads and sighing before quickly grabbing their bags and walking away in silence. All right, just be more careful next time. Perhaps because there were still colleagues from the company present. Out of concern for his reputation, young Master Han added after straightening his suit. I'll drive you home tonight. I couldn't possibly accept that, young Master Han. I'll just take a taxi back. Just do as I say. Why all the nonsense? Yes. Han Xiao, Ning Tian's direct superior. His family's conglomerate controlled the entire economic lifeline of Ning Tian's company. Facing such a powerful figure, Ning Tian dared not even think of offending him even in everyday interactions. He had to act like a dog, bowing and scraping before him. In this city, that's just the fate of a nobody. Even when Han Xiao bullied him on a daily basis, Ning Tian dared not speak up. He had to swallow all his resentment. What could he do? For the sake of his job and survival, what did a little humiliation matter? These days, where can you work without putting up with some nonsense? At least Han Xiao paid well. As long as he didn't cross the line, Ning Tian had no intention of making things difficult for him. If anyone was to blame, it was this unfair world. His humble origins meant he was destined to kowtow and swallow his pride in the presence of the powerful. Fortunately, Ning Tian was very sensible. He knew how to work hard and endure hardship. After struggling for over half a year and putting up with the abuse for just as long, he finally put down roots in this city. Even if it was just a run-down rental apartment. Even if it was just an old, dim yellow pendant light. But at least it cast a sliver of light into his gloomy life. It allowed a tiny sprout of hope to emerge from his humble origins. So, he soon brought his younger sister to live with him. For no other reason than that she was the person closest to him. He wanted to share with her every achievement he fought so hard to earn in this city. She was his blood relative. And, likewise, his bottom line. At night, 2 beams of light illuminated the narrow passageway of the urban village. A rat by the roadside scooped up some food it had found in the trash and scurried into the darkness. Is this where you live? Han Xiao looked out the window at the dilapidated scene with a look of disgust, faintly catching a whiff of a foul odor seeping through the window cracks. Ah, yes. It's close to the office. Mainly, I just wanted something convenient for commuting, so I found a room here to stay in for now. Thank you so much today, Han Xiao. Why don't we go up and have a bite to eat together later? No need. Han Xiao rubbed the corners of his eyes and waved his hand, signaling for him to get out quickly. All right then. Remember to come visit often next time you're free. Ning Tian smiled politely as he opened the car door and stepped out of the back seat. Make sure to close the door. Han Xiao said coldly, then quickly shifted into gear. He didn't want to stay in this place even a moment longer. It felt as if every breath he took was filled with poison. He found it hard to believe that anyone in this world would actually live in a place like this. Just then, a sound came from an old house not far away. At the top of the stairs on the second floor, the weathered door of the rental unit suddenly swung open. Brother, you're back? Startled by the voice, Ning Tian looked up to see his little sister counting the steps as she rushed toward him. You must be starving. I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Ning Tian smiled as he ruffled his sister's hair, as if petting a docile kitten. Just then, the window of the luxury car behind him slowly rolled down. Oh, is this your sister? Han Xiao poked his head out of the car, his eyes fixed intently on Ning Tian's sister. Ah, yes. Ning Tian turned around and gave an awkward smile. This is my boss. Go ahead and call him Han Xiao. Han Xiao. His sister exchanged a glance with Han Xiao, then awkwardly turned her head away. She wasn't used to being stared at like that, especially by a stranger. Oh, this kid. Ning Tian gave an awkward smile. Heh, she is quite shy. I really envy you having such a wonderful little sister. Han Xiao teased her casually, casting a couple of sidelong glances at her as he spoke. Just as Ning Tian opened his mouth to say something, he saw that Han Xiao had already rolled up the car window. Amid the roar of the engine, the luxury car, its taillights trailing behind, vanished into the alleyways of the urban village. A desolate wind swept up a discarded newspaper, blowing it to the sibling's feet. Ning Tian kicked it aside out of habit, then turned around, slung his arm around his sister's shoulder, and said, "Come on, let us go home. I'll cook you something delicious. Dinner's ready." At the dining table, Ning Tian set the hot dishes on the table, then untied his apron and picked up his chopsticks, ready to dig in. Just then, he noticed his sister sitting across from him, staring down at her bowl and chopsticks with a gloomy expression, as if something were weighing on her mind. "What's wrong? Did you not like the food I made today?" Ning Tian asked. His sister slowly looked up and stammered. "Bro, could you please not bring people like that home again? I feel like the way he looks at me is a little weird. Come on, stop overthinking it. He's not interested in you. He's a bona fide rich kid, he wouldn't even look at a family like ours. Besides, if he did take a liking to you, you'd be lucky." Ning Tian said half-jokingly, then picked up his chopsticks and served himself a bite of food. He didn't notice the change in his sister's expression at all. "Oh, maybe I'm just overthinking it." Her sister lowered her head and, mimicking Ning Tian, picked up a bite of food and placed it in her own bowl. That night, her sister tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Han Shao's gaze upon her was like a nightmare, deeply etched into her mind. But she couldn't bring herself to tell her brother about it. Because she knew it wasn't easy for her brother to make it on his own in this city, especially since that man was his direct superior. Going to him with something like this now would undoubtedly only complicate matters for him. She didn't want to cause her brother any trouble. So, she had no choice but to chew on this sense of injustice and disgust, then silently swallow it whole. Chapter 10: Regrets of a Past Life After the Surgery. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The cheerful chirping of birds echoed outside the window. Through the curtains, the sound of snoring inside the room was rather loud. Ning Tian had originally planned to sleep in on the weekend. But unexpectedly, he was woken up early by a phone call. "Who is it?" "It's the weekend, can't you let a person sleep?" Ning Tian fumbled for his phone in bed, still half asleep, speaking with exasperation. However, the moment he saw the caller ID, he jolted awake and leaped straight out of bed. "Hello, young Master Han. There's an important company event tonight. Get dressed up. Hurry up, my car will be here any minute." On the other end of the line, young Master Han's tone remained as cold as ever. "Okay, no problem. I'll get dressed right away." Ning Tian felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. A series of visions of promotions began to dance through his mind. An important event? Young Master Han coming to pick me up personally? Could it be that I'm about to get a promotion and a raise this soon? At this thought, a sense of relief washed over him. Sure enough, all my hard work over the past 6 months hasn't been in vain. My boss appreciates my work and is ready to promote me. I'm going to make a great impression tonight. With that in mind, he quickly got up to put on his pants. However, Han Shao's next words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. "You don't need to come. Just have your sister come instead." "My sister?" Ning Tian froze, feeling puzzled. Strange, what does an important company event have to do with my sister? Suddenly, he recalled what his sister had told him last night, as well as her extremely unusual behavior during dinner. Could it be that? In the living room, an old ceiling fan swayed back and forth, as if it might fall at any moment. Ning Tian and his sister sat facing each other on the living room sofa, separated by a table. The atmosphere in the room was so thick it felt suffocating. Ning Tian's expression was somber. He clenched his fists, then slowly unclenched them. After a long silence, he finally spoke, breaking the stillness. "Are you willing to go with him?" "Brother." His sister looked up, her mind clearly elsewhere. She slowly parted her lips, then hesitated, unable to speak. Watching the complex emotions flicker across his sister's face, Ning Tian already knew the answer deep down. "All right, I understand. You should go back to your room now," Ning Tian said indifferently. A luxury car picking up a girl with no connections to attend some so-called event. Any normal person with half a brain would figure out what was going on. Although over the years, Ning Tian had never once disobeyed young Master Han's orders. He had always played the submissive role in front of him, acting meek and obedient. But all of that was merely a facade to keep his job. He had no connections or roots in this city. To achieve what his elders considered a decent life, he had no choice but to endure this suffering. So all this time, he had to play the underdog and silently bear it all. And now this guy was actually bullying his little sister. Sure enough, endless tolerance only emboldened the abuser. It was precisely his years of boundless tolerance and tacit acceptance of bullying that had led to this situation. Today, he had to make a choice between two options. Either lose his job, or sacrifice his sister. He didn't even need to think about which one to choose. After all, his sister was his closest kin. The most important person in his life. He could endure other things and let them pass. But this time, absolutely not. Just the thought of that beast committing such inhuman acts against his sister made Ning Tian tremble with rage. He could sacrifice a great deal for this job. But that sacrifice could never be his sister. For his sister, he would even give up everything he had. He knew full well that he could find another job if he lost this one. But if he lost his sister, his life would become meaningless. His sister was the absolute, uncrossable line in his heart. Han Xiao's car pulled up in front of the rental apartment building. Seeing no movement from inside, the luxury car's horn blared downstairs like a death knell. Just then, the dilapidated front door of the apartment creaked open slowly. Ning Tian emerged from the apartment with a grim expression. What the hell? What took you so long? Where is your sister? Han Xiao said impatiently from inside the car. Ning Tian didn't reply, but walked straight to the car and pulled open the passenger door. My sister isn't feeling well. I'll go with you to today's event. Ning Tian said calmly. He then got into the car and slammed the door shut. Listen, are you out of your mind? I want your sister, not you. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Do you think you're as attractive as your sister? Do you think the client is interested in your sister or in you, you loser? Get out of here. Han Xiao was livid, so furious he wanted to kick Ning Tian right out of the car. But just then, without warning, a slap landed on his face with a sharp smack. Han Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Ning Tian, whose face was contorting with rage. The 5 fingerprints on his cheek stung like fire. He never would have imagined that the coward who used to let everyone bully him would actually slap him. Just as he was reeling from the shock, Ning Tian suddenly turned around, grabbed him by the collar, and his eyes instantly filled with endless coldness and murderous intent as he said coldly. Remember this for next time. If you ever dare to lay a finger on my sister again, I'll kill you. Watching Han Xiao's luxury car gradually disappear down the alley, Ning Tian finally let go of his murderous intent, calmed himself, and strolled back into the apartment. He knew deep down that after this incident, he'd likely lose his job. But at least he still had his sister. At worst, I'll just find another job and start over. Ning Tian looked up at the sky, the tension on his face gradually easing. Just then, his sister opened the door slightly and peeked through the crack to see what was happening outside. She happened to catch sight of Ning Tian returning. She swung the door open and asked anxiously, Brother, how did it go? Did anything happen to you? Ning Tian raised his right arm, flexing his muscles, and said with a smile, Don't be silly. What could possibly happen to your big brother? I'm in great shape. If one comes at me, I'll take him down. If a whole group comes, I'll grab the leader and take him down. Ha! I'm just glad you're okay. His sister was instantly amused by Ning Tian's gesture and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing his sister so happy, Ning Tian's mood instantly brightened. The disappointment he felt moments ago over losing his job was instantly cast aside. Oh, right, there is something I need to discuss with you. Ha? What is it? His sister asked, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. That guy might have set his sights on you. To be on the safe side, you should go back to our hometown for a while." As he spoke, Ning Tian's expression gradually darkened. He knew that after suffering such humiliation, Han Shao would certainly not let it go. Whatever he set his sights on, he would use every possible means and resort to any method to obtain it. Therefore, for his sister, this city was no longer a safe place for her to stay. For her safety's sake, she had to return to their hometown as soon as possible. Hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. But after a moment, she nodded understandingly. "Okay, I understand, big brother. You have to be careful too. Don't worry. Once you're gone, I'll start looking for a new city to make my way in. Once everything settles down, I'll bring you over to live with me just like we do now." "Okay," my sister replied. Behind them, a flock of birds on the rooftop flapped their wings and scattered in all directions. After settling the funeral arrangements, seeing his sister off on the long-distance bus, and waving goodbye to her, Ning Tian sat alone on a bench at the station, lost in thought for a long time. In this life, due to the limitations of his background, there was very little he could do. Life is short, just a few decades, and in the blink of an eye, youth slips away. He didn't know how much time heaven had left for him, or how many more years he could keep striving. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out of his pocket, and when he saw the caller ID, his brow furrowed involuntarily. "Hey, are you free? I want to apologize for speaking disrespectfully to your sister last time. Let us go out for a drink. I think there are some things we need to talk about, just the two of us." On the other end of the line, Han Shao spoke in a tone of sincerity that was extremely rare for him. "There's no need for drinks. Just get to the point." Ning Tian replied coldly. He really didn't want to see this man again. If he could, he would have loved to have left with his sister just now, to flee in the dead of night, carrying the motorcycle. "Are you sure you don't want to come? If you don't have anything else, I'm hanging up." Ning Tian was just about to hang up. At that moment, bursts of laughter suddenly came from the other end of the line. A string of English words and letters immediately spilled from Han Shao's mouth. "That's your sister's long-distance license plate number, isn't it? If you don't show up at tonight's banquet, that car will be intercepted before it leaves the city. I advise you to be sensible. Come on, let us raise a toast to our brother Ning Tian." Han Shao raised his glass and turned toward Ning Tian. "I apologize for my earlier harsh words. Let us drink to washing away our grievances. From now on, we're still good brothers." With that, he held out the glass to Ning Tian. Ning Tian eyed the glass, still hesitating. "Whoa, are you really being this generous? Who do you think you are, Han Shao? Others might not know, but I, Ning Tian, certainly do." Seeing Ning Tian standing there frozen, showing no intention of taking the cup, Han Shao leaned in closer and whispered in his ear. "Drink this, and I'll let your sister go. Hurry up, don't spoil the fun for these young masters." Hearing this, Ning Tian took the cup with some skepticism and took a small sip. Just then, several other men in black at the table approached, each holding a cup, and began taking turns toasting Ning Tian. "Here, brother Ning Tian, I'll toast you too. Let us drink until we're drunk tonight." Ning Tian knew these men had ulterior motives, but for his sister's sake, he had to drink. However, after just a few cups, he felt a severe dizziness wash over him. His body swayed unsteadily, the world began to spin, and he couldn't drink another drop. "Come on, brother Ning Tian, keep drinking. This one's to our friendship. I can't take any more. I'm done." Ning Tian waved his hand, refusing with righteous conviction. His hand holding the wineglass began to waver, trembling slightly twice, before he collapsed face first onto the table with a thud. A man in black standing beside him shook Ning Tian's body, testing his condition. At that moment, Ning Tian was like a puppet whose strings had snapped, lying sprawled across the table, at their mercy. "Boss, looks like he's really drunk." Hearing this, Han Shao decisively set down his glass and walked over. He grabbed Ning Tian by the collar, pinned his swaying body against the wall, and immediately grinned. Ha, drunk as a skunk. Without hesitation, he slapped Ning Tian across the face twice. These 2 slaps are what you owe me. Perhaps feeling that wasn't enough to satisfy him, he leaned in close to Ning Tian's ear and said in a leering tone. Drunk, huh? Since you're drunk, I'll let you in on a secret. Your sister is in this bar too, right in the private room next door. I've got a dozen guys keeping her company. By now, she is probably having a blast. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ning Tian's eyes rolled back, and he was instantly possessed by a murderous fury, with a killing intent surging from all directions. He pounced on Han Xiao like a tiger, knocking him to the ground, then grabbed him by the head and began wrestling furiously. Yong, come quick. This guy is drunk and causing a scene. Hurry up, someone, pull him off. In an instant, 4 or 5 burly men grabbed Ning Tian and forcibly yanked him off Han Xiao, pinning him down on the dining table. But even then, Ning Tian continued to thrash wildly on the table, trying to break free. Perhaps he'd been startled by what had just happened. Without a second thought, Han Xiao grabbed the wine bottle beside him and smashed it down on the top of Ning Tian's head. Crack! Only then did Ning Tian finally settle down. His rolled-back eyes slowly closed. Life gradually began to fade. Is it okay to just leave him here? What if he wakes up and goes to report this? Don't worry. I slipped our company's latest lethal bacteria into his drink, a double dose. Even if he doesn't die, he'll likely never wake up again. And even if he does die, no one will suspect us. The autopsy report will simply state he died of a sudden death caused by excessive drinking. Ha ha ha, boss, you're so evil. What's so funny? Pay attention. I'm counting on you to handle things for me in the future. Yeah, sure. Let us call it a day. One more or one less 1T make a difference to the company. It's a shame, though his sister is such a beauty, and we let her slip away like that. If we could snagged her and developed her properly, she might become the top star at our nightclub. In the dimness, Ning Tian could faintly make out a few snippets of their conversation. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Can someone save me? I'm about to die. His consciousness began to fade. Memories of this life started flashing through Ning Tian's mind like a revolving lantern. People say this is a ritual that only occurs at the end of one's life. It's meant to allow the dying to reflect on their life. Damn you, Han Yimo. I worked my ass off for you, and in the end, this is how you treat me. At the end of his life, Ning Tian began to repent for his actions. He never could have imagined that his younger sister, whom he had sacrificed everything to save, would ultimately fall into Han Yimo's hands. If only I had left with her back then. Ning Tian lamented inwardly. Alas, he would never have another chance to start over in this lifetime. I'm so bitter about this life. The long-distance bus came to a stop in a remote field on the outskirts of town. The door slowly opened, and a dozen or so bodies were thrown out of the vehicle. After handling everything, the driver clapped his hands casually, then turned his gaze toward the interior and said, "All right, Han Shure's men have been taken care of. You're safe now. Get off." The girl inside watched the scene with some trepidation. After much deliberation, she decided to grab her luggage and hurriedly get off the bus. Just then, a black Bugatti approached from the distance with its high beams on and a thunderous roar, coming to a smooth stop right by the door. A woman clad in a tight-fitting black leather suit sat in the driver's seat and slowly removed her helmet. Her long black hair cascaded down instantly, filling the air around the girl with a delicate rose fragrance. "Are you Miss Ning? I'm here to pick you up. Please come with me." Chapter 11, The Sealed Iron Box. Chen's Microbiology Laboratory. Yikes! Startled by the sudden shout, the man jumped to his feet from his chair. What's wrong? Chen Wana set down the test tube in her hand and turned to look at the man with a puzzled expression. The test subject has just evolved a new ability. The membrane barbs on its cell membrane can now be fired directly, just like a porcupine's quills. The 3 Paramecium we added were all wiped out in an instant. The surprise on the man's face gradually turned to delight. 3. All devoured by it. It seems the Paramecium aren't stimulating enough anymore. We need to find a new stimulus to speed up the experiment. The woman lowered her gaze and silently walked over to a nearby cabinet. She opened the door and began rummaging through the labeled culture bottles inside. It's not enough. These common bacteria simply aren't suitable as a stimulus. The man walked over, placed a hand on Chen Wan'er's shoulder, and said with concern. He knew full well that their time was growing increasingly tight. Every second was a race against time. If the stimulus was too weak, it would barely have any effect or be swallowed whole by the test subject, yielding negligible results. Conversely, a stimulus that was too strong could kill the test subject outright. He fully understood what Ning Tian meant to them at this moment. If the test subject were killed, their only chance of turning things around would vanish completely. Therefore, ordinary species were simply unsuitable as stimulus sources. To find a suitable stimulus source, they had to screen for non-ordinary species. And this species would ideally be genetically modified. With that in mind, the man pulled open the door of a nearby cryogenic chamber. As a blast of cold air escaped, a metal box labeled "Danger, Radiation" lay quietly inside. Are you crazy? That's life's work. And you're actually going to use it as a stimulus source at a time like this? The woman's eyes widened, her face etched with disbelief. She, of course, knew that metal box better than anyone. It contained the lifetime research of her father, Elder Chen, the vast majority of which consisted of highly destructive and lethal pathogens. If released into the natural environment, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Han Heavy Industries' relentless obstruction of their efforts was, in fact, aimed at these very pathogens sealed within the cryogenic chamber. No, it's too dangerous. If these pathogens are released into the culture medium, they'll surely kill the little one. And if the experiment spirals out of control and allows these pathogens to multiply, there's no way to stop it midway. The reason father never made these discoveries public was precisely because he feared unscrupulous tycoons would set their sights on them. Once released into the world, they would inevitably bring immeasurable disaster upon humanity. Chen Wan pressed her delicate hands directly against the metal box, her face etched with anxiety. Her hands felt the icy cold of the box, a chill as piercing as 1,000 years of accumulated frost. Yet even so, she could still sense the terrifying monster trapped inside, struggling desperately to break free from its shackles and bonds. Suddenly, a warm hand rested upon Chen Wan'er's delicate one, instantly dispelling all the cold. And a wave of warmth flowed into her heart. The man placed his hand over Chen Wan'er's, speaking in a gentle tone. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The experimental subjects are our only chance to turn the tide this time. If we miss this opportunity, every species inside that iron box will eventually fall into Han's hands. Hearing the man's tender words, Chen Wan'er felt a flicker of warmth in her heart and gradually let down her guard. Then you'd better not do anything reckless. I promise you. If the experiment gets out of control, I'll immediately activate the lab's emergency safety protocols. Even if we have to go through fire and water, I'll stay with you until the very end. With that, the man smiled gently. That smile completely won Chen Wan'er over. Half believing, half doubting, she moved her delicate hand away from the box. In that moment, she felt the chill between her hands begin to fade. With Chen Wan'er's tacit approval, the man decisively removed the metal box from the freezer. On its surface was a fingerprint lock, a security measure Elder Chen had personally installed before his passing to prevent anyone from tampering with the box. In the world today, only 2 people could unlock this fingerprint lock. One was Chen Wan'er, Elder Chen's own flesh and blood. The other was Elder Chen's soul-worthy disciple. The man slowly placed his finger on the fingerprint lock. A crisp ding sounded. The next second, accompanied by the sound of airbags deploying, the iron box, which had been tightly sealed, instantly opened a crack. Countless streams of cold air surged out of the box like dry ice sublimating. Elder Chen's seal had finally been broken by the man. Immediately afterward, the lid of the iron box slowly flipped open, revealing 10 black vials hidden inside. The 10 vials were arranged in 2 rows of 5, neatly aligned, each labeled with the name of its contents. Directly beneath each vial, the intensity of the specimen inside was marked in sequence with large traditional Chinese characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. The man scanned the 10 vials in the box, then pulled out the one at the very front of the first row. Little phage, intensity level, 1. The man murmured the name on the vial, his hand holding it trembling slightly. It felt as though he were about to release Satan, the devil, from his chains. The man's nerves began to fray involuntarily. "Don't be nervous. I'm here." Seeing this, Chenwana hurried forward and took the man's hand. This immediately calmed his nerves considerably. "Let us try this one with the lowest potency first. If it works, it'll prove my hypothesis is correct." Even as he spoke these words, the man wasn't entirely confident. If the experiment failed, the test subject would be killed by this tiny phage. At the same time, the phage would begin to multiply wildly within the petri dish. Immediately afterward, the laboratory would automatically activate emergency safety protocols, completely sealing them both along with the monster inside the metal box inside the chamber. All traces would be completely erased within this sealed chamber. And what would be erased wasn't just the two of them, it would also include Elder Chen's life's work inside that iron box. This was an extremely bold and risky plan. For the man, it was also a high-stakes gamble. If he won, it would help them both survive this crisis. If he lost, there would be no turning back. Though the cost of failure was immense, he did it for Chenwana and for his teacher's life's work. This time, even if a path of fire and swords lay ahead, he would forge through it. For you, I'm willing to take this gamble. Chapter 12, The Little Devourer. Evolving the endoplasmic reticulum requires 240 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Choose to evolve. Congratulations! You have spent 240 gene points to successfully evolve the endoplasmic reticulum. Health plus 10. Attack plus 10. As a beam of light hovering on the surface of the cell membrane penetrated his body, Ning Tian could clearly sense the subtle changes occurring within him. This tingling sensation was not the first time he had experienced it. He understood that this was the result of various nutrients and organelles interacting and functioning within his body. Once this process concluded, the newly evolved organelles would take shape within him, performing their unique functions to make Ning Tian's movements more efficient. I have 80 gene points left. The next evolution will require 480 points, and I'll need to absorb gene fragments from 4 more Paramecium to complete it. Ning Tian muttered to himself. Just then, 10 more Paramecium began appearing one after another in the culture medium. Oh, a spawn? Ning Tian was startled clearly. The observers above had started feeding him again. However, this time, he sensed something unusual in the new batch. Among the 10 Paramecium, there seemed to be a tiny, pitch-black creature mixed in. It was even smaller than the Paramecium, so small it was almost negligible. If not for Ning Tian's innate perceptual abilities, he wouldn't have been able to make out the little thing with the naked eye. Still, just to be safe, Ning Tian opened the creature's data panel to take a look. After all, it had been so long, the observers up there couldn't possibly keep letting him eat for free for no reason, could they? They had to throw in something challenging to test him. Maybe this little guy was sent by the monkey to test him? However, just a second ago, Ning Tian was still muttering confidently to himself. The next second, he was immediately proven wrong. Little Devourer. Level 1. Stage, single cell stage. Health 1. Stamina 1. Attack 1. Defense 1. Speed 1. The moment the stats appeared, a row of black lines appeared on Ning Tian's face. He felt insulted. Little Devourer? This thing is fucking weak as hell, okay? Don't even mention me, even a Paramecium could take it out with ease. But upon closer reflection, perhaps this culture medium was actually meant for raising Paramecium. Wasn't it possible that this little devourer was actually feed the observer had specifically prepared for the Paramecium? As the saying goes, big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Ning Tian himself was the big fish, those 10 Paramecia were the small fish, and the tiniest phage was the shrimp waiting to be eaten by the Paramecia. Well, whatever. I'll just let the Paramecia take care of this little guy on their own. With that, Ning Tian waved his flagellum and swam toward the nearest Paramecia. Stab shot, activate. 32. 35. 36. 33. 37. A row of bright red numbers appeared before him. The endoplasmic reticulum he had just evolved added 10 points to his attack attribute, which indirectly increased the damage of stab shot. Before the 5 Paramecia in front of him had a chance to get used to their new surroundings, they were instantly dispatched by the barrage of membrane barbs. In an instant, they turned into a pool of nutrient fluid and DNA fragments shimmering with golden light. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed 5 Paramecium DNA fragments, earning a total of 500 gene points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing 5 Paramecia. You have earned a total of 1000 nutrition points and 1000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Health plus 10, stamina plus 5. New evolution options have been unlocked. Current available paths: Golgi apparatus, ribosomes. Evolution path: ribosomes. Evolved into a particle composed of ribosomal RNA and dozens of different ribosomal proteins. It is primarily responsible for mRNA translation and protein folding, and is also one of the prerequisite organelles for unlocking division. Additional attributes: health plus 10, stamina plus 10. Reading the description of the evolution path, Ning Tian was taken aback. Another precursor organelle for cell division? If I unlock this, does that mean I'm one step closer to cell division? He wondered silently. However, even though he had absorbed the DNA fragments from these 5 Paramecia, he currently had only 580 gene points in total, enough for just one evolution. Never mind. I'll evolve the Golgi apparatus first. I'll have to put cell division on hold for now. Evolving the Golgi apparatus requires 480 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Choose to evolve. Congratulations! You have spent 480 gene points and successfully evolved the Golgi apparatus. Stamina plus 5, attack plus 5, defense plus 5. As a white light surged through him, Ning Tian's body began to buzz with activity, like a processing machine. However, before he could fully immerse himself in the joy of the evolution, he sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Ha! There were clearly 5 Paramecia just a moment ago. Why are there only 4 left? Within his sensory range, he could easily detect any changes in his environment. Initially, he had added a total of 10 Paramecia to the culture. He had consumed 5 himself, so there should still be 5 remaining. But in the brief moment he stepped away to evolve, one of the 5 had vanished in the blink of an eye. Could it be that these Paramecia got so hungry they started cannibalizing each other? Ning Tian wondered. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. Just as he began to slowly approach the remaining 4 Paramecia, a very strange scene unfolded within his sensory range. At some point, a black cell with 4 tentacle-like appendages had appeared within his sensory range. This black cell wasn't moving very fast. In fact, it was moving incredibly slowly. Yet those 4 tentacle-like appendages function like 4 arms, allowing it to easily reach anything nearby even without needing to move quickly. Suddenly, it appeared at the very edge of Ning Tian's sensory range, using its 4 slender appendages to deal with the vanished Paramecium. The 4 tentacles clamped down firmly on the surface of the Paramecium's cell membrane, then exerted all their strength to tear a massive gash in its body. A long, slender proboscis extended from the black cell, following the tear to penetrate deep into the Paramecium's body. It then began to frantically suck up the nutrients from the Paramecium's body, just like a straw. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining 4 Paramecia, as if they had seen a familiar specter, scattered in all directions to escape. Chapter 13, A Man-esque Conjecture. Delicious, delicious. The black cell ate with relish, emitting strange sounds from its mouth. Strange. This cell actually has consciousness? Is it a new species? Why don't I recall it from before? Ning Tian felt a twinge of surprise. It wasn't the black cell's bizarre behavior that surprised him. He was simply surprised that a creature would dare to compete with him for food on his own turf. What on earth is this thing? Ning Tian strained to recall his previous memories. Suddenly, he remembered that along with those 10 Paramecium, there had been another pitch-black thing called Little Phage. In the short time since, Little Phage had long since vanished from his sensory range. That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't that little guy have been eaten by the Paramecium ages ago? How is it still alive? Besides, judging by its size, it's clearly not even the same species as the one from before. The black cell before him was far larger than that little phage from earlier. It had grown to nearly the same size as the Paramecium. Moreover, its position in the food chain was clearly higher than that of the Paramecium. It had now targeted the Paramecium as prey, voraciously absorbing its nutrients. Wasn't this blatantly threatening Ning Tian's livelihood, forcing a showdown right on his doorstep? Too cocky. I've got to find a way to teach it a lesson. However, just then, the black cell seemed to sense Ning Tian's presence as well. It flung the Paramecium, now sucked dry and shriveled, aside with 4 tentacles. Then, the 4 tentacles drooped to the ground, propping up the main body like 4 legs, and it began to crawl rapidly through the liquid medium, resembling a 4-legged spider. It soon vanished from Ning Tian's sensory range. Damn, it runs pretty fast, doesn't it? Ning Tian quipped. Although he had no idea what this strange cell had been through, he instinctively opened the interface. However, the moment the information appeared on the screen, he was instantly thrown off balance. Little Devourer. Level 3. Stage, single cell stage. Health, 50. Stamina, 20. Attack, 10. Defense, 15. Speed, 1. Little Phage. Ning Tian's eyes widened. He never would have imagined that the spider-like creature from earlier was actually that original Little Phage, the tiny, pitch-black thing so small that even a Paramecium could bully it at will. In just the brief moment he let his guard down, it had already grown this large. A wave of fear instantly swept over Ning Tian like a tidal surge. Although the Little Devourer's current stats weren't particularly terrifying and were still far inferior to his own, it sent him a deeply unsettling signal. This Little Devourer was unlike other species. It wouldn't remain stagnant at a single tier of the food chain. It was an entity just like him, one that would grow and evolve gradually over time. In just this brief moment, it had already grown to the size of a Paramecium and evolved 4 arm-like appendages. This rate of growth was downright terrifying. Moreover, just moments ago, it had already absorbed the nutrients of an entire Paramecium. The next time he saw it, its stats would certainly be nothing like this. No, if I let this continue, it'll become a major menace. I have to find a way to completely eliminate it before it fully matures. A warning bell began to ring in Ning Tian's mind. Without a second thought, he swung his flagellum and swam toward the 4 scattered Paramecium. He understood that the only way to halt the Little Devourer's growth now was to quickly dispose of these Paramecium. Any one of these 4 Paramecium would be an enormous source of nourishment for the Little Devourer. If even one fell into its hands, it would inevitably lead to irreversible consequences. I must eliminate it completely before the dust settles. Mission 4: Eliminate the escaped micro-predator. Mission reward: Gene points plus 1000. Mission hint: this is a phased mission divided into 2 stages. Completing either stage will grant half the point reward. Stage 1: Absorb nutrients from 4 Paramecium 04. Mission description: Paramecium are currently the primary source of nutrients for the Little Devourer. Kill the Paramecium and consume all their nutrients to halt the Little Devourer's evolution. In the laboratory, a chilling atmosphere began to spread unchecked. Late winter was approaching, and the lab should have had both the air conditioner and the heater running to provide researchers with basic comfort. However, at this moment in the Chun Microbiology Laboratory, both the heating and air conditioning were turned off. A cold and tense atmosphere hung heavy in the air. The man's hands were already so cold they were trembling, not a trace of color remained on the backs of his hands. Yet despite this, he remained diligently bent over the microscope, intently observing every movement within the culture medium. Just then, Chenwana walked in from outside carrying a stainless steel thermos. Her slender, fair hands lifted the lid, and a cloud of steam billowed out. "Take a break. I made you a cup of hot tea. You've been staring at that culture medium for over an hour now." Chenwana held the thermos out to the man, speaking with a touch of concern. "No, the culture medium must be monitored around the clock. The slightest anomaly requires immediate action. At a critical moment like this, I can't afford to be careless for even a moment." The man waved his hand in polite refusal, his gaze never leaving the microscope's lens. It was freezing outside, but he wouldn't let Chenwana turn on the air conditioner. He knew full well that if the temperature in the lab rose, it would create an environment conducive to the growth of the phages. These monsters multiplied at an alarming rate. Once exposed to a favorable environment, they would begin to reproduce endlessly, and the consequences would be unimaginable. That was precisely why, at a time like this, he couldn't afford to make such a basic mistake. "At least take a break. You've been staring at that culture medium since yesterday, and you're still at it now. If this keeps up, your body will eventually be worn down by it." Chenwana closed the lid on her thermos and set it down, deeply concerned for the man's well-being. "There are many in this city who work harder than I do, and many who quietly contribute to society. What we're doing isn't just changing our own destinies, it's also altering the course of the entire world." The man stared silently at the cells under the microscope, his face expressionless. He cared more about the battle unfolding in the culture medium than about his own health. On one side was a new species that could save the lab from ruin, on the other, the culmination of his mentor's life's work. To him, both were equally vital. So vital that he had cast all other matters aside. He feared that in the briefest moment of distraction, the little devourer might kill their crucial experimental subject and then, while he wasn't looking, begin to multiply rapidly in the culture medium. As Elder Chen's star pupil, he had a certain understanding of the legacy left behind in Elder Chen's box. Even if it was the weakest, rated only 1, he still couldn't afford to be careless. A single moment of distraction could lead to catastrophic consequences at any time. Hearing the man's words, Chenwana began to feel a pang of guilt. She slowly lowered her head, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. Yes, the man before her had fully inherited his father's legacy. As the successor to the laboratory, he was indeed the most suitable candidate. If Elder Chen hadn't suffered a sudden illness all those years ago and left without a will, how could she, as a direct descendant, have inherited this laboratory? If she hadn't been so spoiled, willful, and unambitious in her younger years, how could the Chen laboratory have fallen into such a state today? Putting it all together, it seemed as though every step she had taken had been a mistake. The only thing she hadn't done wrong was trusting the man standing before her. He was gentle and understanding, like a warm harbor that had provided Chenwana with a place to anchor. If only he had been the one to inherit the lab from the start. Chenwana lowered her head, murmuring to herself. Suddenly, as if something had occurred to her, she turned her gaze toward the man and asked, "By the way, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to use data's research to verify your hypothesis. What exactly is your hypothesis?" Hearing this, the man paused. He lifted his gaze from the microscope's eyepiece, turned his head toward her, and looked at Chenwana intently as he asked, "Are you sure you want to hear it? What are you talking about?" "Of course I want to hear it, why else would I ask?" Chenwana found the man's words somewhat baffling. The man straightened his posture, stepped away from the microscope, and walked straight toward the laboratory's freezer. "Although this is just a hypothesis of mine, I'm 9/10 certain it's correct." As he spoke, he took the metal box out of the freezer, unlocked the fingerprint lock on it, and handed it to Chenwana. One of the 10 vials inside the metal box had already been removed. The level 1 phage had been taken by him for experimentation. "This is the legacy left behind by your father and my mentor before he passed away. It contains all the cells he researched during his lifetime," the man said meticulously. "Of course I know that, But what does this have to do with your hypothesis? Chen Wan asked, looking puzzled. If my hypothesis is correct, then our experimental subject likely possesses the ability to self-replicate and self-evolve. This ability is evidenced by the evolution of both the flagellum and membrane bark structures. Yes, that is right. Chen Wan'er nodded. The man continued. And during his lifetime, the professor's most important research subjects were precisely these cells with the ability to self-evolve and self-replicate. These cells, possessing the capacity for evolution and reproduction, ultimately resort to various means to replicate themselves in order to perpetuate their own existence. And out of countless research subjects, after countless rounds of screening and elimination, the professor ultimately selected only 10 research samples. He selected these 10 samples and collectively named them forbidden cells. Chapter 14: Forbidden Cells. Forbidden cells are the result of artificial selection and cultivation. Through countless rounds of screening, the professor retained the desirable traits and, using genetic engineering, inserted these traits into the genetic segments of each research sample. And based on factors such as the destructive potential, growth rate, reproductive capacity, and environmental adaptability exhibited by each sample, he ranked the 10 samples in order of intensity, from 1 to 10, arranging them from weakest to strongest into 10 distinct intensity levels. Therefore, these 10 forbidden cells represent the culmination of the professor's life's work. Although these 10 cells vary in potency and possess distinct abilities and traits, they share a commonality closely aligned with the experimental objective: they all possess the ability to self-evolve and self-replicate. Chen Wan'er nodded repeatedly from the side, though she was completely baffled by what she was hearing. Although she was elder Chen's biological daughter and a blood relative, she didn't seem to have inherited even a shred of her father's scientific talent. She paused for a moment, then wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth that had fallen while she dozed off, and asked, "But after all that, what does this have to do with your hypothesis?" That's precisely the crux of the matter. Forbidden cells are the result of artificial genetic engineering, which is why they possess the ability to self-evolve and self-replicate. But the experimental subject we have is different. This cell hasn't been artificially modified, it formed naturally, as if it possessed this evolutionary ability from the moment it was born. And there are surely many secrets about it that we haven't even imagined yet. Adding Paramecium doesn't stimulate it. Only by introducing forbidden cells which, like it, possess the ability to self-evolve and self-replicate can we achieve the desired effect, making it sense a threat and thereby unleashing its full potential. Han Heavy Industries headquarters. A luxurious residence sits atop the building. Unlike the bustling workplaces within the building, this is a unique private mansion. The tranquil and soothing atmosphere inside the residence stood in stark contrast to the noisy environment within the building. Inside, the air conditioner periodically sent a gentle stream of warm air. The air purifier ran 24 hours a day, infusing the air with a fresh, bamboo-like fragrance. A massive digital TV and multimedia equipment added a touch of modernity to the residence. A man dressed in a black suit with a neatly tied tie stands before the apartment's massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the bright glass, the bustling nightscape of the entire city unfolds before his eyes. Just then, a black sedan approaches from the distant street, passes through an intersection, and comes to a smooth stop at the base of the building. 3 young men in black uniforms opened the doors and stepped out of the car in unison. 2 of them were about to dash into the building, but were abruptly stopped by their companion, who had emerged from the rear right seat of the sedan. The 2 exchanged a glance, then froze in place, listening to the scolding from their companion in the rear right seat. Separated by the window glass and hundreds of feet of height, the man couldn't make out what his companion was scolding them about, but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he chuckled softly. He then turned and walked toward the bar inside. He took a wine glass from the bar, poured red wine into it until it covered a third of the glass, and then took a whiff of the aroma. Several minutes later, the elevator chime in the apartment finally rang. The entire apartment complex was designed with a private elevator access system. The elevator led directly into the residence, and only those with a dedicated access card could gain permission to reach this floor. Most people carrying such access cards were direct subordinates of the man in the suit. At this hour, they were likely here to hand over a mission. The elevator doors slowly opened inside the apartment. The man in the black uniform, who had been scolding his companion downstairs just moments ago, appeared in the elevator. The instant the doors opened, his expression softened considerably. Although he had clearly been angry just minutes earlier, he now wore a smile. The man in the suit stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the man in black. Swirling a glass of red wine, he asked expressionlessly, "How did it go with the task I assigned you?" The man with the friendly face had barely stepped out of the elevator and steadied himself when he addressed the man in the suit with the utmost deference. "Young Master Han, the listening devices you requested have been fully deployed in the Chun laboratories. You can now receive audio feeds from inside the lab via remote signal." With that, he pulled out a black, tube-shaped wireless remote control and placed it on the table to his left. "This is the signal receiver for the listening devices. Please take a look." "I see. Leave it there for now. You may go." Han Yimou swirled his wineglass, his tone calm. His gaze was fixed on the ground floor. The black sedan hadn't driven away yet. The two young men who'd just been scolded by Hishanmian were crouched downstairs, smoking in silence, muttering something to each other. "Yes, sir." Behind him, Hishanmian replied and turned to leave. Just then, Han Yimou suddenly called out to him. "By the way, how did those two assistants you found perform during the mission?" Upon hearing this, Hishanmian stood frozen in place for a long moment. Then he turned back and spoke bluntly. "They were decent enough. They're reliable enough, but they're inexperienced and a bit hot-headed. They still need some polishing." Hearing this, Han Yimou smiled. He stopped swirling the wineglass in his hand and said calmly, "I see. You may go now." "Yes, sir." The elevator doors closed slowly behind him. Han Yimou turned toward the desk, picked up the tube-shaped remote control, and pressed a button, directing the sound toward the hall. The speakers on the surrounding walls began to adjust their angles, focusing the sound directly on Han Yimou. Soon, the 4D surround sound system began playing the recording from the laboratory on a loop. The man's voice from the lab sounded strangely intimate in the room's acoustics. "Forbidden cells? Haha, interesting." Han Yimou swirled the red wine in his glass thoughtfully, smiling meaningfully. The rich aroma of the red wine quickly wafted from the glass. He brought the glass closer to his nose and took a deep sniff. Then, satisfied, he drained the glass in one gulp. Outside the window, the city lay bathed in the glow of twinkling lights, seemingly full of vitality. Under the cover of the neon lights, secret deals began to stir, like undercurrents. Beneath the cover of night lay the city's darkest underbelly. Han Yimou finished his drink with a look of satisfaction, then pressed the download button on the remote control. Not far away, the computer on the desk booted up on its own, its eerie fluorescent screen slowly glowing in the darkness. The incoming audio signals were gradually converted into audio files. Chapter 15, Mitochondrion, Day and Night Without Rest. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed 4 DNA fragments from Paramecium, earning a total of 400 gene points. Congratulations on successfully consuming 4 Paramecium, earning a total of 800 nutrition points and 800 experience points. Phew, finally, the last one. Ning Tian took a slow, deep breath. While digesting the nutrients from the last Paramecium, he sat quietly in place, resting and waiting for his stamina to slowly replenish. Earlier, when the little predator was hunting that lone Paramecium, it had scared away the other 4 nearby Paramecium. To prevent those 4 Paramecium from falling into the little predator's clutches again, Ning Tian decisively adopted a strategy of racing against the clock. Before the 4 Paramecium could spread too far apart, he quickly activated the Accelerate skill, consuming 25 points of his stamina to gain double movement speed. With each pursuit, the moment a Paramecium entered range, he would immediately activate a thrust and shoot combo to take it down in one go. Once a Paramecium was eliminated, he would collect the nutrients left behind, then turn and chase the next one. Back and forth, he consumed 75 stamina points, leaving him with only 10 remaining. His body also began to show signs of fatigue. Fortunately, having evolved the mitochondrion, his stamina regenerates at a decent pace. Even so, he is unlikely to be able to take any further action for a while. Mission Phase 4, Stage 1 complete, plus 500 gene points. Stage 2, eliminate 0-1 small devourers. Stage 2 reward, plus 500 gene points. Mission description: the small phage has become the primary threat in the nutrient solution. Defeat the small phage to claim the full remaining point reward. After receiving the 500-point reward for the stage, Ning Tian now had a total of 1,000 gene points. I can complete the next evolution, Ning Tian murmured to himself. Since his stamina wasn't fully replenished yet, he might as well take this opportunity to complete the evolution first. With that in mind, he decisively opened the interface. Evolve ribosomes. Requires 960 gene points. Proceed? Proceed. Congratulations! You have spent 960 gene points to successfully evolve ribosomes. Health plus 10, stamina plus 10. A white light flickered around him, accompanied by a faint, itchy tingling sensation throughout his body. In an instant, the ribosome had evolved within Ning Tian's body. While his maximum stamina increased by 10 points, it also restored 10 points to him, which inadvertently sped up his recovery rate. This evolution cost 960 points, so the next one should cost 1,920 points, right? Ning Tian's mind raced through the calculations, a wave of pain washing over him. At this rate, he would have to sacrifice another 20 Paramecium before he could complete his next evolution. This place was different from a game world where you level up by defeating monsters. In games, once a character reaches a certain level, the rate of leveling slows down, or they may even stop gaining experience entirely. All it takes is switching to a higher level map to solve that problem. Ning Tian was different. The environment he was in wasn't a game world, but a real deal cell culture medium. There was no such thing as grinding monsters for levels. All sources of nutrients and experience points depended entirely on what the observer above him dropped in. If he was lucky, they'd drop Paramecium in every day for him to scavenge for free. If he was unlucky, they'd drop a small phagocyte or an enhanced version of one, which he'd wipe out in a matter of minutes. Whether or not he changes maps isn't up to him, it all depends on the mood of the observers above. I wonder what kind of evolutionary path the next upgrade will unlock. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've encountered a hidden evolution path. Ning Tian began to wonder if he'd used up all his luck the last time he unlocked the hidden path, Membrane Barb. If that were the case, wouldn't it be absolutely miserable? With every evolution, the points required would multiply exponentially. And he couldn't change maps. Nor did he have a reliable, stable source of gene points. Without a hidden path to fall back on, continuing like this would only make the road ahead increasingly difficult. Never mind. Worrying about that now is just fretting over nothing. I'll just upgrade the few unupgraded organelles first. With that, Ning Tian opened the enhancement page on the interface. So far, he had accumulated a total of 2,400 nutrition points. It looked like that should be enough for him to splurge on for a while. Congratulations on spending 60 nutrition points to enhance the mitochondrion, upgrading it to a high-yield mitochondrion. Congratulations on spending 65 nutrition points to enhance the high-yield mitochondrion, upgrading it to a frenetic mitochondrion. Congratulations on spending 70 nutrition points to enhance the frenetic mitochondrion, upgrading it to a rapid production mitochondrion. Congratulations! You spent 75 nutrition points to enhance the rapid production mitochondrion, upgrading it to a non-stop mitochondrion. Organ, non-stop mitochondrion perfect. Additional attributes: stamina plus 50, attack power plus 25, stamina regeneration speed plus 100%. Description: compared to the high-output mitochondrion, the non-stop mitochondrion features a more convoluted inner membrane, increasing the contact area between the inner membrane and the matrix. It also contains a higher volume of fluid within the matrix, enabling it to produce energy non-stop day and night. It remains in a constant state of readiness, significantly boosting production efficiency. After upgrading to the non-stop mitochondrion, Ning Tian could clearly feel his stamina recovery rate instantly multiply several times over. It was as if 3G had instantly switched to 5G. The progress bar seemed to have boarded a rocket, loading to completion in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but the exhaustion that had left him mired in a quagmire just moments ago was swept away in an instant. Suddenly, his mind felt much clearer. He felt refreshed and revitalized. It had been ages since he'd felt this young. Ahem. Alright, next. Ning Tian, riding the momentum, prepared to use his remaining 2,130 points to enhance the rest of his organelles as well. However, just as he was about to begin, a familiar figure suddenly appeared within his sensory range. Ning Tian's mind instantly went on high alert. He waved his flagellum to turn in the water, then faced the figure. The arrival was none other than the little phage that had just vanished from his field of vision. In the brief moments since, the little phage had grown significantly larger. Not only that, but it had evolved 2 additional segments. Now, these 6 segments supported its body as it crawled slowly toward Ning Tian. Its mouth kept chanting, "Food, food, more food." In its eyes, Ning Tian seemed to have completely transformed from a threat into nothing more than food. "Ha, I never thought you'd actually come right to me? Perfect saves me the trouble of hunting you down." With that, a faint smile touched Ning Tian's lips, and he swung his flagellum, charging fiercely toward the little devourer. Chapter 16, The Little Devourer's Defense Mechanism. As he charged, rows of membrane barbs, hidden beneath the cell membrane, rose to attention. They formed sharp, razor-like spikes, their tips aimed directly at the little devourer's nuclear membrane. At the same time, Stab Shot had finished cooling down. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian activated the skill. Stab Shot, activate. In the next second, row after row of membrane barbs fired out in perfect unison. They swept an entire fan-shaped area ahead into their line of fire. And with the little phage currently situated right in the center of that fan-shaped area, it had virtually nowhere to hide. Ning Tian slowly curled the corners of his mouth upward, looking utterly confident of victory. The distance and range had all been meticulously planned in advance. The reason he chose to activate it mid-sprint was twofold. First, to allow the thrust shot skill to finish cooling down. Second, to prevent the little devourer from escaping again. Releasing the skill too early would inevitably alert the enemy if it happened to be right on the edge of the fan-shaped area. The little devourer could easily escape using its 6 legs. By sprinting a short distance before casting the skill, he could catch his opponent completely off guard. As long as it didn't anticipate Ning Tian using a long-range tactic like thrust shot. Once it entered the core of the fan-shaped area, it would be unable to escape. However, at this critical moment, a green glow suddenly surged across the surface of the little devourer. A dark green substance, resembling a thick membrane, appeared without warning on the little devourer's surface. 0. 0. 0. The membrane barb struck the dark green membrane without fail. It resulted in an unbelievable damage loss effect. 0. Ning Tian was instantly thrown into a panic. He stared wide-eyed, watching in disbelief as the 0 numbers appeared one after another above the little devourer's head. His spirits plummeted in an instant. Ning Tian's attack had actually dealt 0 damage. Even to Ning Tian himself, this seemed inconceivable. Based on his current attack rating of 95, multiplied by a 50% skill damage bonus, the final damage his stab shot should have dealt should have fluctuated between 45 and 50 points. Yet this attack had actually dealt 0 damage. It was hard to imagine just how terrifyingly advanced this little devourer's defensive stats had become. Could a mere Paramecium have evolved into a being capable of surpassing Ning Tian? Ning Tian couldn't believe it. But what was even harder to believe was yet to come. Before he could slow down, his entire body flew forward due to inertia and soon slammed heavily into the little devourer. Boom! The membrane barb structure pierced deep into the little devourer's body. At the same time, a damage number slowly floated up from above Ning Tian's head. 0. Ning Tian stared blankly at the scene. He hadn't expected that the little devourer, just like him, had also triggered a damage loss effect on him. Seeing this, Ning Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, its growth attributes aren't as terrifying as I imagined. But immediately afterward, another question arose. Strange. If its attack value can't penetrate my defense, why aren't my attacks effective against it? Logically speaking, a cell's attack and defense values should increase in proportion to one another. As attack power grows, defense attributes should also increase slightly. Although the rates of increase differ, the gap shouldn't be too significant. It's highly unlikely to see such a severe imbalance where defense is excessively high while damage is disproportionately low. Yet just moments ago, Ning Tian's thrusting shots had landed several miss hits on the little devourer. Based on the numerical calculations, this little devourer's defense had already risen to at least 50 points. Therefore, its attack value must necessarily exceed that figure. It should be around 65 to 70 points at the very least. Attack stats in this range should certainly be capable of dealing damage to Ning Tian at his current stage. Yet, in reality, not only did the little devourer fail to penetrate Ning Tian's defense, it actually ended up raking Ning Tian's body with a barrage of stabs. 0. 0. 0. Ha! What is going on? My full 95 attack points can't even hurt it. This completely baffled Ning Tian. He instinctively swam back half a step to create some distance from the little devourer, then immediately opened its data template. Row after row of data clearly appeared before him. Little devourer. Level 5. Stage mycelium. Health 100. Stamina 50. Attack 30. Defense 115. Cell wall plus 100. Speed 1. Cell wall? Seeing that term, Ning Tian froze in surprise. He hadn't expected that behind the little devourer's defense stat lay an additional bonus attribute. Over 100 points of defense were entirely attributed to this bonus. And the culprit behind it all was that thing called the cell wall. Who would have thought that a perfectly ordinary little phage could see its defense skyrocket by 100 points just from the extra boost of the cell wall? This stat boost is way too overpowered. Ning Tian grumbled inwardly. However, the very next second, he noticed that as he moved away from the little phage, the dark green substance on the surface of its cell membrane began to gradually fade. It felt just like when a boss in a video game is pulled out of combat and its skill effects gradually fade away. At that moment, the little phage's stats panel showed its defense attribute gradually returning to its normal value of 15. I knew it. This is the real little phage. Sure enough, only a little phage that can be trampled on is the kind everyone loves to see. Ning Tian thought to himself, speaking from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, all the frustration in his heart was swept away. However, he soon realized that this cell wall had become the problem he must overcome right now. Unless he dealt with this layer of defense, Ning Tian would be unable to inflict any damage on it. Based on the series of events that had just unfolded, Ning Tian concluded that this cell wall was not something the little devourer had activated on its own. Because right when he had fired his shot just a moment ago, the phage clearly hadn't had time to react, so it couldn't have activated its defenses on its own. Therefore, it was evident that Ning Tian's attack had triggered the phage's defense mechanism. This mechanism, governed by the phage's genetic memory, activates automatically when its life is under severe threat, causing a layer of viscous compound to solidify on the surface of the cell membrane. In the face of this defense, any piercing or projectile attacks would be rendered ineffective. So, judging by this mechanism, it was clear that offensive tactics like feigned ambushes wouldn't work. To solve this problem, he would have to confront it head-on. However, with Ning Tian's current arsenal, he clearly had no way of breaching this cell wall in the short term. Wait a minute, a mucus compound? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ning Tian. A clever plan gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 17, Protein Research Lab. If I recall correctly, the primary functions of ribosomes in the endoplasmic reticulum are to synthesize proteins and secretions within the cell. If I enhance these two systems, there might be a way to deal with the cell wall. With that in mind, Ning Tian decisively opened the enhancement panel. Enhance ribosomes. Enhancing ribosomes requires 80 nutrition points. Enhancement initiated. Success. Ribosomes upgraded to basic type ribosomes. Enhance again. Congratulations! You have spent 85 nutrition points to enhance basic type ribosomes, upgrading them to civilian grade ribosomes. Congratulations! You spent 90 nutrition points to upgrade the civilian grade ribosomes to industrial grade ribosomes. Congratulations! You spent 95 nutrition points to upgrade the industrial grade ribosomes to military grade ribosomes. Organ, military grade ribosomes perfect. Health plus 50, stamina plus 50. Description: increases the variety and quantity of ribosomal RNA and ribosomal proteins, while also adding countless carrier proteins, allowing the ribosomes to participate in the synthesis of a wider variety of proteins. Looking at the enhanced ribosomes, Ning Tian felt a vague sense of disappointment welling up inside him. It seems there are only standard attribute bonuses, no special abilities have been unlocked. Previously, when he had upgraded the flagellum, membrane barb, and mitochondrion to the perfect tier, they had all unlocked some special abilities to varying degrees. For example, reduced stamina consumption, increased stamina regeneration, or even the direct unlocking of a new skill. In comparison, the ribosome S upgrade seemed as ordinary as could be. With that thought, Ning Tian shook his head, then shifted his gaze to the endoplasmic reticulum. At the moment, his endoplasmic reticulum hadn't been enhanced yet and remained at the most basic common tier. Maybe I'll try the endoplasmic reticulum next. Let us see if enhancing it unlocks any special functions. With that, he began the enhancement process again. Enhance the endoplasmic reticulum. Enhancing the endoplasmic reticulum requires 100 nutrition points. Enhancement initiated. Success! The endoplasmic reticulum has been upgraded to a quality-inspected endoplasmic reticulum. Enhance again. Congratulations! You have spent 105 nutrition points to enhance the quality-inspected endoplasmic reticulum, upgrading it to a household-grade endoplasmic reticulum. Congratulations! You have spent 110 nutrition points to enhance the household-grade endoplasmic reticulum, upgrading it to an engineering-grade endoplasmic reticulum. Congratulations! You spent 115 nutrition points to upgrade the engineering-grade endoplasmic reticulum to research-grade endoplasmic reticulum. Organ, research-grade endoplasmic reticulum perfect. Health plus 50, attack plus 50. Description: increases the complexity of the reticulum S folds, expands the space within the vesicles and tubules, providing more contact surfaces for higher grade ribosomes while also facilitating the synthesis of a wider variety of proteins. Since you have upgraded both your ribosomes and endoplasmic reticulum to the perfect tier, a new feature has been unlocked for you: the Protein Research Lab. Protein Research Lab, the research-grade endoplasmic reticulum provides you with a larger saccular and tubular space. Here, you can conduct research on various types of proteins. Additionally, you can analyze DNA fragments absorbed from other species to obtain more research protocols. Protein Research Lab? Seeing the prompt, Ning Tian's heart leapt with joy. Perhaps I can find a way to counteract the cell walls on the phagocytes there. Without delay, he opened the Protein Research Lab interface and began his research. Current research. Available research: signaling protein. Signaling protein consumes 20 stamina points to synthesize a receptor protein within the cell. This receptor protein can be secreted outside the cell and recognized by other cells, thereby issuing commands to the target cell. Researching command protein requires 200 nutrition points. Proceed? Proceed. Congratulations! 200 nutrition points have been spent. Research on command protein has begun. Research duration: 1 minute. Wait, there's a research duration. Ning Tian froze for a moment, then cried out in alarm. If he couldn't move during the research and the little phage took advantage of the situation to sneak attack him from behind, that would be disastrous. However, Ning Tian's worries were clearly unfounded. Because the little phage had already made a clean getaway during the reinforcement process he'd just undergone. Right now, out of Ning Tian's sight, it was scavenging and sneaking a bite of the remaining nutrients in the culture medium. Phew! With that thought, Ning Tian let out a sigh of relief. He then settled down where he was, waiting for the research on the signaling protein to begin. Ever since the experiment started, his body had been completely immobilized. It felt as though every part of his body had entered a state of hibernation, channeling all its energy to the endoplasmic reticulum for the research. Who would VE thought these organelles were so united? Ning Tian clicked his tongue. Although the wait was only a minute. During that minute when he was unable to move, it felt like an eternity to Ning Tian. Congratulations! The signal protein research is complete. You can now synthesize signal proteins via the research-grade endoplasmic reticulum. Synthesis will consume 20 stamina points. Synthesis quantity, 1, cooldown, 30 seconds. Soon, the minute passed, and the system popped up a notification that the command protein research was complete. Ning Tian was finally released from his state of extreme boredom. He could feel every function in his body gradually returning to normal after the research concluded. His body could move freely again. This feeling, akin to being released from prison, made Ning Tian feel as though he'd been reborn. As luck would have it, the little phage had just finished collecting a round of proteins and glucose. Its 6 legs once again supported the black main body as it crawled leisurely toward Ning Tian. Clearly, the proteins and glucose were no longer sufficient to sustain its upcoming upgrade and evolution. And there were no other paramecia in the surrounding environment. So, in its field of vision, the only remaining source of nutrients was Ning Tian's single cell. Those 6 legs had clearly set their sights on Ning Tian, the only one capable of providing nourishment. What's this? Have those other things lost their appeal, or do you think I'm more nutritious? Watching the little devourer return to his sensory range, Ning Tian smiled slightly, unable to resist a bit of sarcasm in his mind. Without hesitation, he opened the little devourer's data panel. Little devourer. Level, 6. Stage, microbial. Health, 120. Stamina, 70. Attack, 50. Defense, 25. Speed, 1. Sure enough, things were exactly as he'd anticipated. After a round of nutrient collection, the little devourer had successfully leveled up. Its attributes had also improved slightly compared to before. In its current state, it had likely reached a leveling plateau. Neither protein nor glucose was providing it with further nourishment. That was why it had come back to find Ning Tian. However, even after leveling up, these stats were still no match for Ning Tian. Ning Tian was only concerned with how to break through its outer cell wall. As for everything else, he was fully confident he could crush it. And now, he already held the key to victory in his hands. Chapter 18, Command Protein breaks through the defense, successfully eliminates the phage. Come on, this is the perfect chance to show you my new move. Ning Tian focused his mind, having already mapped out a strategy to defeat his opponent in his mind. Accelerate, activate. Accompanied by a low growl in his mind, the water adhering to the surface of Ning Tian's cell membrane instantly diffused outward, gradually forming a series of intricate ripples from the inside out. The ripples spread across the surface of the culture medium, creating a wave-like field centered on Ning Tian. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%. The acceleration skill had boosted Ning Tian's movement speed to 62. At this speed, the little phage's 6 legs clearly couldn't keep up. But activating acceleration didn't mean he was going to attack. Ning Tian had no intention of launching a frontal assault on the little devourer. Instead, he drifted away in the opposite direction. From the little devourer's perspective, this movement signaled retreat. Seeing its prey about to slip away right under its nose, the little devourer began to grow anxious. Food, food. Its eyes betrayed an instinctive craving for food and nutrients. So it began to flap its 6 long black legs even more vigorously, accelerating its pace. Ning Tian did not plan to use the command protein right away to break through the little devourer's defense mechanism. Using it head-on might result in it being intercepted by the little devourer's tentacles. This secret weapon should be used stealthily when it wasn't paying attention. Furthermore, synthesizing command proteins takes time. Although they couldn't be synthesized instantly, Ning Tian could store the completed command proteins inside his body. It's important to note that the primary organ responsible for protein transport within a cell is the Golgi apparatus. By inhibiting the Golgi apparatus' function, he could temporarily trap the command protein synthesized in the endoplasmic reticulum within the Golgi vesicles. This allowed Ning Tian to retain these command proteins within his body. When they are needed, he can reactivate the Golgi apparatus to release all the command proteins stored in the vesicles. This achieves the effect of secreting the command proteins. However, the single-use capacity of this weapon is limited, so it cannot be used openly and brazenly. It must be like a poison-tipped dagger, hidden beneath a tablecloth, waiting to strike. As for that tablecloth, Ning Tian swam out a short distance. By now, the small phage had long since descended into near madness due to its craving and hunger for food. It had let down all its defenses, pouring all its energy into chasing Ning Tian. At that very moment, the signaling proteins had finished synthesizing inside Ning Tian. Just then, Ning Tian seized the moment. He slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt in his tracks, then swung his flagellum to turn around, facing the charging little devourer head-on. Stab barrage, activate. Row after row of stabs were launched directly at the little devourer without warning. A dense hail of barbs instantly blanketed the entire fan-shaped area ahead. Yet the phagocyte showed not the slightest sign of panic. Having weathered the previous round of combat, it no longer feared this tactic. In its eyes, this was merely Ning Tian resorting to the same old tricks utterly ineffective against its impenetrable defense. Sure enough, just as the rows of gleaming membrane barbs were about to make contact with the little devourer's body, that layer of dark green cell wall appeared on its surface as expected. The little devourer seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. Even as Ning Tian activated his skill, it had no intention of slowing down or stopping. It charged straight toward Ning Tian, braving the rows of sharp barbs at the risk of its own life. 0. 0. 0. The same defensive mechanism triggered. The same damage loss effect. But this time, the little devourer didn't notice a thing. Amidst the barrage of barbed arrows Ning Tian unleashed, there was a substance with a fluorescent speck. This substance was perfectly camouflaged within the dense barrage of spears. So much so that the phage didn't detect it at all. That speck of light moved like a worm while the barrage of spears was blocked outside the cell wall. It bypassed the cell wall's defense system entirely. It was recognized by receptor proteins on the phage's surface and successfully burrowed into the phage's cell membrane. It directly altered the phagocyte's internal genetic code, issuing new commands to its defense mechanisms. Deactivate all defense mechanisms. In an instant, the cell wall on the surface shattered into pieces, flaking off like shards of glass. At the same time, the duration of the acceleration effect ended. The rippling field surrounding Ning Tian gradually faded. Immediately, the acceleration skill entered its cooldown. Having completed the skill sequence, Ning Tian had consumed a total of 55 stamina points, leaving him with 105 remaining. He certainly had more than enough stamina to evade the phagocyte. But he had no intention of moving even half a step to the side. Instead, he remained motionless, quietly waiting for the phagocyte to approach. The little devourer was completely oblivious to the changes occurring on its cell wall. As it drew closer to Ning Tian, a long-absent look of excitement spread across its face. Food. I want food. Its 6 arms shot out simultaneously, like 6 demonic claws, reaching out to grab Ning Tian. Meanwhile, its main body extended its long, tubular mouthparts, already primed and ready to feed. 8. 6. 5, 3. Ning Tian silently counted the distance between himself and the little phage in his mind. Only when the distance was less than 3 cellular units did he slowly release the icy bladed spikes concealed beneath his membrane. These spikes were a reserve he had kept inside his body. They hadn't been deployed during the previous barrage. Instead, they were hidden beneath the cell membrane, saved for a moment of need. The earlier barrage had merely been a feint, providing cover for the infiltration of the command proteins. The true decisive damage actually came from this reserve kept within his body. 135. 133. 137. As expected, the moment the 6 tentacles made contact with Ning Tian's surface spines, bright red numbers appeared on them simultaneously. In an instant, the 6 tentacles dissolved into pools of black liquid at Ning Tian's feet. These 6 numbers were calculated separately, representing only the damage sustained by the 6 tentacles. Due to the great distance, the membrane-barbed structure had not yet damaged the main body. Even so, having lost 6 tentacles, the little devourer quickly lost all mobility. A speed of 1, while sufficient for basic movement, was practically equivalent to a standstill when compared to Ning Tian's speed of 31. Seeing that the small predator was no longer moving, Ning Tian swam right up to it without hesitation. He swam leisurely to the small predator's front. He then exposed all the thick, erect, cold glinting membrane barbs on his body and thrust them into the small predator's body. This time, the cell wall did not open as expected. 110. A bright red number floated out from above the small phage's head. Chapter 19, Cell Wall Unlocked, A New Path of Evolution. One-hit kill. The small phage never would have dreamed of it. Ning Tian's attack power was a staggering 135 points. This was a being far superior to it, one capable of utterly crushing it. Without the extra 100 points of defense provided by the cell wall. With only 25 defense points to its name, it was as fragile as an ant in the face of Ning Tian. The cell wall had once restored a shred of confidence in its place in the food chain. But now, without it, it was weaker than even the dregs of food. Its inflated ambition and insatiable appetite had ultimately led to its utter annihilation in the face of this overwhelming power. Congratulations on successfully defeating Little Phage. Mission Phase 4, Stage 2 complete. Gene points plus 500. The little phage's black cell membrane was now riddled with holes pierced by the cold, gleaming membrane barbs. These holes were densely packed across the surface of the cell membrane, then began to spread rapidly, gradually expanding. Eventually, they completely disintegrated the entire layer of the cell membrane. In the spot where the little devourer had been, all that remained was a pool of lifeless, luminous substance and a genetic fragment glowing with a golden light. Phew, this thing must be worth a lot more than a paramecium, right? Ning Tian thought to himself, then slowly swam over to absorb all the nutrients left behind by the little devourer. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the microphage. You have gained 500 nutrition points and 500 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 9. Health plus 10, stamina plus 5. New evolution path unlocked. Current available evolution direction, cell nucleus. Evolution direction, cell nucleus. Evolve into a cellular structure composed of the nuclear envelope, chromatin, nucleolus, and nuclear matrix. This is the most important structure within the cell. It serves as the control center for cellular genetics and metabolism, as well as the primary site for the storage, replication, and transcription of genetic information. It is also the core organelle required to unlock division. Additional attributes: health plus 100, stamina plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50. Hint: all prerequisite organelles required for division have now been unlocked. Evolving the cell nucleus will unlock the division function for the host, advancing the host cell from the single cell stage to the next stage. How come it's only 500 nutrition points? Ning Tian felt a slight pang of disappointment. He had expected to get a lot of nutrition points from this mini-boss level creature. Who would VE thought it was only 300 points more than a paramecium? It really just looked like a beefed-up version of a paramecium. Ah, never mind. After all, given its level, getting this much is already pretty good. Ning Tian consoled himself, thinking that something was better than nothing. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze to the genetic fragment left behind by the small phage. At that moment, the DNA fragment was arranged in a double helix, suspended motionlessly on the surface of the culture medium, serene, clear, and radiating a brilliant glow. It was as if God had casually tossed the key to evolution right beside him. And this DNA was different from that of the Paramecium. The fragment of DNA from the little phage was noticeably larger than that of the Paramecium, and its radiance was far brighter. This instantly sparked Ning Tian's curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward it. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed the little phage DNA fragment and earned 2,000 gene points. 2,000 points. Ning Tian was instantly stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. A tiny level 6 cell actually contained such a massive amount of gene points? This surprise was akin to defeating the final boss in the newbie village and having a top-tier orange quality item drop from it. It seems this phage is indeed quite different from other cells. Immersed in the culture medium, Ning Tian had no inkling that the little phage was a forbidden cell. The very concept of forbidden cells didn't even exist in his mind. He had absolutely no idea that these so-called forbidden cells were the kind of beings the observers spoke of as capable of bringing about the end of the world. Although its strength rating was only 1. The fact that it was locked away in that iron box made it, by any measure, a fearsome existence. However, for Ning Tian, the entire process of eliminating the microphage while not exactly a walk in the park was, at the very least, a close call. If he had known that what he had just eliminated was an entity two biologists had described as demonic, who knows what expression would have crossed his face. At the same time, another message popped up on the system. Analyzing the DNA fragments of the little devourer. DNA fragments of the little devourer contain genetic information related to cell walls. Proceed with learning? Cell walls. Ning Tian was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. A single cell wall could provide the little devourer with an impenetrable layer of defense. He was determined to get his hands on such a powerful self-defense tool, no matter what. Unfortunately, he didn't possess any skills like plunder, so he couldn't directly extract it from a kill. Fortunately, after absorbing genetic fragments from rare species, the system would automatically scan the captured DNA fragments. Once it detected useful genetic information that could benefit Ning Tian at his current stage, the system would immediately pop up a prompt asking if he wanted to learn it. This mechanism effectively served as a form of indirect looting. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian decisively tapped confirm. There was no question in his mind, no matter the cost, as long as he could obtain the cell wall, he wouldn't hesitate to spend his points. The next second, a system prompt appeared. Learning cell wall requires 1,000 nutrition points. Proceed? Choose to learn. Congratulations! You have spent 1,000 nutrition points and successfully learned the genetic knowledge related to cell wall. A new evolution plan cell wall has been provided for you. Evolution direction, cell wall hidden evolution path. Evolve a thick, tough, and slightly elastic structure outside the cell membrane. Its main component is a mucopolysaccharide complex, which provides the cell with enhanced defensive capabilities. Additional attribute, defense plus 100. Wow! Reading the description of the cell wall, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Although it cost 1,000 nutrition points to learn this, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret over the expense. Not only did he feel no regret, but he was actually secretly delighted. After all, with this cell wall, it was like putting a safety suit on his body. With this cell wall, it was like adding a layer of insurance to his life. A solid boost to his safety. What's more, this unlocked cell wall was a hidden evolution path. For Ning Tian, who hadn't seen a hidden evolution path at any level. It was like a starving wolf that hadn't eaten in dozens of days suddenly spotting a piece of meat. He was overjoyed inside. Chapter 20, Combination Traits. However, once Ning Tian came to his senses, he seemed to have noticed something. Just a moment ago, after he leveled up and unlocked the cell nucleus evolution path, a system prompt had popped up. He slowly scrolled up and finally fixed his gaze on that prompt. In other words, all the prerequisite organelles have already evolved. The cell nucleus is the final organelle required to unlock division. Once its evolution is complete, division can begin, and division is the key to advancing to the next stage. Ning Tian muttered to himself. This was a crucial piece of information. It meant he had now reached the bottleneck of his current stage. All the organelles that needed to evolve had already done so, and there shouldn't be any major changes from here on out. However, if he wanted to advance even further, he would have to clear the hurdle of division. Only by completing division and reaching the next stage of cellular development would he have greater room for improvement. It was easy to imagine that, as a cellular organism, his future held infinite possibilities. For now, though, the priority was to evolve the cell wall first. After all, in the hidden evolution tree, there is no concept of accumulated points. Each subsequent evolution still consumes the same number of points. For Ning Tian, who currently spends thousands of gene points on a single evolution, prioritizing the hidden evolution tree can save him a significant number of gene points. Evolving the cell wall requires 1,920 gene points. Proceed? Proceed. Congratulations! You have spent 1,920 gene points to successfully evolve your cell wall. Defense plus 100. In the next instant, a layer of fiery red substance instantly enveloped the surface of Ning Tian's cell membrane. Then, like cooling molten iron, it gradually solidified and took shape on the outer surface of Ning Tian's cell membrane. It gradually shifted from a blazing red to a subdued silver gray. It felt as though a layer of silver-plated armor had been wrapped around Ning Tian's outer skin. Once the armor had cooled and solidified, sharp membrane barbs began to emerge one by one from beneath it. In an instant, the cell wall armor became covered with sharp spikes resembling iron spears. This way, even with the evolved cell wall, it won't affect the normal use of my previous skills. Ning Tian nodded in confirmation. Just moments ago, he had feared that the evolved cell wall would trap the membrane barbs inside, thereby hindering their normal use in spearshot. That concern, however, was clearly unfounded. With the cell wall in place, the cold blade membrane barb no longer grew from the cell membrane. Instead, it now grew directly from the cell wall. Thanks to the cell wall's toughness attribute, the cold blade membrane barb seemed as if it had been coated in iron, instantly becoming even sharper. Since you have successfully evolved the cell wall and combined it with the cold blade membrane barb, the cold blade membrane barb has acquired the combined trait, toughness. Additional attribute, attack plus 10. Ha! Ning Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected these two organelles to be combinable. Most importantly, combining them granted a new trait and attribute bonuses. This was an unexpected surprise. Unlocking the cell wall had already been a pleasant surprise, but he hadn't expected an even bigger one waiting for him. A combination trait. It's time to try combining all the other organelles to see if similar combination traits will appear. Ning Tian mused to himself. After evolving the cell wall, he now had 620 gene points remaining. Since the cell wall's evolution was a hidden evolution path, the next evolution, the cell nucleus, would only require 1,920 gene points. However, this amount was clearly insufficient to complete the cell nucleus's evolution. He needed to acquire more gene points. With that in mind, Ning Tian shifted his attention to the top of his head. Experimental subject has successfully eliminated the microphage. Under the microscope, Ning Tian's every move was constantly astonishing the man observing him. Upon hearing the news that the microphage had been successfully eliminated, the man felt both shocked and delighted. He was astonished that their experimental subject actually possessed the ability to kill the forbidden cell. And this was achieved under conditions where 10 Paramecium had been introduced, with both sides having equal resources and competing on equal footing. Not only was the experimental subject able to seize more resources, but it also absorbed the nutrients from the vast majority of the Paramecium, thereby stunting the little devourer's growth. Ultimately, it succeeded in eliminating the little devourer known as the forbidden cell within the culture medium. This news was simply too shocking for the man to process. After all, those 10 forbidden cells were the culmination of his mentor's life's work. Take any one of them and place it in the natural world, and it would be a dominant force in its own right. Some could even directly overturn the existing ecological balance and transform it to their own advantage. He never imagined that such a God-defying entity would meet its demise in this tiny petri dish. This is simply unbelievable. The man scrutinized Ning Tian and the culture medium, his mind unable to settle for a long time. Of course, this was also the reason for his earlier joy. It was just that the nature of that joy was different. His joy was rooted in his values. After all, the fact that the experimental subject could eliminate the microphage fully proved one conclusion: that the experimental subject clearly possessed research value far surpassing that of the microphage. This also indirectly showed that the man's efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Research on the test subject held profound significance as well. "Darling, come take a look." After the test subject eliminated the small phage, it seems to have analyzed the phage's genes in some way. Now it's even evolved a cell wall. Overjoyed, the man hurried to share his findings with Chen Wan'er. Upon hearing the news, a look of surprise briefly flashed across Chen Wan'er's face, but it vanished in an instant, replaced by deep concern. "What did you say?" "The test subject killed the phagocytes." Chen Wan'er wondered if she had misheard him. "Yes, the test subject has just finished off the phage. Not only that, but in the resource competition experiment, the phage didn't stand a chance against the test subject." The man recounted exactly what he had just witnessed, then immediately rose from the lab bench and turned toward the metal cabinet behind him. "We need to move on to the next phase of the experiment right away." Although he had been staring through the microscope for several hours, the man showed no intention of resting. During this time, he hadn't even had time to eat. Because he knew full well that he was racing against time. The stakes of this race were the future of the laboratory and his mentor's life's work. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching those 10 forbidden cells from the outside world? How could he possibly hand over something this important so easily? Are you out of your mind? You actually want to use such a dangerous target for an experiment? At that moment, Chen Wan'er was filled with deep concern. The elimination of the little phage was not good news for her. It wasn't that she cherished the so-called forbidden cells her father had left him. Rather, in her mind, the fact that the experimental subject had killed the little devourer coincidentally highlighted a problem. Namely, that this experimental subject might be even more dangerous than the forbidden cells her father had left behind. Chapter 21: The next phase of the experiment. Faced with Chen Wan'er's words, the man displayed an unprecedented calm. He was well aware that Chen Wan'er's concerns were not without merit. Regardless of what the final analysis of this experimental subject revealed, and whatever form it might evolve into in the future, all of this remained unknown. But one point was crucial. That is, as long as it could eliminate even a single one of the forbidden cells, this would be sufficient proof that it posed a danger on par with the forbidden cells. In fact, its level of danger might even far exceed that of the forbidden cells. This, of course, was also within the man's scope of consideration. But one thing he understood very clearly. The experiment has already begun. From the moment they took this step, they had cut off all their retreat routes. Or perhaps, they never had any retreat routes to begin with. Once the experiment is terminated, all their previous efforts will be in vain. The Chun Microbiology Laboratory will no longer have any way out. In the end, they will have no choice but to watch helplessly as Han's Heavy Industries forcibly seizes the laboratory and kicks them both out. Once they left, the laboratory would fall entirely under Han's Heavy Industries' control. Not a single forbidden cell would be spared eventually, they would all end up in the latter's possession. The worst-case scenario is simply that the experimental subjects pose an uncontrollable threat, the laboratory activates emergency safety protocols, all experimental progress is halted, and everything within the lab is sealed away. The man walked over and said this with a blank expression. Clearly, he had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario. But at least this is better than handing over the professor's life's work to others. We both know exactly what Han's Heavy Industries will do with these forbidden cells. All these years, we've kept the professor's promise and guarded the lab with care, all to prevent these people from crossing the line. Once science becomes entangled with self-interest, its very nature undergoes a fundamental transformation. Have you not seen enough examples of this? The man paused, perhaps realizing his words had been a bit too harsh, then softened his tone as he continued. You know, from the moment we began this experiment, we had no way back. Perhaps our final destiny is to see this experiment through to the end until it succeeds. Our mission has never been that of guardians, confined to a single patch of land, merely to keep these 10 demons under lock and key. You must understand our role. We are scientists, explorers of the path ahead. We are not merely here to safeguard the Professor's legacy, we are here to carry on his legacy, to walk the path he once walked, and to pursue the quest of exploration to its very end. These 10 forbidden cells will certainly not be the laboratory's final achievement. As he spoke, a resolute, death-defying gleam flashed in the man's eyes. At that moment, Chenwana seemed to grasp the man's perspective a little better. She had previously been pondering how to persuade him. But now, she had finally calmed down and began to try to see things from his point of view. To some extent, she could find a certain resonance in his words. Although she was Elder Chen's direct blood relative and the rightful heir to the Chen laboratory, the pressure he faced in deciding the laboratory's future seemed no less than her own. Yes, we are scientists. All these years, it seems I've misunderstood Father's intentions. Chenwana lowered her head and murmured to herself. It felt as though she had taken the wrong path from the very beginning. Her mood grew somewhat despondent, and she began to blame herself. Just then, a warm hand reached out and gently stroked the top of her head. A cascade of jet-black hair slid smoothly through the man's fingertips, and a natural, fresh fragrance instantly filled the air. Don't blame yourself. I'm here, so rest assured. I won't let the lab's fate end here, I've promised you that. The path our mentor blazed awaits us, the next generation, to carry on. Ahead on the path of science, there is still a veil of mystery waiting for us to lift. Besides, your earlier concern was not unfounded. Any organism capable of killing forbidden cells is inherently dangerous. But so far, the experimental subject has shown no signs of threat. The experiment remains under control, and the situation hasn't reached a point of despair. I believe we should continue with the experiment. So what do you plan to do next? The small phage has already been eliminated. Should we now introduce a level 2 specimen to further test its strength? Chenwana looked up, her gaze slowly shifting to the man's eyes. The determination in his eyes somehow instilled an indescribable sense of security within her. The fact that we were able to eliminate the little devourer only indicates that the test subject's danger level is at intensity level 1 or higher. However, this is insufficient proof that it possesses the ability to compete with an intensity level 2 specimen. Introducing one at this stage would be far too dangerous for it. If it fails to suppress the growth of the intensity level 2 specimen, the inevitable outcome will be the latter's uncontrolled proliferation within the culture medium, an outcome neither of us wishes to see. Chenwana nodded. Yes, so what's your suggestion? Initiate the second phase of the experiment, introduce the test subject into a new environment for a more in-depth evaluation. The man replied without hesitation. In-depth evaluation? Chenwana didn't quite grasp what he meant. Our previous experiments have all been conducted in culture medium. We supplied nutrients, and the test subject absorbed them, allowing us to observe and derive a preliminary assessment. However, if the experimental environment remains in this state, such a controlled environment will not only fail to support the test subject's future development but will also limit our research, rendering it devoid of any further reference value. The fact that the test subject can easily kill the small phages clearly demonstrates that it has already acquired the ability to stand on its own in a natural environment and compete with all living things. That is precisely why I want to recreate a simulated ecosystem, introduce the test subject into this new environment, and thereby begin the next phase of the experiment to conduct a deeper study of it. As he spoke, the man's gaze shifted imperceptibly. Immediately afterward, he uttered the following words in a tone that bordered on a solemn vow. Of course, I will bear the ultimate risk of this experiment. As he spoke, tears welled up in Chenwana's eyes. She rushed forward and embraced him, her voice trembling with sobs. "You fool, how could I let you bear this alone? You've given so much for me. At a time like this, no matter how great the difficulty, I should be facing it alongside you." At that moment, the man's heart was deeply moved. His lips trembled slightly, as if he were about to say something, but he stopped abruptly. In the end, he silently reached out and wrapped his arms tightly around Chenwaner from behind. Chapter 22: A New Environment, A New Beginning. Inside the culture medium. Without any warning, a sudden sensation of tilting instantly disoriented Ning Tian. Immediately afterward, following a jolt of turbulence, Ning Tian sensed that his surroundings had undergone a complete transformation. It was as if he had arrived in a new world. It was as though the culture solution had been replaced with a completely different formula in an instant. Not only did the observer above fail to respond to his request to add some Paramecium, but they had actually made the culture solution incredibly murky. The environment, which had been clean and clear, containing nothing but nutrients, suddenly became chaotic. Countless new substances were introduced into the mix. Surrounding sand, gravel, and large molecular particles floated suspended in the culture medium, like giant meteorites. Ning Tian immediately realized what was happening. What is going on here? Could the culture medium have been contaminated? But then he thought better of it. That didn't make sense after all, they were scientists. Scientists are known for their meticulous approach. Logically speaking, they shouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Could it be that they've already given up on me as a test subject and just dumped the culture medium in some random empty spot? At this thought, Ning Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Indeed, his fate was in the hands of others. Being discarded was merely a matter of a single word from those in power. He was nothing more than a plaything in their culture medium. Even faced with such a situation, with his current strength, it would be difficult to change anything. It seems I'll have to start making my own way from now on. I can't rely on them to support me anymore. Ning Tian sighed helplessly, and a wave of reluctance to leave welled up in his heart. It's a pity. Those good old days of lying in a comfortable pod, living like a lord with everything done for me, are probably gone for good. However, upon further reflection, this might not be such a bad thing after all. After all, striking out on his own was a way of breaking free from the shackles of his original fate. Besides, it wasn't as if he hadn't tried this before. Leaving home alone, arriving in a strange city, starting from scratch, and slowly building up. He had experienced that bitter struggle firsthand in his previous life. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. I'll just go ahead and upgrade the gear I'll need first. Ning Tian thought to himself. Deep down, he understood a simple truth. A new environment meant a fresh start. To survive in this new place, he had to make sure his tools of the trade were solid and reliable. Enhance the enhanced lysosome rare. Enhancing the enhanced lysosome requires 120 nutrition points. Begin enhancement. Enhancement successful. The enhanced lysosome has been upgraded to a composite lysosome. Enhance again. Congratulations! You have spent 125 nutrition points to enhance the composite lysosome, upgrading it to a super composite lysosome. Organ, super composite lysosome perfect. Additional attribute, health plus 150. Description: the super-complex lysosome not only produces a greater quantity of hydrolases but also increases the variety of hydrolysis types. It can digest macromolecules and, as the cell grows in size, can phagocytose various pathogens, killing and degrading them within the cell to obtain nutrients. Due to the thorough and complete hydrolysis, the nutrition points obtained from proteins have been increased to 10. Since you have upgraded the lysosomes to perfection, a new skill has been unlocked for you: phagocytosis. Phagocytosis LV1 consumes 50 stamina points to engulf a cell or pathogen significantly smaller than yourself, acquiring all of its nutrients and gene points. Cooldown, 240s. Significantly smaller than myself? Ning Tian was puzzled by this phrase. After all, cell size is directly proportional to health. After completing the enhancement, his health had now reached a whopping 350 points. If this so-called much smaller referred to species with a cell size less than 1/10 of his own, then as long as their health was below 35 points, he could devour them directly. No more hassle of using skills to kill them outside his body, then slowly absorbing the remaining nutrients. The Devour skill could take them straight to his stomach in one go. In the future, when facing a Paramecium with only 15 health points, he could even go right in and finish it off in one fell swoop, leaving the poor Paramecium completely obliterated. Great! Then I'll go ahead and take this skill without hesitation. Next, Ning Tian began upgrading his other organelles. Congratulations! You have spent 130 nutrition points to upgrade your Golgi apparatus to a fine quality Golgi apparatus. Congratulations! You have spent 135. Congratulations! You have spent 140 nutrition points to upgrade your rare quality Golgi apparatus to an exceptional quality Golgi apparatus. Organ, exceptional Golgi apparatus exceptional. Additional attributes, stamina plus 20, attack plus 20, defense plus 20. After using up the remaining 405 nutrition points, Ning Tian opened his stats panel. ID, Ning Tian. Level, 953,200. Stage, single cell stage enhanced bacterial cell. Health, 350. Stamina, 180. Attack, 160. Defense, 171. Speed, 31. Gene points, 620. Nutrition points, 0. Compared to the beginning, his stats were already much stronger than they had been at level 1. And because he had evolved a cell wall, the system seemed to have automatically recognized him and classified him as a bacterial cell. He was now not only a successful single cell stage, but also an enhanced bacterial cell. Next up is finding prey, collecting enough gene points as quickly as possible, completing the evolution of the cell nucleus, unlocking division, and then moving on to the next stage. Ning Tian said to himself, brimming with confidence. Just then, a silvery white, shimmering speck suddenly appeared directly in front of his field of vision. A tiny organism with a flagellum could be seen swimming clumsily toward him from among the distant grains of sand. Nitrifying bacteria. Level, 5. Stage, bacteria. Health, 30. Stamina, 15. Attack, 15. Defense, 15. Speed, 20. Ha! I didn't expect that right after evolving the Devour skill, prey would come knocking on my door? Ning Tian felt a surge of joy. He immediately sped up and swam toward the nitrifying bacteria ahead. Phew, today's work was exhausting. I'd better slip away while the boss isn't looking. The nitrifying bacterium sighed as it swam aimlessly forward, its body weary. Just then, a large patch of darkness suddenly appeared ahead. As soon as it looked up, it saw a colossal creature several times its own size suddenly looming right in front of it. Yikes! What on earth is that? As the distance closed, Ning Tian could faintly make out some faint sounds. Strange. Is it just my imagination? He couldn't shake the feeling that the nitrifying bacterium had just spoken. Never mind that. I'll just swallow it first. Ning Tian opened his huge mouth, ready to devour it. However, the next second, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared above the nitrifying bacterium's head. Immediately afterward, with lightning speed, it whipped its flagellum and vanished in a flash right under Ning Tian's nose. Chapter 23, Information Factors and Cellular Language. Seeing the food right in front of his mouth slip away like that, Ning Tian naturally felt a million times more frustrated. He decisively swung his flagellum and gave chase. Stop right there. Don't run. Ding. Mission 5, Devour the fleeing nitrifying bacterium. Mission reward, gene points plus 1000. Mission tip, nitrifying bacteria are a highly evolved species containing high nutrition points. Analyzing their DNA fragments may unlock new abilities. Amidst the chaotic, murky liquid filled with floating macromolecular particles and debris, 2 meteorite-sized boulders lay stacked together, looking as ordinary as could be. And behind that pile of rubble, a nitrifying bacterium, having just escaped mortal danger, was cowering behind the rock wall, trembling. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness I ran fast, otherwise, I would have been eaten just now. However, before the words had even finished, a muffled growl suddenly echoed from outside the rubble. Spike shot, activate. 80. 78. 82. 79. 83. Countless thrusts surged from the distance, forming a dense barrage of arrows that pounded down upon the rock. Row after row of bright red numbers flashed across the screen. In an instant, the boulder was shattered by the barrage, scattering in all directions like a meteor shower. This left the nitrifying bacteria, who had been hiding behind the rock face, completely exposed with no cover whatsoever, leaving him virtually nowhere to hide. Holy shit! The nitrifying bacteria turned deathly pale at the sight. Hey, let us see where you run now. Ning Tian didn't give the nitrifying bacteria a chance to react. Before the nitrifying bacteria could even swing its flagellum to turn and flee, he decisively activated his acceleration skill. Acceleration, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%. With a movement speed of 62, he flashed from a distance to right in front of the nitrifying bacterium in the blink of an eye. Gah! The next second, Ning Tian opened his massive mouth and, without hesitation, swallowed the nitrifying bacterium whole as it stood frozen in place. 50 stamina points consumed. Devour skill activated. Nitrifying bacteria fully consumed. Congratulations on successfully devouring the nitrifying bacteria. You have gained 500 nutrition points, 300 gene points, and 500 experience points. Mission 5 completed. Gene points plus 1000. Analyzing the nitrifying bacteria's DNA fragments. Genetic information related to information factors has been detected in the nitrifying bacteria's DNA fragments. Do you wish to learn this? Seeing the system prompt, Ning Tian froze in surprise. Information factors? Could this be the new feature mentioned in the mission hint that has a chance to unlock? Yes. Ning Tian clicked confirm with some hesitation. He wasn't sure if he had enough nutrition points. After all, he had just completed a round of enhancement, and his nutrition points were practically depleted. All he had left now were the 500 points he gained from devouring the nitrifying bacteria. He wasn't sure if that would be enough. Learning information factor requires 500 nutrition points. Do you wish to proceed? 500 points? Ning Tian was overjoyed. What a remarkable coincidence. Select Learn. Faced with such a stroke of luck, Ning Tian didn't hesitate for a moment. Congratulations! You have spent 500 nutrition points to successfully learn the genetic knowledge related to information factor. The new feature Cell Language has been unlocked for you. Cellular language. Information factors contain key elements for intercellular communication. Highly evolved cells can spontaneously diffuse and receive these factors, thereby facilitating the exchange of information between cells. Simply put, he had learned a new language, enabling him to communicate and converse with other highly evolved cells. This feature should clear the barriers to intercellular communication. Ning Tian silently affirmed to himself. He had just closed the interface. At that very moment, a voice suddenly came from beneath him. Hey, buddy, you're a stranger here, aren't you? It's dangerous up there, get down from there fast. Huh? Are they talking to me? Hearing the voice, Ning Tian was startled. He never expected that the new ability he had just learned would come in handy immediately, truly a case of putting theory into practice. He quickly twisted his body and looked down below, half believing what he was seeing. Beneath the countless fragments of rock he had just blown to pieces, a vast, boundless layer of soil still hovered. On top of that soil layer, a cell roughly the same size as him was standing there, staring at him with piercing eyes. Whoa, that's huge! Ning Tian was instantly filled with a sense of wonder. He never imagined he'd encounter a being of similar size in this new environment. Hey, stop staring, I'm talking to you. You're the only other cell here besides me. Do as I say and come down. You can't stay up there for long, it's dangerous. The cell below said, sounding a bit exasperated. Ning Tian studied the other cell closely. It didn't seem to harbor any hostility. Oh, okay. So, he followed the instructions, obediently shifting his body to swim down through the gaps between the rock fragments, then slowly drifted over to the cell below. You're a newcomer, aren't you? As soon as the cell saw Ning Tian swimming over, it nudged his cell wall with its own membrane. Was this some kind of unique local greeting? Unfortunately, Ning Tian's membrane barb was habitually extended and hadn't had time to retract. The next second, the cell collided directly with Ning Tian's hard, silver-plated armor. And the surface of this armor was already studded with sharp, silver-plated membrane barbs gleaming with a cold light. 0. A red number popped up above his head. Ha! Seeing the damage value, Ning Tian was momentarily stunned. No HP loss? Are you kidding me? I'm a being with an attack rating of 160 points. And this guy isn't losing any HP. Who the hell is he? Just as Ning Tian was marveling, the cell acted as if nothing had happened and began chatting with him about the surroundings. I'm telling you this because I can tell you're a stranger. If you're looking for a place to rest, just go straight down this road. Once you pass through the cave up ahead, you'll reach the Cell Tavern, where there are tavern cells specifically tasked with welcoming travelers from out of town. The cell swayed its body and turned to face another direction, as if it were genuinely showing Ning Tian the way. Do you realize how dangerous that spot you were just standing in is? Soon, a massive swarm of pathogens will gather there. We're here specifically to eliminate them. Before the battle begins, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, if the fighting starts, you'll get caught in the crossfire, and we won't even be able to clean up the battlefield. The cell turned back and said to Ning Tian with a hint of concern. Chapter 24, The White Blood Cell Commander. Battle? This creature before him with its thick eyebrows, large eyes, and piercing gaze left Ning Tian completely dumbfounded. He had an inexplicable sense that a battle was about to break out, an immediate evacuation of non-essential personnel from the battlefield. Even so, faced with the cell's concern, Ning Tian politely retracted the membrane barbs he habitually projected outward. He pulled them all back beneath the cell wall. Just then, he suddenly noticed something. Behind him, in the direction the cell had pointed earlier. A group of cells just like him, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a piercing gaze were climbing over the distant mountain ridges, slowly swimming toward him from the direction of the cave. Could it be that some kind of microscopic civilization, with cells as its basic units, has already formed in this soil layer? And that these cells with piercing gazes are actually soldiers from a microscopic civilization nation? Ning Tian speculated silently to himself. If that is the case, then the so-called plague must refer to the enemy nation's combatants, right? Of course, this was merely his conjecture. To be on the safe side, he decided to open this cell's attribute panel to investigate further. White Blood Cell Legion Commander. Level, 15. Stage, Lymphocyte Defensive Guardian. Health, 500. Stamina, 250. Attack, 250 fine protein spear plus 150. Defense, 200 fine phospholipid polymer shield plus 100. Speed, 35. Whoa, so it's actually a lymphocyte among white blood cells. It's important to note that white blood cells can be divided into 5 types based on size and strength. These are lymphocytes, basophils, neutrophils, eosinophils, and macrophages. They are the body's defenders, widely active in blood vessels and lymphatic vessels, and of course, they're also responsible for long-range operations in other tissues. Their mission is to eradicate harmful bacteria and viruses. They are the frontline warriors fighting external infections and monitoring cellular mutations within the body. As for the creature standing before him with its thick eyebrows, large, bright eyes, and somewhat dazed expression, it was merely a lymphocyte, the weakest in the white blood cell hierarchy. Yet the stats displayed on the interface left Ning Tian thoroughly unimpressed. No wonder my membrane barb couldn't break through its defenses. This damn thing is actually a dad. Ning Tian thought to himself with a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this guy didn't mistake him for a pathogen. Otherwise, if they'd gotten into a fight right now, not only would he have been at a disadvantage in terms of stats, but with so many of the Gaius brothers rushing in to back him up, his chances of survival would have been slim. Hey, Captain, who is this guy? Why are you hanging out with him? By now, the vanguard of the reinforcements had arrived on the battlefield. One of the white blood cells swimming at the very front suddenly broke away from the main group and stopped beside the white blood cell who was the Legion commander. He eyed Ning Tian up and down, then asked with a hint of malice. Ah, just a lost outsider. I've already advised him to leave this area. Clearly, the one who had just spoken to Ning Tian was the commanding officer of this group of white blood cells. A corps commander's words carry some weight. A stranger? The way he is sneaking around doesn't look like a good cell to me. He might be a pathogen that's infiltrated under false pretenses. These days, pathogens are cunning. They can slip past the immune system's screening with a little camouflage. The white blood cell that had broken away spoke to the Legion commander while occasionally glancing at Ning Tian. It seemed ready at any moment to treat Ning Tian as a pathogen and eliminate him. Under normal circumstances, if the two cells had been alone, Ning Tian would have already moved to engage him. After all, the lessons from his past life were still fresh in his mind, and he remembered them well. Faced with any provocation, he absolutely must not back down again. Any tolerance or concession would only embolden the aggressor. Cowardice leads only to a dead end. But now, the enemy outnumbered him. Moreover, their Legion commander was backing them up. Until they showed clear hostility, Ning Tian couldn't act rashly just yet. Even so, he had secretly prepared for battle. The cold gleam of the membrane barb, hidden beneath his silver-plated armor, was ready to be drawn at any moment, and the skills thrust and accelerate were both primed and ready. The moment the situation shifted, battle would erupt instantly. Alright, I think you've been too tense lately. You see pathogens everywhere. They're just passing by to ask for directions. Don't make such a fuss. The Legion commander smoothed things over, then turned to face Ning Tian. Sorry about that. My brother just came back from the battlefield a couple of days ago and immediately received orders to fight here. He has been on high alert ever since, so he might have spoken a bit harshly. Don't take it personally, okay? The path to the Cell Tavern is over there. We might not be able to look out for you once the fighting starts, so if you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, I suggest you head there right away. Seeing that the Legion commander had smoothed things over, Ning Tian didn't dwell on the matter any further. He put aside his hostility and replied politely. Alright, no need for thanks. I'll be on my way. With that, Ning Tian turned and strode confidently in the direction the Legion commander had pointed. He knew better than to linger in such a place. First, he didn't want to get caught up in a pointless war. Second, it was best to leave before the other side changed their minds. However, not long after Ning Tian had left, behind him, that white blood cell with the irritating way of speaking began chattering away again. Captain, are we just going to let him go that easily? What do you know? If we don't let him go, are we supposed to fight him? The Legion commander turned around and shot him a sharp glare. He had witnessed the entire scene just now, Ning Tian using a dense thrusting array to blast through the rock debris and devour the nitrifying bacteria. He knew full well that this guy was no pushover, and if given the chance, he'd certainly like to test his limits. He might very well be a loose end, someone skilled at camouflage who slipped through the immune system's screening. Unfortunately, battle was about to break out here. Exhausting one's strength before the fighting even begins is a cardinal sin in military strategy. As a Legion commander, how could he not understand this principle? If there's another chance in the future, we're bound to meet again. There'll be plenty of time to test his limits then. The Legion commander sighed, then spoke with a composed expression. Just then, the wind began to howl all around, and dust swirled wildly through the air. A wave of commotion was approaching from the distance. Countless dark shadows, densely packed and overlapping, were fluttering toward them. Witnessing this strange spectacle, the transport of substances beneath the Legion commander's cell membranes instantly intensified. Countless protein particles were transported and stacked onto the surface of the cell membrane, forming a sharp spear. In the next second, a protective shield of phospholipid macromolecules instantly coalesced on his surface. His previously amiable expression vanished, his gaze hardened, and a fierce killing intent flared from his thick eyebrows and large eyes. Behind him, countless white blood cell warriors, ready to face death, drew their weapons one after another. All units, heed my command, the enemy is attacking. Enter combat mode immediately. Chapter 25, The Back Alley Deal. Under the cover of night, all was silent. It should have been a time for all things in the world to rest and recuperate. Yet it was this very time that reawakened the city's vitality. A world of neon lights and revelry, a life of luxury and excess, and the neon signs and billboards lining every street and alley, all of this constantly showcased the city's charm and prosperity. Yet, beyond the reach of order, in the dark corners where no light penetrates, shadowy dealings like rats carrying disease began to run rampant through the city's gray zones. A bar, a back alley. A black sedan pulled up at the end of the alley. A young man in a gray trench coat stepped out of the car. Wearing a gray beret and carrying a black briefcase, he walked with steady steps through the dimly lit alley. A bleak, chilly breeze ruffled the hem of his trench coat, making it flutter and rustle under the dim streetlight. By the streetlight, a man with a scar on his face leaned against the wall, lighting his last cigarette. After just 2 puffs, he spotted the man in the trench coat approaching from down the alley. He decisively crushed out the cigarette, brushed the dust off his back, and stepped forward to ask, "Did you bring what I asked for?" The man in the trench coat said nothing, but walked straight up to him. Under the lamplight, he opened the black briefcase. Inside were a black vial of reagent and a medical syringe. A conspicuous biohazard warning label was affixed to the side of the vial. The words "developed by Han Heavy Industries" were printed just below the label. "Does this stuff work? Will anyone be able to track me down after I use it?" The scarred man eyed the reagent in the briefcase and asked skeptically. "Don't worry. Someone else will take the risk for you." The man in the trench coat said this expressionlessly, then closed the briefcase and handed it to the scarred man. The scarred man pulled a few $100 bills from his pocket, paid the man, and then disappeared into the alleyway, the briefcase in hand. Behind him, the man in the trench coat watched his retreating figure and dialed a wireless phone under the dim streetlight. "Boss, the job at the bar is done." "Got it. Head to the next drop-off point." A cold voice came from the other end of the line. "Yes." The man in the trench coat replied, then pressed the end call button on his earpiece and turned to leave. Just then, the back door of the bar swung open. A provocatively dressed woman was helping a drunken man out of the bar. The man swayed as he waved a bottle of liquor in his hand, shouting obscenities right out in the street. "Damn it, don't hold me up. I can still drink." The reek of alcohol on his breath did nothing to mask his boisterous spirit. I know. Everyone knows our brother how can hold his liquor. Be a good boy, we'll just find another place to keep drinking." The woman soothed the man as she half dragged, half carried him out of the bar. Perhaps noticing the man in the trench coat still standing in the alley, the woman shot him a sharp, defiant glance. That look seemed to say, "Don't meddle in this." After locking eyes with her, the man in the trench coat instinctively took a step back to make way. He knew he was here to complete a mission. Once the deal was done, he had to avoid any unnecessary complications. However, as luck would have it, just as the woman was helping the man brush past him, the man suddenly raised the bottle in his hand and, without a second thought, smashed it down on the man in the trench coat's head. "What are you looking at? Don't you know a good dog doesn't block the path? You bastard, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you." The man glared at the man in the trench coat with a menacing look, a smug expression on his drunken face. However, the scene before him left the woman by his side utterly shocked. She never would have imagined that a drunk man would lose his temper at a moment like this and lash out at an innocent bystander. She had originally planned to quietly lead the man away without incident, but in that instant, she fully understood what it meant to feel fear without showing it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Watching the man in the trench coat's expression darken, the woman began apologizing profusely. Yet the man in the trench coat showed not the slightest flicker of emotion. He merely uttered a single word in a flat tone. Get lost. His tone was laced with endless coldness and menace. And that single word was enough to drain all color from the woman's face. She immediately abandoned the man and ran off without looking back. She had a premonition that if she stayed even a second longer, she would surely meet a gruesome end right there. In the alley, only the drunk man and the man in the trench coat remained. Blood-stained shards of glass littered the ground. They made a faint crunching sound beneath the man in the trench coat's feet. The drunk man seemed to sense the overwhelming aura of menace emanating from the man in the trench coat, and he sobered up instantly. Yet his life was already like a flickering candle in the wind in the man in the trench coat's eyes. The countdown had begun. The latter began to advance slowly, a sinister smile on his face. The drunk man instinctively took a step back, only to realize he had backed himself into a corner against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. In a panic, he grabbed the broken bottle in his hand, ready to fight back. Unexpectedly, the man in the trench coat seized it with a single hand. The man in the trench coat's hand felt like an iron shackle, cold and devoid of warmth, locking the drunkard's hand in a tight grip from which he could not break free. The next second, without a moment's hesitation, the man in the trench coat pulled a hidden syringe from beneath his cuff. Like a hidden blade revealing its edge, it pierced the drunkard's neck with brutal force. A black, murky liquid flowed slowly through the syringe, pouring entirely into the drunk man's body and coursing through his veins via the aorta. Take one last look at this world. The man in the trench coat leaned his face close to the drunk man's ear and murmured the words like a demon's whisper. Then, that sinister smile vanished from his face. At that moment, the dim streetlights began to flicker incessantly, as if their filaments were nearing the end of their lifespan. After a long while, the man in the trench coat finally pulled the syringe from the drunkard's neck. By then, the latter's heart had completely stopped beating. His lips and aorta had turned an eerie black, and almost no white was visible in his eyes. All color had been swallowed by the darkness of hell. The man in the trench coat stood up and tucked the syringe away beneath his cuff. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, his eyes brimming with scorn and contempt for the lowly ant. In the minutes following the man in the trench coat's departure, the world once again returned to silence. The extinguished streetlights and the corpse in the alley both seemed to have been completely forgotten by the world. They lay still in the darkness of the night. After a long while, the corpse twitched suddenly and without warning. Immediately afterward, wisps of black smoke began to rise involuntarily from the area around it. A foul stench soon filled the alley. Just then, a rat out foraging happened to pass by the corpse, and the next second, it was completely swallowed up by the black smoke. In an instant, a bleached skeleton was left beside the corpse. Chapter 26: The Reagent of Revenge and the Experimental Solution. In the darkness, a hand inserted a key into the lock and turned it gently. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a series of creaks and groans, the factory's old roll-up door slowly began to open. However, it stopped halfway through. The scar-faced man at the entrance deftly slipped the key into his pocket, then slipped through the gap beneath the half-open door, carrying a black briefcase. He didn't turn on the lights inside the factory. Instead, he felt his way through the darkness out of habit, following a path he knew by heart, and headed straight for the boss's office. At that moment, the office lights were on bright. A middle-aged man wearing black sunglasses was leaning back in the executive chair, holding a newspaper that looked quite old. Over the years, the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The digital age had long permeated people's lives, yet he still hadn't managed to break this old habit. "Boss, the goods are here." The scarred man casually tossed the black briefcase onto the desk, then walked straight to the wall and lit the unfinished cigarette. White smoke instantly swirled above his head. Has life gotten this tight these days? The man in sunglasses put away his newspaper, glanced at the cigarette in the scarred man's hand, and teased him. "What can you do? Ever since you went to prison, those bastards have taken over the factory's business. I haven't made much money these past few years. The brothers who were supposed to leave have left, and those who were supposed to scatter have scattered. Even my wife. Sigh. The scarred man sighed, seemingly realizing the topic was a bit sensitive, and promptly stopped there. You've worked hard all these years. I never would thought it would be you who'd be the last one left. Let us not get sentimental at a time like this. Besides, strictly speaking, I'm not entirely on your side anymore. Let us inspect the goods first. The man in sunglasses nodded, then shifted his gaze to the briefcase. He opened it, and the tube of black reagent inside immediately caught his eye. The yellow biohazard warning label seemed to snarl at him like a cornered beast with horns. Is this stuff really legit? For just a few $100? If you tried to buy this on the open market, it'd cost at least $10,000. But our Korean informant said our enemies are also targets they want to eliminate, so this price is a special deal for our partnership. The scarred man took a drag on his cigarette and replied without hesitation. One dose and they're dead, leaving no trace. We won't be traced afterward either? Is this stuff really that effective? The man in sunglasses felt a nagging doubt. For just a few $100, he scored a huge bargain. Not only could he eliminate his enemies, but he could also reclaim his former business. Most crucially, this vial of serum wouldn't leave a trace at the scene, and no one would ever know they were behind it. He might even make a comeback after this. No matter how he looked at it, this deal seemed like a trap set in advance, just waiting for him to walk right into it. Years ago, he'd been framed by his enemies, landing him in prison. The business he'd built up over several years collapsed like a house of cards shortly after he was locked up. All his businesses were seized by his enemies, and the factories under his name, left leaderless, descended into internal strife and eventually went bankrupt one after another. The brothers who had once sworn undying loyalty to him walked away without a second thought, their bonds dissolving as easily as they had formed. Overnight, he felt as though he had been thrown back to square one. Not only did he end up with nothing, but upon his release, he was also burdened with a mountain of debt. He had longed to exact revenge for this. Over the years, even while he was inside, he thought of several ways to get his revenge. Yet when this opportunity finally presented itself, he found himself hesitating. The scarred man took the last drag of his cigarette, then turned his gaze to the man in sunglasses. Seeming to sense the other's doubts, he said with absolute certainty, "It's safe. The contact told me that after the fact, someone else will take the risk for us." The man in sunglasses nodded, half convinced, then fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "This someone, who exactly is it?" Achoo! In the lab, perhaps because the heating wasn't on, the temperature was extremely low, almost the same as outside. The man sneezed from the cold. Chen Wanner, sitting at the microscope, hurriedly said with concern, "It's already winter. If you want to turn on the air conditioner, at least put on some extra layers. Don't catch a cold." The man nodded, then silently slipped on an extra layer. Due to his recent exhaustion and the cold weather, Chen Wanner couldn't bear to watch him suffer any longer, so she insisted on switching shifts with him. Now she sat before the murky culture medium, observing every movement within it. This murky culture medium was what the man referred to as a simulated ecosystem. Originally, he had only intended to add a small amount of fine silt to simulate the soil ecosystem as closely as possible and evaluate the experimental subject's performance in that environment. However, during the preparation process, the man had unconsciously discovered a vial of experimental fluid left behind by his mentor in the freezer. It was a culture medium used in past experiments, clearly labeled lymph for experimental use. The sight of this instantly triggered a flood of memories in the man's mind. This was originally created by Elder Chen to study the interaction between human bodily fluids and the external environment. Normally, lymphocytes cannot survive for long outside of bodily fluids. They quickly undergo apoptosis in vitro. However, through Elder Chen's modifications and research, these lymphocytes were not only able to survive outside of bodily fluids in the external environment. They could even multiply under conditions of abundant nutrients. These had once been precious experimental materials. To prevent the loss of the materials and the death of the lymphocytes in the petri dish, After the experiment concluded back then, Elder Chen had instructed the man to seal the petri dish and store it in a freezer, keeping it frozen and hidden away. Now, this culture medium had unexpectedly resurfaced. This gave the man a sudden inspiration. If I introduce this lymph fluid into a new environment, I should be able to study the relationship between the experimental subject and human bodily fluids. So, he decisively thawed the culture medium, extracted a portion of the fluid, and added it to the new environment. Soon, these experimental lymphocytes thrived in the soil ecosystem. How is the experiment progressing now? Putting on his undershirt, the man asked with concern. He wasn't worried about his own body, but rather feared that the added lymphocytes might automatically identify the experimental subject as a pathogen and launch a full-scale eradication. The experiment is going very smoothly. So far, the experimental subject hasn't rejected the lymph fluid. The two seem to be getting along very well. Chen Wan'er reported truthfully. At that moment, under the microscope, the isotope labeled Ning Tian was clearly visible to her. Excellent. Hearing this, the man's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He knew full well that, although the current stage of the experiment could only study the test subject's activities and reactions in an ecological environment, in the near future, the focus of the experiment would inevitably shift to human bodily fluids. By then, they would be able to study the test subject's effects on human bodily fluids. Who knows, they might even uncover some form of medical value in it. Chapter 27, Cell Town. They had been swimming through the pitch-black cave for quite some time. Finally, a glimmer of light could be seen in the distance. We're almost at the cave entrance. Ning Tian's heart leapt with joy. She immediately increased the amplitude of her flagellum's movements and swam faster toward the light. Passing through the tunnel to the exit, he found himself in a vast cavern. The cavern was topped by a rock dome, and beneath it lay a wide, flat expanse where countless cells had gathered, forming what could be described as a cell town. I never imagined such a hidden paradise lay hidden within this soil layer. Ning Tian was instantly taken aback. He found it hard to imagine that these bacteria and microorganisms living in the soil layer would spontaneously gather together to form a colony. Each cell performed its own function without interfering with others, thereby developing a rudimentary form of civilization. Within his sensory range, the vast majority of these cells active below his field of vision were weaker than he was. If utilized properly, most of them could become a direct source of experience and nutrients. This place might just be a good spot to level up, Ning Tian thought to himself. After all, what he lacked most right now were nutrition points. An efficient, stable source of nutrition was indispensable at this stage. The cave's exit was situated atop a cliff. Below the cliff lay the cellular town, where countless cell houses built from vesicles were scattered across the flatland like stars in the night sky. Isolated vesicles created a barrier between one another, leaving a small gap between them that formed the rudimentary streets and roads of the town. Different types of cells and bacteria bustled through these streets, creating a lively scene of constant traffic and constant movement. Some vesicles, inhabited by cells of the same type, simply merged together, forming a unique kind of cellular structure. Others are plant cells, with structures built from interconnected cell walls. Most of these plant cell structures are built upon the cave's dome and rock walls. Some even extend all the way down from the dome, penetrating directly into the deep underground reservoirs at the bottom of the cave. Viewed from a distance, they resemble skyscrapers built within the water. Each floor of the skyscraper is separated by cell walls, forming countless honeycomb-like chambers of varying sizes, where innumerable plant cells thrive. The top of the skyscraper extends directly into the dome, acting like a colossal pillar that spans the space between the ground and the dome. Most of these skyscrapers consist of root cells that penetrate the ground to absorb water and inorganic salts. Countless oxygen molecules, produced through photosynthesis in the upper green leaves, are transported down from the leaf cells, passing through the stem veins to the root cells. Finally, they are released into the water, forming dissolved oxygen and providing the cave with a basic oxygen environment. After learning about these conditions in Cell Town, Ning Tian still did not act rashly. Because within the town, he sensed another familiar presence. The town's streets were not inhabited solely by bacteria living and working there. There were also various white blood cells stationed here, moving through the streets and roads. Most of these white blood cells did not participate in work or the synthesis of inorganic salts. They merely maintained public order in the town and guarded against external threats, essentially serving as the town's police and defensive guards. So there are white blood cells stationed here too. This looks like it might be a bit tricky, Ning Tian muttered to himself. Although the entire cell town was covered by the culture medium, the nutrients in the medium now seemed much more diluted than before. For Ning Tian at this stage, simply absorbing the proteins and glucose from the culture medium would yield virtually no growth points. Or rather, the results would be negligible. These diluted nutrients could no longer meet his growth needs. For him now, the fastest and most convenient source of nutrition was naturally the bacteria and microorganisms living in the town. Devouring just one of them was equivalent to collecting protein and glucose hundreds of times over. Most importantly, he could earn gene points. With a bit of luck, he might even be able to extract and analyze new functions from their DNA fragments. Isn't that way more appealing than protein and glucose? Rather than a cellular town, this is more like an experience pool exclusively for him. However, the frustrating part is that this experience pool is also occupied by a group of white blood cells. He has seen the stats on white blood cells. Forget a whole group, even a single one coming to challenge him one-on-one would be a tough fight. Not to mention, these white blood cells are scattered all over the town, patrolling non-stop. This leaves him completely unable to get his hands on the feast in the experience pool. Forget it. I'll find the Cell Tavern first. Maybe I can get some useful intel there. Generally speaking, a tavern isn't just a place to rest, drink, and play cards. It also has a special hidden function. No matter where you are, if you're a stranger in a strange land, the first place you'll head to is the tavern. Because here, whether you're a traveling merchant or a fugitive, as long as you've paid for your drinks, it's not hard to pry some local intelligence out of the bartender or the waitstaff. And for that very reason, taverns are usually frequented by all sorts of people from every corner of the world. A wide variety of information is exchanged here, effectively turning the place into a legitimate intelligence hub. Countless intelligence channels extend from distant lands to this very spot, crisscrossing and weaving together to form a dense, invisible web. This is what is known as the intelligence network. Here, you can not only gather useful local intelligence but also pick up bits of information brought in from afar. You can even obtain tales of local urban legends, myths, and unique adventure stories directly from this place. Consequently, taverns are usually the places where information flows most freely in a region. That is why Ning Tian had made up his mind. Find the tavern first, everything else can wait until he gets there. He stood at the cave entrance and slowly stepped forward, thinking this would give him a better view of the town below. However, the dense array of vesicles instantly made Ning Tian feel a bit dizzy. Damn white blood cells! You said passing through the cave would lead to the Cell Tavern, but with so many vesicles, which one is it? A series of black lines appeared on Ning Tian's face. Just then, he noticed another opening right next to where he was standing. A cell swam out of it, swaying back and forth. Upon seeing Ning Tian, the cell, unfazed, belched in front of him and asked indistinctly, "Stranger?" The belch caused clusters of bubbles, saturated with ethanol molecules, to bubble up from the surface of its cell membrane. Like hot air balloons, they began rising toward the dome. The former would even chat with him when they met. Yet the latter acted as if it had seen a ghost the moment it spotted him, turning and running away without even looking back. Could it be that the alcohol actually gives the fungi the courage to face me? Ning Tian wondered to himself. It seemed his collection of strange knowledge had grown once again. Still, the Devour skill did have one advantage: after finishing a meal, there was no need to clean up the crime scene. Not even a corpse remained, every last bit of matter was completely digested inside his body. A belch, a wipe of the mouth, and he was free to walk away. So, after finishing his meal, Ning Tian had no qualms about wiggling his slender flagellum and strutting right into the tavern's entrance. However, from the very moment he stepped into the Cell Tavern, his entire understanding of living organisms was completely turned upside down. The tavern was filled with all manner of cells of varying sizes, shapes, and species. The vast majority of them were species Ning Tian had never seen before. Some he couldn't even name. Some existed alone, holding their glasses with surface flagella or tentacles, casually finding a table just to get drunk. Others were like Siamese twins, though clearly split from the same cell. They insisted on sticking together, never parting even while drinking. But most weren't here to drink after all. The majority of cells cannot metabolize ethanol, and some are even killed outright by it. Like Ning Tian, most of these cells had come here for the same reason, to gather intelligence. However, the environment here left Ning Tian somewhat speechless. Since the building was constructed atop a layer of soil, the tavern's decor was predominantly stone. The tables were made of rock, the bar counter was a stone slab, the drinking cups were stone vessels, and even the tavern's walls had the texture of rock strata. Weaving his way through the tables and the various cells getting drunk inside, Ning Tian made his way to the stone counter at the front of the tavern. The bartender was standing behind the stone counter, polishing the drinking cups with his cilia. Upon seeing Ning Tian arrive, he asked without hesitation, "Are you here to drink or stay the night, sir?" Without a second thought, Ning Tian replied, "I'll have a drink." After all, to pry information out of someone, you have to pay for the drinks first. That's the rule. In no time, the bartender placed the freshly polished empty glass on the stone counter in front of Ning Tian. Immediately afterward, a bubble filled with a transparent liquid separated from the surface of his cell membrane and was caught by the cilia on his body. Then, like a rolling marble, it slid down his cilia and into the empty cup. A cup of clean, pure, freshly brewed liquor was ready. The bartender deftly used his cilia to push the cup, now filled with the liquid bubble, toward Ning Tian. "Transaction collateral? What's that?" Ning Tian asked, puzzled. He didn't need to think to know that transaction currency was likely the local hard currency here. He was just curious what exactly was the hard currency used for transactions between cells. RNA? Proteins? Or some kind of specially folded peptide chain? Who knows, maybe he could even forge it. "You don't know what transaction currency is?" the bartender asked, somewhat surprised. "Nope." Ning Tian nodded. "Then what are you doing here? Get out of here. Go play somewhere else, don't interfere with my business." The bartender said coldly, then several flagella extended from his body at once, all reaching toward the glass in front of Ning Tian. He was trying to reclaim the drink that had almost been had for free. "Hold on." Just then, Ning Tian suddenly interrupted. "I don't have any trade tokens, but what about this? Take a look and see if it'll do." Hearing this, the bartender immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Ning Tian with curiosity. "What is it?" He wanted to see what kind of tricks this outsider who didn't even know what trade tokens were could pull. Even so, the mycelium strands wrapped around the glass still didn't let go. He was certain in his heart that if this outsider dared to trick him, he would definitely take the drink back. Ning Tian gave a knowing smile. The sound of machinery humming came from within his body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 20 stamina points consumed. Congratulations on successfully synthesizing a command protein. The next second, a vesicle containing the newly synthesized command protein separated from Ning Tian's cell membrane and drifted toward the stone counter in front of the bartender. "What is this?" The bartender examined the vesicle that had separated from Ning Tian's body. He had never seen the worm-shaped substance inside before. "Want to try it? It'll keep you high all day, you'll see for yourself." Ning Tian egged him on from the side. In truth, he wasn't entirely confident that this hastily concocted command protein would hold any real value. He might just get kicked out of here by a mob of cells for insulting the bartender's intelligence. But at this moment, he had no other options. This was all he had to offer. He couldn't exactly swallow the bartender whole just for a drink, could he? There were so many cells watching right there. "Fine, let us give it a try. Don't try to pull any tricks on me. If you dare to fool me, I'll call the cells to kick you out right now." the bartender said menacingly. Then he downed the vesicle containing the command protein in one gulp. Ah, this is. The next second, the bartender's expression began to look strange. Oh no! I'm about to be exposed. Ning Tian's heart sank instantly. He instinctively turned around, preparing to activate his speed boost skill and make a run for it. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. This intricate protein structure, this ingenious folding arrangement, countless peptide chains intertwining in perfect harmony. It's nothing short of a miracle. Such divine craftsmanship can only be found in the heavens. How dare we mortals desecrate such a heavenly gift? Ha! Ning Tian turned his head, staring at the bartender in disbelief. The bartender was currently gazing at it as if admiring a work of art of the finest craftsmanship. A look of delighted intoxication couldn't help but spread across his face. Esteemed guest, oh, no, divine messenger. I am blind to your true worth. I did not recognize your presence in my humble establishment. Please forgive my rudeness. If there is anything you require, we are at your service. After absorbing the command protein Ning Tian had given him, the bartender seemed to have accidentally swallowed a little blue pill. He immediately dropped to his knees before Ning Tian with a thud, his entire body along with dozens of fungal filaments pressing against the floor as he spoke. Does the command protein have this kind of effect? How come I never knew that? This scene left Ning Tian completely dumbfounded. He pondered it in his mind for quite some time but still couldn't make head or tail of it. Still, this bartender is rather interesting. I might be able to make good use of him. With that thought, he turned around, leaned in slowly, and whispered into the bartender's ear. Shoo, don't go spreading the word that I'm a divine messenger. Just keep it to yourself. Remember to keep it buried deep inside. God bless you. Chapter 29, The Origin of White Blood Cells. I know. One must not presume to speculate on the will of the gods. I understand every word you're trying to say, divine messenger. The bartender knelt on the ground and replied very obediently. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, you understand my ass. I just don't want you to permanently associate me with this divine messenger title. Besides, if such a ridiculous title gets out, it'll be a total embarrassment, you know. Good, that's enough. Get up. Ning Tian said, his face flushing with embarrassment. If he had a pair of hands at that moment, he would have covered his face while speaking. First, this pretentious title was just too embarrassing, and here in public, of all places. I'm not exactly a social butterfly. Secondly, Ning Tian could already sense the strange glances being cast his way from all corners of the tavern. Especially from those few squatting in the corner muscular guys who looked like the tavern's hired thugs. Just then, the bartender suddenly stood up from the floor, dozens of fungal filaments dancing wildly, looking rather excited. To catch a glimpse of his divine majesty in this lifetime, my existence is complete. Ning Tian watched the scene before him with a touch of awkwardness. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But upon reflection, it was no wonder the bartender had reacted this way. After all, the tavern was always bustling with cells coming and going. It wasn't uncommon for some cells to bring back fascinating stories from distant lands. Some of these cells particularly enjoyed recounting myths and legends at the tavern. Stories about the daily lives of deities, the proteins they consume, their apostle cells, and so on. Though some tales sounded unbelievable, and others were downright absurd. As they were repeated more often, over longer periods, and by more cells, these stories naturally seeped into his consciousness. As the saying goes, the speaker speaks without intent, but the listener hears with purpose. Moreover, as a resident cell of the tavern, this bartender's cell had undoubtedly been steeped in these mythical tales on a daily basis. Through constant exposure, he naturally came to believe wholeheartedly in deities, divine messenger cells, and the like. Added to this was the instruction protein Ning Tian had given him, a product of his own protein laboratory. Such proteins are virtually impossible to synthesize externally. They require the peptide chain to undergo repeated processing and folding within the body, so their uniqueness and precision are self-evident. Even across the entire cell town, it would be difficult to find a cell capable of synthesizing this protein. The production method is virtually exclusive to Ning Tian. Therefore, presenting this unprecedented protein to the bartender's cell inevitably led him to mistake it for a divine miracle. After all, such a meticulously crafted product perfectly aligns with his mental definition of a miracle. By the way, I came here to ask you about something. What is it? Please go ahead. The bartender's cell replied without hesitation. Why are there so many white blood cells in this town? When did they arrive? This was the question most on Ning Tian's mind right now. Every cell in this town has its own role and purpose. Some produce inorganic salts here to provide nutrients for plant cells, while others are responsible for transporting oxygen from the upper layers. At first glance, everything seems perfectly reasonable. But the only thing that doesn't make sense are those white blood cells roaming the streets. These white blood cells do not participate in any of the town's ecological cycles or processing of substances. Even without these white cells, the town could still function normally. The white cells were organisms existing entirely outside this ecosystem. If there were a way to eliminate these white cells, then all the nutrients in this entire ecosystem would be his alone. For Ning Tian, this would be a massive windfall of nutrients and experience points. Just thinking about it was enough to make him excited. Regarding this, your divine messenger, there is something you may not be aware of. The moment the bartender's cell spoke, his expression slowly darkened. Before these white blood cells arrived, there was no town here. Back then, the entire cave was in utter chaos. There was no concept of cooperation among the settlements, everyone developed on their own. Whenever resource conflicts arose, they would escalate into battles between settlements, ultimately resulting in countless casualties. Before that, not a single cell possessed the awareness to share resources or cooperate. Everyone only knew how to resolve resource imbalances between settlements through combat and culling their own numbers. This situation wasn't completely resolved until that group of white blood cells arrived. The bartender said this while wiping the empty cups brought by the server. Ning Tian also instinctively picked up the stone cup in front of him, which contained a bubble of wine. As soon as these white blood cells arrived here, they first used force to resolve all conflicts and disputes within the cave, bringing every colony to submit to their military might. They then set about building the town's ecosystem, teaching cells of different species to cooperate and share resources. Through a series of positive cycles, the cave gradually transformed from a chaotic mess into the rudimentary form of a town. During this time, the town faced attacks from external enemies, but they were all driven out. They were like gods sent from the heavens. Not only did they sow the seeds of civilization in this town, but they also shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting it and maintaining public order. After a series of developments, the cell town eventually took on its present form, so rather than saying the town formed naturally, it would be more accurate to say that all of this is entirely due to the efforts of those white blood cells. I see. Ning Tian listened with great interest, then nodded thoughtfully. After the story ended, he slowly placed the stone cup back on the stone table. He hadn't taken a single sip of the liquor in the cup, it was merely for show. The only reason was that he feared the alcohol might be poisonous. After all, as long as he paid for the drink and obtained the information, that was all that mattered. Who was going to care whether he drank it or not? However, after learning about the town's background, one thing left Ning Tian puzzled. According to what the bartender had just said, these white blood cells were not the original inhabitants of the cave. They had migrated here later. They hadn't lived here at all before. Furthermore, to his knowledge, ordinary white blood cells could only survive in a bodily fluid environment and were unable to survive normally outside the human body. So how had this group in the town managed? Ning Tian silently reassured himself. He then turned his gaze to the bartender's cell. By the way, how much is the lodging here? How many trade points does it cost? For now, he had no other leads, but he wasn't willing to give up the nutrients of an entire town. So, his top priority at the moment was to find a place to stay and lie low. After all, those white blood cells wouldn't survive long outside the body fluids. What if one day they all perished in battle? Wouldn't he all the remaining nutrients then be his to enjoy alone? Your divine messenger, how can you say such things? It is already a great honor for our humble establishment to have you as a guest. How could we possibly dare to charge you transaction credits for staying here? From today onward, all your expenses at this establishment are on the house. The bartender twirled several of his fungal filaments as he spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian's eye twitched violently, and he thought to himself, is this good fortune coming my way? It seems that this divine messenger title, though a bit pretentious and socially embarrassing, is actually quite useful. Alright, then take me to where you have a place to rest. Yes, your divine messenger, please follow me. The second and third floors of the Cell Tavern were designated as lodging areas for visiting cells. The second floor consisted of standard private rooms, while the third floor housed luxury VIP suites. As the divine messenger, the bartender cell naturally wouldn't treat Ning Tian with any less than the utmost respect. He led Ning Tian straight to the innermost room on the third floor, the presidential suite within the luxury VIP area. The door to the private room was a phospholipid bilayer covering a stone doorframe. This structure was somewhat similar to the components of a cell membrane and required a specific protein ligand to open. The cell bartender handed Ning Tian the protein ligand for this room and instructed him. This is the key to opening this door. Please don't lose it. Ning Tian couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The Cell Tavern was built atop a cliff to begin with, and this was the highest point of the entire establishment. As a lookout point, this spot was indeed ideal, allowing him to keep every move in the town under his watchful eye. However, there was one thing Ning Tian couldn't quite figure out. What was the deal with that massive mycelium rug laid out in the middle of this second-floor loft? Alright, that concludes the tour of the presidential suite. I won't disturb you any further, divine messenger. Please get some rest. With that, the bartender's cell took the spare key and slowly exited the room. Now, Ning Tian was alone in the presidential suite. He wandered around the room. A 200 square meter space with a duplex layout. This was a level of luxury he'd never experienced in his previous life. Who would have thought that in this life, as a cell, he'd get to experience it all? This feeling was truly delightful. Alright, now that I've enjoyed myself, it's time to get down to business. Ning Tian put away the carefree expression he'd been wearing and immediately focused his attention on his interface. At this moment, he was just one step away from unlocking cell division. Once he completed the evolution of the cell nucleus, he could begin dividing, opening the door to the next stage. And now he had already collected 2,220 gene points. More than enough to complete the evolution of the cell nucleus. Select evolution. Congratulations! You have successfully evolved the cell nucleus by spending 1,920 gene points. Health plus 100, stamina plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50. A blinding white light erupted from his body like a stellar explosion, radiating a massive brilliance. The entire suite was bathed in the light, as bright as day. The radiance persisted for a long time before gradually fading away. After the white light vanished, Ning Tian distinctly felt a powerful force surging into his body. Chapter 31, New Ability Fission, Unlocked. ID, Ning Tian. Level, 910-53200. Stage, Single Cell Stage Enhanced Cell. Health, 450. Stamina, 280. Attack, 210. Defense, 221. Speed, 31. Gene points, 300. Nutrition points, 500. Current organs. Lightning fast flagellum perfect, speed plus 30, stamina consumption while swimming 50%. Day and night mitochondrion perfect, stamina plus 50, attack plus 25, stamina regeneration speed plus 100%. Cold blade membrane barb perfect, defense plus 50, attack plus 50, attack plus 10 added via the toughness trait when combined with the cell wall. Hypercomposite lysosome perfect, health plus 150, protein acquisition nutrition points increased to 10. Centrioles, health plus 10, stamina plus 10. Research grade endoplasmic reticulum perfect, health, attack plus 50. Superior Golgi apparatus superior, stamina plus 20, attack plus 20, defense plus 20. Military grade ribosome perfect, health plus 50, stamina plus 50. Cell wall, defense plus 100. Cell nucleus, health plus 100, stamina plus 100, attack plus 50, defense plus 50. After evolving the cell nucleus, Ning Tian's stats jumped several tiers at once. Whether in health, stamina, attack, or defense, the improvement in his stats was strikingly evident. An indescribable sense of power instantly surged through him. Usually, stats increase in stages, and I don't feel much of a difference after each enhancement. But this evolution has instantly boosted my stats, with particularly noticeable growth across the board, especially in attack. Ning Tian closed the data panel and muttered to himself. The instant 50-point boost instantly filled his entire body with power. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a few thrust shots to test the might of his enhanced skills. And after that flash of white light, Ning Tian also clearly sensed a change within himself. Before he had evolved a cell nucleus, the genetic material within his body existed as ribbon-like strands floating freely in the cytoplasm. They were scattered and undisciplined, only reluctantly gathering together when needed. Once used, they would return to their original free-floating state. Therefore, prior to this, he had little sense of the genetic material within his body. It was as if these substances didn't exist within him at all. Now, with the emergence of the cell nucleus, these free-floating genetic materials seem to have found a permanent home. They spontaneously gathered together, systematically organizing themselves into a nucleus-like structure. This made Ning Tian feel as though there was an additional heart-like entity inside his body. Except, this heart might not beat. Since you have successfully evolved all the organelles required to unlock division, the new function division has been unlocked for you. Division consumes 10,000 nutrition points to perform cell division, splitting one parent cell into two daughter cells. After the first division is complete, the host cell will advance from the single cell stage to the next stage. Note: the host S division is limited in number. Current available divisions, 1. He finally made it this far. Once the division was complete, he could advance to the next stage. However, Ning Tian, who had just unlocked the division function, couldn't bring himself to feel happy at all. 10,000 points. After reading the description of the division function, Ning Tian instantly screamed inwardly. It has to be said, that number was absolutely mind-boggling. Since becoming a cell, he wasn't even sure if the total nutrition points he collected so far added up to 10,000. Not to mention, he already used up almost all of them. The mere 500 points he had left were from devouring soil fungi at the tavern entrance. 10,000 nutrition points. Where on earth am I supposed to get that? Just then, a sudden idea struck Ning Tian. Hey, wait a minute. Didn't the bartender just say that the therapeutic pool in this presidential suite is rich in nutrients? So, those nutrients. With that, Ning Tian headed straight for the first floor therapeutic pool. At that moment, the entire first floor was filled with wisps of hot steam drifting through the air, all thanks to the pool. Clearly, the water had just been heated. The temperature should be just right. However, Ning Tian wasn't focused on any of that. He was only concerned with the shimmering, luminous substance in the pool. It looked exactly like the proteins in his mind, and it was incredibly dense. The concentration was much higher than what he'd seen in the medium earlier. With such a dense concentration, I should be able to earn quite a few nutrition points, right? With that thought, without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian plunged headfirst into the therapeutic pool. Whoa, it's so hot! The scalding water instantly reminded Ning Tian of the terror he felt as a child when the water in his foot bath would catch him off guard. The difference, however, was that as a child, he could at least test the water temperature with his big toe beforehand to prepare himself mentally. But right now, he was just a cell, no big foot to test the water with. He didn't even have hands. He had absolutely no warning. Nor did he have a single worry. He just plunged into the scalding water. But since he was already in, a little heat would just cook him, help him adjust. After all, how does that saying go? A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water? After swimming a lap in the pool, Ning Tian quickly absorbed all the nutrients it contained. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed 300 protein particles and earned 3,000 nutrition points. You have earned 3,000 experience points. Thanks to the attribute bonuses provided by the super complex lysosome, Ning Tian could now perform deeper hydrolysis within his body for every protein he collected, earning 10 nutrition points each time. And 300 proteins equaled exactly 3,000 nutrition points. Who would VE thought? This presidential suite really has something special. A single little pool holds a full 3,000 nutrition points. The owner sure knows how to think big. Ning Tian marveled to himself. After all, the 5 Paramecium he had originally collected amounted to a mere 1,000 nutrition points at most. Now, a single pool was worth 3 times that amount. He had to admit, this Cell Tavern was far more generous than that observer. Congratulations! You have reached level 10. Health plus 10, stamina plus 5. New evolution path unlocked. Current available evolution path, vacuole. Evolution path, vacuole. Evolve into an organelle composed of a single membrane and internal cytoplasmic fluid. It is a vesicular structure within the cytoplasm, separated from the cytoplasm by a vacuolar membrane. It contains watery cytoplasmic fluid and is responsible for regulating the intracellular environment, as well as storing various substances. Additional attributes: health plus 20, stamina plus 5. Vacuole? Looking at the newly unlocked evolution path, Ning Tian felt a bit puzzled. He thought to himself, aren't vacuoles organelles found only in plant cells? How come I can evolve into one now? Could it be that after evolving, I'll turn into a plant cell? Wait a minute. Just then, Ning Tian suddenly remembered. After he had evolved a cell wall, the system seemed to have automatically classified him as a fungus. So that means I'm now a single-cell stage fungus? Now that he thought about it, it didn't seem all that strange for a fungus to evolve a vacuole. Chapter 32, Unexpected Developments on the Front Lines. However, based on the progressive progression rules, evolving a vacuole would require 3,840 gene points. After evolving a nucleus, he now had a meager 300 gene points left, far from enough to complete this evolution. Never mind. I'll figure out how to handle cell division first. Ning Tian closed the interface and muttered to himself. After collecting all the nutrients from the tank, he now had a total of 3,500 nutrition points, still 6,500 short of what was needed for cell division. A goal of 6,500 points, that's going to be tough. Ning Tian slowly swam up from the pool. From the observation deck on the second floor, he now had the widest view of the entire cell town, with every detail of the town laid out before his eyes. Yet, precisely because of this, he felt a sense of awe toward the town. The town was now teeming with patrolling white blood cells. They weren't just visible on the streets and roads, but also at those remote cell factories. He could even spot white blood cells drifting near the root structures that towered like skyscrapers. As a result, Ning Tian couldn't touch a single cell in this town. One slip up, and he'd be swarmed by the town's entire white blood cell force. The danger level was on par with hell mode. However, there is still a way to acquire nutrition points. It just requires him to take a desperate risk. It's been so long, that group of white blood cells out there must be nearly finished fighting by now. If I go back now, I wonder if I can still pick up the scraps. Ning Tian pondered to himself. This was the only solution he could think of at the moment. Once the fighting starts outside, the ground will surely be littered with corpses. To other cells, these corpses might be nothing more than useless limbs and fragments. But to Ning Tian, they were ready-made nutrition points. The risk assessment, however, was slightly high. If the battle had already ended, it would be fine. Nutrition points would be scattered everywhere, waiting for him to harvest. But if the battle wasn't over, not only would he miss out on the spoils, but he might also lose his own life in the war. He'd seen the white blood cell stats; they were clearly slightly higher than his own. And a battle capable of mobilizing so many white blood cells was obviously on a higher level than his own. Risking his life to go in now, if he got swept up in the war, it would likely be a one-way ticket to death. Forget it. You can't catch a wolf without risking your shoes. Might as well go all out and fight him. Ning Tian shouted inwardly. Worst case scenario, if I die, I'll just reincarnate again. He made his way through the cave and emerged outside. Ning Tian's vision instantly broke free from the darkness. Light immediately illuminated a large open area before him. He found the rock wall closest to the cave entrance, carefully hid behind it, and peered out to observe the situation outside. At that moment, there wasn't a single sound outside the cave. It seemed the battle had already ended. However, even so, Ning Tian didn't let his guard down. If he remembered correctly, the battle should have taken place a bit further away from here. There wasn't a single corpse in the vicinity, clearly indicating that the fighting hadn't reached this area yet. If all goes as planned, the white blood cells have probably held off this wave of invaders. Ning Tian speculated to himself. It was a simple logic: if this defensive wave had failed, the invaders would inevitably be heading toward the cave. And his current position would likely shift from the rear to the very front lines of the battle. Still, I can't rule out the possibility of one or two stragglers slipping through. After all, with a battle of such massive scale, it was impossible to keep every enemy in sight on the battlefield. There would always be one or two lucky ones who broke through the front lines and made it deep into the rear, then hid here to sneakily raid the supplies. From now on, I have to stay on high alert at all times. Ning Tian carefully waved his flagellum, swimming forward slowly, keeping a constant watch on the sunken mud bricks. He was terrified that one or two stray plague beasts might suddenly crawl out and gnaw his face off. Wasn't that how it always played out in the movies from his past life, like in Resident Evil? However, just then, he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from behind the rock wall ahead. Ning Tian quickly found cover and hid. Within his sensory range, he could sense the presence of two lifeforms behind that rock wall. Although, looking at just one of them, it wasn't much bigger than him, and their estimated combat strength wouldn't differ by much. But if two of them appeared at the same time, he'd be in for a real fight. Just as Ning Tian was pondering whether to attack or flee, a conversation came from behind the rock wall. We have to get back to base quickly, report this to headquarters. These plagues will definitely come back. Before the next attack, we must reinforce the outer defenses. A frail voice spoke in a faint whisper, sounding as if the speaker had suffered severe injuries. Hearing this, Ning Tian instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clearly, these two weren't pathogens at all, but white blood cells that had retreated from the front lines. And judging by the tone, he might even recognize one of them. No rush. Let us wait and see. Although he was tempted to go over and ask if they needed help, rational analysis and the eerie atmosphere around him ultimately led Ning Tian to decide to hold his ground for now. They won T. Come back. Cough cough, how do you know? Take a guess. Just then, the other white blood cell suddenly picked up the protein spear that had fallen to the ground and slowly swam toward the frail cell. What are you doing? The frail cell lay on the ground, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of cytoplasm, then asked with wide eyes. If I just eliminate you, I'll be promoted to the new Legion commander, right? Nonsense. Cough, cough. How can you think like that at a critical moment like this? Aren't you afraid my men will avenge me if you kill me? Who in the entire Legion would ever obey you? Don't worry. The rest of the brothers have all fallen in battle. If I kill you here, no one will see it. Besides, you were the target of this plague invasion to begin with. As long as you die in battle and vacate your position, I'll succeed in becoming the Legion commander. As he spoke, a sinister grin instantly spread across the face of the white blood cell gripping the protein spear. What? So that means, you've actually been colluding with the enemy, cough cough. That's right. But now that you know, what can you do about it? Give up. If you just lie down, you might die more comfortably. With a wicked grin, the white blood cell slowly swam forward, holding the protein spear, and aimed the tip directly at the core of the frail cell lying on the ground. Well then, say goodbye to this world. Chapter 33, I'm just a stranger passing through. Thrust and fire, activate. Without warning, a dense barrage of arrows struck the white blood cell from the side. A flash caught the white blood cell's peripheral vision. Instantly, it swung the protein spear in its hand. A streak of light swept past, and the barrage of thrusting arrows before it were all cleaved in two, scattering to the ground. Who's there? Come out. With a flick of the spear, the white blood cell's gaze instantly grew wary, and a phospholipid polymer shield coalesced around its body in an instant. Just then, Ning Tian slowly emerged from behind the rock wall. A silver-plated cell wall enveloped his body, and countless cold, gleaming membrane barbs were rapidly sprouting from beneath it. I'm just a passing stranger cell. Remember that. White blood cell renegade. Level 13. Stage, lymphocyte infected. Health, 450. Stamina, 225. Attack, 200 fine protein spear plus 150. Defense, 200 fine phospholipid polymer shield plus 100. Speed, 30. Whoa, those stats are pretty lousy. No wonder you couldn't make it as a Legion commander. After glancing at the data panel of the renegade cell in front of him, Ning Tian quipped casually. Ding! Mission 6, eliminate the renegade white blood cell. Mission reward, nutrition points plus 5,000. Mission hint, the renegade white blood cell has spotted you. You are about to be drawn into a battle. This is an optional mission. You have two choices. Option 1, engage head-on. Mission description, battle is now inevitable. You may choose to join the fight, defeat the renegade cell, and claim the full mission reward. Option 2, flee. Mission description, your speed exceeds that of the mutated cells. You may choose to abandon the mission and forfeit all point rewards to flee immediately. However, since you have uncovered the mutated cell's secret, you will receive the debuff, Pursuit by Mutated Cells. So it's you, the outsider. It was a pity I let you escape last time. I never expected you'd come knocking on my door this time. You've truly thrown yourself into the jaws of hell. With that, a red light flashed in the mutant cell's eyes. The tip of its protein spear whistled through the air with a piercing shriek, piercing straight toward Ning Tian's nuclear membrane. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. At that moment, Ning Tian smiled inwardly. Is there even a choice here? My decision is obviously. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%, reaching 62. Duration, 10 seconds. The next second, Ning Tian's figure flickered, dodging the spear thrust entirely. The renegade cell's spear grazed past his body, striking empty air before him. Although the acceleration skill only lasted 10 seconds, not long enough to last until the spear thrust's cooldown ended. During those 10 seconds, the mutant cell wouldn't stand a chance of harming him. Taking advantage of the mutant cell's missed strike, Ning Tian deployed his external cold blade membrane barb and, using the speed boost from the acceleration skill, drove it viciously into the mutant cell's back. 10. 10. 10. The membrane barb struck the mutant cell's phospholipid polymer shield. With 210 attack power, it barely penetrated 200 points of the cell's defense, inflicting only a negligible amount of damage. Damn it, I barely even scratched the surface. Seeing the meager damage numbers float above the renegade cell's head, Ning Tian frowned. He immediately swung his flagellum to change direction, creating distance between himself and the renegade cell. However, the latter's reaction was extremely swift. Before Ning Tian could pull away, it executed a counterattack, thrusting directly into Ning Tian's body. Weapon-bound skill lance thrust, activate. Accompanied by a low growl from the renegade cell, a silver glow appeared on the surface of the lance. Fine protein lance, penetration plus 50. 29. Gah! A bright red number floated above Ning Tian's head. The spear, shimmering with silver light, pierced right through the cell wall on his body and into his cell membrane. Intense pain surged from the wound. Fortunately, thanks to the speed boost from his acceleration skill, he had already put distance between himself and the mutated cell before it could launch a second spear thrust. Damn it, I let my guard down. Ning Tian dragged his injured body and swam to a safe distance. Some of the matrix inside his body seeped out through the wound in his cell membrane. This was the first time he'd been injured since his rebirth. He hadn't expected the pain to feel so real. Quick run! You can't beat him. Hurry and take the news of the mutiny back Telug. Before the words had even finished, a protein spear sliced through the air, whistling sharply as it flew toward him, plunging viciously into the body of the Legion commander, who was barely clinging to life on the ground. 30. A bright red damage number instantly floated up from above his head. Humph, old man, once I've dealt with this troublesome outsider, I'll come back for you. The renegade cell swam slowly over and swiftly pulled the protein spear from the Legion commander's body. Some of the base fluid inside the latter's body was dragged out by the spearhead, splattering all over the ground. The renegade cell flicked the spear shaft in its hand. The murky fluid flew off, and in an instant, the spear was as bright as new. Come on, you don't want to keep hiding like a rat forever, and I've got business to attend to. Why don't we just get this over with? The renegade cell, spear in hand, swam slowly toward Ning Tian. The 10-second time limit had passed. The speed boost faded, and Ning Tian's speed returned to 31. Now their speeds were equal. He no longer held the advantage. Meanwhile, a faint green glow flickered across the mutant cell's surface. The holes Ning Tian had just punctured in its cell membrane were gradually healing under the light's influence. +10. +10. +10. Soon, the mutant cell was back at full health. Damn, its healing skill is more durable than mine. Ning Tian's eye twitched slightly as he thought enviously to himself. Repair, activate. 100 nutrition points consumed. Repair skill activated. Cell membrane repaired. Health +25. With a low growl, the wounds on Ning Tian's surface began to heal slowly. Oof. Not only is the healing effect poor, but it's also a one-time use. As the saying goes, comparison is the root of all pain. In comparison, Ning Tian's repair skill was immeasurably weaker. Not only did it provide a fixed amount of recovery, but it also consumed nutrition points. Worst of all, it could only be used once per phase. The next time he could use it would be after the split was complete. But there was nothing he could do about it after all. He obtained this skill from a Paramecium. In the early stages, this might have been a decent recovery skill. But at this level of intensity, such a skill is basically obsolete. No way. That recovery skill of his is too tempting. I've got to get my hands on it. Ning Tian gritted his teeth inwardly and muttered to himself. Chapter 34, Decisive Victory. Alright, then let us settle this with a single move. Ning Tian stopped in his tracks and said expressionlessly. He scanned his stats. His current health was 456. The healing skill had only restored 25 points, failing to bring him back to full health. However, it was certain that this back and forth had not drained much of his stamina. Thanks to the double stamina regeneration rate provided by the perfect mitochondrion, his stamina was still at full capacity. After a round of back and forth, the stab shot ability had just finished cooling down. It was time to launch the final assault. Excellent, very decisive, I like that. Hearing Ning Tian's reply, the traitor couldn't help but grin, his heart swelling with excitement. Although Ning Tian's decisiveness had taken him somewhat by surprise, being able to end the fight immediately suited him just fine. Once he dealt with this outsider in front of him, he'd move on to take care of that old man. Although there had been a minor hiccup along the way, fortunately, everything was proceeding according to plan. The Legion commander's position will be mine in the end. With that thought, the renegade cell cast all caution aside. Without another word, he raised his protein spear and charged straight at Ning Tian. Fight, outsider! Seeing the renegade cell charging at him with such ferocity, Ning Tian didn't hesitate for a moment. He swung his flagellum decisively, revealing his gleaming membrane barb, and met the charge head-on. At that moment, a familiar plan had already taken shape in his mind. Out of their line of sight, cellular fluid was slowly oozing out from the ruptured cell membrane of the Legion commander. He had grown so weak that he lacked even a shred of strength to stop the fluid from leaking out of his body. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he met his end from severe fluid loss. Yet even so, he mustered every ounce of strength in his body to force his eyes open. His gaze burned like a torch as he fixed it intently on the battle unfolding before him. Deep down, he was silently praying for Ning Tian. Hang in there, outsider. You're the only one who can stop him now. If even you fall here, this entire town will soon be reduced to ruins. The distance between the two was gradually closing. Both sides were prepared to unleash their full power. Lance thrust, activate. As expected, a dazzling silver glow appeared on the surface of the lance in the traitor Celeste's hand. High-quality protein lance, penetration plus 50. As the distance narrowed, Ning Tian began silently calculating the unit distance between them in his mind. The intensity of the battle did not cloud his judgment. His mind remained sharp, and his cool composure calculated the critical distance for maximizing the damage of the thrust shot. Since the thrust shot is a fan-shaped area of effect AoE skill, it demonstrates unique advantages against large groups of enemies. However, when facing a single target, it has a significant drawback. If the distance is too great, the number of arrow clusters within the fan-shaped range that can actually deal damage is very limited. To maximize this damage output, the distance between them must be minimized as much as possible. Only when the distance is short enough will the fan-shaped range be reduced to its smallest possible size, ensuring that every arrow cluster strikes the target without exception and maximizing the damage effect. Only then could he fulfill his desire for a one-hit kill. However, this damage threshold depended on the length of the protein spear wielded by the renegade cell. Enhanced by the spear-piercing skill, the protein spear could now directly penetrate Ning Tian's cell wall and inflict damage on his internal structures. How to balance combat losses against maximum damage output was the sole dilemma Ning Tian currently faced. Indeed, he was right in those few moments. Ning Tian had been calculating the critical point to maximize the damage of stab shot. But he had overlooked one thing. Namely, what was the purpose behind Ning Tian's calculations? Boosted by its sophisticated phospholipid polymer shield, the renegade cell possessed a total of 200 defense points. Due to the skill S effect, the stab shot's damage was limited to 50% of the attack cap. Based on Ning Tian's current attack attribute of 210, the damage output of the stab shot would be only 105 points. This figure was nowhere near enough to breach the mutated cell's defense. As the protein spear pierced Ning Tian's body, cytoplasmic fluid began to seep slowly from the wound, and excruciating pain immediately surged through him. Yet, a faint smile curled at the corner of Ning Tian's lips. Have you ever wondered why, despite having only one ranged skill, I waited until you were this close to use it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than, in the next second, a worm-like speck of light slowly emerged from the surface of his cell membrane. Seeing this, the mutated cell's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the protein spear in his hand was still lodged inside Ning Tian's body, and he couldn't pull it out for the time being. With no backup plan, it could only watch helplessly as the tiny worm slowly burrowed into its own body. Indeed, Ning Tian had been plotting all along. That statement was certainly true. But all his previous schemes had merely been setting the stage for this final move. Command protein, disarm effect activated. Signals from the protein spear and phospholipid polymer shield have been blocked. The next second, the protein spear began to hydrolyze, snapping instantly into several peptide chain fragments in the hands of the renegade cell. The peptide chains that had already pierced Ning Tian's body and snapped inside him were immediately absorbed as nutrients. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the protein spear peptide chain fragments. You have earned 200 nutrition points and 200 experience points. Of course, the phospholipid polymer shield did not escape this fate either. In an instant, it disintegrated on its own on the surface of the mutated cells. Just then, Ning Tian suddenly let out a chilling smile. He then spoke softly in front of the mutated cells. Thrust shot, activate. Chapter 35, I shall take your skills, worry not. 5. 5. 5. 110. The final hit of damage was dealt directly by the icy gleam on Ning Tian's surface as it pierced the mutated cell's outer membrane. Once the phospholipid polymer shield on its surface was shattered, the renegade cell's defense dropped directly from 200 to 100, and the stab shot could now inflict minor damage on it. Although each shot only dealt 5 points of damage. This distance had been meticulously calculated by Ning Tian. At this distance, he could guarantee that every spike in the arrow rain array would hit its mark without fail. In that final moment, he made his choice. He sacrificed those 29 health points to maximize the damage output of this spike barrage. Even if each shot only dealt 5 points of damage, with all spikes striking a single target simultaneously, the total damage was still quite substantial. The arrow rain array struck the renegade cell without missing a single shot, instantly riddling it with holes. Cytoplasmic fluid began to gush ceaselessly from the countless holes. Watching the renegade cell's 450-point health bar vanish right before his eyes, a fleeting emotion crossed Ning Tian's mind. I shall take your skills, do not worry. With that, the mutated cell, filled with deep regret, dissolved before him into pools of cytoplasmic fluid shimmering with bright specks of light and a fragment of DNA double helix glowing with a phosphorescent green light. In the distance, the Legion commander, lying on the ground and on the verge of death, finally closed his eyes in peace upon witnessing this scene, his heart filled with profound emotion. We VE1. That's all that matters. Though the outcome of the battle could not reverse the ebb of his life, nor could it stop the cytoplasm from flowing out of his body, it did allow his fiery heart to feel a sliver of calm. Perhaps this was the duty of a Legion commander. Congratulations on successfully eliminating the rebel white blood cell. Mission 6 complete, plus 5,000 nutrition points. The mission notification popped up, and 5,000 nutrition points were credited to his account. Then, Ning Tian swam upward with satisfaction and began absorbing the remaining nutrients from the rebel cell. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the rebel white blood cell. You have earned 2,000 nutrition points and 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the rebel white blood cell DNA fragment. You have earned 1,000 gene points. Analyzing the rebel white blood cell DNA fragment. Genetic information related to the advanced repair skill has been detected in the rebel white blood cell DNA fragment. Do you wish to proceed with advanced learning? Yes. Advanced learning of repair requires 600 nutrition points. Do you wish to continue? Choose to learn. Congratulations! You have spent 600 nutrition points to successfully learn the advanced genetic knowledge of repair. Your repair skill has been upgraded to LV2. Repair LV2, the advanced repair skill no longer consumes nutrition points, instead, it consumes 100 stamina points. It performs continuous repair on the cell membrane for 10 seconds, restoring 10 health per second, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. Wow! Seeing the description of the advanced skill, Ning Tian couldn't help but inwardly exclaim. Although the cooldown was still a bit long, at least it wasn't as absurdly long as a full cell cycle. Moreover, the repair method had shifted from instantaneous to sustained, 10 health restored per second for 10 seconds, totaling 100 health restored. This was far more useful than before the upgrade. However, since it was a new skill, it naturally couldn't escape the fate of being tested in a loot box. Ning Tian mustered his resolve and murmured to himself. Healing skill, activate. The next second, a green glow slowly rose, flickering across his body like a breathing light, gradually shifting from bright to dim. Plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 3. Green numbers began popping up one after another above Ning Tian's head. The wounds in his cell membranes, torn open by the spear, began to slowly heal under the green light's healing effect. In just a few seconds, he was back to full health. Once the healing was complete, the green light gradually faded, and the repair skill entered a long cooldown period. Looks like I'll have to wait an hour for the next repair. I hope nothing goes wrong in the next hour. Seeing his health bar back at full on the interface, Ning Tian finally closed it with a sense of relief. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a shimmering pool on the ground in the distance. His gaze shifted toward it. Immediately, it dawned on him. Damn, how could I have forgotten about that? Ning Tian decisively swung his flagellum and swam toward the Legion commander's body in the distance. The glowing patch was emitted by the fluid oozing from the Legion commander's body. He was now unconscious, his frail form lying in a pool of the base fluid, his fate unknown. A massive gash had been torn open in his abdomen by the spear, making it hard for the Sis to believe he was still alive. Hey, wake up, wake up! Can you still talk? If you die, I want to hold back on the nutrients in your body, you know. On the battlefield, filled with all manner of rock walls, the mangled corpses of white blood cells were scattered everywhere. The entire battlefield was littered with corpses. Only a few black plague cells remained on the battlefield, cleaning up the remaining corpses. At that moment, a newly formed cell was slowly swimming toward the battlefield from the distance, moving through the soil layer. As it swam, it hummed to itself from time to time. Humph, those despicable outsiders, daring to come out and ruin my plans. Once I gain new power from Lord Archaea, I will repay this grudge tenfold. This nascent cell was a fragment split off from the renegade white blood cell. In the final moment of its life, it had completed an incomplete division in an instant. A cluster of feeble daughter cells carried fragments of its infected DNA. Taking advantage of its small size, it had evaded Ning Tian's sight. Now, this daughter cell was not only frail but had also lost all its nutrients, causing its level to drop directly to level 1. Its health points were a mere 10. Now, even a single Paramecium could easily devour it. Just then, a plague that had remained on the battlefield, busy disposing of corpses, suddenly spotted this daughter cell still drifting about. Without a word, it flapped its black wings, tracing a graceful arc through the air, and then landed steadily beside the traitorous cell. The massive shadow loomed over it, nearly suffocating the cell. Seeing the plague about to open its massive jaws to devour it, the renegade cell broke out in a cold sweat and began to curse. You vile beast! Look closely at who I am. Take me back to Lord Archaea, or else I'll make you pay. Awoo! Clearly, the plague paid him no mind. It took a bite crunch. Then, flapping its wings, it flew off excitedly into the distance. Chapter 36, Rebirth. In a deep, secluded valley, multiple black spores were tangled together, forming a massive black sac at the bottom of the valley. It stood like a gigantic tumor at the valley floor, having taken root there. Several thick, branch-like roots extended from the base of the tumor-like sac, winding out in all directions and crawling across the sheer cliffs of the valley floor. They searched the depths of the valley for any usable nutrients and water sources. These dark roots, like arteries, gushed the water and nutrients they found into the interior of the sac. In the sky, a black pest flapped its wings as it flew in from the distance. Spotting the giant black tumor at the mouth of the valley, it wasted no time and immediately began a dive. It was like a heavy artillery shell falling from the sky. It slammed violently into the vesicle at the valley floor, tearing a massive hole in its membrane. Inside the vesicle, a beam of light streamed in. It struck the fungal carpet on the floor of the sac. Every spore in its path was obliterated, as if swept by a laser beam, leaving a deep scorch mark on the fungal carpet. The spores hit by the beam had their outer membranes instantly ruptured with a pop. They melted into a pool of black pus on the ground. Like spilled grape juice, it flowed across the fungal carpet and was devoured clean by the surrounding spore tissue. The next second, several incubation vesicles bulged from the surface of the fungal carpet, and countless newborn spore clusters emerged from within them. Like several black earthworms, they wriggled their bodies and slowly crawled up the inner walls of the vesicles. They swiftly filled the hole that had been torn open by the plague. At that moment, the beams of light from outside could no longer penetrate. Every single ray of light was blocked without exception. Black archaeal matter was released from the surrounding spore tissue, oozing like venom as it slowly crept toward the scorched marks on the fungal mat. It solidified over the scorched grooves, fusing the spore tissue on either side back together. The spore tissue on the fungal mat, which had been burned away, was instantly restored to its original state under the covering of this black archaeal matter. Immediately afterward, black cilia began to grow slowly from the filled-in fungal mass, like new buds. At that moment, inside the vesicle, everything returned to silence. In the darkness, one could faintly make out a spine-like cavity standing at the very center of the vesicle. Through the turbid fluid enclosed within the cavity membrane, a faint purple glow could be seen emanating from the bottom of the cavity. The plague that had just burst in folded its wings and settled steadily onto the fungal carpet. It tilted its head back and let out a long, piercing cry. Then, it expelled a droplet of purple mucus from its mouth. The droplet rolled across the fungal carpet a few times before exploding with a pop upon contact with the archaeal matter. A pool of black, viscous fluid splattered across the ground. The renegade cell slowly crawled out of the liquid. After the earlier tumbling, he now felt somewhat dizzy, and the basal fluid inside his body began to churn incessantly. Immediately afterward, clear, transparent cellular fluid gushed directly from his mouth. Ugh! After vomiting, he instantly felt much better. However, just as he was about to lift his head, four black tentacles sprouted without warning from the four corners of the vesicle's inner wall. Like demonic claws, they reached out toward him and clamped him firmly in their grasp. A black archaeal matter, existing somewhere between liquid and solid, rapidly secreted from the spore-like structures on the tentacles. Like blood-sated reptiles, it crept along the outer walls of the tentacles, spreading rapidly across the body of the mutated cell, much like a plague in the apocalypse. Lord Archaea, please hear me out. But before he could finish, he was completely enveloped by this swarm of reptile-like archaeal matter. At the junction of the four tentacles, a swollen, black, tumor-like mass formed. Without hesitation, the four tentacles tossed it directly into the incubation pool on the ground. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, without a moment's pause. Immediately afterward, the incubation pool on the ground caught the black mass as it fell from the sky. The black, murky liquid in the pool, like the mud of a swamp, slowly drew the tumor into its depths. Only after the murky liquid had completely submerged the tumor's top did two bubbles slowly rise from the bottom of the pool several seconds later. After a long while, a larger black sac slowly floated up from the incubation pool. Black claws suddenly reached out from within the sphere, tearing through the sac's outer membrane. A cell, its body dripping with mucus, tore at the membrane and wriggled its way out of the sac. It was clear that the fluid inside the mutated cell had transformed from its original white, transparent base liquid into a dark, murky black sludge. Not only that, but due to its fusion with archaeal matter, the cell membrane's surface had undergone a change. The original phospholipid macromolecular structure had transformed into a fluid, crystalline substance. A dark purple blade hovered in his hand. The blade was covered with clearly visible black veins, resembling several intertwined, withered branches, firmly gripped in his hand. After this round of re-incubation, he felt his body filling with boundless power. My lord, this operation was proceeding smoothly. I had already killed the Legion commander and was preparing to take his place and infiltrate the hub, but midway through, an outsider suddenly appeared out of nowhere, disrupting the original plan and ultimately causing this mission to fail. The traitorous cell plunged the blade into the fungal carpet, kneeling on one knee, his face contorted with resentment as he spoke. The next second, the withered blood vessels on the blade swelled rapidly, gorging themselves on nutrients drawn from the spore tissue within the fungal carpet. I'm giving you one last chance. If you still fail to breach that stronghold this time, you'll become their meal. A deep, resonant voice echoed from the murky depths of the sac. The black, purplish glow seemed to pulsate, gradually shifting from bright to dim. The renegade cell dared not look up. For he knew that at this very moment, countless pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at him from the inner walls of the sac, their gazes filled with nothing but a ravenous hunger. Yes, I promised to complete the mission this time. The renegade cell spoke with a tremor in his voice. But this time, if I encounter that outsider again, how should I handle him? Forget about that outsider for now. Proceed exactly as planned. Focus on seizing the underground hub of the stronghold. As for that outsider, if he dares to interfere with our plans again, you may deal with him as you see fit. Yes. The renegade cell looked down at the bacterial mat before him, a sinister smile inadvertently spreading across his face. After being re-incubated in the incubation pool, he felt reborn, his power having increased by several orders of magnitude. As long as he remained alive. No matter how weak the subcell, the DNA fragments bestowed by the great archaea within him allowed him to resonate with the surrounding spore tissue, archaeal matter, and the plague. After re-incubation, his originally inferior white blood cell genes had been thoroughly purged in the pool. Now, the genetic fragments within him had been completely overtaken by the genes gifted by the great archaea. These enhanced genes allow him to spontaneously release signaling factors, thereby commanding all pathogenic entities outside. Chapter 37, Ning Tian's Little Scheme. Ning Tian brought the white blood cell legion commander back to the town's sanatorium. Inside the bubble house constructed from vesicles, the semi-translucent vesicle membranes isolate the sanatorium's interior environment from the outside world. This provided the sanatorium with a quiet and comfortable healing environment. Inside the vesicle were several layers of membranes, which divided the sanatorium into distinct zones, forming one nursing ward after another. At that moment, the Legion commander lay unconscious in the healing pool of one of these wards. The liquid within the pool was systematically repairing every wound on its body. According to the nursing cells at the facility, the Legion commander is no longer in critical condition. However, his vitality remains weak, and he will not awaken for the time being. He still needs to rest quietly in the pool for a while longer. Due to the white blood cell's unique status in this town, coupled with his position as Legion commander, he enjoys exceptionally generous treatment at the sanatorium. A team of over 10 nursing cells works in 24-hour shifts to care for and treat him. From time to time, a few of his former white blood cell subordinates come in to visit him. They quietly place their baskets of glucose candies on the stone table by the rehabilitation pool, then cast a fond glance at their former commander in the water. Thankfully, that awe-inspiring figure is no longer in critical condition. Only then did the visiting subordinates breathe a sigh of relief before slowly leaving the ward. Before departing, they made a point of instructing the on-duty nurse cells. Let him rest for a while. Don't disturb him during this time. Oh, and if he wakes up, don't tell him we were here. With that, the subordinates left with peace of mind. Through the thin membrane of the vesicle, Ning Tian watched as the imposing, solemn figures receded into the distance. Ning Tian withdrew his gaze and leaned against the membrane wall of the ward. His thoughts remained unsettled for a long time. Although he had already eliminated that traitorous white blood cell, he couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far from simple. There must be a massive conspiracy lurking behind it all. First, the plague struck. Then came the white blood cells rebellion. And immediately after that, the collusion with foreign enemies mentioned by the Legion commander. These three events were simply too coincidental. If one connected the three incidents, it wasn't hard to reach a conclusion all three were aimed at Cell Town. This was a planned and premeditated operation. As for who was orchestrating this operation from behind the scenes, and who exactly was the mastermind behind these three events, that was something Ning Tian could not fathom. But one thing he was certain of, this town must be hiding some unknown secret, and the enemy's objective was undoubtedly that secret. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to plan this. As for what that secret actually was, he suspected the only way to find out would be to hear it directly from the Legion commander himself. With that thought, Ning Tian's gaze fell upon the Legion commander in the pool, and he sighed helplessly to himself. Ah, the information trail ends here. I'll just have to wait until he wakes up. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Come to think of it, he might know something. With that, he decisively left the sanatorium and swam along the street toward the distant cliff face. Your divine envoy, I've already changed the water in your treatment pool. Is there anything else you need? The bartender's cell wiped glasses behind the bar, speaking with a look of excitement on his face. Well done. Thank you. Ning Tian said with a smile. Oh, please don't say that, divine messenger. It is this establishment's honor to serve you. It is simply our duty. Receiving Ning Tian's praise, the bartender's cell was instantly overcome with excitement, and dozens of its fungal filaments began to dance and sway in unison. Just then, Ning Tian suddenly leaned in close and whispered into the bartender's cell's ear. By the way, I'd like to ask you something. What is it? Please go ahead. The bartender's cell felt a twinge of unease. Besides patrolling the streets and defending against enemies, where else do the white blood cells in this town usually go? I wouldn't know. I'm just an ordinary yeast cell. I'm not authorized to pry into such matters. Besides, the tavern is always swamped with work. Who has time to snoop around? As he spoke, the bartender's hand moved faster and faster across the glasses. Ning Tian gave him a silent once-over, then chuckled to himself and decided not to press the matter further. He stepped back from the stone counter and changed his approach, asking, "By the way, I have another question." "What is it?" "Please go ahead." Seeing that Ning Tian wasn't pressing the previous matter, the bartender's cell unconsciously slowed its glass wiping motions considerably. "Your identity isn't just that of a bartender, is it?" "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Hearing Ning Tian's question, the bartender's hand stopped mid-motion. Ning Tian smiled faintly and continued. "You said you could arrange the presidential suite in the tavern for me immediately. As for the nutrient solution in the therapeutic pool, the moment I left, you had someone come right away to replace it. A mere bartender wouldn't have the authority to handle all that, would they?" "Sir." Ning Tian didn't pause, his gaze fixed on the bartender as he continued, "So, I'm guessing your true identity is actually the owner of this tavern." Before he could finish, the yeast dropped the glass he was holding, leaned his face close to Ning Tian's, and raised a single filament to his lips. "Shoo!" He nervously glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he slowly turned his head back to Ning Tian and said, "Running a tavern is no easy business. I had no choice but to hide my—" Just then, Ning Tian suddenly sighed. "Ah, you're making this very difficult for me." The next second, a signaling protein. This would undoubtedly free him from the limitations imposed by his current single-cell stage. Being a single cell meant that, aside from organelles, he couldn't evolve many other functions. Only by advancing to the level of a cell cluster or even a cellular tissue would he be able to unlock these new evolutionary paths. Division not only improves his efficiency in gathering resources but also opens up endless possibilities for his future. At this thought, Ning Tian's excitement grew even more intense. The anticipation within him was overwhelming, becoming completely uncontrollable. He drew in a sharp breath, then said, feigning calm, "Begin division. This division will consume 10,000 nutrition points. Do you wish to proceed?" "Yes." Ning Tian didn't hesitate for a moment. Consuming 10,000 nutrition points. Before he knew it, a minute had passed. Ning Tian could clearly feel that within his body, all substances and nutrients had been mobilized in transport. Like gold miners, the spindles used these sturdy hooks to capture the chromosomes scattered throughout the cytoplasm. The hooks firmly latched onto the kinetochores of the chromosomes and gently guided them to the very center of Ning Tian's body, the so-called equatorial plane. Once all the chromosomes had been pulled into position, the various forces within Ning Tian's body reached a state of equilibrium. The process was swift, causing Ning Tian not a shred of pain. Painless division. Metaphase complete. Entering the third stage, anaphase. Inside her body, all the sister chromatids began to be pulled toward opposite sides of the cell by the actin filaments. With the centromeres as the dividing line, they were split into two halves, forming two daughter chromatids on each side. All the genetic material within Ning Tian's body was split in two, distributed equally among the daughter chromosomes on both sides. These daughter chromosomes continued to endure the ordeal, pulled by the spindle fibers as they gradually began moving toward the cell's poles. This process was also swift. In the blink of an eye, late prophase was over in a flash. Late prophase complete. Entering the fourth stage, late prophase. Ah! Holy shit! At that moment, Ning Tian finally lost his composure. He felt as if he were being pulled outward simultaneously by two muscular hulks. The pain was like his body was being torn apart. The cell membrane also began to split from the center, forming the rudiments of two cells. "Stop it, I can't take it anymore, it hurts like hell. Holy shit, holy shit." He shouted "fuck" several times in a row, but it didn't help. The late stage of division didn't suddenly stop because of his blood-curdling screams. The division process continued unabated. The chromatids that had just been pulled toward the two poles of the cell began to uncoil into chromatin inside Ning Tian's body, simultaneously forming the structures of two cell nuclei on either side of him. At that moment, Ning Tian felt as if two hearts had suddenly appeared inside his body. However, with the birth of these two hearts, the tearing of his body became increasingly evident. He was gradually transforming from a single, complete cell into something resembling conjoined twins. Moreover, these two conjoined twins seemed to possess their own lives. They began to squirm incessantly, pulling outward with all their might. The outlines of the two cells became increasingly distinct. "No, stop it. Can't you spare a thought for my feelings?" Ning Tian wailed. But before he could finish, there was a sharp pop. The connecting band between the two cells finally snapped under the intense strain. Two identical cells simultaneously appeared in the recuperation pool of the presidential cell chamber. And the sensation of his body being torn apart vanished almost instantly. Late stage of division complete. Division finished. Staring at the notification that popped up on the system, Ning Tian gasped for breath. Fuck. He swore to himself that he would never go through this process a second time. Chapter 39, Perfect Centriole and Perfect Golgi Apparatus. Congratulations on consuming 10,000 nutrition points to successfully complete the division. Health plus 300, stamina plus 150, attack plus 100, defense plus 100, speed plus 20. Congratulations, host, on completing your first division. Your current status has advanced from single cell stage to cell cluster. Mission 7 completed. Gene points plus 5,000. After the division, Ning Tian's stats had all seen a significant boost. The two daughter cells that had split off were now both under the control of his main consciousness. However, the sense of unity he had experienced during the single cell stage was gone. Controlling these two daughter cells now felt a bit like controlling his left and right hands. "Come on, Ning Tian, say hello to your little brother, Ning Tian B." "Hi, big bro, I'm Ning Tian B. How have you been lately?" "I'm fine, you little jerk." Controlling the two daughter cells in his left and right hands, Ning Tian began muttering to himself out of boredom. Ever since the split was complete, his body had suddenly been split in two. Although he hadn't quite reached the point of complete dissociation yet, he was getting close. This sensation of controlling two cells simultaneously still felt somewhat stiff and awkward to him. So he simply merged the two cells back together. As the two cells came into contact, receptor proteins on their membranes automatically began to recognize and bind to one another, eventually forming a single large cell cluster. Finally, that sense of wholeness of controlling just a single cell returned. Phew, that's a relief. Looks like I'll have to get used to life after splitting. Ning Tian let out a long sigh. After the split was complete, both daughter cells possessed all the original organelles. They also retained their original enhancement levels. However, they shared a single data panel. In other words, only when Ning Tian combined the two cells into a single large cell cluster would his attributes be complete. Otherwise, with the two cells existing separately, stats like health, stamina, attack, and defense would be split evenly between them. Not only would their overall strength be halved compared to a single cell cluster, but they'd also be vulnerable to enemies targeting them individually, allowing them to be defeated one by one. It's safer to stay together. If we split up, we're easy pickings. Ning Tian quipped, then closed the stats panel. He now had a total of 6,300 gene points and 3,600 nutrition points remaining. Taking advantage of this lull, he needed to use up all the available points as quickly as possible. Evolving a vacuole requires 3,840 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Choose to evolve. Congratulations! You have spent 3,840 gene points to successfully evolve a vacuole. Health plus 20, stamina plus 5. Just then, a white light emanated simultaneously from both daughter cells. Immediately afterward, a tiny bubble appeared in their cytoplasm, gradually expanding as the light intensified. Eventually, a massive vacuole structure formed simultaneously within both cells. The two vacuoles each occupied nearly half the volume of the cell's cytoplasm. Not bad. This is a storage space. I'm not sure how to use it just yet, so I'll keep it for now and observe it for a while. After saying this, Ning Tian closed the evolution panel and turned his attention to enhancement. At this moment, many organelles were still waiting for him to enhance them. Enhance the centrosome. Enhancing the centrosome requires 145 nutrition points. Starting enhancement. Enhancement successful. The centrosome has been upgraded to a pain-relieving centrosome. Organ, pain-relieving centrosome. Health plus 20, stamina plus 20, pain effect 20% during cell division. Description: compared to the analgesic level core, the anesthetic level core emits more analgesic factors into the cytoplasm, thereby significantly reducing the pain the host experiences during division. A 50% pain relief effect. While it doesn't quite achieve truly painless division, the pain has been reduced by more than half. Future divisions 1T hurt nearly as much as before. Looking at the upgraded anesthetic level central body, Ning Tian felt a deep sense of relief. Suddenly, it seemed he realized something, and his eyes widened in shock. Damn it! Why didn't I upgrade the central body first before dividing? Realizing this, Ning Tian began to panic inwardly. His face wore an expression that said, "I'm going to split right here and now." He truly wished he could conjure up a hand to slap himself across the face. Description: the perfect Golgi apparatus increases efficiency in protein processing, sorting, and transport, reducing material loss during cell division, particularly the consumption of phospholipid macromolecules in newly formed membranes, thereby lowering the total nutrition points consumed during the next division. Damn it, why didn't I upgrade this back then? Chapter 40, Material Analysis. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Tian felt his heart nearly turn to stone. He hadn't missed just one, he missed two. A full two buff effects, both of which he had managed to perfectly avoid. At that moment, he began to let out a scream and roar from the depths of his soul. Damn it! Nutrition points are cut in half. Those 10,000 nutrition points after being halved, 1T that leave me with only 5,000 points. Organ, doctoral vacuole perfect. Additional attributes, health plus 100, stamina plus 25. Description: the doctorate vacuole has a larger lumen containing more aqueous cytoplasm. It is larger and more durable than ordinary vacuoles. Not only does it regulate the internal environment of the host cell, but it also provides the host with a larger and more intelligent storage space. While storing more substances, it can leverage its unique capabilities to conduct in-depth exploration, research, and study of the materials within. Since you have upgraded the vacuole structure to the perfect tier, a new feature has been unlocked for you: matter analysis. Matter analysis: the Dr. Vacuole can not only store more substances but also extract the components of the stored materials and analyze their structure. Through reverse translation and reverse transcription, it can replicate and synthesize all the DNA fragments required for that substance. Matter analysis? Reading the description of the newly unlocked feature, Ning Tian was instantly filled with curiosity. He had originally thought the vacuole was merely a simple storage space for materials. The watery cytoplasm inside not only stored the materials but also ensured they remained sufficiently hydrated and fresh. It was like having a small refrigerator built into his body. However, to his surprise, this little refrigerator actually came equipped with research capabilities. Not only does it store and preserve items, but it can also automatically extract the components of the stored substances and then replicate a segment of DNA capable of synthesizing that substance. This feature is seriously mind-blowing. Ning Tian found it hard to believe the system's description at first. He couldn't help but feel that the vacuole's capabilities couldn't possibly be that powerful, that the description had simply been greatly exaggerated. And if this were true, wouldn't that mean he could just swallow anything and everything from now on? Whatever he swallowed could be directly replicated. Swallow a paramecium and replicate a paramecium. Swallow a white blood cell and replicate a white blood cell. Swallow a protein spear and replicate another protein spear? Swallow. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Ning Tian seemed to remember something. Actually, there's a good way to verify whether this description is true or not. Sir, why are you back already? Seeing Ning Tian appear, the bartender's cell immediately wore a look of distress. Ever since accepting Ning Tian's bribe and starting to help him launder his dirty work, the glow had completely vanished from his face. It's nothing. It's a bit stuffy up there, so I came down for a drink. Ning Tian said casually, then made his way to the stone counter with practiced ease. This took the bartender's cell somewhat by surprise, and he hurriedly asked, Sir, didn't you used to say you didn't drink the liquor here? I'm in the mood for a change today. Cut the crap and bring it over. The bartender's cell stared at him in exasperation, then blankly squeezed 2 blobs of liquor from his body and tossed them into the freshly polished glass. Here you go, sir. Your drink, no ice. The bartender pushed the glass toward Ning Tian. The cilia propelling the glass trembled slightly. He had no idea what had gotten into this divine messenger today to make him want to drink his liquor. Drinking wasn't exactly a problem, it was a tavern, after all, and having a little drink was perfectly normal, as long as he didn't pull any of those weird stunts again. The last one had left him carrying the risk of losing his head at any moment. However, to his surprise, Ning Tian took the glass without a word, downed it in one gulp, and drained the entire contents. The bartender, standing across the stone counter, was completely dumbfounded. He blinked repeatedly, his mind filled with confusion. Strange. This divine envoy today, something's off with him today. This guy, who never drinks, came in today and downed it in one gulp. Impressive, incredibly impressive. No wonder they call him the divine envoy. He usually keeps a tight lid on himself, but when he lets his guard down, it really takes a cell by surprise. His tolerance for alcohol is truly nothing to write home about. Ning Tian went about his business, finishing the entire glass of wine. He was completely oblivious to the admiring gaze the bartender's cell was casting his way from across the stone platform. Glistening, sparkling. Encased within the vesicles, not a single drop of the liquor spilled into the cytoplasm. All the liquor remained intact inside the bubbles, flowing along with the cytosol and slowly making its way toward the vacuoles within the body. The outer membrane of the vesicle began to contact and fuse with the lumen membrane of the vacuole, forming a seamless connection. Then, the alcohol was smoothly transported into the lumen of the doctor's vacuole. Analyzing the composition of substances stored within the vacuolar environment. Analysis complete. The primary component of this substance is ethanol. Proceed with reverse translation and reverse transcription? Yes. Ning Tian didn't hesitate. Replicating all gene fragments required to synthesize ethanol molecules will consume 1,000 gene points. Proceed? This prompt completely threw Ning Tian off guard. Damn, it's not free after all? You're charging for replication? And a single replication would cost 1,000 gene points. This instantly shattered all the fantasies he'd been having upstairs. Originally, Ning Tian had been scheming, with such a useful feature, if he could swallow a paramecium and then replicate a segment of the DNA responsible for creating paramecia. Wouldn't he be able to infinitely replicate paramecia to provide himself with nutrients? True self-production and self-consumption. And every day after that, he could hide in his room and secretly harvest them. Harvest them in different positions. On the bed, on the couch, in the bathroom, trying every different angle, to harvest nutrients from the paramecia. The idea had been wonderful. Until Ning Tian learned that a single replication would cost 1,000 gene points. That's not a good deal. Ning Tian dismissed the idea from the bottom of his heart. However, while paramecia were out of the question, he was still willing to take a chance and explore the substance known as alcohol. After all, someone had to sacrifice themselves for the experiment. Proceed with replication. Congratulations on spending 1000 gene points. Initiating reverse translation and reverse transcription of ethanol molecules. Replicating all DNA. The bartender's cell silently nodded to himself, then went back to polishing the glass in his hand. Ning Tian walked through the cave and emerged outside. He knew full well that an hour was an incredibly long time. He could accomplish a great deal in that span. Rather than staying in the tavern, staring into space, chatting with the bartender, and waiting for the hour to drag on, he might as well find something meaningful to do. At that moment, he was swinging his flagellum as he swam toward the battlefield. After such a fierce battle, the battlefield must now be littered with corpses. In Ning Tian's eyes, these corpses were all ready-made nutrients. He had planned to make use of these nutrients earlier, but unfortunately, he had run into the rebel cells and white blood cells on his way here. He had answered the call of destiny and reached out to save them, only to forget the most important thing. There should still be time, but I need to pick up the pace. Ning Tian silently repeated to himself, and the flagellum behind him began to swing with greater force. He knew full well that after a battle, massive casualties were bound to litter the battlefield. Not to mention, he had learned from the renegade cell that the rest of the white blood cells had all been killed in action. Combining these two pieces of information, it was obvious just how vast a nutrient pool now remained on the battlefield. This would indeed save him a great deal of time searching for places to level up. However, no matter how abundant the nutrients, they had to be absorbed promptly. After cell apoptosis, the lysosomes within their bodies would, under genetic regulation, break down on their own and release large amounts of hydrolases to hydrolyze the residual substances inside the cells. Therefore, if he delayed too long, these nutrients would be gradually broken down by the hydrolases. By the time Ning Tian actually reached the battlefield, there would be nothing left but a puddle of water. No, I have to speed up even more. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Ning Tian felt a burning sense of urgency. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%. Speed now at 102. Duration, 10 seconds. To save time, he immediately activated the chase skill. After the attribute boost from his first split, his base speed had already reached 51. The acceleration skill doubled that value, bringing it to 102. A movement speed of 102 instantly propelled Ning Tian onto the fast lane. The scene before him began to blur. At high speeds, one's vision naturally converges on a single point, so his field of view was narrower than usual. However, having just finished evolving, it hadn't even had time to shake off the mucus still dripping from its limbs. Just then, some strange, unidentifiable thing suddenly burst onto the battlefield. Nutrients. Nutrients. Ning Tian charged in as if he deactivated a nitro boost. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Most of the nutrients hadn't been hydrolyzed yet. Not only that, but the battlefield was also floating with many double helix DNA fragments glowing with green fluorescence. A wealth of nutrition points and gene points awaited his harvest, and the bountiful scene instantly moved him to tears. However, his attention was fixed solely on the nutrients scattered across the rock walls and among the sand and gravel. He failed to notice that hidden within the rock walls and sunken sand pits were many other pathogens like himself, those who had come here with the same intention to harvest nutrients. These pathogens were so widely dispersed that they were nearly beyond Ning Tian's sensory range. Furthermore, most of them were still in their juvenile stages, tiny in size and weak in combat, making them nearly impossible to spot. Only a handful had recently absorbed enough nutrients to complete their initial evolution. Therefore, before Ning Tian accelerated and plunged recklessly into this area, he hadn't detected anything amiss on this battlefield. All he could see now were the nutrients scattered everywhere. Free nutrition points? Why pass them up? With that in mind, Ning Tian decisively scanned the battlefield, then spotted a cluster of white blood cell corpses and dove straight in. Congratulations on successfully absorbing white blood cell nutrients. You have gained 2,000 nutrition points and 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing white blood cell DNA fragments. You have gained 1,000 gene points. Chapter 42, Dual Mode. The spot Ning Tian had chosen contained a cluster of 7 or 8 white blood cell corpses. Taking into account all the remaining nutrients within the corpses and subtracting the portion already hydrolyzed by the lysosomes, Ning Tian collected a total of 12,000 nutrition points and 7,000 gene points from this pile of corpses. These nutrients quickly allowed him to meet the requirements for leveling up. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. After entering the cell cluster stage, the increase in his health per level had risen from the original 10 points to 20 points. His stamina value had also increased from 5 points to 10 points. New evolution scheme unlocked. Current available evolution path: Protein Double-Edged Blade Cell Cluster. Protein Double-Edged Blade? Upon seeing the word cell cluster noted after the evolution path, Ning Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Clearly, this evolution path was exclusive to the cell cluster stage. It was also the first evolution route he had unlocked after reaching this stage. Driven by curiosity, Ning Tian opened the description of the evolution path. Evolution direction: Protein Double-Blade Cell Cluster. This is an evolution scheme exclusive to the cell cluster. It transforms the membrane barb structures on the host S surface into protein battle blades, one blade per subcell. This evolution provides the host with a more reliable attack mode, double blade mode. Additional attribute: attack plus 25. Dual blade mode: activating this mode alters the protein structure of the host S membrane barb on its surface, transforming it into 2 sharp battle blades. This mode focuses on melee combat techniques. The blades increase the host S attack power to 150%. The skill, Thrust Shot, will be disabled in this mode. Note: the host cell can freely switch between dual blade mode and membrane barb mode. The cooldown for switching is 10 seconds. In other words, this mode specializes in melee combat. It amplifies damage output during close range combat, but the drawback is obvious: ranged skills cannot be used in melee mode. Ning Tian scanned the description and weighed his options in his mind. In the end, he decisively chose to evolve. For no other reason than that a 150% attack boost in this mode was already highly tempting, not to mention the ability to freely switch between the two modes. Use dual blade mode against enemies that are difficult to handle in close combat, and use membrane barb mode against enemies that have a ranged advantage. One more attack mode meant one more tactical option. Select evolution. Congratulations! You have spent 7,680 gene points to successfully evolve into Protein Double Blade, attack plus 25. The next second, a white light flickered over the cold, gleaming membrane barbs on the surface of Ning Tian's cell membrane, as if infusing this row of membrane barbs with new magic. Alright then, I'll take this evolution plan. With that, Ning Tian turned and swam toward the next pile of corpses. In the distance, the plague that had just successfully evolved from the juvenile stage to the growth stage had been watching him intently from afar ever since Ning Tian entered the battlefield. Although it had evolved to the growth stage, significantly increasing its combat power compared to the juvenile stage, it still dared not launch a reckless attack. This was because it could sense waves of intimidation and pressure emanating from the cell in the distance, whose entire body was covered in silver-plated membrane barbs. Soon, the other plagues in the vicinity had also absorbed sufficient nutrients and evolved from the juvenile stage to the growth stage one after another. These 5 plagues, now in their growth stage, all turned their gaze toward Ning Tian, who was harvesting nutrients from the pile of corpses in the distance, their eyes radiating a fierce glint. If there had been just one of them, it might have been intimidated by the aura of power emanating from Ning Tian. But with 5 of them banding together, they were no longer afraid. This was the rhythm of a coordinated ambush. The next second, the first of the 5 plagues to successfully evolve raised its forepaws, leaped forward, and lunged violently. Its hard outer skin cut through the air with a piercing whistle as it charged in a straight line toward Ning Tian and the distant pile of corpses. The other 4 were not to be outdone. Led by the vanguard, they followed in succession, charging toward Ning Tian. Ning Tian, who had been harvesting the corpses in the pile, suddenly sensed something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something. He immediately tore his gaze away from the pile and swiveled his head sharply. In the distance, 5 black, four-legged monsters were traversing the rock face along the soil layer. They trampled over every corpse beneath their feet, charging straight toward him. Clearly, Ning Tian himself was the target of these 5 monsters. Strange. How come I didn't notice them on the way here? Ning Tian muttered to himself. As the plague approached, they gradually entered Ning Tian's sensory range, and their stats instantly appeared one by one on his interface. Archaea Plague Growth Stage. Level, 15. Stage, Pathogen. Health, 450. Stamina, 250. Attack, 300. However, the barrage of arrows did nothing to slow their advance. On the contrary, the head-on barrage seemed to drive them into a frenzy. Like mad hyenas, they bared their sharp fangs and lunged forward wildly, attempting to tear Ning Tian to shreds. Faced with this frenzied onslaught, Ning Tian showed not the slightest sign of retreat. The moment the plague beasts appeared in his field of vision, he had already formulated his counter-strategy. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, forming a gentle arc, and he silently chanted in his mind. Dual Blade Mode, activate. Chapter 43, Pentakill Ning Tian's Slaughter Show. The next second, the silver-plated, icy glinting membrane barb on Ning Tian's surface instantly retracted into the cell membrane, as the protein structure beneath the membrane disassembled and reconfigured. The peptide chains refold within the membrane, and the dense spiny structures were completely dismantled. Immediately afterward, 2 sharp blades radiating a cold, icy glow sprang out from beneath the membrane and attached themselves to the outer walls of the 2 daughter cells. You have now entered Dual Blade Mode. Your attack power has increased by 150%, reaching 510. The skill, Thrust Shot, is disabled in this state. Ning Tian tried swinging the 2 sharp blades. The surfaces of the 2 subcells instantly conveyed a response as light as the wind. Whoa, these are pretty sharp and very light. They look like they'll work well. Immediately afterward, his expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on the Archaea Plague at the forefront. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%, reaching 102. Duration, 10 seconds. The next second, Ning Tian's form flickered slightly. With a speed of 102, far surpassing the Archaea Plague S50, he instantly transformed into a streak of light. The 2 fused cells instantly separated, splitting from a single large cell cluster into 2 daughter cells, each wielding a battle blade. The halved size and lightness of his form made his sword swings instantly fluid. The streaks of light from the 2 blades sliced past the Archaea Plague's left and right front claws at a speed nearly impossible for it to track. 203. 205. 2 crimson numbers floated above the Archaea Plague's head. Having previously endured a barrage from the arrow storm array, the plague now had only 380 health remaining. The 2 subcells separated. Although their attack values were halved, under the attack boost of Dual Blade Mode, each subcell could still deal over 200 points of damage. The 2 battle blades swiftly sliced past the Archaea Plague's ankles, instantly reducing its health bar to 0. Having lost the support of its 2 front paws, the plague lost its balance the moment it lunged forward and hit the ground. Its body lurched forward, and its 2 legs collapsed with a thud, dragging it forward a short distance and leaving a long, deep gash in the soil before it gradually dissolved into a pool of black liquid on the ground. The 2 battle blades delivered a clean kill. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. 2 daughter cells then swam to its front, recombining to form a large cell cluster. Ning Tian flicked the 2 battle blades in his hands, sending black fluid flying in all directions. He murmured softly, "First blood." His momentum surged instantly. However, upon seeing their leader meet a gruesome end at Ning Tian's blades, the remaining 4 Archaea Plagues did not retreat. Instead, they lunged toward Ning Tian, surrounding him in the center. Their fangs bared even wider. The 4 plagues simultaneously braced their hind legs with all their might. The next second, they sprang upward like a surge of electricity, opening their gaping maws as they lunged at Ning Tian, who was trapped in the center. A faint smile touched Ning Tian's lips. He then transformed into two streaks of light, flashing behind one of the plague beasts. Two blades, gleaming with a cold light, plunged simultaneously into the creature's back before being swiftly withdrawn. 201. 203. The two damage numbers appeared without warning, floating directly above the creature's head. Black fluid gushed out like a jet from the fresh wound where the blades had struck. Immediately afterward, the health bar of this plague, which had just leaped and was still suspended in midair, dropped to 0 in an instant. It let out a whimper in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Double kill. Ning Tian's two subcells chanted this in unison. Then they swam together as one. At that moment, the three plagues, having missed their target, collided head-on with their hyena-like heads, seeing stars. Ning Tian didn't give them a single moment to catch their breath. He merged them into a cell cluster, swam to the side of one of them, and delivered a clean, decisive slash to its head. 409. The damage numbers flashed, and Ning Tian instantly withdrew his blade, then aimed at another one, delivering another fierce strike. 410. After two agonized screams, the two Archaea plagues died instantly on the spot, losing all mobility as their life force vanished in an instant. Triple kill. Quadruple kill. After these two resounding shouts, Ning Tian gave his twin blades a sharp shake, flinging the grime from the edges away as a fresh, icy glint reappeared on their surfaces. Now, only the last fungal plague remained before him. And Ning Tian's speed boost card had expired almost at the same moment. 10 seconds had passed, the speed boost vanished, and his speed returned to 51. However, managing to slay 4 Archaea plagues within 10 seconds was already a rather impressive feat for him. After all, being able to combine two skills and use them with such ease on his very first attempt at dual blade mode had already exceeded his expectations. Now, the final fungal plague, also with a speed of 50, stood across from him in a standoff. The corpses of his 4 companions lay scattered haphazardly between them, each dissolving into a pool of black liquid where they fell. However, this final plague did not retreat in grief over its companions' deaths. With a speed stat of 50, it was now on equal footing with Ning Tian, who had no speed boosting skills. If it were to turn and flee now, Ning Tian would be powerless to stop it. But it refused to do so. It slowly raised its head, letting out a long, wolf-like howl toward the sky. Then, raising its forelimbs, it charged fiercely toward Ning Tian. Whoa, it's got some guts. Ning Tian sighed inwardly. Then, with a swift swing of his 2 battle blades, just as the plague charged past him, 2 streaks of light instantly crisscrossed its torso. 412. A red damage number flashed. Immediately afterward, the ancient plague flapped its limbs and ran forward with all its might for a short distance. Then, with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. Pentakill. Ning Tian murmured. Ace. Without turning his head, he coolly sheathed his blades right where he stood. He left the Archaea plague, severed at the waist, to fall to the ground behind him, slowly dissolving into 2 pools of black liquid. Congratulations on successfully killing 5 growth stage Archaea plagues. Mission 8 complete. Gene points plus 8,000. Since you completed the mission under specified conditions, you have earned a double point bonus of plus 8,000. With the mission complete, 16,000 gene points were easily secured. However, on the battlefield at that moment, countless juvenile fungal plagues were hiding in every corner, peeking out to secretly watch the recent skirmish. The memory of Ning Tian single-handedly securing a pentakill and wiping out an entire team was instantly etched into their minds like a nightmare. They all dropped the nutrients and the remains of white blood cells from their mouths and immediately turned to flee the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the ground beneath Ning Tian's feet suddenly began to tremble violently. A powerful tremor was approaching from the distance, slowly drawing closer to him. Chapter 44, Deterrence, the Giant Adult Plague. Strange. What is going on? Is this an earthquake? Ning Tian watched the ground trembling beneath his feet, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. Just then, a long crack snaked its way across the surface from the distance, stretching out like a serpent beneath him. Seeing this, Ning Tian decisively sidestepped and took a step back. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, and a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the battlefield. That spot was precisely the direction the juvenile plague had just fled. It wasn't just the juvenile plagues. Many newly evolved adult plagues were also fleeing in that direction. They weren't afraid of Ning Tian's aura. While defeating 5 plagues at once was certainly a feat, that level of power wasn't enough to drive away every single plague on the battlefield. After all, aside from those 5, several other plagues had already successfully absorbed nutrients and completed their evolution one after another. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, they had no reason to fear Ning Tian, who stood alone and defenseless on the battlefield. What they feared was the dark shadow that had unleashed that thunderous roar. Viewed from a distance, that colossal creature was at least 4 or 5 times the size of Ning Tian. Merely standing in the distance, it could cast its shadow over Ning Tian. Not only that, but every time it took a step, the earth trembled violently. The earthquake moments ago was caused by its movement in this direction. A single casual step could cause the earth to crack in varying degrees. Standing beneath its shadow, Ning Tian looked like an ant, utterly fragile. Even from a great distance, he could feel waves of terrifying pressure emanating from it. This fear stemmed from the depths of his soul, completely paralyzing him. How could such a terrifying entity exist above the soil layer? Ning Tian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. It went without saying that this colossal monster was at least 3 or 4 tiers stronger than him. At this moment, the remaining nutrients on the battlefield seemed insignificant compared to this. Escaping for his life was the absolute priority. Nutrients could be found again if lost, but once his life was gone, he would have nothing left. However, as Ning Tian snapped back to his senses, he discovered that his flagellum was no longer able to move. His entire body had fallen into a state of paralysis. He was completely unable to move. It was as if every function of his body, except for his consciousness, had fallen into hibernation. Damn it, move! Why won't my body move? Facing the encroaching danger, cold sweat instantly broke out on Ning Tian's back. This was a sensation he'd never experienced before. The suffocating pressure brought on by the threat nearly consumed his mind in an instant. Move! Move already! The tremors of the earth grew more frequent, and the monster was gradually closing in on him, yet Ning Tian's body remained unresponsive. He could only watch helplessly as the colossal beast loomed before him, facing death at such close range for the first time in his life. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a protein spear suddenly tore through the air from afar with a piercing whistle, striking the outer wall of his cells. 0. The damage loss effect appeared above Ning Tian's head. Due to Ning Tian's exceptionally high defense, the strike failed to inflict any damage. However, at that very moment, a shout rang out from the direction the protein spear had come. Hurry up and get out of there! What are you standing around for? That's just an adult stage archaea plague. Are you planning to stay there and wait to die? Following the sound, Ning Tian immediately spotted a white blood cell standing on a distant rock face. The next second, it was as if every function in his body had been awakened. In that instant, the flagellum began to sway slowly under his conscious control. Whether it was because of the spear strike or the shout. In any case, Ning Tian didn't dwell on it. He simply began to wave his flagellum and swam toward the white blood cell at top speed. Your gun! Ning Tian had just swum over and was about to speak. But he was cut off by the white blood cell. It's too late for that now. Don't worry about such trivialities. Let us get moving. I'll explain everything on the way. Ning Tian nodded, then waved his flagellum and obediently followed the white blood cell as they left the battlefield together. For some reason, he felt that this white blood cell looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. There was something inexplicably familiar about that figure's back. Wait a minute. That's right, back at the convalescent home, this white blood cell had come to visit the Legion commander. The memory came flooding back to Ning Tian. With that realization, his mind cleared considerably. Perhaps the Legion commander had already woken up, and it was he who had ordered this white blood cell to find him. There must be something important to discuss. But how did he know I was here? He didn't see me harvesting the body just now, did he? Ning Tian asked himself, feeling guilty. Just then, the white cell in front suddenly shouted toward the front. Let us go. We found the cell. Let us go back and report to the boss. As soon as the order was given, dozens of other companions who had been searching for the cell in the sandpits, behind the rock walls, and in the mounds of earth all poked their heads out. They stared intently at Ning Tian with their bright, alert eyes, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing their expressions gradually relax, Ning Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him as well. Thank goodness they probably hadn't seen him harvesting the cells just now. However, just then, a clever little rascal from the cluster of white blood cells suddenly piped up. Well, at least the cell didn't get lost. I heard from a cell at the tavern that things haven't been peaceful out here lately. Apparently, some kind of cell-eating monster has appeared. They say a nitrifying bacterium was eaten by that monster and never came back. Hearing this, Ning Tian's heart tightened, and the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. But the next second, he immediately found an excuse to exonerate himself. He slowly turned his gaze behind him, then gave a subtle nod to the white blood cell beside him and said, "There it is, the monster that eats cells." No sooner had the words left his mouth than all the cells turned their eyes toward the massive, fully grown pathogen in the distance. It stood towering over the battlefield, its colossal form visible from miles away. Yep, a monster that eats cells, that's exactly it. Several white blood cells nearby burst into laughter at the sight. Haha, I'll say, buddy, you're really funny. Yeah, that joke was absolutely brilliant. Just then, the white blood cell that had rescued Ning Tian from the battlefield moments earlier suddenly spoke up. Alright, this isn't a place to linger. Let us get out of here and report back. With that, he slowly turned to face Ning Tian, exhaled a breath of murky air, and said earnestly, "Come back with us. The boss is waiting for you at the convalescent home." Ning Tian said nothing, merely nodding silently. Sure enough, things were exactly as he suspected. The Legion commander had woken up. And he had something very important to tell him. Just how important it was could be gauged by the number of white blood cells he demobilized to find him. It seems the clues are emerging from the darkness once again. Ning Tian smiled to himself, murmuring under his breath. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and take a good look at the giant pathogen in the distance, uttering a meaningful remark. Well then, you'd better take the fall for me. Chapter 45, The White Blood Cell Who Returns Favors. Ning Tian trailed behind the main body of white blood cells, making his way through the streets of the cellular town. Such a massive procession quickly drew the attention of other cells in the town. For many cells, this was the first time they'd seen so many white blood cells mobilized. The last time was right before a major battle. Back then, the white blood cells had mobilized more than half their forces to protect the town. But as for the reason behind this current mobilization, many cells were left in the dark. Some said a new invasion had appeared outside the town, while others claimed they were heading out to clear the battlefield. Others went even further, claiming outright that they were heading out to exterminate that cell-eating monster. Everyone chimed in with their own theories, and with so many conflicting opinions, it was hard to tell fact from fiction at first. Just then, at the very rear of the white blood cell column, Ning Tian, whose body was covered in membrane barbs, making him stand out starkly from the surrounding white blood cells, quickly came into view. Instantly, all the rumors fell silent, and everyone turned their gaze toward Ning Tian, who was trailing at the very rear of the white blood cell brigade. They began to unanimously conclude that this was the target the white blood cells had captured during this expedition. Although the surrounding cells were casting strange glances his way, Ning Tian paid them no mind whatsoever. His thoughts were still stuck on the moment he had just experienced on the battlefield. Back then, even though he had clearly sensed the approaching danger, why had his body been unable to react in time? It was truly baffling. What was even stranger was that, with the appearance of that white blood cell, his bodily functions seemed to have come back to life. He couldn't figure this out himself. However, there was someone right in front of him who might know something. Ning Tian swam faster to catch up, swimming side by side with the white blood cell that had rescued him from the battlefield. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "By the way, back on the battlefield, my body was completely immobilized. How come when you threw that spear at me, it suddenly restored my mobility?" The white blood cell glanced at him, then replied in a measured tone. "The one you encountered back then was an adult stage plague. It evolved from the fusion of several growing stage plagues, so you can imagine just how terrifying its power is. Even several of us brothers joining forces weren't a match for it. Its most formidable ability was the terror skill it developed in its mature stage. This skill could intimidate targets within a wide radius. Any opponent significantly weaker than it would be so terrified they couldn't even move, their bodies freezing in place. Then why were you able to break that paralysis with just a spear?" Ning Tian pressed. In truth, another possibility had crossed his mind. That the white blood cell's battle cry had worked. But he quickly dismissed that theory. The reason was simple: the scream had come from too great a distance to break the range of the terror effect. Therefore, what truly worked must have been that protein spear. The key isn't the spear, but the fact that you were attacked. Any form of attack triggers the body's instinctive stress response, which then neutralizes the paralyzing effect of terror from within. Any form of attack? Ning Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, any form of attack. The white blood cell nodded firmly, then continued after rounding a corner. Even getting stomped by that giant plague creature counts. Though compared to the spear being thrown at you, that stomp might kill you instantly. At this, Ning Tian suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. But are you sure it's safe to just leave such a powerful monster there? It won't actually break in, will it? No, you're overthinking it. Aside from being huge and having high combat power, that thing has practically no intelligence. Unless it's part of a large-scale attack by the main force, it's impossible for it to break in on its own. Its appearance just now was likely just because it was drawn by its companions' cries for help. Cries for help from its companions? At that, Ning Tian suddenly remembered, the fifth plague he defeated had let out a long, piercing howl toward the sky just before charging at him. So that hadn't been a battle cry at all, just a distress signal sent to its companions as it faced certain death. With the white blood cell's reminder, it suddenly clicked for Ning Tian. However, before he even realized it, his body had already followed the group of white blood cells around the corner and arrived at the entrance of the sanatorium. "All right, we're here. The captain is waiting for you inside. Go on in," the lead white blood cell said casually. "Just me?" Ning Tian asked, puzzled. "Yes, you're on your own. Our mission was simply to bring you here. Now that you've reached your destination, our task is complete." The white blood cell said casually, then gave Ning Tian a thumbs up. "Good luck. The fact that the boss is meeting with you alone means he holds you in high regard. Talk to him well, and when you get promoted, don't forget us brothers who brought you here." "All right, it's getting late. Time to say goodbye." With that, the large army of white blood cells disbanded right before Ning Tian's eyes. Watching the white blood cells depart, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! These white blood cells actually know how to play the sympathy card? Pushing open the phospholipid bilayer gate of the vesicle's membrane, Ning Tian immediately spotted the commander of the white blood cell legion sitting in the therapeutic pool. He didn't look too well. His complexion was a bit pale, and those signature eyes no longer sparkled with vitality. Instead, they appeared somewhat frail, somewhat listless, and somewhat impotent. Still, he was in much better shape than when he first arrived at the sanatorium. Back then, he'd been practically on his last legs, teetering between life and death. Now, the opening in his abdomen had been fully repaired. All that remained was to rest quietly and wait for his internal organelles to return to normal. Upon seeing Ning Tian, the commander's expression brightened instantly. "Come, sit over here." He tapped the ledge beside the pool, gesturing for Ning Tian to sit down. Ning Tian swam over without hesitation and plopped down on the edge of the rehabilitation pool. "I know you have a lot of questions for me right now, but before you ask, please allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me from the brink of death. Over there are baskets of grapes sent by my subordinates, feel free to help yourself. The white cell said as they sat knee to knee in conversation. Ning Tian didn't hold back either. He picked up a grape from the basket and popped it into his mouth. Gained 1 experience point, gained 1 nutrition point. Ning Tian said bluntly. Ask away. First, regarding the traitor among you, though I've already killed him, I'm curious about his motives for betraying us. Was it simply to take your position as Legion Commander? Yes, and no. The Legion Commander's position was only part of his plan. He was collaborating with those plagues, acting as an inside man. His ultimate goal was the secret of this town. The town's secret? Ning Tian didn't understand. Could this town possibly hold any secrets beyond the obvious supply of nutrients? Yes, you heard correctly. Beyond what you see on the surface, there is another part of this town buried deep beneath the ground. Whether it's the Plague's invasion or the White Blood Cell's betrayal, they all have a single goal, the place deep beneath the town known as the Hub. Chapter 46, The Truth Comes to Light. The Hub? That's right. This town is actually alive, and the source of its life is the Hub. It's the town's heart. As the Legion Commander spoke, he deliberately drew out the word heart, making it sound very solemn. All right. Ning Tian nodded thoughtfully. But speaking of that, did you know beforehand how that traitorous cell had set its sights on the Hub? We didn't know, but there had been signs beforehand. Oh? Signs? Yes. He had been recalled from the front lines, and in the squad he was part of, nearly all his comrades had been killed in action except for him. Ever since he returned, I've felt that something was off about him. At this point, the Legion Commander's expression suddenly darkened. If there were signs, why didn't you deal with him right then? Why leave yourself with a potential threat? Ning Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. Because at the time, it was just a hunch. I couldn't be certain. But later, that suspicion was confirmed. When he returned from the front lines, his genes had already been infected by the plague. It was as if all the pathogens on the battlefield could sense the contaminated genes within him. When launching attacks, they would deliberately avoid him. From that moment on, I knew he had changed. He was no longer the same person. Well, since you'd already noticed it, why didn't you act? It wouldn't have been too late to do something while we were still on the battlefield, would it? Ning Tian asked again. I really did want to act then, but by that point, there was no chance. The pathogens on the battlefield kept coming in wave after wave. It was as if they were endless. I simply didn't have the time to spare to deal with the traitor. With that, the Legion Commander let out a long sigh, then slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Ah, what a pity. The brothers who went into battle that time truly died in vain. Hearing this, Ning Tian's resolve instantly crumbled. They didn't die in vain at all. Didn't they all end up in my stomach later? So did you know back then that you were actually their target? I had a hunch, I suppose. A hunch? At the time, wave after wave of the plague was surging toward me. He was standing not far in front of me, wearing a sinister grin, as if he were manipulating those plagues to attack me. That's when I realized I probably wouldn't be making it back alive. The Legion Commander paused, a flicker of joy suddenly appearing in his eyes. But thankfully, heaven was on my side. I ran into you just in time, and you saved my life. At this point, he looked at Ning Tian with deep gratitude. Ning Tian felt a bit uneasy under that gaze, so he turned his body away and continued asking. What benefit would killing you bring to his plan? He is the next in line for the Legion Commander position. The moment I die, he can immediately take over. Ning Tian didn't hesitate for a second, then wouldn't it be enough for him to just kill you? Why drag the others into it as well? The Legion Commander's mouth twitched slightly. He shot Ning Tian a strange look before speaking again. Because I wasn't the only one. Several brothers present also noticed something off about him, but they were all too busy with the battle to intervene. Their deaths were deliberately orchestrated by that bastard to silence them because in this world, only the mouths of the dead are truly secure. Ning Tian mulled it over in his mind. Now that you put it that way, I get it. Everything that followed makes sense. The Plague S retreat was just a ruse he fabricated. He had to return alive as the newly appointed Legion commander so he could continue working for those plague-ridden traitors, right? The Legion commander nodded. Yes, you're absolutely right. And the plan was actually successful. Too bad I showed up out of nowhere, Ning Tian added. At that moment, he felt he understood why the traitorous cell had looked at him with such utter disgust when he burst in. That guy is probably still cursing me even after he is 6 feet under, Ning Tian quipped to himself. Is the Legion commander position that important to him? It is, the Legion commander stated firmly. Only the position of Legion commander can open the gate to the hub. Once the heart is contaminated, the immune barrier surrounding the town will shut down immediately, and the plague army will be able to storm in at any moment. So, this so-called hub also serves to protect the town? Ning Tian asked without hesitation. Yes, but it's not just that. The hub plays a far greater role than you can imagine. The moment the hub was mentioned, the Legion commander's expression lit up where was the look of a critically ill patient now. Alright, I think I've got that figured out. But I have one more question. What is it? Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian asked, Where are you from? What kind of question is that? The Legion commander looked completely baffled. I heard from other comrades that you aren't native to this place, yet you participated in the town's construction. Not only have you kept everything in perfect order, but you've also established a well-functioning ecosystem. A white blood cell shouldn't be capable of doing all that without external guidance, right? As he spoke, the depths of Ning Tian's eyes grew immeasurably profound, as if capable of swallowing up all things under heaven. The Legion commander slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Ning Tian. He scrutinized him closely before their eyes met. The two stared at each other for a long time, neither willing to look away. After a long moment, he finally averted his gaze, exhaled a heavy breath, and then asked meaningfully, Do you believe in the existence of gods in this world? I do not, Ning Tian replied swiftly. Why should I believe in an existence I have never seen? But sometimes, it seems as though they really are everywhere. Although I haven't seen them with my own eyes, people around me often speak of them, as if they were truly in some place we cannot see, subtly influencing the world. So, sometimes it's better to assume they exist than to assume they don't. Ning Tian's reply was very straightforward. At that moment, the Legion commander nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, this was yet another new impression he had formed of Ning Tian. But why are you asking all this? Ning Tian asked, looking suspicious. The Legion commander shook his head and smiled, not answering his question directly. He turned his face away, and his clear gaze gazed out beyond the membrane of the vesicle, his eyes suddenly filled with endless reflection and reminiscence. If I told you that I've seen a god, would you believe me? Chapter 47, Gods, Genes, and Life. You? Ning Tian narrowed his eyes, looking at the Legion commander with a strange expression. It was common knowledge, written in black and white in biology textbooks, that lymphocytes cannot survive outside a fluid environment. And now, the fact that this white blood cell had managed to survive in a sandy, rocky soil environment was already far-fetched enough. And yet, here he was, insisting that he had once witnessed a god with his own eyes. No matter how one looked at it, this was simply beyond belief. Yes, I really did see one, though that was a long time ago. The Legion commander turned his head and spoke slowly. We white blood cells are derived from hematopoietic stem cells within the human body. Originally, we lived in the environment of human bodily fluids. That place provided us with the conditions for survival, supplying us with a constant stream of nutrients, and our daily task was simply to fight off minor threats and clear out any hazards invading the body. Ning Tian nodded. There was nothing technically wrong with what he said, but it just sounded a little off somehow. The Legion commander continued, Later, we were sucked into a tunnel. By the time we emerged from it, we were no longer inside the human body. We were extracted from the bodily fluids and brought to another environment similar to soil, where we encountered the god. Alright, things should start getting a bit fantastical from here on out. Ning Tian silently quipped to himself. Then how do you know the place you went to was outside the body and not a human body? The god told us, the Legion commander said nonchalantly. The god told us our origins, how we got here, and where we were. At that moment, when we first encountered such information, wouldn't anyone find it unbelievable? At this point, the Legion commander smiled, his expression suddenly filled with nostalgia. The god said the place we came from is called human bodily fluids. Outside that fluid environment, we wouldn't be able to survive normally and would die very quickly. That's a theory from their world, but he intends to overturn it, and that's the main reason he guided us here. He wants to prove his hypothesis. It sounds a bit unbelievable, but it's not entirely illogical. Go on. Ning Tian nodded. By now, he had a general idea of what was going on. This so-called god was likely part of the same group that had previously placed him in a petri dish for observation. And bringing white blood cells into a soil environment was probably for some kind of special research as well. After all, it wasn't unusual for scientists to extract human bodily fluid tissue for targeted research outside the body. There was just one thing he couldn't figure out: a white blood cell was only a single cell in size, while the human body contained at least tens of billions of cells. With a volume difference of tens of billions, how was he able to see a living, breathing human being? The gods modified our genetic code, removing some useless impurities, purifying it, and then optimizing it. They also taught us a great deal of knowledge. He said that for white blood cells to survive in an external environment is actually quite simple. All we need to do is use nutrients to recreate a similar bodily fluid environment outside the body. The place you're in right now, as well as the vast majority of the vesicular structures in this town, were essentially created by simulating a bodily fluid environment using the knowledge the god imparted. So, in a sense, we can be considered half apostles of the divine. At this point, a hint of pride involuntarily flashed across the Legion commander's face. At that moment, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, if you want such an embarrassingly awkward title, I'll give you all of them. So, does that mean the ecological systems here, as well as the construction of the hub, were all based on knowledge the god imparted to you back then? And you simply copied the model based on that knowledge? Yes, the Legion commander replied without hesitation. But the hub is different. We didn't have to build the hub. What do you mean by that? The interior of the hub is actually a massive bubble-like structure containing a gene bank bestowed by the god. As long as the surrounding nutrient environment is sufficient, this gene bank can construct itself as needed. It doesn't require our intervention at all. I see. It seems this hub is quite powerful. So, what exactly is its function? Ning Tian suddenly asked. Two functions. First, it deploys an immune barrier to protect the town. Second, it replicates our optimized genetic templates to cultivate new white blood cells in the underground incubation pool, thereby maintaining the army's population in scale. Hearing this, Ning Tian was speechless. This so-called deity seemed even more formidable than he had imagined. Even in his original world, such a being would be as rare as a phoenix's feather or a unicorn's horn. To be able to casually modify and optimize the genetic code of a single white blood cell, and even teach them how to construct ecosystems and simulate bodily fluids, this person must possess incredibly extensive knowledge in the field of biology. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was this hub. To achieve automated production solely through genetic coding was something Ning Tian had never even dared to imagine. A person capable of creating such a thing, let alone in the eyes of a microbial cell, would be regarded as a godlike being even by ordinary humans. Humans are sometimes so insignificant, so ignorant. They always assume they are the masters of this world, capable of anything. Little do they realize that they might be just like those mass-produced robots in a factory, mere replicas created from preset programs and specific templates, designed to replace human labor. Factories operate through pre-programmed code. As long as raw materials like iron and silicon are plentiful, they can mass-produce highly intelligent robots. Similarly, the hub functions through preset genetic codes as long as the nutrients that make up the organism carbohydrates, lipids, proteins, vitamins, water, and minerals are sufficient. It can build ecosystems, establish barriers, and mass-produce cells according to genetic templates to sustain the population. Both are forms of life, the only difference is that one is silicon-based, while the other is carbon-based. Who can guarantee that they themselves haven't been deliberately replicated by some pre-programmed algorithm from beyond this world? Perhaps the end of science truly is theology. At this thought, Ning Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not think any further. Some things are best left hidden. Ignorance may be bliss. But once the truth is revealed, many things, including the ideas you've built, your worldview, and your beliefs, could collapse overnight. However, these are merely the most insignificant aspects of the hub's functions. Beyond these, the hub has another, far more crucial role, one far more important than erecting barriers or cultivating cells. And that is the primary reason I specifically called you here today. Chapter 48, Core Hub. Having said that, the Legion commander slowly climbed out of the therapeutic pool. You can just sit down and talk. Why do you have to stand up? In your current condition, let alone walking, even getting up must be a struggle, right? Ning Tian said expressionlessly from the edge of the pool. He had no intention of going over to help him, he just wanted the old man to sit down quickly. It's nothing. After all, I'm a battle-hardened veteran. I've been in and out of battlefields at least 100 times. What's a few minor injuries? The Legion commander said stubbornly. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain from his numerous wounds and, with sheer willpower, forced himself to crawl out of the pool. The wound on his abdomen had only just been healed by the restorative fluid, but many organelles within the membrane were still damaged and in need of repair. Leaving the healing pool to move about at this time would only worsen his condition. Boss. Seeing the Legion commander climb out of the healing pool, several of his white blood cell subordinates hurriedly pushed open the membrane door and burst in from outside. This sudden commotion left Ning Tian so stunned he couldn't even speak. Wow, so all this time, they hadn't left it all. The dispersal at the door earlier had been just for his benefit. These guys had been standing guard outside the door in full gear the whole time, afraid he might try something against their boss. And not only that, they must have overheard every word of the conversation in the ward just now. Ning Tian wasn't stupid, he knew exactly what this meant. The implication was that he might not need to sign any confidentiality agreement. But from the moment he stepped out that door, all these secrets would have to be buried deep within his heart, otherwise, he could face the risk of being killed by his own comrades at any moment. Damn it, what a mess. I never thought I'd get played by this bunch of white blood cells right here. At this thought, Ning Tian suddenly felt a headache coming on. Just then, one of the white blood cell subordinates had already reached the poolside. He hurriedly supported the Legion commander and asked, "Didn't the maintenance cell warn you to rest in the pool and under no circumstances go out? How come you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Legion commander shot him a sharp glare. "Who's the boss here, exactly?" That look scared the subordinate into clamping his mouth shut immediately. After asserting his authority, the Legion commander slowly walked over to Ning Tian and said casually, "Let us go. I'll take you to see the hub and show you what it's really capable of." Huh? Hearing this, Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't I supposed to keep my mouth shut? If I dared to spill the beans, I'd be dead meat, right? So why is he spilling an even bigger secret on me now? But deep down, he was also filled with curiosity about the hub. Just as the Legion commander had said, that hub was the true secret of this small town. Although Ning Tian didn't really want to believe in the existence of gods, deep down he thought these so-called gods were probably just scientists who could communicate with cells through some means. The Legion commander had already hyped up the gene bank to such a degree that it had genuinely piqued his interest. Ning Tian was still somewhat curious about it. He wanted to see for himself what kind of marvel this so-called miracle actually was. "All right, let us go," Ning Tian replied readily. Descending the staircase formed by root-like cells, Ning Tian, the Legion commander, and several white blood cells made their way beneath the surface of the cell town. the entire underground had been hollowed out, forming a massive cavern. The structure known as the hub rested on the ground at the cavern's center, completely enveloped by a layer of vesicles. Inside, the gene bank unfolded in a double helix structure, suspended motionless within the fluid of the vesicles, continuously emitting concentric rings of pale blue light. Dozens of incubation pools were arranged around the hub. Hundreds of tentacles, densely packed, extended downward from the outer walls of the root-like cells at the very bottom, connecting to these incubation pools like conduits, supplying them with a constant flow of water and nutrients. "We're here. This is the place," the Legion commander said slowly. "Is this it?" Ning Tian asked, feeling a touch of disappointment. "Yes. What you see before you is the very source of life for this entire town, the divine creation known as the hub." As he spoke, the Legion commander's gaze shifted toward the vesicle, and his tone grew much more reverent. Ning Tian followed his gaze. Upon seeing the gene bank shimmering in the dark space, he gasped in disbelief. The divine creation had actually been buried deep underground by this group of white blood cells who considered themselves the god's faithful followers and had been guarded for a long time, fending off wave after wave of disease invasions. The Legion commander said nothing, but silently walked down the steps to an incubation pool beside the hub. "Come on, you're supposed to sit in there? Ning Tian? Aren't you supposed to show me the hub's true function? Why do I have to lie in an incubation pool? Am I on maternity leave?" "I'm a fucking guy," he asked, looking completely baffled. "You'll find out once you get in." The Legion commander's eye twitched slightly. What kind of nonsense does this kid usually have in his head? Seeing the Legion commander's dead serious expression, Ning Tian finally lay down in the incubation pool, half believing it, half doubting it. The two stared at each other in bewilderment for a while, then Ning Tian spoke up first. "It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Just lie still. Wait until the liquid covers your body, then focus and feel it. And then? Then you can start conversing with the gods." The next second, without another word and without even giving him a chance to speak, the Legion commander pressed Ning Tian's entire body down into the liquid of the incubation pool. Just as Ning Tian was about to resist, the moment his head was pushed underwater, his consciousness was instantly ripped from his body. Watching Ning Tian lose consciousness in an instant, one of the white cell subordinates finally couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Boss, is it really okay to let him in? He only saved your life. Is that really reason enough to bring him to such an important place?" "Shut up. What do you know?" The Legion commander turned around and retorted sharply. "You heard everything we said outside just now, didn't you?" "I did. Think back carefully. When we first heard the words human, body fluids, and ecology, what was our inner reaction?" the Legion commander asked, hitting the nail on the head. "Unknown, exaggerated, but mostly unbelievable." The white cell subordinate answered honestly, recalling the scene from earlier. "Exactly. That was our reaction back then. But did you see his reaction just now?" Faced with these terms that only divine will can bestow, he displayed utter composure and naturalness, as if these things were as commonplace to him as daily bread. At this point, the Legion commander's expression suddenly darkened. I can vaguely sense from him that he is different from other cells. His genetic structure is unique and very familiar. This actually reminds me of someone. Who? That divine being. You mean Mr. Chen? Yes. Chapter 49, Authorization Granted, Oath to the Deity. Boss, don't tell me this is just a hunch of yours. The white blood cell's expression suddenly grew much more grave. No, it's more than just a hunch. I tested him preliminarily the first time we met. The Legion commander replied with absolute certainty. And what were the results? The receptor proteins on the membrane surface didn't trigger any rejection response. But that doesn't rule out the possibility that it's a pathogen in disguise. When have you ever seen a pathogen that could lie safely in the incubation pool without triggering any rejection from the fluid inside? The Legion commander turned back and spoke with piercing clarity. At that, the white cell subordinate finally lowered his head slowly. He knew in his heart what the Legion commander's words meant. Although the fluid in the incubation pool posed no harm to white cells, to a plague, it was a natural poison. The fact that he could lie there unharmed, without any rejection, clearly demonstrated that this outsider had absolutely no connection to the plague. The receptor protein detected a segment in his genetic structure that bears a striking resemblance to that of the Divine One. And it is precisely because of this genetic segment that he is able to resonate with the gene bank within the hub, just as we do. There are many coincidental events in this world. His appearance may have been a coincidence, and his saving me at that critical moment may also have been a coincidence. But when countless coincidences come together, they become an inevitable outcome. Perhaps this hub's gene bank was actually prepared by the Divine Lord specifically for him, only it had been stored here all along. And now, it is time to return it to its rightful owner. With that, the Legion commander slowly walked toward the hub, extending the recognition protein from within his body through his cell membrane to bind with the receptor protein on the outer wall of the hub's vesicle. The next second, the double helix structure of the gene bank within the hub flickered suddenly, as if it had received a signal. Then, a pale blue stream of light drifted out from the gene bank, like a firefly radiating blue starlight, slowly passing through the liquid medium inside the hub and swimming toward the inner wall of the vesicle. It then accelerated instantly, like a fluorescent missile. Whoosh, it slammed into the thin membrane of the inner wall, creating a pale blue halo that gradually spread across the barrier. The next second, at the bottom of the hub, a root-like tentacle connected to the vesicle's outer wall seemed to come to life, bursting through the ground, twisting and coiling in the air, and gradually extending its tip toward the incubation pool where Ning Tian was located. The writhing tentacle continued to grow and shift in form, gradually taking on the shape of a hand at its tip, which clamped firmly onto the rim of the incubation pool. It looked as though 5 withered fingers were clinging desperately to it. Once the connection was established, a blue light signal surged along the tentacle like an electrical current, rapidly traveling from the hub's outer wall into the incubation pool. Immediately afterward, the surface of the incubation pool was bathed in a silvery moonlight, as if moonlight had been poured over it, creating a scene of tranquility and clarity. At that moment, a single drop of water slowly rose from beneath the surface. Drawn by the anti-gravity force, it touched the calm surface like a dragonfly skimming the water. Instantly, circular ripples formed on the surface and gradually spread outward. A blue halo emerged slowly from the bottom of the pool, as if charging up. Countless light particles penetrated Ning Tian's cell membranes, diffusing freely into his body and interacting with the substances within. At the same time, inside the hub, the light on the double helix structure of the gene bank dimmed slightly. All right. While he is in the divine realm conversing with the gods, the immune barrier emitted by the hub will weaken. We'd better hurry and set up our outer defenses. With that, the Legion commander retracted the receptor proteins from the membrane, then turned and walked over slowly. Seeing this, his subordinate nodded decisively. It was hard to imagine that the boss had placed all their hopes in the hands of this outsider. However, since things had come to this, he had no grounds for complaint. He could only hope that after this outsider finished his conversation with the deity, he wouldn't turn around and betray them once he emerged. That adult plague has already appeared outside the town, and the main force of the plague will soon be arriving here one after another. This battle is now inevitable. The Legion commander said this with a grave expression, then slowly expelled a vesicle from his body. Inside was a bundle of a special peptide chain structure. Boss, what is this? Take it. The Legion commander turned to face him and said with a grave expression. After this battle, I may not return. This is a unique authorization protein exclusive to the Legion commander. I cannot directly alter your genetic structure. But with the authorization granted by this protein, once I fall in battle, my coding activity will become invalid. The gene bank will automatically detect the vacancy in the Legion commander position and, based on this authorization, modify your genetic coding to allow you to fill that vacancy. Boss, this. Shut up. The subordinate was about to say something, but was immediately cut off by the Legion commander. The Legion commander softened his tone and spoke earnestly. Given my current physical condition, I may not survive until the end of the battle. But the battlefield cannot be without a commander. You are young, and your physical constitution is superior to mine. I am now assigning you a new mission. Boss, this is absolutely out of the question. Are you refusing my orders? The Legion commander's gaze hardened. I wouldn't dare. The subordinate immediately ducked his head. Good. Then heed my command. I swear before the gods at the Gene Bank in the Hub Corps, effective immediately, you are promoted to Deputy Legion Commander. Should I fall in battle, you will directly succeed me as the new Legion Commander. Your primary duty is to remain here, assist this outsider, grant him access to the hub once he awakens, transfer the keys to evolution held within the Gene Bank to him, and lead the remaining brothers to aid him in repelling the Plague S invasion. This oath, with the hub as my witness and the gods as my guarantors, takes effect immediately. The Legion Commander recited solemnly. The next second, the Gene Bank within the hub instantly burst into a blue glow. Two beams of light descended from above, simultaneously enveloping the Legion Commander and his subordinate. The oath had officially taken effect. There was no longer any possibility of amendment. So, do you understand your mission? I understand. The subordinate nodded. At this point, there was no use in him saying anything else. He could only obediently accept the order, swimming over to the cluster of vesicles on the ground and slowly picking up the access identification protein enclosed within. Seeing this, the Legion commander finally nodded in satisfaction. Given the current strength of the immune barrier, we should be able to hold out for a little while longer. Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Ning Tian in the incubation pool. Let us hope we can hold out until he returns. Chapter 50, Strength Level 2. Chun Microbial Laboratory. The temperature inside had dropped significantly compared to the previous days. Winter had already set in, and Christmas was just a few days away. However, the man's mind was not on the holiday at all. He walked slowly to the windowsill. By now, the cold air outside had already condensed into a thick layer of white frost on the mirror-like windowpane. The man pulled his coat tighter around him, then breathed a puff of mist onto the glass and wiped the frost away with his hand. Through the window, one could faintly see white snowflakes drifting down in the world outside, though it hadn't yet reached the point of a blizzard. But in just a few days, the city would be blanketed in a vast expanse of white snow. Dense snowflakes would fall over the coming days, settling like a thick quilt on the rooftops and transforming the entire city into a snow-covered, icy wonderland. He knew that Chen Wan loved the snow. When she was little, snowy days like this were her absolute favorite. Every year when it snowed, she would rush outside full of anticipation to have snowball fights and build snowmen. And at this time of year, he would usually have already begun carefully selecting a Christmas gift for his princess. The gifts changed every year, but what remained constant was his heart, and the holiday message he had written in his own hand on that red and white greeting card, "Merry Christmas, my princess." It was as if those words, imbued with his love, would stay with Chen Wan'er forever. However, this year was different. The dire state of the lab and the financial crisis had hit them from both sides, driving them to the brink of ruin. Neither of them had the heart to celebrate. They wanted nothing more than to pour every minute and every second into the experiment. Han sure hadn't left them much time. Who knew when he'd come back to demand results next? How is the experiment progressing? The man asked slowly. The test subject has shown no signs of rejection by the lymphocytes so far. It remains quite active in the lymphatic fluid environment. Not only that, but it has completed cell division within the lymphatic fluid. Both daughter's cells appear to have developed blade-like structures on their outer membranes. Chen Wan'er reported the situation truthfully to the man, her eyes never straying for a moment as she continued to observe Ning Tian's every move within the simulated ecosystem through the eyepiece. So, in other words, the current experimental results can only prove that, for the time being, he won't trigger a rejection reaction with the immune mechanisms in the body fluids? That's right, but it's not just that. Chen Wan'er paused briefly before continuing. Just now, he also killed several pathogens in the soil. In a sense, he appears to possess an immune mechanism similar to that of lymphocytes. The man nodded in satisfaction. He knew that at this stage of the experiment, it had already been preliminarily proven that the test subject possessed immune functions similar to those of lymphocytes, which held significant practical value in medical applications. However, merely killing a few pathogens did not mean his immune strength could rival that of lymphocytes. The strength of an immune response ultimately depends on the intensity of the stimulus. With that in mind, the man turned around, strode quickly toward the freezer, took out and opened the metal box stored inside, and removed a black test tube labeled Level 2. Macrophage, Strength Level 2. The man stared at the label on the tube's wall and murmured to himself. The icy test tube in his hand was transmitting a piercing cold that seeped into his palm. This caused his entire body to shiver uncontrollably. Let us wait a little longer. At that moment, Chenwanner seemed to notice the man's unusual state. She turned her head, fixed her gaze on the test tube in his hand, and then patiently advised him. Earlier tests showed that the pathogens in the soil have begun to multiply rapidly under the influence of an unknown force. Soon, a large number of pathogens will come into contact with the lymph fluid of the test subject. Why don't we first observe how the test subject reacts to this contact before drawing any conclusions? What do you think? Chenwanner's words were like the warm sunshine of early spring falling upon the earth, instantly sweeping away the thick layer of snow that had accumulated in the man's heart. Are you still worried that intensity level 2 will kill the test subject outright? The man turned his head and asked calmly. No, that's not it. The situation in the simulated ecosystem is a bit complicated right now. Killing the test subject might not even require the taboo cells to act. This rapidly multiplying pathogen could do the job on its own. My idea is to maintain the current stimulation intensity for now. Continue observing the test subject's behavior as the pathogen multiplies, and then decide whether to introduce the taboo cells. The man pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Your approach is indeed feasible, and according to standard experimental procedures, we should proceed as you suggest. However, we no longer have any time to spare. Before Hanscher sends his next team, we must announce the details of the experiment in advance, secure funding, and relocate from here as soon as possible. Do you think we have enough time to? At this point, the man's voice caught in his throat. He paused, then continued. Can we afford to wait? Faced with the question, Chenwanner remained silent, instead fixing her gaze silently on the black test tube, her eyes gradually focusing on the row of small print on the label. She knew full well that, at times, the man's decisions were far more reliable than her own. And when it came to foresight and decision-making, he was far more far-sighted than she was. It wasn't that she was unwilling to make decisions, it was just that, over the many years she had been leading the lab through her own decisions, the repeated downturns had long since instilled a deep-seated fear within her. What terrified her wasn't the act of decision-making itself, but the negative consequences her unreliable decisions had brought upon the lab. Because of this, she had locked herself in a small, dark room to weep and lament for a long time, and she had spent a great deal of time reflecting on her mistakes. Each time, she would sink deeply into that excruciating sense of helplessness, unable to extricate herself. And the last wrong decision had directly plunged the lab into the quagmire it was in, now a situation beyond rescue. Consequently, from that point on, she dared not make decisions on her own anymore. Now, almost all decisions were in the man's hands. Time had proven that decision to be the right one. So, after a long silence, she finally spoke to the man in a soft voice. Then you make the decision. I'll follow your lead. Upon hearing this, the man stood frozen in place for a long moment. Perhaps Chenwanner's words had succeeded in persuading him this time. He did not act on his own. Instead, he chose to place the test tube containing the forbidden cells back into the metal box and return it to its original spot. Then he turned and gazed deeply at Chenwanner. It seemed he had already made up his mind the moment Chenwanner's words, "I'll leave it up to you," slipped from her lips. You continue monitoring the test subject's movements and ensure the experiment remains within manageable limits, preventing the pathogen from being eradicated all at once. I'll start preparing the materials and verification reports needed to announce the experiment's findings right away. Now. Isn't that a bit too soon? Chenwanner asked hesitantly. It is early, but the experiment has reached a stage where it can be disclosed. Although the financial rewards won't be substantial at this point, it can at least serve as an incubation project in the early stages of the experiment, allowing us to secure some external funding. So, after giving it some thought, I've decided to get past this hurdle with Han first. With that, the man's lips parted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Chen Wan'er quickly turned her head away. It was the first time in days she had seen a smile on his face. The tense atmosphere, combined with the stillness of winter, had left both of their nerves stretched to the breaking point. The man's smile was like a warm sun sweeping away the winter snow and mist, bringing Chen Wan'er immense comfort. In that moment, a glimmer of joy had already quietly moistened her moist eyes. Chapter 51, Divine Realm. Congratulations! The reverse translation and reverse transcription of the ethanol molecule have been completed. All DNA fragments required for synthesizing this substance have now been integrated into your genetic code. You may synthesize ethanol molecules within your body as needed. Synthesize ethanol consumes 100 stamina points to synthesize ethanol molecules within the body. Excess ethanol is automatically stored in vacuoles. Synthesis duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Phew! A system notification roused Ning Tian from his daze. Unlike the last time he woke up, this time he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Not only was there no pain or grogginess in his mind, but his thoughts were actually much clearer than before. Where am I? Ning Tian quickly glanced around. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness I'm still in the pool. He suddenly remembered that the Legion commander had forcibly pushed him into the pool just moments ago. Fortunately, upon waking, he was still in the same place. Nothing around him had changed. The only difference was that the Legion commander and that white blood cell subordinate were nowhere to be seen. Damn old man, just wait until I find you. I'm going to settle this score with you properly. Ning Tian silently vowed to himself. He had pretty much figured out the situation. Clearly, he'd been played by that Legion commander again. Damn it. The so-called true purpose of the hub, the so-called dialogue with the gods, it's all bullshit. I bet those two just wanted to lure me in here and drown me. At this thought, Ning Tian grew increasingly furious, and he angrily climbed out of the pool. He then fixed his gaze on the hub not far away. At that moment, the vesicle enveloping the hub had vanished, exposing the entire double helix structure, now glowing with a blue light. The gene bank was suspended quietly in midair. Strange. For something this valuable, why isn't there even a single guard cell nearby? Ning Tian wondered to himself. If he wasn't mistaken, this thing must be the divine creation the Legion commander had spoken of. Logically speaking, shouldn't something this valuable be under strict guard by sentinel cells? Why does it seem to lack any divine aura at all? Ah, never mind. I'm taking these gene points. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian swam straight toward the gene bank. He couldn't care less about any so-called divine miracles. In the eyes of the white blood cells, those devotees of the gods, this thing might be priceless, perhaps even more important than their own lives. But to Ning Tian, it was nothing more than a DNA fragment that had been mythologized and hyped up. Strip away the artificial embellishments, and its essence was no different from any other DNA fragment. At most, the only difference was the number of gene points added. Such a long stretch of double helix structure must be worth quite a few gene points. Ning Tian mused to himself. Just then, he noticed a figure standing beside the gene bank. Hey, you! Wait a minute. Ning Tian was just about to go over and say hello, but the moment he got a clear look at the figure, he completely lost his composure. His eyes widened, his pupils contracted instantly, and he stared at the figure in utter disbelief. To make sure he wasn't hallucinating, he even ran back to the incubation pool and checked his own form again in the reflection on the liquid S surface. That's right, I'm still a cell. Then. At that thought, he spun around abruptly. Yet the figure stood there as still as a ghost, completely motionless. Then how is he able to maintain a human form? Ning Tian was baffled. He opened his eyes again and looked once more, making sure he hadn't misinterpreted what he saw. Yet, after repeated checks, he was certain he hadn't seen it. That figure was indeed standing there, maintaining a human form under microscopic conditions. Wearing a brown hood and a brown-gray sorcereress robe, he tilted his head up at a 45-degree angle, gazing admiringly at the segment of the gene bank suspended in midair. One person, one strand in the same space, the same environment, from the same vantage point, both gazing spellbound at that colossal DNA fragment in midair. This scene was just way too surreal. Ning Tian was so stunned by the sight that he was left speechless. But what surprised him even more was that he didn't seem to know what identity he should use to greet the other person. "Hey, I used to be a living person, but for some unknown reason, I ended up like this. Don't worry, though my consciousness still retains my human memories. Can you treat me like a person? Is that how it goes?" Even he himself hasn't figured out what caused him to turn into a cell after his rebirth. An experience like this, which science can't possibly explain, would probably just get him labeled a lunatic if he told anyone, right? But on second thought, the fact that the other person could maintain this form from a microscopic perspective meant that what he'd gone through must be even more outlandish than his own situation. And even if he were labeled a lunatic, so what? At worst, he'd just be sent to that place to learn how to cut, nothing to be afraid of. With that in mind, Ning Tian suddenly mustered up his courage. He decided to go all in and walked right up to force a conversation. However, before he could even open his mouth, the other person spoke first. "Do you know what this place is?" Elder Chen's aged voice was deep and resonant. It seemed as though he were speaking to Ning Tian, yet his gaze never wavered from the gene bank suspended in the air. It seemed he didn't take Ning Tian seriously at all. "Of course I know. It's the hub, right?" Ning Tian replied nonchalantly. He was just about to ask whether the man was human or a clone. But the next second, the old man's eyes narrowed, and he snapped. "Wrong. This place is called the Divine Realm. Remember that." Without giving him a chance to speak, the old man flipped his palm and swung it forcefully toward Ning Tian. Instantly, an immense, invisible force surged from the ground, creating waves that swept Ning Tian's entire cell away, slamming him hard onto the ground far away. Fortunately, Ning Tian's body was protected and cushioned by his cell wall, so he didn't sustain much injury upon impact. He didn't even feel a hint of pain. However, the other man's arrogant attitude and unwarranted hostility successfully ignited a rage within him. "Damn, old man, if you want to fight, I'll give you a good fight." With that, Ning Tian didn't hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he swung his flagellum and charged toward the hooded old man. After quickly calculating the range and attack area in his mind, he decisively activated his skill. Thrust shot, activate. Chapter 52, A Lesson. In the next instant, rows of sharp membrane barbs emerged from beneath his membrane, forming a dense array that fired in unison toward the old man. Ning Tian did not use acceleration, nor did he activate dual blade mode. After all, he considered the man before him to be nothing more than an old man. He merely intended to teach him a lesson, making him pay for his earlier arrogance and rudeness. His offense wasn't capital, so there was no need to kill him. However, the old man, completely oblivious to the situation, raised his palm once more. He tilted his palm slightly upward. In the next instant, all the membrane barbs Ning Tian had fired abruptly altered their flight paths mid-air, making a 90-degree turn and shooting straight toward the dome. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp projectiles all struck the rock of the dome. Disrespecting the gods before the divine realm is a grave offense. Another punishment. With that, the old man swung his palm toward Ning Tian once more. However, this time Ning Tian had learned his lesson. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%. Speed now at 102. Duration, 10 seconds. Although the colossal force had no physical form, the massive waves it stirred up in the liquid environment allowed Ning Tian to clearly sense the attack's range. Range, 3 cellular units. There's roughly a 1-second delay before the wave hits. Ning Tian thought to himself. He then made full use of that 1-second delay, activating acceleration to successfully dodge the crashing wave. In that case, I'll have to bring out my true abilities. Watching the massive wave pass by and gradually fade away, Ning Tian had already made up his mind. This old man was no ordinary opponent. Standard attacks would be utterly ineffective against him. In this situation, there was only one other way to close the distance. Dual blade mode, activate. In the next instant, all the membrane barbs on his body retracted instantly. 2 battle blades, newly formed within the membrane, sprang out from its base and attached themselves to the outer walls of 2 sub-cells. Dual blade mode activated. Your attack power has increased by 150%, reaching 510. The skill, Thrust Shot, is disabled in this state. With 510 attack power and 102 movement speed, this was Ning Tian's peak condition at this stage. The next second, the 2 sub-cells split apart. In Elder Chen's eyes, they instantly transformed into 2 streaks of light, darting toward him from both sides. However, the old man did not dodge. His gaze remained fixed on the section of the gene bank suspended in the air. He didn't even bother to glance at Ning Tian. His lips parted slightly, and he spoke slowly in an extremely calm tone. I suppose you haven't asked me who I am yet, have you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ning Tian's top speed of 102 points seemed to freeze in an instant. The 2 sub-cells came to a complete halt on either side of Elder Chen. At that moment, the old man suddenly removed his hood, slowly turned his head, and gave a faint smile to one of the sub-cells. Then, in a matter-of-fact tone, he said, Next time you move against an old man, remember to think it through first. That mere, faint smile was enough to make Ning Tian instantly feel an overwhelming pressure closing in from all directions. Fear filled the depths of his eyes almost instantly. Oh, right, young man. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the old man spoke again. Have you ever seen a palm strike that comes crashing down from the sky? If not, I can let you experience it. With that, the old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. The next second, 2 colossal forces descended from the sky without warning, slamming Ning Tian's 2 sub-cells deep into the ground. Looking down from the dome, 2 massive palm prints could be seen deeply indented into the ground on either side of the gene bank. What terrifying power! Ning Tian, who had been slammed into the ground, still hadn't recovered from the shock. His heart was still pounding. This 360-degree, all-encompassing pressure from the divine realm instantly made him understand what it meant to be overwhelmed by sheer power. Damn it, I've learned my lesson. A bead of sweat the size of a soybean instantly formed at the corner of Ning Tian's eye. There was no need to ask any further questions. Since this place was the divine realm, the hooded old man was naturally the god the Legion commander had spoken of. Although he was extremely reluctant to believe it was true, everything before his eyes was crystal clear to Ning Tian. Damn, I never thought the cell god actually existed. Does that mean what they said earlier about me having a conversation with a deity was all true? At this thought, Ning Tian froze in shock. Recalling that his first encounter with a deity had actually been greeted in this manner, he instantly felt so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole in the ground and crawl right into it. Wait, hold on, aren't I already underground? Realizing this, Ning Tian quickly sheathed his blade, and the flagella of his 2 sub-cells stopped moving immediately, putting on a convincing act of cellular shock. All that was missing was a dead do not bury sign attached to his body. Forget it, I'll just play dead for a bit. Running out to talk to him right now would be way too embarrassing. However, as luck would have it, the god up above didn't seem willing to pass up any opportunity to make him look like a total fool. Elder Chen suddenly leaned out halfway, looking down from above at Ning Tian lying motionless in the palm-shaped crater. He then shouted down at the bottom of the pit. Hey, how long are you going to play dead? A goddess time is precious. If you don't come up soon, I'm just going to bury you right here, okay? After he finished speaking, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Damn it, how did I get dragged into this just by lying here? He quickly waved his flagellum, and 2 sub-cells swam up from the ground, merging into a single cell cluster in front of the elder. However, the awkward atmosphere kept him at a loss for words. Alright, I know you're here to seek guidance, but seeking guidance is one thing, you can't break the rules here. At that moment, Elder Chen suddenly put on a smile and addressed Ning Tian. This was essentially giving Ning Tian a way out. Ning Tian wasn't stupid, he certainly knew when to back down. Since the other party had offered him a way out, he might as well take it. After all, he had to save face for the elder, at least to some extent. This junior was rude. Please instruct me, senior. Ning Tian said calmly. Ha ha ha. Instruct you? With your current level? Elder Chen suddenly burst out laughing. At your current level, you don't seem qualified to fight me, do you? As soon as those words left his mouth, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched violently. Who the hell was this backwater god? His appearance was downright repulsive. However, in the very next second, Elder Chen's expression suddenly darkened. He turned around and took 2 slow steps forward. His silhouette gradually faded before Ning Tian's eyes, then dissolved into countless particles of light, all of which were absorbed by the gene bank, which was emitting a blue glow nearby. Immediately afterward, a deep, sullen voice emerged from within the gene bank. But you might want to consider training with them first. Once you're able to defeat them, I'll consider fighting you. Chapter 53, The Trials of the Divine Realm. As this divine voice faded away, the light on the gene bank suddenly flashed. 2 beams of light particles separated from the double helix structure suspended in midair and landed before Ning Tian. Immediately afterward, 2 cells, each only half the size of Ning Tian, appeared in his field of vision. Rapid Paramecium. Level, 10. Stage, Single Cell Stage Divine Realm Illusion. Health, 400. Stamina, 100. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Speed, 60. Paramecium? The moment he opened the interface, Ning Tian was taken aback. He never imagined that paramecia, which were originally only used as feed, could actually grow to be nearly his size. But as his gaze gradually moved down the panel, he finally caught on to the truth. Divine Realm Illusion? Ning Tian asked himself in confusion. So this thing is just an illusion simulated by the Divine Realm, and it doesn't actually exist in reality? Wait a minute, what is with this wildly unbalanced data template? 400 health, 100 stamina based on normal growth values, its attack and defense stats should be at least 50 points each. How come its attack and defense are only 1 each? The most bizarre part was the 60-point movement speed. This speed was significantly faster than Ning Tian's 51 points. Without using a speed boosting skill, it's basically impossible to catch up to it. However, just as he was feeling completely baffled, Elder Chen, who had been absorbed into the gene bank, suddenly spoke up. Kid, this is the first challenge I've set for you. Defeat them first, then think about asking me for guidance. Damn it, I didn't come here to ask you for guidance. Ning Tian grumbled to himself. Earlier, he'd only gone along with it to save face and give himself a way out. But it backfired now. The deity actually believed he'd come seeking guidance. After all, hadn't he, that Legion commander, practically dragged him here by force, using a mix of flattery and trickery? Now, here he was, having witnessed a divine miracle and met a true god. His curiosity was satisfied, but he was trapped here with no way out. It seems there is no way out without passing this so-called trial. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and switched back to membrane barb mode. The 2 battle blades retracted from the surface of the subcell, and the sharp, icy cold barbs sprang back into place. The duration of the speed boost skill had just ended, and he had to wait 60 seconds for it to recharge. Fortunately, the cooldown for the barbed projectiles was only 30 seconds. After the back and forth exchange just now, the skill should be almost ready to use again. Against an opponent whose speed was slightly higher than his own, the dual blade mode's range was too short to land a hit. In this situation, he had no choice but to rely on ranged attacks. Outside the divine realm, the white blood cells were stationed beside the incubation pool, quietly watching Ning Tian lying in the water. As the light at the bottom of the pool flickered on and off, it gradually revealed a breathing effect. He was almost certain that the outsider in the pool had already begun communicating with the deity. I wonder if this guy is truly devout. I just hope he makes a good impression on the deity. At this point, he let out a long sigh. In truth, rather than standing guard here, he would have preferred to have followed the Legion commander out to battle earlier. He was among the first to join the Legion commander, making him one of the veteran subordinates in the camp. As such, he was deeply valued and trusted by the Legion commander. That was why, just before leaving, the Legion commander had entrusted him with such an important mission. However, they had sworn an oath to the deity in the presence of a divine miracle. Once a vow was spoken, it could not be broken. To do so would be considered blasphemy. Here, any desecration of the gods would be viewed as treason against the hub, against the gods, and against the entire white blood cell community. Ultimately, it would lead to the same fate as those renegade cells. Even in death, one would be branded a traitor. Well, you're getting off easy. Let me keep watch over you. The white blood cell subordinate gave Ning Tian in the pool a wry smile. Just then, a surge of electricity traveled along the tentacles from within the hub, then rushed at lightning speed into the incubation pool where Ning Tian was located. This is. The white blood cell subordinate's eyes widened instantly. He understood exactly what this surge of electricity meant. Such a sight only appeared when one had officially met a deity in the divine realm and been accepted by them. Only cells accepted by a deity would qualify for the trials of the divine realm. Completing all trials would earn the deity's recognition, ultimately granting the divine blessing and ultimate authority over the gene bank. Damn it, that guy, has he already earned the chance to undergo the trials so quickly? The white blood cell subordinate spoke with intense envy. Although the steps above sound simple, in reality, very few white blood cells actually manage to enter the divine realm and meet a deity. He was one, the Legion commander was another, and the renegade cell was a third. All told, there were fewer than 20 cells in total. Some cells received divine revelations upon entering, such as the Legion commander. Others merely met the deity face to face. They truly only witnessed the deity's true form, just like him and the renegade cell. It was said that the illusions the deity displayed differed for each cell. The Legion commander and he saw divinity, while that renegade cell, who knows what he saw inside before he turned traitor. In any case, simply being accepted by the deity and granted the opportunity to undergo trials within is already a rare privilege. Let alone completing all the trials inside. To date, not a single cell has managed to complete all the trials. The best any has managed is to make it through the second stage. Yet even so, countless white blood cells still yearn for the chance to undergo the trials. It's not for the ultimate authority of the gene bank, but because every cell that emerges from the divine realm after passing the trials has evolved to some degree. This is what is known as the divine blessing. Therefore, even without passing all the trials, as long as one is accepted and granted the opportunity to undergo them, they can essentially be considered the cream of the crop, the elite of the elite, or even celestial level cells. That outsider is truly infuriating. The white blood cells watching Ning Tian undergo the trials in the pool couldn't help but grit their teeth in frustration. As the saying goes, comparison breeds resentment. Comparing one cell to another is enough to drive any cell mad. The incubation pool is connected to the hub via tentacles. All nutrients are centrally distributed through the gene bank within the hub. For every trial stage passed, the hub delivers a certain proportion of nutrients to the incubation pool. At the same time, the gene bank also strips away a portion of its own genetic material. This is transmitted into the pool via the tentacles, serving as a reward for clearing the trials to enhance the challenger's genetic code. This is the primary reason why some white blood cells emerge strengthened even after passing only 1 or 2 trials. This is the essence of the divine blessing. As for whether he can successfully pass the trials and receive the divine blessing, that depends entirely on Ning Tian's own fate within the divine realm. But that is a story for another time. What now lay before the white blood cell division was, more than anything, an answer. He could now vaguely understand why the boss had insisted on bringing this outsider to the hub back then. After all, being accepted by the gods in such a short time was proof enough that this outsider possessed a certain divine quality. Clearly, the boss hadn't misjudged him. Perhaps, just as the boss said, this gene bank was actually prepared by the Divine Lord specifically for him. To witness with my own eyes the Divine Lord's relic being returned to its rightful owner, I have no regrets in this life. At this point, the white blood cell subordinate felt a great weight lifted from his heart. I only hope this won't take too long. Chapter 54, Poisoned Attack. The cooldown on the stab shot skill had finished, and Ning Tian found a suitable angle. Launching the skill from this angle would allow him to cover both Paramecium within the fan-shaped range. However, after finding the right angle, he didn't rush into the attack. He knew full well that the swift Paramecium had 400 health points. His current maximum attack was only 340, and after accounting for the 50% damage reduction of stab shot, the actual damage dealt would be only 170. If he couldn't take them down in one go with stab shot, he would startle the Paramecium. With their 60 movement speed, he could certainly catch up by using his speed boost. But if the two split up and ran in different directions, it would greatly reduce his hunting efficiency. If he could finish the job in one go, he would never drag it out to a second attempt. In that case, how about trying this? The next second, Ning Tian's eyes narrowed, and he began to silently chant in his mind. Ethanol molecules, begin synthesis. 100 stamina points consumed. Synthesizing ethanol molecules internally. Synthesis duration, 10 seconds. As is well known, ethanol is a lethal toxin to the vast majority of cells. Although Ning Tian did not yet know exactly what effect the ethanol molecules would have on the Paramecium. But giving it a try was better than doing nothing. Soon, the 10 seconds were up. Using endocytic vesicles, Ning Tian coated the membrane barb on his surface with the synthesized ethanol molecules. Membrane barb plus ethanol, combination complete. Obtained combination trait, membrane barb ethanol. Cold blade membrane barb ethanol. A membrane barb coated with ethanol can perform a poison attack against creatures vulnerable to ethanol. The specific effect depends on the amount of ethanol applied. Wow! The situation turned out exactly as Ning Tian had anticipated. In that case, let us test the damage effect. With that, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes, turned, and aimed his crosshairs at the two Paramecium. Thrust shot, activate. The next second, a barrage of arrows coated in ethanol was fired in unison toward the two Paramecium within the fan-shaped area ahead. 170. 169. 168. 172. Two red damage numbers appeared above the heads of the two Paramecium. Immediately, the startled Paramecium began to swim away. With a movement speed of 60, they quickly escaped the fan-shaped attack area. Even so, the dense barrage of arrows still managed to hit each of them twice. 60, 61. Ning Tian silently recited the remaining health of the two Paramecium. Clearly, the damage from the earlier thrusting shots was standard damage. The effect of the ethanol hadn't been applied to the damage numbers. Then, I'll leave the rest to the ethanol. Ning Tian thought to himself. The next second, the two Paramecium which had been startled moments ago and were fleeing the scene at 60 points per second suddenly came to a complete halt. Although the openings in their cell membranes had gradually healed during their escape, no health recovery effect appeared above their heads. Not only that, but large amounts of water were leaking out from inside their membranes. Ethanol is highly osmotic. Once it enters a cell, its first effect is dehydration. Ning Tian observed the scene before him, thinking to himself. But that's not the worst of it. What comes next is the main event. No sooner had he spoken than the Paramecium, having lost all their water, transformed from plump, rounded cells into shriveled, wrinkled forms resembling raisins. The next second, two damage numbers appeared out of nowhere, floating above their heads. 100. 99. However, this was, after all, merely a projection of the divine realm. Unlike ordinary cells, they did not dissolve into a pool of nutrition points and DNA fragments right where they stood. Instead, the corpses transformed into two streams of light particles that surged from the air into Ning Tian's body. Congratulations on obtaining 2000 nutrition points and 2000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 gene points. Congratulations! You have reached level 12. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. You have gained an additional split opportunity. Looking at the notifications on the interface, Ning Tian felt a bit puzzled. That's strange. Why didn't he unlocking a new evolution path after leveling up? Just then, Elder Chen suddenly transformed into a beam of light and drifted out of the gene bank. Not bad, not bad. A very impressive battle. Let us just say you barely passed this stage. Old man, can I challenge you now? Ning Tian cut straight to the chase. Now! Elder Chen suddenly turned his face toward him, then looked at him with a peculiar expression and said, "What's the rush? You've only just cleared the first stage. In your current state, I doubt you could even touch me even if you gave it your all." Fine, then. Let me out. I'm done training. Ning Tian replied without hesitation. You're quitting? Elder Chen's expression suddenly darkened. You come and go as you please? What do you take the divine realm for? The corner store downstairs from your place? With that sharp rebuke, Elder Chen raised his palm and swiftly swept it toward Ning Tian. But Ning Tian seemed to have anticipated this all along. Without even activating his speed boost, he relied solely on his instincts to instinctively dodge to the side. The wave of invisible force swept past him in an instant. Even so, Ning Tian did not let his guard down. As he dodged the wave, Elder Chen refused to be outdone. He immediately flipped his palm and slammed it hard into the ground. This time, Ning Tian split himself into two sub-cells. They drifted away simultaneously in the opposite direction from the old man. The next second, right where he had been standing moments before, the ground caved in deeply, forming two massive handprints. Old man, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Elder Chen had just repeated his previous two moves, but Ning Tian had defused them one by one with his instinctive reactions. Only after confirming there was no further danger did Ning Tian shout at Elder Chen from a distance. Not bad, you've improved. Elder Chen couldn't help but praise him. However, if you underestimate the divine, you'll suffer a heavy loss. Instantly, his gaze hardened, and a crimson light erupted from the depths of his eyes. This time, he made no hand gestures. Instead, he kept his hands clasped behind his back. This way, Ning Tian had no way of anticipating his move. Sure enough, before Ning Tian could react, two invisible, colossal forces suddenly struck from both sides without warning. These forces felt like two invisible palms, slamming Ning Tian together and forcibly merging his two sub-cells back into a cell cluster. For a moment, Ning Tian felt as if he'd been slapped across the face by two hands at once. His head began to buzz. Take a moment to recover here. Get ready for the second trial. Elder Chen said with a smug expression. He turned and transformed into a stream of light particles, returning to the gene bank. However, the moment he left, a notification immediately appeared on the system panel. New evolution scheme unlocked. Chapter 55, Tentacles, Evolution. Current available evolution path, Tentacles Cell Cluster. Evolution path, Tentacles Hidden Evolution Path. This is an evolution scheme exclusive to cell clusters. It requires consuming two of the host's daughter cells and transforming them into two flexible, membrane-covered, and elastic tentacles. Evolution requirements: the host cell cluster must have 3 or more daughter cells. Additional attributes: attack plus 20, speed plus 20. Tentacles? Looking at the new evolution option, Ning Tian was instantly startled. This inevitably reminded him of a very familiar species. That small phage he had killed earlier in the culture medium. Tentacles are extremely versatile. They can be used not only for grabbing and propelling oneself. In critical moments or under challenging conditions, they could function like an octopus's tentacles, allowing him to maneuver through space with agility. Therefore, without hesitation, Ning Tian selected the evolution option. Select evolution. Evolution failed. This evolution requires 3 daughter cells. The host currently has 2 daughter cells. Please complete cell division first. Seeing the pop-up message, Ning Tian suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. Although he had reached level 12 and unlocked a division opportunity, the agony of his first division was still fresh in his memory. Never mind. For the sake of evolution, I'll just have to grit my teeth and endure it. After all, there is still the 50% pain relief from the central body. Ning Tian consoled himself inwardly. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself. Begin division. This division will consume 5,000 nutrition points. Proceed? Thanks to the perfect Golgi apparatus, which have the energy cost of division, Ning Tian only needed 5,000 nutrition points for this split. Yes. Ning Tian said through gritted teeth, then closed his eyes tightly. Consuming 5,000 nutrition points. Split request confirmed. Allocating resources for the split. This process will take 1 minute. Please wait patiently in place. Any form of attack during this time will immediately interrupt the split. The entire splitting process is complete. Splitting finished. Congratulations! 5,000 nutrition points consumed. Splitting successful, health plus 300, stamina plus 150, attack plus 100, defense plus 100, speed plus 20. Soon, the 1-minute splitting process was over. Ning Tian split directly from 2 daughter cells into 3. His attribute values also saw a significant boost. However, unexpectedly, this split went surprisingly smoothly. Not only was it smooth, but it was also painless. He even suspected that the analgesic effect provided by the central body was 100% rather than 50%. Very well, then. Next, let us begin the evolution. Instantly, Ning Tian made up his mind and focused his attention on the tentacle evolution option. Evolving tentacles requires 15,360 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Choose to evolve. Congratulations! You have spent 15,360 gene points and successfully evolved tentacles. Attack plus 20, speed plus 20. The next second, 2 of the 3 newly split daughter cells were suddenly enveloped in a white light. Immediately, the cell shapes began to change, gradually flattening from their round, plump spheres and then elongating. As the white light faded, they gradually took the form of 2 tentacles. With this, hunting should be much easier from now on. Ning Tian thought to himself. Just then, Elder Chen's voice suddenly echoed from within the gene bank. In that case, let us proceed directly to the second trial. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the light within the gene bank flashed abruptly. Instantly, countless light particles separated from the gene bank. Like a shower of stars, they rained down onto the ground around Ning Tian. Ning Tian instantly sensed something was wrong. Damn, this is a lot. He glanced around. Based on how the rapid growth Paramecium had formed earlier, new individuals would emerge at the points where the light particles gathered. And now, there were over 20 such gathering points around him. No, even more. At a glance, there were at least 30. The number was far more staggering than he anticipated. And that wasn't all. The light clusters that had formed were nearly as large as each of his own subcells. Elder Chen, if you want to screw me over, just say so. You don't need to go through all this trouble. Ning Tian's mouth twitched, and a wave of frustration washed over him. However, Elder Chen, hiding inside the gene bank, didn't respond. The next second, all the light clusters stopped coalescing, and the species at each site began to gradually take shape. Damn it! Ning Tian gritted his teeth. He felt that he could rely on no one but himself at a time like this. He absolutely could not sit idly by and wait for his doom. Double Blade Mode, activate. Double Blade Mode is now active. Your attack power has increased by 150%, reaching 690. The skill, Thrust Shot, is disabled in this state. Since Ning Tian's current form consisted of a large main cell accompanied by 2 long tentacles, the combat blades that emerged in dual blade mode were no longer attached to the surface of the cell membrane. Instead, they were gripped tightly in the two tentacles. Although he could no longer split into two cells to act separately, the two tentacles greatly increased his range of attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian extended the two tentacles like long whips and swung them forcefully across the fan-shaped area in front of him. The battle blades on the tentacles, radiating two sharp gleams, transformed into two intersecting streaks of light before him. 690. 345. 343. In an instant, countless light points before they could even form into creatures displayed damage numbers floating above their heads. Apart from the point where the two streaks of light crossed, dealing a full 690 points of damage. The damage in all other areas was split evenly between the two blades. Yet each still dealt a massive 345 points of damage. The next second, at the point where the streaks of light crossed the very area that had just taken 690 points of damage, the creatures at those points instantly stopped spawning and were instantly converted back into light particles, reabsorbed by the gene bank. As for the other areas that had only taken half the damage, although they didn't stop spawning immediately, their spawning progress slowed down significantly. Excellent. This way, I've successfully slowed down the enemy's offensive rhythm. Ning Tian smiled to himself. With that single strike, he would only have to face half the enemies for the time being. Soon, in the areas behind him that had not been touched by the streaks of light, the creatures at the light points had finished spawning. They spread out like stars across a vast expanse of space behind Ning Tian. Ning Tian gripped his battle blade with both hands and slowly turned around. Immediately, he couldn't help but scream inwardly. Holy shit! Chapter 56, The Second Trial. A truly infuriating scene quickly came into view before Ning Tian. The creatures that had materialized at those points were none other than the Archaeopelagus species he knew all too well, one he had just wiped out completely not long ago. Powerful Archaeoplague growth stage. Level 15. Stage, Pathogen Divine Realm Illusion. Health, 500. Stamina, 250. Attack, 1000. Defense, 100. Speed, 50. With those two swings of his blade, 5 of the pathogens hadn't even had time to fully materialize. They were instantly shattered into light particles and swept away by the gene bank. As for the other dozen or so within the fan-shaped area, although they weren't wiped out in a single strike, their spawning rate had slowed considerably, and light particles were still continuously coalescing at their spawn points. Even so, behind Ning Tian, he still had 15 ancient pathogenic plagues to contend with. 1000 attack. Seeing the stats, Ning Tian was instantly stunned. Clearly, this figure was the result of the Phantom S enhancement. Fighting 5 was easy enough, but 15 was a different story. Not to mention that all 15 of these had been enhanced. With 1000 attack points, and Ning Tian's own defense stat at 426. Even a single hit would drain half his health bar. At that moment, the hyena-like heads of the 15 plagues were baring their teeth and glaring at Ning Tian with murderous intent. 15 pairs of eyes, 30 crimson beams of malevolent light, all focused on Ning Tian. Just then, one of them having just materialized and not yet had time to assess the situation relied on the sheer numbers of the pack and lunged directly at Ning Tian. The remaining 14 followed close behind, charging toward Ning Tian at full speed. Come on, then. It's the perfect chance to break my record for the most party wipes. With that, Ning Tian gave a low shout. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Accelerate skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%. Speed now at 182. Duration, 10 seconds. At that moment, the accelerate skill had finished cooling down. A speed of 182 was more than enough to let him clear the stage unscathed. 10 seconds. I'll take out 10 of them first. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a devilish grin. Immediately afterward, as the first ancient pathogen leaped toward him, he flickered into motion, appearing directly beneath it like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, time seemed to stand still for Ning Tian. The plague's flailing movements were frozen in place, suspended motionless in midair. Beneath him, a vast, vulnerable expanse on its abdomen was instantly laid bare before Ning Tian's eyes. The first second. 2 strikes, executed without hesitation. His blade moved so fast it was nearly invisible. All that could be seen were 2 fleeting afterimages. Immediately afterward, 2 deep gashes were carved into the plague's belly. 689. A bright red damage number floated up from above its head. This ancient bacterial plague, frozen mid-air, didn't even have a chance to hit the ground before it disintegrated into a stream of light particles. Second. Ning Tian instantly teleported in front of the second lucky target. At that moment, the plague was glaring menacingly, its gaze fixed straight ahead, its forelimbs bent as if preparing to leap. Ning Tian activated his speed boost and flashed right in front of it. It didn't even have time to react. A flicker of fear had just crossed its eyes when it was completely engulfed by 2 streaks of light. 343. 347. The damage numbers appeared immediately after. The 3rd second, the 4th second. 2 more ancient plague creatures fell. Ning Tian had no time to watch them die. After a swift draw and strike, he moved directly to his next target. In the blink of an eye, all the defeated plague creatures behind him silently disintegrated into particles of light. Sword up, sword down 1 per second, without a shred of mercy. Soon, 8 seconds had passed, and Ning Tian had already eliminated 8 targets. Only 2 seconds remained on his speed boost. Few still too short of my goal. 7 plague beasts remained alive on the battlefield. No matter what, he had to take down 2 more before the speed boost wore off. Fortunately, these 7 plague beasts, seeing their comrades fall, did not slow their offensive. This actually presented Ning Tian with a very convenient opportunity. Some of the plague creatures had spawned in close proximity to one another. On top of that, they charged forward together as they attacked. Their bodies were completely overlapping. This allowed Ning Tian to take out 2 at once. Swish, swish. 2 clean strikes. 347. 348. 343. 345. The 2 plagues overlapping in midair were also instantly eliminated. Only 1 second remained on his speed boost. Facing the remaining 5 plagues, Ning Tian decisively teleported to a safe distance. Though his speed boost had ended, his mind remained remarkably calm. From here on out, let us have a fair fight, Ning Tian said calmly. The 5 plagues, seeing him suddenly appear not far ahead, didn't hesitate. They immediately accelerated and lunged forward. Seeing this, Ning Tian took a deep breath. He then slowly retracted the blades from his tentacles and switched modes back to membrane barb mode. He paused for a second, then stab shot, activate. Row after row of stabs fired straight toward the charging Archaea plagues. The area where he stood was precisely where the Archaea plagues that hadn't yet fully materialized had been eliminated earlier. At that moment, the fire coverage of the stab shot not only engulfed the remaining 5 living Archaea plagues, it also encompassed the glowing points that had been in the process of coalescing, their generation slowed by previous attacks. Row after row of dense arrow showers were fired out, and in the blink of an eye, a row of red text appeared directly in front of Ning Tian. 231. 232. 229. All the light points still in the process of forming were wiped out almost instantly. As for the 5 remaining ones, the 3 in the front row were struck by multiple stab shots simultaneously and were instantly killed in the hail of arrows. The 2 hiding in the back row, though shielded by their front row teammates from several waves of damage and not immediately knocked down. However, they had each taken a hit or 2 from the arrow storm, and now had only a little over 100 health remaining. Yet they showed no sign of slowing down. Even with only 2 left, they were determined to fight to the bitter end. Ning Tian knew full well that if he went head to head now, the cold gleam of his membrane barb would be enough to instantly kill both of them in one go. But fighting head on clearly wasn't his style. Moreover, in close combat, facing their 1000 point attack power, let alone taking 2 hits. Even a single strike would be a serious challenge. However, he had learned a useful technique from Elder Chen that he could put to the test. Suddenly, Ning Tian extended 2 slender tentacles. They wrapped around the midsections of the 2 archaea plagues charging toward him. He then raised them high into the air. Unable to bite through the tentacles gripping their midsections with their fangs, the archaea plagues could do nothing but hang helplessly in the air at Ning Tian's mercy. The next second, Ning Tian's eyes narrowed. The 2 tentacles snapped together with a loud smack. The 2 archaea plagues instantly collided head-on with a violent thud. Their vision went black, and they were knocked unconscious on the spot. Chapter 57, Mounting Points. They fell slowly from the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. The 2 plagues now lay motionless on the ground, their eyes rolled back. Seeing this, Ning Tian withdrew his tentacles and slowly swam forward. He extended the sharp membrane barb protruding from his membrane and gently stabbed the 2 plague beasts. 462. 461. 2 red numbers instantly appeared above the plague beasts' heads. Immediately afterward, their corpses on the ground simultaneously transformed into streams of light particles, which were absorbed back into the gene bank. All 30 archaea plagues were cleared by Ning Tian in the blink of an eye. The next second, the light on the gene bank flashed suddenly. Then, over 30 streams of light particles instantly separated from the gene bank's double helix structure. They surged into Ning Tian's body simultaneously. Congratulations on earning 30,000 nutrition points and 30,000 experience points. Congratulations on earning 15,000 gene points. These were the total point rewards he received after defeating the 30 archaea plagues. Ning Tian now had a rough idea of what this divine realm was really like. All species were virtual projections simulated by the gene bank. The stats on the interface differed significantly from those in the outside world. They were severely skewed. Some aspects had been deliberately enhanced, while others had been intentionally weakened. But one thing remained constant: the point rewards obtained from them. In fact, the rewards from some of these enhanced illusions seemed even more generous than those in the outside world. What's more, Ning Tian didn't even need to actively collect most of the rewards. Once he passed the trial, these rewards would flow into his body along with the light particles and be automatically credited to his account. Congratulations! You have reached level 13. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. New evolution path unlocked. Current available evolution path, mounting points. Evolution path, mounting points. Hidden evolution path. Evolve a special carrier protein on the cell membrane. This carrier protein provides the cold blade membrane barb with exclusive movable mounting points, optimizing the firing pattern of its thrusting shots to control the direction of the membrane barb's launch. Additional attribute, attack power plus 10. Mounting points? Seeing the new evolution path, Ning Tian was momentarily taken aback. This prompt conveyed a clear message to him. It seemed that all the evolutions unlocked in the divine realm followed the hidden evolution path route. Furthermore, according to the evolution description, this path allowed him to control the firing direction of the membrane barb's thrust firing. The attack pattern was no longer the aimless scattering of the past. Instead, it would be systematic, targeted fire. This would allow him to carry out long-range, precision strikes on targets. If he encountered powerful enemies that made close combat impossible, launching targeted strikes from a distance would be an excellent option. This evolution path was exactly what he needed right now. Moreover, since it was a hidden evolution path, it didn't require any additional gene points. Therefore, without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian decisively selected Evolve. Evolve mounting point. Requires 15,360 gene points. Proceed with evolution? Proceed with evolution. Congratulations! You have spent 15,360 gene points to successfully evolve the mounting point. Attack power plus 10. Since you have successfully evolved the mounting point, your skill, thrust shot, is being optimized. Your thrust shot has been upgraded to LV2. Thrust shot LV2 consumes 10 stamina. Fires a thrust into the area ahead, dealing damage equal to 70% of your maximum attack. Range, 20 cell units. No projectile decay. Thrusts automatically degrade if they exceed the range. Cooldown, 30s. Note, since the current mount slot is at the basic tier and has not been enhanced, a total of 10 stabs can be mounted for firing. Upon reading this, Ning Tian's eye twitched involuntarily. To be fair, the skill had indeed been enhanced. The damage of stab shot had increased from the original 50% to 70%. The attack range is no longer a fixed fan-shaped spread but instead targets a specific point in front. The range has also doubled from the original 10 cell units. However, there is now a limit on the number of projectiles that can be loaded. In other words, if this mount slot isn't upgraded, the number of membrane barbs that can be fired in future stab shots will forever be capped at 10. This design is a bit of a letdown. Ning Tian muttered to himself. In that case, I'll just max it out in one go. Upgrade mounting point. Upgrading the mounting point requires 190 nutrition points. Upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. Mounting point upgraded to Type 2. Upgrade again. Congratulations! You have spent 195 nutrition points to upgrade the Type 2 mounting point to a Type 3 mounting point. Congratulations! You have spent 200 nutrition points to upgrade the Type 3 mounting point to a Type 4 mounting point. Congratulations! You have spent 205 nutrition points to upgrade the Type 4 mounting point to a Type 5 mounting point. Organ, Type 5 mounting point perfect. Additional attributes, attack power plus 50, mounting capacity expanded. Description: Type 5 mounting points provide additional carrier proteins on the host's cell membrane surface, thereby offering more mounting points for membrane barb. Current barb capacity, 50. Now that's comfortable. Watching the magazine capacity for the barb shots jump from 10 to 50 rounds, Ning Tian felt an instant sense of satisfaction. Just then, Elder Chen suddenly transformed into a stream of light particles and shot out of the gene bank. He appeared right in front of Ning Tian. As the light and shadows on his hood and sorcerer's robe gradually faded, Elder Chen removed his hood, clapped his hands, and began to praise him. A splendid battle. Very good. You've passed the second stage. However, Ning Tian did not respond directly to the old man's praise. Deep down, he had already vaguely guessed the underlying logic behind this divine realm. Here, all generated entities were mere illusions. This included Elder Chen himself. He was not a living person or object, but merely an illusion projected before Ning Tian by this divine realm based on his thoughts. The behavior and underlying logic of all illusions were uniformly arranged and controlled by the internal coding of the gene bank. Each illusion possessed a fixed set of logical codes, much like pre-programmed code within a system. The logic coding of the Paramecium illusion is passive once attacked, it only evades and offers no resistance. Therefore, the data preset for it by the gene bank is extremely high speed, but extremely poor offensive and defensive attributes. As for the Archaea Plague illusion, its logic coding is set to be active once generated, it immediately launches relentless attacks against its target. That is why its attack attributes were designed to be so high. Chapter 58, The Underlying Logic of Gene Bank. As for this Elder Chen, Gene Bank likely designed him to serve as the face of the operation here. Consequently, his pre-programmed logic is somewhat more complex than that of the previous two. Apart from the initial meeting, which was intended to enhance the realism of the Divine Realm immersive experience, Gene Bank specifically added multiple alternative logic paths for him, allowing him to briefly exchange a few words with Ning Tian like an AI. After that, all his subsequent behaviors follow a predictable pattern. He disappears before the start of each trial and reappears after it ends. This is his first layer of logic coding. The second layer is this: as long as Ning Tian engages him in conversation regardless of what Ning Tian says or whether his answers are right or wrong, Elder Chen will ultimately launch an attack without warning. He'll unleash a flurry of combos until Ning Tian is unable to withstand the final, completely unpredictable strike. Only then will Elder Chen stop, and the divine realm will simultaneously unlock the next trial for Ning Tian. Therefore, the true trial of each stage here is not to eliminate Paramecium, nor to eradicate Archaea plagues. Rather, it is to evade every single move Elder Chen has ever executed. Once these two underlying logics are understood, the entire logical framework of the divine realm becomes crystal clear. However, these were, after all, merely Ning Tian's own conjectures. To verify whether this conjecture was correct, Ning Tian tentatively replied, blunt horn? Surprisingly, however, Elder Chen did not immediately attack him. Instead, he slowly turned his head and cast a benevolent gaze upon Ning Tian. Well, isn't the trial environment here quite pleasant? To have passed the second trial here, you're already quite extraordinary. Sure enough, the logic coding pre-programmed into the gene bank contained a fatal flaw. As long as he didn't play by the rules, its underlying logic couldn't determine how to respond normally. Consequently, the resulting dialogue became completely nonsensical. Next, it was Ning Tian's turn to respond. He pondered for a moment, then continued to probe. Still blunt-angled? Sure enough, the very next second, Elder Chen's expression changed abruptly, and the benevolence on his face vanished without a trace. What on earth do you think the divine realm is, you brat? As he barked this command, Elder Chen decisively flipped his palm, and a sharp red glow instantly burst forth from his eyes. At the same time, Ning Tian smiled to himself. Just as I thought, I was right. With a faint lift of his lips and a completely unreadable expression, he shifted his body slightly to the side. Instantly, he effortlessly dodged the massive wave that had been whipped up. Immediately afterward, he extended two tentacles, reaching for the edge of the incubation pool in the distance. The moment Elder Chen pressed his palm down, the two tentacles exerted force simultaneously, propelling Ning Tian's entire body forward like a rubber rocket. The ground where he had been standing caved in once more. Next, just as expected, Elder Chen brought his palm behind his back. Ning Tian seized the opportunity and, at the perfect moment, took a step forward. Immediately afterward, the distorted air behind him produced a crisp, explosive crackling sound. With that, the second trial officially concluded. Not bad. You've improved since last time. Elder Chen offered a word of praise, though his hands never ceased their movements. But don't get too excited. You stand no chance against the gods. Though the words sounded imposing, Ning Tian, facing him, remained expressionless. In his mind, Ning Tian thought calmly, you're quite the drama queen for an AI projection, aren't you? Just get on with it, I need to move on to the next stage. With that, Ning Tian gave up resisting and stood his ground. He knew there was no way to anticipate this final move. He could only take the hit, learn from it, and then evade it. Sure enough, the moment he stopped moving, two massive waves surged up on either side of him. They lifted him completely off the ground and slammed him hard onto the ground far away. Alright, now I've figured out all your moves. Ning Tian scrambled to his feet, looking a bit disheveled, then a handsome smile curved his lips. Ha ha ha, looks like you're still no match for me. Go practice some more. Take a breather and get ready for the third trial. Elder Chen said with a smug look on his face. He then transformed into a stream of light particles and returned to the gene bank. Oof. Watching Elder Chen gradually vanish before his eyes, Ning Tian snorted coldly where he stood. He had now essentially figured out the entire logical system of the divine realm. It was like playing Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice on your second playthrough, where you've already figured out every move your opponent makes. As long as you anticipate and evade in advance, all attack patterns would flash before your eyes in an instant, and you could easily defuse them. It must be said that the gene bank's ability to organize all underlying logic so meticulously and clearly, making every action of the illusions follow a logical pattern, was truly admirable. It's just a pity that the fly in the ointment is this: these illusions, including gene bank itself, are ultimately operating according to a fixed set of logical rules. They can make the false seem real, but they have no way of knowing whether Ning Tian has seen through it all. It seems this so-called god is, after all, just a mortal. Thinking of this, Ning Tian let out a long sigh in his heart. Having learned the truth, he felt no regret. Rather, he felt a sense of helplessness. What left him feeling helpless were those white blood cells who had repeatedly claimed to have seen the god with their own eyes. It seemed that all the white blood cells had been deceived by this so-called gene bank. This place was not the divine realm at all, nor were there any gods. What they had seen was, in reality, nothing more than an illusion encoded by the gene bank, a simulation operating according to its inherent underlying logic, much like a highly intelligent AI. These illusions might possess the ability to store information and, through certain means, guide the white blood cells and perform genetic modifications. But to conclude from this that they were gods would be a grave mistake. Although there were still some unexplained mysteries here and there, the person capable of creating this gene bank might indeed be called a god. But if we consider the gene bank itself, it possesses absolutely no divine nature. However, having learned the truth, Ning Tian had no intention of revealing all of this to the white blood cells just yet. After all, to treat a non-existent illusion as one's own faith, no matter how you look at it, it seemed rather tragic. At this thought, Ning Tian's gaze faltered, and a fleeting, barely perceptible trace of pity flashed through his mind. Alright, it's time to move on to the third trial. He paused briefly to gather his thoughts, then steeled himself. Eager to get started, he was ready to give it his all. Chapter 59, Undercurrents. The Cell Tavern. Yeast was wiping the glass in his hand with a worried expression. Lately, things had been a bit unsettled in Cell Town. Rumor had it that, for some unknown reason, the immune barriers surrounding the town had mysteriously weakened significantly over the past couple of days. Even the men the divine messenger had sent him to dispatch for surveillance reported back that the white blood cells' recent behavior had been somewhat unusual. The white blood cell army in the town has already begun to quietly assemble. Some have already finished gathering and are moving toward the cave's entrance. Many cells have a premonition that something major is about to happen in this town. It is highly likely that a major battle will break out outside the cave soon, which is why the white blood cells have set out early to begin constructing defensive fortifications outside. Although this news hasn't been confirmed yet, it has already spread like wildfire. In the blink of an eye, rumors began swirling throughout the town. Everyone was on edge, some had even started packing their bags to move away. The most obvious sign of this was the sharp drop in customers at the Cell Tavern compared to before. I wonder how the divine messenger is doing. If I run into him in the next couple of days, I'll have to tell him this right away so he can prepare in advance. He shouldn't go out for a while and should take shelter at the tavern until things calm down. Yeast mused to himself as he absent-mindedly wiped the glass in his hand. Just then, a cell suddenly appeared across the stone counter. Hello, guest. Are you here to stay the night or have a drink? Yeast didn't even look up, his mind was elsewhere, constantly preoccupied with his divine messenger. His body reacted instinctively, asking the question without thinking. However, the cell sitting across from him on the stone bench didn't speak. Perhaps sensing a hint of surprise? The yeast cell asked again. Guest, are you here to stay the night or have a drink? As he spoke, he lifted his head. At that moment, his gaze met that of the white blood cell sitting across from him, who was staring intently at the wineglass in his hand. The white blood cell looked pale and frail. It seemed to have suffered severe injuries recently and had only just recovered. I'm sorry, but the town's nursing cells have instructed us that we are prohibited from serving alcohol to cells like you, those who have just recovered from a serious illness and have only been out of the sanatorium for a few days. Yeast said, lowering his head expressionlessly as he continued polishing the glass in his hand. The next second, the Legion commander suddenly asked in astonishment. Didn't you used to charge 20 trade units for lodging here? Why the sudden price hike? It's all thanks to you lot. The town has been completely deserted these past few days. I haven't had a single customer. Tell me, who else am I supposed to make up for my losses with if not you? We're all here to do business, so let us cut the pretentious nonsense. After saying this, Yeast went back to scrubbing the cups, not even glancing at the Legion commander. Across from him, the Legion commander's mouth twitched. Fine, forget the lodging. Just give me a few jars of liquor. Didn't I tell you? You're a patient who has just been discharged from the hospital. We're not allowed to serve you alcohol. Besides, I don't think white blood cells are supposed to drink, are they? We're not drinking it, we're using it, the Legion commander said flatly. At that moment, Yeast's hands paused in their work. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on white blood cell, then asked with a serious expression. Is there going to be another war out there? Yes. It's been a long time since you last asked me to lend you some alcohol, hasn't it? Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Legion commander's thoughts were instantly transported back to a time long past. The last time they had fended off an epidemic invasion was ages ago. Back then, the gene bank hadn't yet taken root underground, and no effective immune barrier had formed around the outskirts of the town. Most of the defensive fortifications had been constructed using alcohol borrowed from the yeast. And after successfully repelling that epidemic invasion, the white blood cell, to thank the yeast for his contribution, they specifically set up a cell tavern right here. The tavern was situated right next to the cave entrance. Thanks to this prime location, the tavern could easily transport large quantities of alcohol out of the cave. Thus, while the tavern ostensibly sold drinks, behind the scenes it was actually helping the white blood cells produce ammunition. As a result, the yeast quickly became the richest entity in the town. Later, as the gene bank took root beneath the town and began establishing an immune barrier to protect it, the white blood cells no longer needed the yeast to supply them with alcohol. Over time, the number of white blood cells visiting the tavern gradually dwindled. Eventually, some newly born white blood cells didn't even know such a cell tavern existed in the town. Most of those who knew about the tavern were veteran white blood cells who had been guarding the town since its very inception. So when the Legion commander came to ask for alcohol this time, it did indeed give the yeast a slight sense of surprise. So, is the rumor true? Is there another tough battle to fight out there? Yes, the Legion commander said nonchalantly. Then why the hell didn't you come sooner? It's not easy for me to ask to borrow things on the spot. I thought about it for a long time before I decided to swallow my pride and come ask you for this. As you know, the immune barrier has weakened considerably lately. Soon, the pathogens will break through the barrier and attack us here. We absolutely need alcohol for these defensive fortifications. No, you've got the wrong idea. What I meant was, why didn't you come tell me sooner that there's going to be a war out there? That way I could gotten out of here in time. Great. Now you're dragging me down with you. You're happy about that, aren't you? Fine, you're the heroes, you're the great ones. Everything else in the warehouse out back. Go in and take it yourselves, take as much as you want. Don't bother telling me anymore. The yeast lowered his head and continued polishing the wine glasses. All right, then we won. Hold back. The Legion commander nodded, then shouted toward the tavern door. Everyone, come on in. The owneress agreed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of white blood cells, eager to get started, filed in from outside the tavern and stormed straight into the warehouse at the back. Watching the white blood cells clear out the tavern's warehouse and gradually fade into the distance, the yeast cell silently hid behind the stone counter and muttered under his breath. Humph, what a bunch of bandits. Immediately afterward, he summoned the enforcer cells stationed in the back of the tavern and ordered them urgently. Go! Hurry and bring back the guests staying in the presidential cell. Quickly! The sooner, the better. Chapter 60, The Eve of the Bacterial War. Outside the small town, a long line of white blood cells was marching along the cave, moving swiftly toward a high ground nestled between the rock walls. There, they had already set up a defensive position. The white blood cells were carrying alcohol wrapped in vesicles out of the cell tavern's warehouse and transporting it in an orderly fashion to that position. The defensive position was deployed not far from the cave entrance. It was surrounded on both sides by towering mountain ranges, with only a single narrow pass extending inward from the outside, connecting to the main road leading to the entrance of Cell Town. The white blood cells assembled special peptide chains to form protein barriers, encircling the entire mountain range. Beyond the barriers, a deep trench had been dug. They poured all the alcohol transported from the town into the trench, creating a moat-like barrier around the perimeter of the defensive position. This effectively prevented the pathogens from climbing the surrounding mountains and directly attacking the position. To attack the town, one would have to pass through the narrow pass connecting the valleys. Above the pass, the white blood cells had already placed spike barriers made of peptide chains across the main thoroughfare, and the rock walls on both sides were coated with colorless, transparent alcohol. At this point, the town's outer defenses were essentially complete. After supervising the construction for some time, the white blood cell corps commander slowly climbed up to the observation post on the high ground, which had been hastily erected using multiple peptide chains. From there, he could clearly see the situation in the distance. Not far away, on a barren and open stretch of rocky ground, a massive, pitch-black creature crouched motionless, seemingly in a deep slumber. Has that thing remained completely still since it first appeared? The Legion commander turned to ask a white blood cell subordinate stationed nearby on lookout duty. Yes, boss. Since it appeared, that thing has barely moved. Every time we VE scouted, it's remained in the same spot, maintaining the exact same posture as it does now. It looks like it's asleep. Fortunately, not many plagues have evolved to this stage so far, we VE only discovered this one. The white blood cell subordinate reported truthfully to the Legion commander. Don't underestimate it. Even just this one is enough to give several of our brothers a run for their money. The Legion commander gazed at the adult plague from a distance, a vague sense of foreboding settling in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that controlling a plague evolved to this degree meant the commander the enemy had dispatched this time must be far more formidable than the last one. And since this adult plague hadn't woken up yet, it suggested the enemy commander and the main force were likely still on their way. This was both good news and bad news. The good news was that they had enough time to prepare and reinforce their defenses before the enemy arrived on the battlefield. The bad news, however, was that the enemy's slow advance meant their army was massive, so massive that it was slowing down the entire force's progress. It seemed a tough battle was indeed in store this time. The situation did not look promising for the white blood cells. The Legion commander had only just regained consciousness from his injuries, and many of his cellular structures still required repair. As the frontline commander, he could only oversee the battle from the rear during this engagement, unable to take the field and fight personally. He knew that if the commander were to fall in battle, the morale of the entire white blood cell legion would suffer a devastating blow. In a situation that was already dire, a severe blow to morale would be fatal for the entire legion. Therefore, he had no choice but to remain obediently in the rear. However, the absence of a key commander on the front lines would inevitably weaken the white blood cell legion's overall combat strength. Facing the enemy head-on, their chances of victory would diminish significantly. In this battle, may the gods protect us. The Legion commander gazed blankly beyond the mountain range at the massive adult plague beast, offering a silent prayer. He knew that the immune barrier released by the hub had begun to weaken after the outsider entered the divine realm. Its current strength was nowhere near enough to withstand a full-strength plague army. The barrier could be breached at any moment. And yet, all his hopes for defending the town now rested on that outsider, who was currently in the incubation pool at the hub, conversing with the gods. I only hope we can hold out until that outsider returns. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Not far away, the massive adult plague, as if sensing its master's call, flashed a gleam in its eyes and abruptly awoke from its slumber. It rose slowly, and the ground beneath its feet was gradually engulfed by a vast shadow. Seeing this unusual scene in the distance, the Legion commander quickly issued an order to all the white blood cells within the defensive position. All units, listen up. The enemy is attacking. Prepare to engage. That adult plague has already. Wait. Mid-sentence, the Legion commander froze in shock. Instantly, as if he had glimpsed a demon from hell, his expression turned tense and panic-stricken, his pupils contracting sharply. No. That's not right. It's not just one. It's two. Amid the distant mountains, another adult plague emerged. Its towering form was slowly revealing half its body from beneath the peaks. The renegade cell, gripping a purplish-black blade, was slowly advancing toward the newly awakened adult plague in the open terrain. Behind him stood an entire massive army of Archaea plagues. Countless growing stage plagues followed close behind, like a pack of rabid, starving wolves. Their hyena-like heads bared sharp fangs, and a bloodthirsty red glow burst from their vicious eyes. And towering above this army of growing stage plagues stood a colossal adult archaea plague. It resembled a massive mountain giant, looming high above the dark, surging pack of wolves. With every step it took, the wolves ahead scattered to either side, obediently clearing a vast expanse of open ground for it, as if afraid of being trampled. The renegade cells, whose genetic structures had been thoroughly optimized by the archaea lord's own hand, were now capable of simultaneously controlling two adult stage plagues. And the adult plague that had just fallen into a deep slumber in the open area had sensed his presence, which was why it had awakened from its long slumber. However, upon seeing the adult plague looming ahead, just awakening from its sleep, a strange sense of loathing welled up in the mutant cell's heart. "Damn beast, who told you to come here?" The next second, without a word, the renegade cell leaped up and landed on the giant plague's head. "A creature that disobeys orders, what use are you?" With that, he raised the purplish-black blade in his hand, then thrust it downward, driving it vertically into the giant plague's skull. Instantly, black fluid spattered everywhere. The black veins covering the blade instantly swelled, frantically drawing nutrients from the giant's skull. Accompanied by a searing pain radiating from its head, the giant plague creature let out a pitiful wail beneath the mutant cell's feet. The entire earth began to tremble violently from the thunderous roar. Chapter 61, Launching the Offensive. Yet the renegade cell paid it no mind. He held it firmly underfoot, letting the blade in his hand drain the nutrients from the skull dry until every vein on the blade was fully engorged and gradually swelled. No matter how the giant plague creature wailed, it was all in vain. The gaze the renegade cell cast upon it was now filled with utter loathing. Having undergone re-incubation, the genes within his body had been thoroughly optimized by the great archaea. The signal factors he released outward, now amplified, were capable of firmly controlling the body of this giant plague creature. No matter how excruciating the pain raged atop its head, a pain worse than death itself, it could only emit helpless wails and screams where it stood. Beyond that, it was powerless. Its body was now like a puppet tightly bound by strings, unable to move even for a moment. After the purplish-black blade had completely drained all the nutrients from its skull, its entire body became like a towering mountain of flesh. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed directly onto the ground. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the entire earth sank deeply, sending a ring of flying sand and stones swirling around it. A fierce hurricane howled as it swept in. Seeing this, the surrounding juvenile plagues immediately dropped to all fours, bracing against the gale. Not a single one dared to advance even an inch. Even the other adult giant plague, terrified by the ferocity of the storm, raised its massive paw to shield its face from the wind. Some juvenile plagues, being too small and lacking limbs capable of gripping the ground firmly, they were swept directly out of the swarm by the gale and slammed hard onto the ground in the distance, instantly turning into a small pool of black liquid. Once the storm subsided, the ravenous juvenile plagues were poised and ready, like pack after pack of starving, ferocious wolves. Their fangs dripping with saliva, a red glow flared in their eyes as they pounced, scrambling to tear into the corpse of the giant plague. Once the blade had fully absorbed the nutrients from the giant plague's skull, the crystalline structures on the renegade cell's back began to stack and gradually bulge outward. Then, the skeletal framework of a pair of wings broke through the membrane on its back and slowly unfurled behind it. Countless archaeal matter crawled upward along the bones, slowly filling the hollow sections of the skeleton and gradually taking the shape of wing membranes. Finally, a pair of demonic black wings unfolded on the back of the mutated cell. The other growing stage plagues that had managed to secure a meal also underwent varying degrees of evolution after digestion. Some hosts became even stronger than before. Others slowly grew black wings on their backs. And some even sprouted 3 heads from a distance. They looked just like miniature versions of Cerberus. Although the vast majority of those who managed to snatch the meat were growth stage plagues with a certain competitive edge, there were also some juvenile plagues among them. Leveraging their small size, they managed to squeeze in and snatch scraps of meat from the carcass of the giant plague, successfully evolving into the hyena-like form of the growth stage. However, compared to the meat, the other giant adult plague seemed to place greater value on the skeleton left behind after the carcass had been gnawed clean. He walked forward slowly, gripping the base of the skeleton with his massive hand while using the other to snap off each branching bone one by one, leaving only the main shaft of the skeleton. He held this bone staff in his hand and examined it closely. He looked like a mountain giant who had uprooted a lush, towering tree, now holding a formidable weapon in his grasp. Watching his forces gradually grow in strength, the renegade cell flapped its wings, hovering in midair, a satisfied smile slowly spreading across its lips. It raised the blade in its hand and swung it horizontally. The tip of the blade pointed directly at the white blood cell's defensive positions ahead. All units, attack! At the command, the ferocious army of pathogens coalesced into a dark, surging mass, beginning to spread unchecked across the open land. The scene resembled an overturned barrel of crude oil, as the pitch-black fluid poured directly toward the white blood cell's defensive works. However, this onslaught was quickly intercepted by an invisible barrier outside the valley. Countless pathogens had no time to break before crashing head-on into the barrier. After creating a ring of blue light on its surface, they instantly dissolved into a pool of black liquid. Even so, the renegade cell still did not order the attack to cease. Ignoring all casualties, commanding a group of growing stage pathogens in the rear, they charged the barrier in wave after wave, like moths drawn to a flame. As a result, the blue glow on the barrier never ceased for a single moment. Meanwhile, the giant adult pathogen had now reached the barrier's surface. He raised the bone club in his hand and swung it down with all his might. Hum! A deep, low hum emanated from the outer wall of the barrier. At that moment, a circle of blue light, even more intense than before, finally flared across the surface of the barrier. The next second, accompanied by a ripping sound, a faint crack began to gradually appear on the surface of the barrier. This 1T do. At this rate, the immune barrier 1T hold out much longer. We need to send someone immediately to check what is happening at the hub. Why has the immune barrier become so weak all of a sudden? A white blood cell stationed at the defensive position panicked instantly. He immediately turned and shouted to his comrades nearby. Just then, the Legion commander suddenly cut him off. There's no need. Even if the immune barrier were in peak condition, it couldn't fully withstand these pathogens' assault. This offensive is fiercer than any before. They come with a determination to die. The barrier's sole purpose is to hold the enemy at bay before the battle begins, but it can't hold them all back. In the end, we'll have to fend off this final wave ourselves. At this point, the Legion commander paused. His gaze fixed straight ahead, his heart filled with a resolve to die, and a surge of murderous intent flared in his eyes. White blood cell warriors, draw your spears. In an instant, every white blood cell in the formation materialized protein spears from their bodies. Polyphospholipid shields instantly solidified and took shape on their surfaces. Amidst several rounds of pounding from the giant adult plague, and wave after wave of suicidal charges from the growing stage plagues, outside the valley, the immune barrier emitted a constant humming, gradually showing signs of strain. The blue halo rippling across its surface began to shift into deep red shockwaves. Cracks were slowly spreading across the barrier's surface. Finally, with one heavier blow from the adult plague, the barrier could no longer bear the strain. With a crash, it shattered like a broken glass sphere, splitting open along the cracks to form a massive hole. Countless plagues burst through the opening, crowding together into a dark, surging mass as they poured into the valley. Ignoring the obstacles of the terrain, they began their assault on the narrow pass at the valley floor. Some even scaled the rock walls of the side valleys. In an instant, the valleys on both sides of the defensive position seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black membrane. Gradually, the entire landscape was consumed by the encroaching blackness, creating a scene both vast and majestic. Chapter 62, When I get serious, I even fight myself. Ning Tian stood where he was, gathering his thoughts. Compared to a moment ago, he now felt much lighter, both mentally and physically. As long as he could figure out the underlying logic of how the gene bank operated, everything would fall into place. He now felt more as if he were immersed in an immersive single-player simulation game. All the illusions generated by the gene bank were the minor enemies he had to face in each level. He was currently experiencing this game as a player. He shouldn't feel any pressure at all. Besides, the AI illusions set up here for him to challenge didn't seem to be tuned to the insanely difficult levels of hell or nightmare. At most, they were at an intermediate difficulty level, somewhere between normal and hard. If the difficulty had been set to extreme or legendary, Ning Tian might have reconsidered his own abilities before proceeding. But if he couldn't even beat this medium difficulty AI, that would be completely unacceptable. In that case, Ning Tian might really just be a total loser. Watch me clear this in one life, Ning Tian declared defiantly, his face brimming with confidence. However, the forensic pathologist he was expecting didn't materialize in front of him as a shared bike. The next second, the blue light on the gene bank suddenly flashed. A stream of light particles instantly surged out from it and gathered in front of Ning Tian. Just one? Looking at the single point of gathered light particles before him, Ning Tian asked in confusion. Don't worry. This one will definitely satisfy you. At that moment, inside the gene bank, Elderchen said with a half smile. However, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up in Ning Tian's heart. Could it be that this line had also been encoded into the logical memory? Had the gene bank already anticipated my surprise? Still, as he watched the gathered light particles before him begin to expand until they were nearly as large as himself, Ning Tian seemed to grasp something instantly. This guy might just be a tough nut to crack. Yet, as the light particles at the designated points continued to coalesce, the form of the virtual entity gradually took shape. Ning Tian was completely dumbfounded. The simulated entity was none other than himself. And not just any version of himself, it was his current state. A 3-cell cluster consisting of a mother cell accompanied by 2 tentacles. Once the simulation was complete, it slowly opened its eyes before him. It must be said that, thanks to the highly realistic replication encoded by the gene bank, the virtual Ning Tian's appearance and size were almost identical to the real thing except for the lack of light in its eyes. It looked as if it had been severely abused by a stepmother as a child, as if it had endured a terribly tragic childhood. ID, Ning Tian. Level, 13. Stage, Cell Cluster Divine Realm Phantom. Health, 1260. Stamina, 685. Attack, 510. Defense, 426. Speed, 91. Whoa! Upon seeing the opponent's stats panel, Ning Tian's entire being began to lose its composure. He hadn't expected that not only did the opponent look exactly like him, but their stats were identical as well. Upon closer inspection, it was as if they'd been cloned from the exact same mold. It was practically a custom-made, dark version of Ning Tian's childhood self. Alright, I figured it out. The guy who built this gene bank must have some connection to the Umbrella Corporation, Ning Tian thought to himself. But since the other party had cloned him, Ning Tian had absolutely no intention of going easy on them. Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? When I get serious, I'd even beat myself up. After thinking that to himself, Ning Tian didn't hesitate for a second and activated his skill immediately. Dual Blade Mode, activate. Dual Blade Mode is now active. Your attack power has increased by 150%, reaching 765. The skill, Thrust Shot, is disabled in this state. Clearly, the clone's stats were identical to his own. So using Stab Shot would definitely not break through the opponent's 426 defense. In a one-on-one duel like this, Dual Blade Mode was clearly the best choice. The next second, the phantom Ning Tian across from him didn't back down either, mimicking his movements and activating Dual Blade Mode with great flair. Dual Blade Mode, activate. Activate my ass. However, the real Ning Tian had no intention of giving this impostor a chance. He decisively whipped out 2 tentacles, like 2 long whips, and swung the 2 battle blades straight at his opponent's face. This directly interrupted the opponent's spell incantation. 339. A damage number floated above the phantom Ning Tian's head. His health bar plummeted by a quarter. At that moment, the battered illusion of Ning Tian still wore an expression of indifference, his eyes vacant as he stared ahead. He looked as if he'd been knocked senseless. Watching the scene unfold before him, Ning Tian began to secretly gloat to himself. No bragging, no bashing, I've got some skills when it comes to beating up my own self. Though he didn't know if this beating had reminded the illusion of Ning Tian of the fear he'd felt as a child under his stepmother's control. But the moment he slapped his own pretentious face, that feeling was truly exhilarating. An experience like no other. Next, the dazed phantom Ning Tian seemed to go into a system crash, as if an old computer case had rebooted the system. He began to chant slowly. Dual blade mode, activate. You're fucking back at it. Without a word, Ning Tian lashed out with his two tentacles like whips. The battle blades in his hands instantly transformed into two streaks of light, slamming directly into the phantom Ning Tian's face. 341. The damage number flashed on the screen again. The phantom Ning Tian's health bar was already half empty. Although this was the third stage of the trial, Ning Tian never would have imagined that this stage would be so easy to pass. This left him with a growing sense of doubt. It felt just like playing a stage-based game. The first stage was easy, the second was medium. Following the usual progression of increasing difficulty, the third stage should have been hard. Yet for some reason, the system had gone completely haywire, suddenly dropping the third stage's difficulty all the way down to beginner level. The current difficulty was practically on par with a tutorial level. Today, either you're going down or I am one of us has to die. Sorry, buddy. I'm borrowing your head for a bit. With that, Ning Tian lunged straight at the phantom. At that moment, the phantom seemed to be stuck in some kind of glitch, trapped in an infinite loop. No matter how furiously Ning Tian's real self attacked, it remained unmoved, merely muttering. Dual blade mode activated. Dual blade mode activated. This time, Ning Tian left nothing to chance. Without waiting for the opponent to finish speaking, he delivered two swift, decisive strikes, finishing it off. 338. 342. The damage numbers floated up from above as expected. Immediately afterward, the phantom Ning Tian dissolved into a dense cluster of light particles right where he stood, surging into the real Ning Tian's body. Congratulations on earning 25,000 nutrition points and 25,000 experience points. Congratulations on earning 10,000 gene points. Chapter 63, Evolution Path, Wings. Congratulations! You have reached level 14. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. You have gained an additional split. A new evolution plan has been unlocked. Current available evolution path, Wings. Evolution path, Wings hidden evolution path. This is an evolution scheme exclusive to cell clusters. It requires consuming two of the host's daughter cells and transforming them into a pair of full yet light wings. Evolution requirements: the host cell cluster must have 5 or more daughter cells. Additional attributes: health plus 20, defense plus 10, speed plus 10. The new evolution path caught Ning Tian's attention. This evolution would give him a pair of wings, granting him the ability to fly. With wings, fighting aerial units in the future would become much easier. Having made up his mind, Ning Tian didn't hesitate for a moment. He decisively began splitting, as described in the prompt, to prepare for the prerequisites of evolution. Begin splitting. This split will consume 5,000 nutrition points. Proceed? Yes. Consuming 5,000 nutrition points. Split request confirmed. Allocating resources for the split. This process will take 1 minute. Please wait patiently in place. Any form of attack during this time will immediately interrupt the split. The entire division process is complete. Division finished. Congratulations! 5,000 nutrition points consumed. Division successful. Health plus 300, stamina plus 150, attack plus 100, defense plus 100, speed plus 20. After 1 minute of division, Ning Tian's attributes received a significant boost. However, yet, all of Ning Tian's splits at this stage are single splits. In other words, each split is based on the mother cell of his original body. Daughter cells that have already evolved into other forms do not meet the conditions for splitting. Each division he obtained allowed this mother cell to undergo a single division. This ultimately resulted in 2 daughter cells. All things considered, with each division he completed, the total number of daughter cells in the cell cluster increased by only 1 compared to before the division. Therefore, after this division was complete, Ning Tian's cell cluster still contained only 4 daughter cells. This did not meet the prerequisite for evolving wings. It seems I'll need to gain another division opportunity to evolve wings, Ning Tian muttered to himself. Based on what he knew, he gained an extra division opportunity every 2 levels. In other words, to evolve wings, he'd have to wait until he reached level 16 at the earliest to get his next chance. With that thought, Ning Tian closed the interface with a gloomy expression, muttering to himself. Still a whole 2 levels to go. Fortunately, in the divine realm, the point rewards for clearing each trial were quite generous. Here, his leveling progress was much faster than it had been outside. Reaching level 16 in one go didn't seem like such a difficult task. Just then, the light on the gene bank suddenly flickered. Immediately afterward, Elder Chen appeared before him once more in the form of light particles. You've actually passed the 3rd trial as well? That's quite surprising. How was it? This opponent must have been quite a challenge, right? Ha ha ha. Elder Chen said with a beaming smile. Not at all. On the contrary, I handled it with ease, Ning Tian replied impassively. At that moment, he seemed to realize something from Elder Chen's words. Clearly, the underlying code of the gene bank hadn't secretly adjusted the difficulty level of the 3rd stage. Based on the logic of Elder Chen's words, the difficulty of this 3rd stage should have been set to hard. Otherwise, the gene bank wouldn't have programmed terms like unexpected and tricky into its logic. So, aside from that, there was only one other possibility. Combining that with the actual performance of the virtual image of Ning Tian on site, Ning Tian could probably guess what was going on. Unlike the virtual images in the first 2 stages, the Phantom in the 3rd stage's logic code was designed to mimic data, mimic appearance, and mimic his move patterns. Whatever move Ning Tian made, it would mimic in kind. If things had followed the normal course, an opponent matching you in size, stature, and stats one capable of keeping perfect sync with your moves would indeed be quite a tricky, even unsolvable, foe. It certainly deserves to be classified as a high difficulty level. However, the problem lies precisely in this Phantom's attack patterns. Clearly, Ning Tian must have accidentally triggered a glitch in the Phantom's system, trapping it in an infinite loop of spell casting. Ning Tian's interruption caused its logic to permanently freeze at that stage. As a result, the logic coding became chaotic, and subsequent attacks could not follow through. In the end, it could only stand there dumbfounded, passively taking the hits. If this were a game, Ning Tian would probably be debating whether to curse the developers or the game designers. However, this wasn't a game, it was a trial within the divine realm. The glitch he accidentally triggered actually allowed him to breeze through this stage. Next, as long as he triggered Elder Chen's aggro mechanism, this stage would be truly cleared. With that thought, Elder Chen's moves began to flash through Ning Tian's mind, one after another. Every single one of his moves was etched vividly in Ning Tian's memory. Following the pre-programmed logic, Elder Chen began to act like an NPC, triggering the dialogue mechanism normally and uttering the line that would advance the plot. But, kid, your face reminds me of someone. Someone I detest with a passion. Upon hearing this, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, that's a pretty far-fetched connection. Just how shoddy is the language logic the gene bank designed for him? And hey, I'm a cell now, not a human being, you know. The next second, Elder Chen's expression suddenly shifted. He raised his palm and began to test Ning Tian's capabilities. As his palm swept out, Ning Tian sidestepped instantly. After the massive wave he created crashed into empty air, Ning Tian decisively extended a tentacle, using a rubber rocket-style launch to propel himself far away. He then effortlessly dodged the palm strike that came crashing down from above. However, it wasn't over yet. Before the third move, two invisible palms coming together. Ning Tian took a step forward. Just as the two palms clapped together, emitting a loud boom behind him, Ning Tian's two tentacles pressed firmly against the ground beneath him. He braced himself, coiling like a spring, until the massive waves on both sides surged simultaneously. The two tentacles released their tension in an instant, converting their elastic potential energy into kinetic energy, propelling Ning Tian's entire body high into the air and effortlessly dodging the crashing waves on both sides. Chapter 64, The Choice. The trial of the third stage was now completely over. Although there was one more move coming right after this. But none of that mattered anymore. Because this move was impossible to predict. Until he actually unleashed it, you'd never have a clue what kind of tricky move this old man would pull. Only by taking a beating would one learn their lesson. So, Ning Tian decisively closed his eyes. He waited quietly in midair for the move to come. However, several seconds passed, and the move never materialized as expected. Strange, what is going on? Ning Tian slowly opened his eyes. He saw that on the ground, Elder Chen had already clasped his hands behind his back and was looking up at him with a smile. He didn't look like he was preparing to strike. Instead, it seemed as though he was simply waiting for Ning Tian to land. Could it be that this old man has something to say to me? With this question in mind, Ning Tian decisively extended two tentacles, wrapping them around the ground near Elder Chen, then pulled with all his might, propelling his entire body forward. No sooner had he come to a stop than, before Ning Tian could even open his mouth, the old man spoke. Congratulations! You've passed all the trials here. The old man's face was beaming with a smile, and there was no trace of hostility left in his expression. Is that it? Are there only 3 trials in the divine realm? Ning Tian was taken aback upon hearing this and asked with some confusion. No wonder the old man didn't attack during that final exchange. So, this was the final trial after all. Alright, since that is the case, tell me how to get out. With that thought, he cut straight to the chase. Although he felt a bit of regret at having to bid farewell to the divine realm's bountiful rewards and rapid growth, since he now had a way out. Ning Tian certainly had no intention of being trapped here forever. However, the moment his words fell, the dome of the hub collapsed. Countless sections of the rock wall fell from the dome one after another, like shards of broken tiles, revealing the boundless darkness beyond. At the same time, the ground around him was not spared. It shattered into countless pieces of rubble and collapsed entirely. Only a small patch of ground remained beneath Ning Tian's feet. At that moment, all the rock walls and stones plunged into the bottomless abyss below. The surroundings were gradually swallowed by darkness, and the environment had undergone a complete transformation in an instant. Ning Tian now seemed to be standing on a floating rock in the void. Before him, the blue light from the gene bank illuminated a vast area in the darkness. Elder Chen hovered motionless between him and the gene bank. He removed his hood, and the smile on his face slowly faded as his expression grew serious. He raised his eyes to look at Ning Tian before him and said in a low, solemn tone, "Welcome to the final trial." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 floating stones suddenly rose from either side of his body. Upon each of these stones rested a different object. On the one to the left floated a black ring of light. On the one to the right stood a black cage, within which a long-haired girl lay fast asleep, her eyes half closed. Countless fragments of rock floated up from the abyss, piece by piece, joining together between Ning Tian and the 2 floating stones to form 2 causeways leading to them. At that moment, Ning Tian's gaze had already settled on the girl inside the cage. The moment he made out her features, he was completely thrown off balance. "See, sister?" Ning Tian's eyes widened as he spoke, his face etched with disbelief. The girl sleeping in the cage was none other than his own sister. To the left lies the path out, to the right stands the person most important to you. When you choose one, the other path will be sealed forever. This is the final trial the divine realm has set for you. The choice is yours. If you choose wrong, you will be imprisoned here forever. With that, Elder Chen transformed into a beam of light and returned to the gene bank. Yet Ning Tian stood frozen in place, as if he hadn't heard a word. His mind blank and numb. Though it was hard to believe, he had actually been able to see his sister again after his rebirth. And yet, he knew this was merely an illusion created by the divine realm to test him. But no matter what the outcome might be, no matter what the divine realm's ultimate test turned out to be, at this moment, he no longer cared. All other choices paled in comparison to the girl before him, dissolving into nothingness. The years of sorrow had drained the last vestige of vitality from his life, pulling all past memories into the void, settling deep within his heart and intoxicating him in his dreams. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. From the instant his gaze fell upon the girl's face, the corners of Ning Tian's eyes welled up with tears. Have you been doing okay lately? Since I've been gone, have you been taking good care of yourself? If anyone bullies you, I'll go teach them a lesson. If you need money, remember to tell me, I'll figure something out. Don't worry, I'm always here, it's just that I can't go back to that world anymore. For a moment, a flood of words welled up in Ning Tian's chest. His lips parted, then closed again as he held back what he wanted to say. A wave of emotion welled up in his nose, and tears began to well up in his eyes, their glistening light a symbol of happiness. Even if it was just a phantom, he was already content just to see her once. At that moment, Ning Tian no longer hesitated. There was no choice to be made. He wiped away his tears and turned his gaze toward Gene Bank. His tone was unwavering as he said, "Do you think this is a choice for me? If that's what you think, then you're wrong. My life, if you want it, you can take it any time. But my sister. No one is allowed to harm her in the slightest." With that, Ning Tian, without hesitation, stepped onto the footbridge leading to the floating rock on the right and walked straight toward the cage. The girl in the cage held too many of his memories. Just as if they were etched into his genes, he could never forget them for the rest of his life. He opened the cage and pulled the girl into his arms. A warm feeling instantly welled up from the depths of his heart. A glimmer of light also appeared at the corner of his eye, tears of happiness. And the moment the cage opened, the path leading to the floating stone on the left was completely sealed off. All the fragments collapsed and shattered, falling without exception into the boundless abyss. I'm sorry, little sister. In this life, I can only accompany you this far. If there is a next life, I will definitely give you a better life than this one. In this life, you've been through so much. I miss you so much. As those final words faded, the floating stone beneath Ning Tian's feet began to crack in varying degrees. Ultimately, the stone could not bear the weight of the two of them and shattered completely beneath their feet. The next second, the pull of gravity swept over them. Ning Tian did not let go, he held the girl tightly, using his own body to shield her from the falling debris. In the final moment of his life, he chose to protect this younger sister. And so, pulled by gravity, the two fell silently into the dark abyss. Chapter 65, Farewell, Elder Chen. Beep. In the darkness, a drop of water fell from the sky, plunging into the tranquil lake of the heart. Ripples spread out in concentric circles across the surface. The light at the bottom of the lake seemed to respond to a call. Faint specks of light gradually rose to the surface, silent and crystalline, suddenly dispelling a vast expanse of darkness around them. Ning Tian quickly opened his eyes. That drop of water sank into his mind, instantly clearing his thoughts. Where am I? Ning Tian sat up in the pool and found himself back in the incubation pool. Strange. Didn't I just fall in with my sister? How come? Just then, a deep voice came from nearby. You're awake? Ning Tian turned his head toward the sound. He saw Elder Chen standing guard beside the incubation pool. The old man was smiling at him, seemingly quite pleased with this disciple. Old man, what is going on? Didn't I just fall in? Why am I here? Ning Tian looked around. The ground was intact, with no cracks, and even the dome remained undamaged. In the distance, the double helix structure of the gene bank was glowing blue. However, Elder Chen did not answer him directly. He turned his head away and said earnestly, "If a person is cold-blooded enough to abandon even the people most important to them, then such a person is unworthy of being human, isn't he? If he doesn't even understand the meaning of being human, how could such a person ever earn the gods' approval?" After speaking, Elder Chen turned back, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Congratulations! You have completed all the trials of the divine realm. Full access to the gene bank has now been granted to you. Keep it up, young man. I will be waiting for you at the edge of the world. I hope that by then, I will see a different you. So, grow up quickly." With that, Elder Chen transformed into a cluster of light particles and hovered in the air. From the gene bank, countless specks of light separated and gathered onto the light particles formed by the old man, instantly coalescing into a dense blue mass of light, which then surged into Ning Tian's body. "Congratulations on completing all trials of the divine realm. You have earned a total of 50,000 nutrition points, 50,000 experience points, and 25,000 gene points. An additional split opportunity has been unlocked for you. Congratulations! You have reached level 15. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. A new evolution scheme has been unlocked. Current available evolution path, Spirit Space. Evolution path, Spirit Space Hidden Evolution Path. This is an evolution path unique to higher life forms. Within the host's spiritual realm, it evolves a space capable of storing fragments of spirit and consciousness. This evolution will unlock a new attribute for the host, Spirit Power. Additional attribute, Spirit Power plus 10. Spirit Power, a crucial symbol of a species' transition from lower life forms to higher life forms. Staring at the new evolution path, Ning Tian was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was momentarily speechless. Is this a gradual transition from materialistic cells toward idealism? Ning Tian quipped to himself silently. Then, he consciously tapped to confirm the evolution. Select evolution. Evolution successful. Congratulations! You have successfully evolved Spirit Space by spending 15,360 gene points. Spirit Power plus 10. The next second, within Ning Tian's mind, ripples began to spread across the tranquil surface of a lake. A plump water sphere slowly rose from the lake's depths. A faint glow flickered at the core of the sphere. Is this my spirit space? Gazing at the water sphere rising within his mind, Ning Tian asked himself silently. The sphere wasn't very large, perhaps because his current spirit power was still relatively low. As a result, it was only about half the size of Ning Tian himself. Withdrawing his consciousness, he snapped back to reality from the spiritual realm. Ning Tian shifted his gaze to the other reward granted by the divine realm. Since he had passed all the trials, the divine realm had also granted him an additional split attempt. This was perfect. He could use this split to evolve his wings. Begin split. This split will consume 5,000 nutrition points. Proceed? Yes. Consuming 5,000 nutrition points. Division request confirmed. Allocating resources for division. Division process complete. Division finished. Congratulations! 5,000 nutrition points consumed. Division successful. Health plus 300, stamina plus 150, attack plus 100, defense plus 100, speed plus 20. Following the split, Ning Tian successfully evolved from a 4-cell cluster to a 5-cell cluster. At this moment, he had met the prerequisites for evolving wings. Select evolution. Evolution successful. Congratulations! 15,360 gene points spent. Wings successfully evolved. Health plus 20, defense plus 10, speed plus 10. 2 daughter cells simultaneously moved behind the parent cell. Immediately, 2 beams of white light enveloped Ning Tian's back. The cell's shape began to transform within the white light, flattening from their original spherical form before spreading outward on both sides, gradually taking on the rudimentary shape of wings. Eventually, a pair of angelic white wings formed, unfurling behind Ning Tian. Ning Tian tried flapping his newly evolved wings a few times. A sensation of lightness washed over his back. The experience is pretty great. They feel incredibly light. 5 stars. After testing them, he folded the wings back into place. The wing membranes and structure were curved and streamlined. When not in use, they fit perfectly against the cellular membrane of Ning Tian's back. They didn't take up any space on his back, which made moving around much more convenient for Ning Tian. After completing these 2 hidden evolution paths, Ning Tian was pulled back to reality. At that moment, the gene bank hadn't disappeared yet. So, he asked the gene bank, "Old man, I've passed the trials. You should tell me how to get out now, right?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than, the next second, the liquid surface of the incubation pool began to slowly rise from the bottom. Watching the gradually rising water, Ning Tian knew this must be the way back. However, just as the water was about to reach his head, Ning Tian suddenly remembered something. He shouted at the gene bank, "Hey, Elder Chen, do you have a name? If we meet again, how should I address you?" Although he knew deep down that this Elder Chen wasn't the real person, but rather a virtual image designed by the gene bank based on specific coding, Ning Tian still asked tentatively, clinging to a glimmer of hope. However, even as the liquid level of the incubation pool rose over his head, Ning Tian received no reply from the gene bank. A wave of disappointment instantly washed over him. Ning Tian sighed, then closed his eyes. Beneath the surface, as his will gradually waned, sleepiness washed over him in an instant. Yet, just as his consciousness began to blur and he was about to drift off, deep within his mind, Ning Tian seemed to hear the old man's call. "Ha, this old man has a 1-character surname, Chen. Elder Chen, very well." With that thought, Ning Tian drifted peacefully into sleep. Chapter 66, Mastering the Key to Evolution. Core Hub. The white cell division was currently staring intently at the gene bank inside the vesicle. Just moments ago, as several surges of electricity were successively channeled into the incubation pool, the light on the gene bank suddenly flashed brightly. Immediately afterward, a violent shockwave erupted from the hub. Countless brilliant, bright blue particles drifted slowly from the dome, gradually filling the entire core hub. He knew what this meant. According to the revelation once bestowed by the gods, this signified that the outsider had passed all the trials of the divine realm, earned the gods' approval, and gained ultimate access to the gene bank. I never imagined a cell could actually pull this off. He had always thought it was merely a legend meant to deceive the cells. So much time had passed, yet he had never seen a single cell capable of passing all the trials within the divine realm. The ultimate authority of the gene bank was, after all, nothing more than a tacit lie. After all, how could the gods possibly allow them to wield such power so easily? However, the appearance of this outsider had completely overturned his worldview, and this shock had only strengthened his faith in the gods. Just then, a fleeting thought suddenly crossed his mind. He suddenly recalled that the Legion commander had once entered the divine realm and received divine revelation there. Later, he had insisted on allowing this outsider to enter the divine realm to converse with the gods. And now, the stranger had successfully passed all the trials within the divine realm. Coincidentally, these 3 events seemed far too much of a coincidence. But if one connected these 3 events, it wasn't hard to arrive at an answer. Namely, that the revelation the Legion commander received in the divine realm was very likely about this stranger. And the fact that he was able to pass all the trials within the divine realm indicates that this outsider is no ordinary mortal. There is a very high probability that he is the reincarnation of a deity. Upon realizing this, the white cell's subordinates immediately felt a deep sense of respect for Ning Tian in the incubation pool. Just then, inside the incubation pool, the previously calm surface of the liquid suddenly rippled. Ning Tian's body twitched suddenly within the pool, and he then awoke from the bottom. He sat up, peering halfway over the edge of the pool, and asked with a puzzled expression. Why are you the only one here? Where's your boss? The white blood cell subordinates were also startled by this scene. Ning Tian had just emerged from the bottom of the pool, and traces of the liquid still clung to his body. Under the light of the gene bank, they reflected flecks of brilliance. However, in the eyes of the white blood cell subordinates, this was mistaken for a divine radiance. The next second, he dropped to his knees with a thud before the incubation pool. We welcome the Divine Lord. Ha! Ning Tian was completely baffled by this scene. Wow, I've only been in there for a short while, and this over-the-top nickname has actually been upgraded? This time, instead of calling me the Divine Messenger, they've gone straight to addressing me as the Divine Lord? You haven't answered my question yet. Fighting the urge to twitch his lips, Ning Tian spoke calmly. The plague from outside is attacking. The boss is currently commanding the battle on the front lines. He only instructed me to stay here and assist you. Assist? Ning Tian couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about that word. At that moment, he was unaware that after he had entered the divine realm, the white blood cell subordinates and the Legion commander had sworn an oath before the hub in the presence of the divine being. Assisting Ning Tian was precisely the task the Legion commander had entrusted to the white blood cell subordinates in that oath. Wow, I knew it. Leaving such a powerful monster out there was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. And you actually felt comfortable just leaving him be? That's just too reckless. With that, Ning Tian leaped straight out of the incubation pool. Scenes of that colossal creature immediately flashed through his mind. Back then, he was only level 11, no match for that monster at all. But now, after the trials and enhancements of the divine realm, he had risen to level 15 and grown significantly stronger. He now possessed the strength to face that monster in battle. Take me there. I want to join the fight. That massive amount of nutrition points, oh no, that massive monster isn't something you lot can handle. Wait a moment, your divine majesty. Just then, one of the white cell subordinates suddenly called out to him from behind. Ning Tian slowly turned around. Just as he was puzzled, he saw the subordinate slowly expel a vesicle from his body, one wrapped in a special peptide chain structure. The boss asked me to hand this over to you. What is this? Ning Tian picked up the vesicle and asked, looking perplexed. This is the authorization recognition protein the boss gave you. With this, you can unlock the key to mastering evolution within the gene bank. The key to mastering evolution? Just then, Ning Tian remembered. Earlier in the divine realm, Elder Chen had told him that since he had passed all the trials, the gene bank's underlying permissions were now fully open to him. Could it be that the so-called underlying permissions refer to this key? Ning Tian asked, half convinced. He picked up the access recognition protein and walked toward the hub. On the outer wall of the vesicle enveloping the gene bank, receptor proteins automatically extended outward. He inserted the access recognition protein into them. Immediately, the earth began to tremble violently, and a beam of blue light instantly pierced the dome, flooding the area from above. Immediately afterward, the vesicle enclosing the gene bank dissolved in an instant. Inside the hub, the gene bank's massive double helix structure began to disintegrate, transforming into countless particles of light that continuously coalesced, converged, and compressed inward. Eventually, they formed a blue DNA fragment no larger than half of Ning Tian's subcell. This DNA fragment trailed a blue streak of light as it circled around Ning Tian several times, examining him. Then, as if recognizing its master, it directly injected itself into Ning Tian's body. Congratulations! You have successfully collected DNA fragment and earned 10,000 gene points. Analyzing DNA fragment? Analysis failed. This DNA fragment has undergone special encryption and is too complex. You are currently unable to activate it. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Ning Tian immediately fell into deep thought. Is that even possible? What on earth is this thing, making such a big secret out of it? It can't be analyzed, and it won't even show its name? Just as Ning Tian was puzzling over this, The next second, he suddenly sensed something unusual in his mind. In the brief moment when his analysis had failed, it felt as though something had suddenly burrowed into his mind. He quickly closed his eyes, preparing to enter his spirit space to investigate. However, what he witnessed there left him so astonished he was speechless. The DNA fragment that had been impossible to analyze had now appeared within his spirit space. It seemed to possess a unique form of consciousness, now lying dormant within his spirit space. Chapter 67, Storm of Battle Blades. Ning Tian tried to awaken it in some way. But he found himself completely cut off from this spiritual realm. Here, he could not speak, make a sound, or even perform the most basic touch. Could it be that my spirit power is too low to actively influence the spiritual realm? Ning Tian asked himself silently. For now, this entity hadn't shown any signs of posing a threat to him. He couldn't drive it away, nor could he awaken it. Mere curiosity served no purpose. He might as well let it be. Perhaps when the time was right, it would awaken on its own. With that thought, he withdrew from the spiritual realm. Back in the outside world, the white blood cell subordinate was staring at Ning Tian with a look of curiosity. He swallowed hard, then asked, "Sir, how does the key to the gene bank feel? How should I put it? 6 words to describe it: crystal clear, heart-soaring." With just a few casual words, Ning Tian brushed off the question. The white blood cell core member was left pondering those 6 words in his mind for quite some time. At that moment, the gene bank's originally massive double helix structure, having been condensed and refined, had now been taken away by Ning Tian. The entire underground core looked somewhat empty. Not only that, but due to the beam of light that had just pierced through, a large hole had been torn in the dome above. Light from outside streamed in through the opening, replacing the gene bank's original blue glow. Never mind. Before we set off, I should probably strengthen all the organs I'll need first. Ning Tian carefully weighed his options in his mind. Through the trials of the divine realm, he had accumulated a considerable number of nutrition points, totaling 105,325 points. Although he now possessed the strength to face that giant monster. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to enhance all the usable organs before setting out. Enhance the protein double-edged blade. The protein double-edged blade belongs to the cell cluster's exclusive evolution path. Each enhancement requires 10,000 nutrition points. Proceed? Upon seeing the prompt, Ning Tian paused for a moment. Since the protein double-edged blade belonged to the cell cluster's evolution path, the cost of enhancement was no longer calculated based on the consumption rates for organelles during the single cell stage. Instead, it was calculated according to the cell cluster's unique consumption rules. On the cell cluster's evolutionary path, organs either evolve directly from cells, specifically daughter cells split off from the parent cell, or are constructed using more refined, structurally complex proteins. Consequently, the process of enhancement naturally consumes more nutrition points. Begin enhancement. Ning Tian didn't hesitate. After all, he had plenty of nutrition points at his disposal. He could certainly afford this cost. Enhancement successful. The protein double-edged blade has been upgraded to a high-quality protein double-edged blade. Enhance again. Congratulations! You have spent 10,000 nutrition points to enhance the high-quality protein double-edged blade, upgrading it to the iron-cutting like mud protein double-edged blade. Congratulations! You have spent 10,000 nutrition points to enhance the iron-cutting like mud protein double-edged blade, upgrading it to the bloodless sword protein double-edged blade. Congratulations! You have spent 10,000 nutrition points to enhance the bloodless protein double blade, upgrading it to frost sharp protein double blade. Organ, frost sharp protein double blade perfect. Additional attribute, attack power plus 125. Description: the structure of the frost sharp protein double blade has been thoroughly optimized. Both blades have become more durable and even more destructive. Since you have upgraded the protein double blade to perfect, a new skill has been unlocked for you: Bladestorm. Bladestorm LV.1 consumes 300 stamina points, causing the body to spin at high speed and launch 3 simultaneous attacks against all surrounding enemies in an instant. dealing 100% of the attack cap as damage. Cooldown 60s. Note, this skill is exclusive to the protein dual blades and can only be used in dual blade mode. In membrane barb mode, this skill will be disabled. Blade Storm. Upon reading the skill description, Ning Tian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although the damage per hit isn't high, only 100% of the attack cap. But launching 3 attacks simultaneously in an instant adds up to a total of 300%. If you factor in the 150% attack boost from dual blade mode, the damage jumps to 450%. Instant burst damage. Not to mention, this is an AoE skill that affects all surrounding enemies when activated. This skill is absolutely insane. Ning Tian couldn't help but mutter his praise under his breath. Unbelievable? What do you mean, unbelievable? Just then, one of the white cell subordinates standing nearby suddenly snapped out of it and asked Ning Tian. He couldn't see the system panel in front of Ning Tian, so naturally, he had no idea what Warblade Storm was. All he could see was the Divine Lord standing before him, who had just seemed to unleash 4 consecutive bursts of white light from within his body. Could it be that the god has manifested? Ah, no. Nothing. Ning Tian quickly blurted out the words, then immediately turned his head away. The next second, he began to panic inwardly. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this guy standing right here? He was in the middle of an enhancement while Ning Tian himself had long grown accustomed to the light effects that accompanied the process. But to the other cells, those visual effects looked incredibly bizarre. It might just. However, just as he was thinking this, Ning Tian noticed something odd coming from beside him. He saw the white blood cell below him blinking those bright, expressive eyes with thick eyebrows, staring intently at him. Their gaze was filled with nothing but reverence and admiration. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This guy, he hasn't misunderstood something, has he? Ah, never mind. As long as I haven't aroused suspicion, it's fine. But next time I boost my power, I'll have to be more careful. From now on, I'll have to find a place where no other cells are around to do this secretly. With that thought, Ning Tian closed the interface and prepared to head to the battlefield. Just then, something suddenly occurred to him. Oh, right. Ning Tian turned his head. What is it? The white blood cell division subordinate asked, looking flattered. I met the god inside. Although he didn't quite have the heart to tell him the truth, Ning Tian thought to himself that if he kept him in the dark like this, it would actually be more pitiful than worshipping a mere illusion. So, in the end, he decided to tell him the whole truth. I'm sorry, but that wasn't actually a god at all. The god is a fake. Ning Tian said calmly. The next second, the air around them froze. It took a full 3 seconds. Only then did the white cell subordinate speak slowly. I know. That was merely a fragment of the divine being's consciousness left behind in the divine realm. The true divine being has long since departed from there. Chapter 68, A Desperate Battle. You have known all along that it was a fake? At this point, Ning Tian's face betrayed utter astonishment. Although he knew it wasn't a consciousness at all, but rather an illusion created by the gene bank based on its internal coding. The fact that they could tell it wasn't the true entity meant that all of Ning Tian's previous assumptions were wrong. These white cell subordinates hadn't, as he thought, treated that illusion as their god. The one truly regarded as a god was, in fact, someone else entirely. At that moment, the white cell subordinate continued. After imparting knowledge and the method for entering the divine realm to us, the deity departed, leaving the gene bank behind for us to safeguard. The white blood cell subordinate couldn't help but chuckle wryly to himself. Clearly, the fact that Ning Tian could say such things to him meant the situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. This outsider was not, as he had surmised, some reincarnation of a deity. A true deity would never tell him that his own faith was wrong. However, one thing was certain, this outsider was capable of passing every trial within the divine realm. That alone was proof enough that he possessed strength surpassing that of all his fellow beings. When it came to strength, the leader had indeed judged the situation accurately. Allowing him to enter the divine realm was the right decision. Pinning all their hopes on him was also the right decision. So where did they go afterward? I don't know. After they had explained everything, we never saw the god again. All subsequent revelations were conveyed to us through the consciousness within the divine realm. That's strange. Ning Tian suddenly felt as though he had fallen into some kind of mental loop. According to the White Cell's subordinates, they had indeed seen a real god, and that god had personally handed the gene bank over to them. Something like the gene bank could never have been created by the White Cells alone without the aid of so-called divine power. It must have been a human creation. Moreover, Ning Tian could now almost certainly conclude that this so-called god must be one or even several scientists well versed in the field of microbiology. But that was precisely where the problem lay. With current scientific technology and methods, it seemed impossible to shrink a human down to the size of a cell. Of course, there is also no way to enlarge a cell to the size of a human. So what exactly was this so-called meeting all about? At this thought, all the clues came to a halt once again. The truth of the matter was like a massive boulder, sinking back into the boundless darkness. Sir, now is not the time for us to discuss these matters. The battle ahead is urgent. We should hurry to the front lines to support the boss and the others. Just then, one of the White Cell's subordinates suddenly reminded him. Those words snapped Ning Tian back to reality. He nodded. Indeed, compared to the battle, everything else should be put on hold for now. It was pointless to dwell on information that led nowhere. Perhaps, once this battle was over, everything would naturally come to light. Dwelling on it alone here would be futile. With that thought, Ning Tian pulled himself together and declared with renewed resolve. Let us go. We're heading to the battlefield to support the Legion commander and the others. On the battlefield. The battle was raging at its peak. The growing stage pathogens that had chosen to launch an assault from the side of the valley all turned into a pool of black water the moment they came into contact with the ethanol-filled trenches surrounding the outposts. Meanwhile, the plagues charging head-on at the valley's narrow pass were also repelled by the alcohol coating the rock face. However, as more and more plagues launched assaults against these alcohol-soaked areas, the alcohol's concentration began to gradually dilute. Eventually, it lost all lethality against the plagues, allowing them to breach the trench defenses and successfully storm the position from all directions. At this moment, the number of pathogens on the opposite side remained overwhelming. That pack of growth stage pathogens, ravenous as wolves, charged like a cavalry of beasts that defied the laws of terrain. Like rolling boulders, they plunged down from the side of the valley and stormed into the defensive position with lightning speed, quickly scattering the formation of all the white blood cells within. In the sky, countless black pathogens flapped their wings, soaring over the valley to plunge straight into the defensive positions amid the chaos. Meanwhile, the massive adult stage pathogen, resembling a heavyweight tank, advanced steadily toward the strategic choke point at the valley floor, shielded by the pack of frenzied wolves. Wherever it passed, every white blood cell defender was smashed to smithereens by the bone club in its hand. Just then, a beam of light shot up from the direction of Cell Town, piercing the sky. This extraordinary sight instantly drew the attention of every plague and white blood cell on the battlefield. The renegade cells and the Legion commander both noticed the sudden beam of light at the same moment. However, the expressions on their faces were diametrically opposed. One was filled with joy, the other with worry. The Legion commander was overjoyed. He knew that this beam of light signaled the outsider had successfully passed the trials within the divine realm. He was now rushing toward the battlefield. With the gene bank key in his possession, he was bound to fulfill the prophecy of the divine revelation. Holding the key to the genes, he would lead them all to turn the tide of battle. Thank goodness, it's not too late. Hang in there, brothers, reinforcements are on their way. As the Legion commander's words fell, all the white blood cells on the battlefield seemed to be inspired. In an instant, their morale soared, and all traces of defeat were swept away. The one filled with worry, however, was the traitorous cell. Upon witnessing this scene, a look of long-simmering disgust appeared on his face. Tisk, damn it, I'm still a step too late. Just then, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed through his mind from miles away. "What's the rush? Wipe out these white blood cells. The core hub will be ours in the end. Are you afraid these guys will move the hub away?" With that, the renegade cell swung the battle blade in his hand. Commanding all the plagues under his command, he left no room for mercy and launched an even more ferocious assault on the defensive position. He himself flapped the wings on his back and swooped toward the position. Just then, the White Blood Cell Legion commander, stationed on the observation tower, had already noticed this eerie scene in the sky. Mid-air, a lifeform even larger than the winged pathogens was flapping its wings as it flew toward the positions. The moment he recognized the creature, the commander's pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. That's. He could hardly believe his eyes. That thing is actually still alive. At the same time, the renegade cell in the sky spotted the Legion commander within the camp. Their eyes locked. In that instant, the renegade cell felt as though he had discovered a long-lost treasure at the bottom of the ocean, and his heart swelled with wild joy. A twisted, ferocious grin instantly spread across his face. "Old man, your time is up." With that, he flapped his wings and dove straight toward the lookout tower. Chapter 69, The Cell Returned from Hell. A purplish-black blade, accompanied by a piercing whistle, sliced through the sky, striking directly at the Legion commander's core. "Boss, watch out." At the last possible moment, one of the white blood cells on watch decisively shoved the Legion commander out of the way, only to be mercilessly pierced through the back by that dark purple blade. Ugh! A piercing scream erupted right beside the Legion commander. Watching this scene, a mischievous smile spread across the traitorous cell's face. You're not dead." The Legion commander stared at the traitorous cell before him in utter shock, his eyes brimming with disbelief. "Surprised, old man? I've returned from hell once again," the renegade cell said with a wicked grin. Instantly, the black archaeal matter on its body crawled along the blade, covering the sentinel cell's membrane. The blood vessels covering the blade began to pulsate, frantically drawing nutrients from his body, emitting the sound of fluid gurgling. The next second, the cell shriveled and wrinkled like a raisin drained of all moisture. The archaeal matter crawling across the membrane wall, like a swarm of black reptiles, devoured the remaining shriveled flesh before retreating back into the traitorous cell. In the blink of an eye, the sentry cell vanished right before the Legion commander's eyes. Not a single trace remained. Watching this scene of raw devouring unfold before him, a wave of fear surged toward the Legion commander from all directions. "Old man, you're next." The renegade cell held the blade horizontally, a look of sheer pleasure etched across his face. Once upon a time, he had been this old man's lackey. Every day, he had to serve him humbly like a lapdog, wagging his tail obediently whenever he saw him and calling him boss. He had long grown tired of that life. Now, their roles had been reversed. The old man who once held power over him had now completely become his prey. No, rather than prey, it was more like a plaything to be trampled at will. He relished the horror on the old man's face at that moment. That fresh fear, along with that twisted expression, was nothing short of a supreme delicacy to him. Watching you bow down before absolute power, struggling desperately in the abyss of helplessness and despair. This feeling is truly irresistible to me. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, the traitorous cell slowly raised the butcher's knife, veined with blood vessels and black archaeal matter. "Come on, the little ones inside me are already starving for the nutrients in your body. Let Lord Archaea also taste this exquisite feast." With that, a sinister, murderous glint erupted from the depths of its eyes. The purplish-black blade, accompanied by a wind of vengeance, slashed directly toward the Legion commander's nuclear membrane. However, in the very next second, a powerful, commanding shout instantly echoed across half the sky: "Thrust fire, activate!" 50 sharp, icy cold thrusts formed a dense barrage, shooting straight down from the sky toward the traitorous cell. Seeing this, the traitorous cell immediately withdrew his blade and held it horizontally before him. The black wings on his back instinctively spread out from behind him, then folded downward with a thud, swiftly shielding him. 50 icy darts pierced the wings in a dense barrage, emitting a series of dull thuds. In an instant, the wings were riddled with holes and left in tatters, reduced to nothing more than two hollow skeletons. As the barrage of thrusts came to an end, Ning Tian flapped his wings and descended from the sky, landing gently on the lookout platform. "It's you!" Watching Ning Tian land, the traitorous cell swiftly retracted the two skeletal frames behind him, then wore an expression of utter disgust. Ning Tian scrutinized the black, shapeless, fungus-like thing before him, then asked with a puzzled look, "Have we met before?" "Ahem." At that moment, the Legion commander coughed lightly behind him, then leaned in to whisper a reminder. "This guy is that renegade cell from before." "Oh, so it's you." Ning Tian suddenly realized. But the next second, he sensed something was wrong. "Wait, weren't you already dead? Holy shit, you're a phantom cell." At that moment, on the renegade cell's back, countless archaeal matter was crawling up the skeletal frame toward its wings, refilling the wing membranes. Before long, the once tattered wings were instantly restored to their former glory. However, the repair of the wings brought the renegade cell not a shred of satisfaction. Toward the outsider standing before him, his heart was now filled with nothing but endless resentment and hatred. As his facial expression gradually contorted, all the pent-up negative emotions erupted in that moment. "You bastard! Last time you came out to ruin my plans, and now you're popping up again. You're like a ghost that just one tea go away. Since that's the case, then you'll go to hell with him." With that, the renegade cell let out a fierce roar and, without warning, swung the blade in his hand horizontally at Ning Tian. "Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%, reaching 282. Duration, 10 seconds. As the skill took effect, Ning Tian transformed into a streak of light, darting backward to dodge the blade. As he retreated, he didn't forget to extend a tentacle and shove the Legion commander hard, sending him tumbling off the observation deck. "You fucking..." As the sudden force of gravity pulled him downward, the Legion commander's words trailed off. He sighed deeply to himself, then muttered quietly, "Forget it. Good luck on your own." The next second, he was caught by several white blood cells that had rushed to his aid from the ground below. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine. The situation here is critical. That giant pathogen has already breached our defenses. We need to evacuate the position immediately." Hearing this, the Legion commander was instantly filled with rage. "Nonsense. If we retreat, are we supposed to leave that outsider to fight alone? It's precisely at times like this that we must fight to the bitter end." At this point, he paused, then slowly shifted his gaze toward the spot in the sky where Ning Tian was located. A faint smile touched his lips. "We can't let him make a mockery of us from up there." "Awoo!" A sudden howl rang out across the stronghold. Immediately afterward, several growth stage plagues that had breached the defenses burst out from both flanks, trapping the surrounding white blood cells beneath the observation tower. "Fight, brothers! Show me what you've learned from your trials in the divine realm." At the Legion commander's furious shout, all the white blood cell warriors raised their protein spears. They charged head-on toward the archaea pathogens before them. At that moment, in the sky, the long-standing feud between the two was about to begin. Chapter 70, A Deathmatch Above the Liquid Surface. Ding! Mission 9, Eliminate the Mutated White Blood Cell. Mission reward, Nutrition points plus 10,000, Gene points plus 5,000. Mission tip, the renegade white blood cell has been re-incubated and has returned from hell. Complete infection has turned it entirely dark, making it far more powerful than before. Eliminate it to turn the tide of battle. Ning Tian took a step back, then flew directly into the air and opened the renegade cell's data panel. Mutated white blood cell. Level, 18. Stage, mutated lymphocyte archaea infection. Health, 1000. Stamina, 500. Attack, 800 archaeal matter mutated blade plus 300. Defense, 800 archaeal matter mutated armor plus 300. Speed, 100. It seems it has indeed become much stronger than before, but. At this point, a cold glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. Don't forget, I'm no longer the outsider I once was. Don't think you're the only one getting stronger in this world. With that, Ning Tian immediately switched to melee mode. Dual blade mode, activate. Dual blade mode activated. Your attack power has increased by 150%, reaching 1215. The skill, thrust shot, is disabled in this state. Two battle blades sprang from his body, firmly gripping his two tentacles. Then, he flapped his wings twice. With a movement speed of 282, he was propelled upward like a streak of light. Seeing this, the traitor cell refused to be outdone. He let out a low growl where he stood. Archaeal matter mutation skill mutation acceleration, activate. Instantly, a purple glow enveloped his body, granting him infinite speed. His form began to blur and shift. The next second, he shot out from the observation deck like an arrow piercing the sky, soaring straight into the clouds. Both flapped their wings simultaneously, soaring toward the infinite horizon. Soon, Ning Tian broke through the surface of the culture medium. Hovering motionless above the liquid, he was now certain in his heart that the renegade cell would be blinded by their past grudge and would chase after him at all costs. There were two main reasons for luring him away from the base. First, this would prevent unnecessary casualties. Second, by distancing it from him, the source of control, the pathogen's strength within the base, would be somewhat weakened, naturally making the white blood cell situation much easier. Idiot, you've fallen for the trap. Our target isn't this guy, it's the core hub. As they flew, that deep, resonant voice once again flooded the renegade cell's mind. This time, however, the renegade cell chose not to respond. Determined to pursue Ning Tian, he quickly moved out of earshot, completely erasing the voice from his mind. Sure enough, just as Ning Tian had anticipated, it wasn't long before the renegade cell broke through the liquid surface and caught up. The acceleration of his mutation instantly brought his speed up to match Ning Tian's. The two locked eyes, and without a word, they began fighting. Ning Tian swung his tentacles, transforming his two battle blades into streaks of light as he hurled them directly at the renegade cell. However, in the next second, the renegade cell's blade flickered, and with two clangs, it deflected both of Ning Tian's battle blades away from his sides. Having effortlessly parried the attack, he lunged forward, charging straight at Ning Tian's host body. Archaeal matter mutation skill mutation piercing, activate. With a low growl, countless blood vessels snapped instantly on the purplish-black blade in his hand. Like several black snakes breaking free from their bonds, they writhed and emitted a piercing hiss as they lunged toward Ning Tian. Hiss. Faced with this scene, Ning Tian showed not a trace of panic. The renegade cell's head-on charge actually played right into his hands. With a slight lift of his lips, he swiftly withdrew his tentacles. He pulled the battle blade back and began spinning rapidly in place. Battle blade storm, activate. The high-speed rotation instantly generated a violent vortex around Ning Tian. As the air rushed by at high speed, the surrounding air pressure dropped sharply due to the centrifugal force. A massive pressure differential formed between him and the renegade cell. The howling wind acted like a magnetic force, pulling the renegade cell directly into the vortex of the blade storm. The blade storm unleashed 3 consecutive, ferocious strikes in an instant. Clang! The first strike knocked the blade right out of the renegade cell's hand. The second and third strikes, meanwhile, left 2 deep gashes etched into the renegade cell's body and wings. 415. 413. 2 red damage numbers floated into view. As the vortex dissipated, the renegade cell coughed up a streak of black liquid. Cough! It staggered, flapping its wings twice, and retreated several steps backward. Seeing this, a chilling glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He felt no mercy or pity, nor did he harbor any moral qualms. Adhering to the principle of the strike while the iron is hot, he left no room for mercy and launched a fatal strike directly at the traitorous cell. The next second, a tentacle gleaming with a sharp, icy light lunged forward, driving the blade as sharp as autumn frost vertically into the traitorous cell's body. Meanwhile, another tentacle, using the first to pin the traitorous cell in place, then plunged viciously toward its head. 412. A bright red number instantly floated up from above the latter's head. As the combo concluded, countless particles of archaeal matter instantly scattered from the top of his skull. The traitor's cell's health bar plummeted to 0. In an instant, all signs of life began to fade from his body. His limbs suddenly lost sensation and hung limply. As Ning Tian withdrew the blade from his skull, black crystalline fluid gushed out instantly. Afterward, he was like a puppet whose strings had all been severed. He fell silently from the air, crashing into the water's surface and creating a massive splash. With a silent, cold gaze, he sank silently to the bottom. Watching him slowly sink, Ning Tian showed no emotion. He watched it all unfold with indifference, then flapped his wings twice and plunged headfirst into the culture medium. However, at that moment, something strange happened. The mission completion notification was slow in coming. But right now, Ning Tian had no spare thoughts to spare for such matters. He flapped his wings a few times, then dove straight toward the base. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, in a place he could not see, countless bubbles rose slowly from the bottom, like boiling water. A dense mass of archaeal matter resembling a conglomeration of mayflies and seaweed instantly blossomed into the shape of a black mandrake flower within the water. It caught the falling renegade cells firmly from below. The next second, the bud closed, and countless archaeal matter swiftly covered his wounds. It fused with the crystalline outer membrane on his surface. In an instant, all his injuries healed completely under the covering of the archaeal matter. Immediately afterward, he slowly opened his eyes, and a dark purple glow erupted from the depths of his pupils. Idiots, you nearly ruined my plans. Inside the defensive stronghold. Taking advantage of the recent weakening of the signal factor, the white blood cells quickly cleared all the archaea plagues from the stronghold. At this moment, the plague forces were retreating outside the stronghold, looking utterly defeated. Boss, did we win? Seeing the plague's demoralized state, one of the white blood cell subordinates couldn't help but ask. However, even the Legion commander was puzzled by the scene unfolding before him. The enemy had clearly held the upper hand, yet they had suddenly retreated for no apparent reason. In all his time fighting these pathogens, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a scene. Could it be that outsider has won? The Legion commander thought to himself. However, in the very next second, all the archaea pathogens came to a sudden halt right where they stood. They began to scream and wail frantically. Eerie echoes quickly filled the entire defensive position. The white blood cells looked at one another, none of them knowing what exactly was happening to the pathogens at that moment. But immediately afterward, a rare purple glow burst forth from the eyes of every pathogen. As if taken over by a new master, they instantly became filled with unbridled rage and frenzied fury. All the pathogens moved in perfect unison, turning their heads in unison. Before the group of white blood cells could react, they sprang to their feet, pounced on them, and began tearing at them frantically. Chapter 71, Fusion, Macrophage. The Legion commander picked up the protein spear lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he swept it horizontally, slicing an archaeal pathogen that had just pounced from the ground clean in two. Black fluid instantly splattered onto the peptide chain legs of the nearby observation platform. Yet this desperate sweep left his entire body aching. The organelles within him, not yet fully recovered, seemed to have their old injuries flare up at that very moment, leaving him extremely weakened. The remaining white blood cells also grabbed their spears one after another and launched an emergency defense against the sudden onslaught of archaea plague. Some among them had undergone the trials of the divine realm, and their strength had been enhanced. Even in an emergency defense, they could swiftly neutralize the danger before them. However, some white blood cells were not so fortunate. Before they could even react, one or even several archaea pathogens pounced directly onto their faces, instantly tearing and devouring them until they were unrecognizable. The white blood cells, already outnumbered, now found even their most basic defenses becoming a desperate struggle. Boss, what's going on? These pathogens seem to have suddenly grown stronger. They're actually fighting back. One of the white blood cell soldiers, spear raised, slowly retreated behind the Legion commander and asked, clearly at his wit's end. You're asking me? How should I know? The Legion commander said, forcing back the pain from his internal injuries. At that moment, the frenzied giant pathogen was already wildly swinging its bone club at the throat. The surrounding rock walls crumbled to dust after just a couple of blows. Swinging its club wildly, it charged straight toward their position. "Boss, things are looking bad. If this keeps up, we're all going to die here. We got no way out this time. Why don't we unleash that move?" "Yeah, boss. If we don't use that move now, we'll never get another chance." Right. Several white blood cells, holding off the Plague-S assault, retreated step by step to the Legion commander's side and began pleading with him. Every one of these white blood cells had undergone the trials of the divine realm. Not only had their power been strengthened within the divine realm, but they had also been blessed by it, collectively gaining a terrifying ability. The cost of unleashing this ability was so great it was practically trading the white blood cells' lives for greater power. Consequently, the Legion commander had long issued a strict order forbidding its use. It was absolutely forbidden unless absolutely necessary. But now, the white blood cells had reached a critical moment of life and death. If the ban was not lifted immediately to turn the tide of battle, every single one of them might perish here. Faced with his subordinates' pleas, the Legion commander fell silent. His gaze slowly shifted toward the giant plague creature that was crushing its way toward their position. Watching his defenseless subordinates fall one after another beneath that massive bone club. In an instant, he had silently made his decision. "The ban is lifted." He spoke each word deliberately, every syllable weighed heavily on him. He did not want to see any more of his men fall. Therefore, he could only decide to sacrifice the lives of his elite white blood cells to secure victory in this war. Upon hearing the order to lift the ban, the several white blood cell subordinates surrounding him dropped the protein spears in their hands. They then huddled closely together. Seeing this, the Legion commander closed his eyes, tears welling up. Immediately afterward, the membranes of the huddled white blood cells began to fuse. Several white blood cells were directly integrated into a single entity. The Legion commander wiped the glistening tears from the corners of his eyes, then leaped to his feet and rushed toward the cluster of cells in the midst of fusion. Countless cytoplasm and organelles intertwined and combined, twisting and merging, ultimately forming a gigantic supercell on the battlefield. "Look, what is that?" On the outskirts, a white blood cell suddenly noticed this extraordinary phenomenon within the ranks, and an indescribable joy instantly flooded his face. "Hey, look! The boss and the others have fused. It's the legendary macrophage. We're saved." In an instant, seeing the macrophage appear on the battlefield, the white blood cell's morale soared. The macrophage was nearly as large as a giant-sized pathogen. Its core was formed by the fusion of the Legion commander and several elite white blood cells, with its consciousness controlled by the Legion commander. The ability to fuse into a macrophage was precisely the terrifying power obtained through the Divine Realm trial. Once the fusion was complete, none of the white blood cells involved would return to their original forms. They had been sacrificed as offerings for the fusion, serving as the nutrients required for the process. The macrophage began synthesizing matter within its body through genetic coding, and in the next instant, 4 powerful limbs composed of protein sprouted from the massive mother cell. A gigantic, highly processed, and precision-engineered protein spear instantly coalesced in its hand. Once the formation was complete, the macrophage slammed its massive palm down onto the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, all the growing stage plagues in the vicinity were sent flying by this colossal impact, as if they were mere grains of sand. Immediately afterward, the macrophage swung the spear in its hand, flinging it through the air in a sweeping arc. A crescent-shaped arc instantly swept across the sky. The next second, all the growing stage pathogens that had been sent flying turned into black liquid mid-air, like blooming blood blisters. The density was so high that it resembled a torrential downpour of black rain falling from the sky over the entire defensive position. The ground and every reachable surface within the position seemed to be instantly coated with a layer of black tar. Having dealt with these growing stage pathogens, the macrophage stood tall and swung its spear horizontally. The black liquid at the spearhead flew out, and a silver glow appeared on the spear's surface. In the distance, the giant-sized pathogen seemed to sense the threat on the battlefield as well. It tossed aside the white blood cell it had been crushing until it was twisted and deformed, picked up the bone club lying on the ground, and charged straight toward the macrophage within the defensive position. Seeing this, the macrophage raised its spear and charged head-on. The arm gripping the spear shaft thrust forward with all its might. A glint of cold steel appeared first, followed by the spear shooting forth like a dragon. Boom! In an instant, the two gigantic weapons collided violently. A deafening, deep rumble echoed out. Two whirlwinds rose almost simultaneously from beneath their feet, spreading outward in an instant. They sent every living thing within a radius of several meters flying. All the sand and dust were sent swirling into the air. A hazy gray mist instantly billowed up within the stronghold. At this moment, the giant phagocyte was not to be outdone, unleashing a flurry of spear thrusts in rapid succession at the giant plague on the other side of the gray mist. The giant plague, however, did not back down. Wielding his bone club, he parried every thrust in quick succession. Bolstered by his frenzied state, his speed was noticeably superior to that of the giant phagocyte. The macrophage, however, soon began to tire after several consecutive missed lunges, and its speed began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, the giant plague creature parried the spear thrust before him and then brought the bone club down with a crushing blow, aiming directly for the macrophage's vital points. Chapter 72, Fallen in Battle, Adult Giant Plague. At the last possible moment, the macrophage hurriedly raised its spear to block the attack. But it was already running out of strength. Faced with the giant plague's powerful strike, the spear's defense gradually proved inadequate. Next, the giant plague began swinging its bone club relentlessly, hammering furiously at the spear in the macrophage's hands. It was like a blacksmith wielding a forging hammer. Blow after blow rained down. Soon, the spear was smoking from the impact. A fine crack gradually appeared on the shaft, barely visible unless examined closely. Yet, the macrophage was forced to take several steps back by this monstrous force. He was driven right up to the edge of the lookout platform, with nowhere left to retreat. The next second, the giant plague mustered all his strength and brought the bone club down with a single, powerful blow. Crack! The spear shaft snapped clean in two right in the macrophage's hands. In the blink of an eye, the macrophage reacted the moment the stock snapped. He rolled sideways, dodging the deadly blow. The full force of the bone club struck the observation deck behind him. In an instant, it shattered the entire supporting structure of the deck. Like a tower on the verge of collapse, it crashed down before the giant plague. Countless debris plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the colossal plague's head. Struck by these foreign objects, the colossal plague grew even more frenzied than before. Roar! It let out a heart-wrenching roar toward the sky, causing the earth to tremble violently. The intense shockwave instantly shattered the weaker, juvenile plagues within a radius of several meters, reducing them to pools of black liquid on the ground. The macrophage, too, felt a momentary wave of dizziness from the roar. In that split second of distraction, the giant plague had already advanced, bone club in hand. It raised its arm and delivered a skull-crushing blow aimed directly at the macrophage's head. Seeing that the end was near, the macrophage closed his eyes, resigned to his fate as he prepared to meet his end. However, just as the hammer blow, accompanied by a piercing whistling wind, was about to strike, the bone club suddenly hovered in front of him. At that moment, even though the giant plague had mustered all his strength, the bone club in his hand could not descend even a fraction of an inch further. The giant phage opened his eyes and witnessed a surprising sight. Two incredibly resilient tentacles reached out from behind him, tightly coiling around the bone club in his hand. What are you waiting for? Go for it! Behind him, not far away, Ning Tian flapped his wings, hovering in midair, and tilted his head to signal the macrophage. The macrophage smiled knowingly at the sight, then decisively picked up the broken spearhead lying on the ground and thrust it viciously into the giant plague's abdomen. Splash! Black liquid instantly gushed out from the gash in its belly. Though this strike didn't deal a fatal blow, it temporarily rendered it completely immobile. Archaea Plague Adult Stage. Level, 18. Stage, Pathogen. Health, 3000. Stamina, 1000. Attack, 500. Defense, 500. Speed, 30. Ning Tian quickly scanned the enemy's stats, taking advantage of the brief moment before it could recover. He immediately followed up with an attack skill from behind. Stab shot, activate. A barrage of concentrated stabs was fired in neat rows toward the crosshairs focused on the giant plague's back. All 50 stab rounds hit their mark without a single miss, striking the giant plague's back. They pierced it, turning it into a shape resembling a hedgehog. Although Stab Shot LV2 deals only 70% of the maximum attack damage, each round pierced through the giant plague's defense, ultimately dealing 67 points of damage. But when all 50 rounds were added together, the total damage was quite substantial. 3,350. A red number popped up above the giant plague's head. The next second, it burst like a giant bubble filled with black liquid. With a pop, it exploded right where it stood. A torrent of black liquid surged forth, completely engulfing the entire defensive position. Seeing this, Ning Tian immediately became eager to step forward and harvest the nutrients. However, when he arrived at the spot where the plague had died, he discovered something. This adult archaea plague had left no nutrition points or DNA fragments behind after its death. Not only that, but he even recalled the 5 growing stage plagues he had wiped out on the battlefield earlier. It seemed they hadn't left any nutrients behind after dying either. Their deaths were quite different from those of other cells. They simply dissolved into a pool of black liquid right where they stood. Nothing was left behind. Could it be that upon death, all the substances inside their bodies were directly dissolved by hydrolases? Ning Tian speculated wildly in his mind. But that doesn't make sense either. No matter how fast the hydrolysis is, it couldn't possibly be this quick. In the blink of an eye, everything was gone? Although he had saved the macrophages at the last moment, Ning Tian couldn't muster any enthusiasm right now. It would have been one thing if these archaea had simply died from the plague, but to leave behind no nutrients, no genetic fragments, not even ashes, was truly infuriating. Pulling back his tentacles, Ning Tian was instantly filled with rage, cursing under his breath. Just then, he suddenly sensed a deep rumbling. Hum. It was as if a mental fluctuation had suddenly jolted his mind. But it vanished in the blink of an eye. This sudden anomaly immediately caught his attention. He closed his eyes and quickly entered his spirit space to investigate what had just happened. However, he found nothing out of the ordinary within his spirit space. Only that unidentifiable gene fragment remained there, lying motionless like a dead pig. Strange. Could I have imagined it? Ning Tian muttered to himself, then withdrew from his spirit space. At his current level of evolution, he was still unable to influence his own spirit space. And the DNA fragment extracted from the gene bank remained completely still. So if that rumbling wasn't a figment of his imagination, who could have produced it? Just as he was pondering this, suddenly, the black liquid beneath his body coalesced into a single stream. As if possessed of consciousness and life, it began flowing in a single direction. Ning Tian glanced at the macrophage before him and asked, "What is going on?" The macrophage shook its head. It didn't speak, but instead stood up from the ground and picked up the protein spear, which had been broken into 2 pieces. Then it opened its wide mouth and swallowed it whole. Countless amino acids surged from within his body toward the spear's broken end. In an instant, they coalesced into a peptide chain structure, repeatedly folding and restructuring until the fractured sections were seamlessly reconnected. A complete, brand new spear took shape. After undergoing screening by various compounds within his body, it was finally expelled from his mouth. He picked up the repaired spear and said expressionlessly, "Although we've dealt with one major problem, this battle isn't over yet. There are other pathogens in the defensive line that need to be eliminated. If we continue to stand idly by, more of our brothers will fall here." With that, he turned away, preparing to go support the other white blood cells. Before leaving, he casually added over his shoulder, "Oh, and thanks for earlier. I'll repay this favor when the opportunity arises." With that, he walked away without looking back. Chapter 73, The Sudden Attack of the Tentacles. In the distance, a black, viscous substance was constantly gathering. It flowed slowly from within the stronghold toward the throat, eventually converging entirely outside the stronghold. Watching this strange phenomenon, Ning Tian felt a tinge of unease. However, the largest one had already been taken care of. The battle had essentially become a one-sided affair. The next task was to eliminate the remaining pathogens still clinging to their last stand within the stronghold. Seeing that the macrophages had already rushed over to help, Ning Tian steeled his resolve and said to himself, "Alright, since that's the case, I won't hold back." With that, he rubbed his hands together. To be precise, it was those two slender, pale tentacles. He calmly made his way over to the white blood cell that had been twisted and deformed by the giant pathogen grip. At that moment, the white blood cell was on the verge of death, clinging to its last breath. The giant pathogen's powerful grip had virtually destroyed the structure of its organelles. The membranes of the lysosomes had already ruptured. All manner of hydrolases were leaking out, flowing into the cytoplasm, where they were hydrolyzing and eroding the other damaged organelles within him. "Buddy, are you going to make it? If not, don't push yourself, let me handle this." Ning Tian bent down, crouching beside him, and asked with a look of concern, "I think I might still be able to pull through?" The white blood cell lay sprawled on the ground, mustering every ounce of strength to speak with great difficulty. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a stream of luminous cytoplasm instantly coughed from his mouth. Cough, cough. The next second, his cell membrane burst instantly, dissolving right on the spot into a pool of cytoplasmic fluid and a strand of DNA emitting green fluorescence. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but frown. "Ugh, I told you before, don't push yourself if you can't do it. Why go through all that suffering before you die? In the end, I'm still the one who has to." With that, he reluctantly swam over to the pool of glowing fluid. "Congratulations on successfully absorbing the white blood cell's nutrients. You have gained 2,000 nutrition points and 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the white blood cell's DNA fragment. You have gained 1,000 gene points." Adhering to the principles of not wasting anything and not being picky, Ning Tian began searching the battlefield for the corpses of other white blood cells after completely absorbing all the nutrients. After the fierce battle, this section of the battlefield had become a veritable treasure trove of nutrients. The plague forces engaged in combat had no time to concern themselves with these nutrients, so everything left behind became Ning Tian's spoils. Mass casualties often resulted in clusters of cell corpses piled up together. Consequently, Ning Tian easily collected over 20 white blood cell corpses from the battlefield. This yielded a total of 40,000 nutrition points and 20,000 gene points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 16. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. You have gained an additional split. New evolution path unlocked. Current available evolution direction, fins. Evolution direction, fins. This is an evolution path exclusive to cell clusters. It requires consuming 2 of the host's daughter cells and transforming them into fin-like structures on the host's back and tail, respectively. These structures stabilize the body and generate propulsive force for forward movement. Note, this evolution is an advanced form of the swift flagellum. Upon completion, it will completely replace the swift flagellum. Evolution requirements: the host cell cluster must have 7 or more daughter cells. Additional attribute: speed plus 50. Although a new evolution path had been unlocked, Ning Tian had not yet met the evolution requirements. Therefore, he had to put the evolution plan on hold for now. He would have to wait until he reached level 18 and gained additional division attempts before considering it further. Let us take a look at enhancements. Immediately, Ning Tian shifted his attention to enhancements. At this point, only the cell nucleus and cell wall remained unenhanced among the single-cell stage organs. Moreover, the nutrition points required to enhance these two were significantly fewer than those needed for the cell cluster S organs. Therefore, Ning Tian decided to enhance these two first. Enhance the cell nucleus. Enhancement failed. Enhancing the cell nucleus requires the host to reach level 20 to unlock. The hostess current level is 16. Please level up first. However, the failure message popped up by the system left him completely baffled. Why? He expressed extreme confusion and dissatisfaction regarding the restriction on enhancing the cell nucleus. Why were there no restrictions when enhancing other organs? Why only the cell nucleus? Could it be that enhancing the cell nucleus is linked to unlocking the next stage? Ning Tian wondered to himself. Having hit a dead end, he simply closed the cell nucleus enhancement panel and shifted his attention to the cell wall. Enhancing the cell wall shouldn't cause any problems, right? However, just as he was about to begin the enhancement, a colossal force suddenly swept in from behind him, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. The object behind him entered his sensory range and was immediately detected. With lightning-fast reflexes, he darted aside to evade it. Then, right where he had been standing just moments before, there was a sudden, thunderous boom. A violent explosion erupted. The ground seemed to have been struck by a heavy artillery shell. A massive crater was instantly gouged out. The surrounding sand and dust were instantly whipped up, forming a cloud of smoke and dust that blocked Ning Tian's view. But within his sensory range, he could still sense the presence of that object. He saw the elongated object, having missed its target, immediately retract from the caved-in ground. It then shifted direction and once again aimed toward Ning Tian. At that moment, Ning Tian seemed to understand. Clearly, this thing hadn't struck here by accident. Rather, it had deliberately targeted Ning Tian as its target. However, having realized this, Ning Tian showed not the slightest sign of panic in the face of this malicious attack. Countless battles and trials within the divine realm had long since forged his mental fortitude. Even in the face of this sudden, unexpected strike, he remained calm, his composure unshakable. A faint smile touched his lips as he growled under his breath. Dual blade mode, activate. Dual blade mode activated. Your attack power has increased by 150%, reaching 1215. The skill, thrust shot, is disabled in this state. In the next instant, two protein warblades sprang from the base of the membrane, gripping the two tentacles firmly. Just as the elongated object lunged toward him, two streaks of light crisscrossed in front of him. They sliced the attacker clean in two. Only after the dust settled could he barely make out the object that had attacked him. It was half a black tentacle. At this moment, only this half remained on the ground. As for the other half, it was likely still attached to the main body and had already been retracted by the attacker. After a quick inspection, Ning Tian prepared to swallow the thing, intending to have the doctor's vacuoles analyze what kind of substance it was. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to act, the severed tentacle dissolved directly on the ground into a pool of viscous black liquid. This method of disintegration felt strangely familiar. He didn't even have to think to know it was a part of some ancient pathogen. Yet, to this day, he had never seen a tentacle grow from any ancient pathogen. Could this be a new variant? Just then, a black silhouette rose slowly, casting a shadow over a large open area in front of Ning Tian. Chapter 74, Numa's Curseblade 50% unlocked. Ning Tian quickly turned his head and looked up at the sky. There, suspended in the sky, was a massive black, tumor-like mass. From a distance, it resembled a giant black squid, with 4 tentacles dangling from its underside. One of them had been severed halfway, but countless strands of archaeal matter quickly sprouted from the wound, instantly regenerating the severed tentacle. A queen worm? Did the Archaea create this thing to provide supplies? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. If he remembered correctly, this thing's functions were likely limited to reconnaissance and transport. Beyond that, it was essentially non-aggressive. But clearly, he was wrong. The moment this massive, tumor-like entity appeared in the sky, all the Archaea plagues, whether engaged in battle or at rest, all seemed to have beheld their sovereign. Instantly, they snapped out of their frenzy and, with an air of reverence, knelt in unison toward the same point in the sky, performing a grand bow of submission. Witnessing this spectacular scene, Ning Tian was stunned. Of course, he wasn't the only one stunned. The macrophages and other white blood cells guarding the stronghold were equally astonished. Taking advantage of the moment when the plague before him was kneeling in worship, one white blood cell launched a fierce stab with its protein spear, piercing it from behind. Instantly, the plague dissolved into a pool of black liquid right before his eyes. However, before he could celebrate, a black tentacle shot out at a speed he could barely perceive, piercing straight through his cell membrane with a whoosh. It sucked the nutrients from his body until he was completely drained, then, along with the pool of black liquid on the ground, flowed back into the tumor-like mass in the sky through a vein-like structure at the base of the tentacle. Immediately afterward, the tumor-like mass in the sky bloomed like a flower bud. The outer walls of the sac slowly opened, revealing the black cells enclosed within. At the same time, the 4 tentacles on the base reached out directly toward Ning Tian, who was still on the ground. A murderous aura surged toward him from all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian decisively chose to counterattack. The protein double-edged blade swung relentlessly before him, clean and precise, its movements flowing seamlessly as it severed the attacking tentacles one after another, with not a trace of hesitation. However, these tentacles seemed to possess extraordinary regenerative abilities. Every time Ning Tian severed one, countless archaeal matter would crawl to the severed end, continuously sprouting new tentacles from it. Soon, as the slashing continued, Ning Tian gradually grew exhausted, yet those 4 tentacles still clung to him relentlessly. With no other choice, he unfurled the wings on his back and soared into the sky. However, leaving the ground gave the tentacles an opening. 2 of them wrapped directly around his wings from behind, while the other 2 entwined with his own tentacles from both sides, then tied them together in a tight knot. The 4 tentacles simultaneously pulled Ning Tian toward the main body of the tumor. The black cell above was suspended on the open base of the sac, its arms crossed over its chest, quietly awaiting Ning Tian's arrival. As the distance closed, Ning Tian quickly recognized the black cell. It was the traitorous cell he had killed earlier, the one that hadn't triggered the mission completion prompt. However, with just a single glance, Ning Tian saw through the deception. Not only had the wounds on its body and wings healed completely, but within his sensory range, he could sense an indescribable malevolence emanating from it. Moreover, a purple, eerie glow completely different from before flared in the depths of its eyes. Although outwardly similar, this black cell clearly gave him a completely different feeling from the traitorous one. "Who are you, exactly?" Ning Tian demanded. "Me? Ha!" The black cell let out a cold laugh from its pedestal, then spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "The one who'll send you on your way." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he extended his black, razor-sharp claws. The sharp claw pierced Ning Tian's body with the ease of a blade cutting through a sheet of paper. At that moment, all the cold, gleaming membrane barbs on Ning Tian's surface were utterly useless against this sudden, black assault. He could only watch as the claw broke through the membrane barrier unimpeded, plunging into the cytoplasmic fluid. However, the black cell did not seem intent on killing Ning Tian outright. It raised its eyes, gazing at Ning Tian with a faint purple glow in its pupils, then said indifferently, "You're good material, it would be a shame to kill you. As it happens, I've been planning to replace my servant with someone more obedient. From now on, you'll serve me faithfully. Your life will be returned to you once the reshaping is complete." With that, the tubular structure on his arm swelled instantly, emitting a gurgling sound as fluid flowed through it. It began to continuously pump special nutrients and black archaeal matter into Ning Tian's body. As the fluid flowed, Ning Tian's will quickly began to wane. In that moment, he suddenly understood why that renegade cell had betrayed the entire white blood cell population. However, just as his consciousness was about to slip out of control, a powerful vibration suddenly erupted from his spirit space. This vibration not only shook the black cell away but also severed the black claws it had plunged into Ning Tian's body. The transfer of nutrients, which had been halfway through, abruptly stopped. The 4 tentacles wrapped around Ning Tian's body snapped in an instant. Immediately afterward, an invisible, colossal force gripped Ning Tian's head, dragging his consciousness from reality into the spiritual realm. Then it slammed him down into the waters of the Heart Lake. After gulping down several mouthfuls of lake water, Ning Tian snapped back to his senses and struggled to the surface. At that moment, he could already clearly sense the anomaly within the spiritual realm. That gene bank fragment, which the system couldn't analyze, was now faintly glowing with a blue, ethereal light inside the bubble in spirit space. Perhaps stimulated by the archaeal matter, this mysterious DNA fragment had been awakened from its slumber. Do you wish to spend 5,000 gene points to unlock DNA fragment? Yes. Ning Tian replied without hesitation. The next second, the double helix structure flashed brightly within his mental realm. Successfully spent 5,000 gene points. Analyzing DNA fragment? At the same time, the gene bank's evolution key slowly unfolded in his mind. Two battle blades, radiating a golden glow from head to toe, emerged slowly from his mental realm in a crossed formation. Ning Tian gripped the two golden blades firmly in his hands, and immediately, a powerful force surged into his body. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Numa's Cursed Blade DNA fragment. Current unlock progress, 50%. Numa's Cursed Blade 50% unlock effects. Bonus effect, attack power increased by 50%. Inherent skill, growth inhibition. Any wound inflicted by the Numa's Cursed Blade will have its self-healing and regeneration capabilities significantly reduced. Synthesizing the Numa's Cursed Blade requires 50,000 nutrition points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Congratulations. 50,000 nutrition points have been consumed. The Numa's Cursed Blade has been successfully synthesized, and the protein double-edged blade has been transformed into the Cursed Blade form. No sooner had the voice faded than Ning Tian instantly returned from the spiritual realm to reality. At that moment, the black cell that had been knocked far away was hovering above the pedestal, glaring at him with a look of resentment. The severed arm and 4 tentacles had also regrown in an instant. Gritting his teeth, his eyes as cold as ashes, he snarled. You beast, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 75, The Final Showdown. Ning Tian versus the Archaea Mother. Almost at the same moment, 2 beams of light rose from Ning Tian's hands. At that moment, the 2 protein double-edged blades in his hands had already transformed into Cursed Blade form. A dazzling golden glow shimmered upon the blades. Ding! Mission objective has been updated. Mission 9, eliminate the Archaea Mother in its parasitic state. Mission reward, nutrition points plus 30,000, gene points plus 10,000. Mission note, due to the Archaea Mother's intervention, the mutinous white blood cells have been parasitized, resulting in a significant increase in their power. The mission objective and final reward have been updated accordingly. Archaeal Mother. Level, 20. Stage, bacterial clustered parasitic form. Health, 3,000. Stamina, 1,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 1,500. Archaeal matter armor plus 500. Speed, 150. Ning Tian glanced at the Archaea Mother's stats, then gripped the cursed blade in his hand. You refused my offer of mercy, so now you'll face the consequences. I originally intended to spare your wretched life so you could serve me, but it seems that's no longer necessary. You're just as worthless as that fool. Both of you are inferior creatures with no value for cultivation. There's no use keeping you alive, so go die. The Archaea Mother said, her words laced with anger and humiliation. Immediately, a gust of wind rose from the base, and 4 tentacles shot out, accompanied by a roaring howl, all surging toward Ning Tian. However, Ning Tian showed not the slightest sign of panic. He raised the cursed blade directly. A golden streak of light flashed before him, forming 2 crescent arcs. In an instant, he severed all 4 attacking tentacles. Since the cursed blade possessed an inherent growth inhibiting effect, the regenerative capacity of any wounds it inflicted was drastically weakened. Consequently, the severed tentacles could not regrow instantly. This presented Ning Tian with a perfect opportunity to counterattack. Taking advantage of the brief interval before the 4 tentacles could regenerate, Ning Tian flapped his wings and charged toward the Archaean's main body, blade in hand. Earlier, when his blade struck the tentacles, no damage numbers appeared. This meant that no matter how many times he severed the tentacles, the Archaeal Mother would not lose a single drop of health. These tentacles were formed by the aggregation of archaeal matter, consuming only the remaining archaeal matter of the main body. As long as there was sufficient archaeal matter, these tentacles could regenerate infinitely. Only by attacking the main body could he inflict actual damage. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%, now at 282. Duration, 10 seconds. The acceleration skill instantly boosted Ning Tian's speed to a whole new level. At top speed, the golden curse blade streaked toward the Archaeal Mother, trailing a trail of light. However, the Archaeal Mother was fully prepared for Ning Tian's assault. With a faint smile, the sack-like lobes unfurled from its base instantly contracted, enveloping the main body and forming a massive protective barrier. This caused Ning Tian's curse blade to strike the sack-like lobes instead. It carved two faint gashes into the outer wall of the sack. No damage numbers appeared. Not only that, but the freshly inflicted wounds were immediately filled with fresh archaeal matter. Clearly, it wasn't just the sack, the entire base was synthesized from archaeal matter. Although the curse blade had reduced most of its regenerative capacity, significantly diminishing the healing effects of the archaeal matter. Even so, as this fresh archaeal matter recoated the wounds, it still provided a certain degree of protection. As long as the Archaeal Mother could continue to mobilize archaeal matter endlessly, Ning Tian would never be able to break through this defense. All his attacks were dealing no damage. No, I have to find a way to cut off his source of archaeal matter. Otherwise, once I'm exhausted, I'll have no chance of defeating him. Ning Tian thought to himself. But where exactly is this archaeal matter coming from? Just then, the sound of clashing weapons suddenly rang out from the ground. It turned out that while Ning Tian had been fighting the Archaeal Mother, the archaeal plague on the ground hadn't been idle either. They all turned around and resumed their battle with the surrounding white blood cells. The battle erupted almost simultaneously with the one in the sky. And every time an archaeal plague died in the fray, it left a pool of black liquid on the battlefield. As the number of casualties mounted, these pools of black liquid began to converge spontaneously toward a single spot, eventually coalescing into a massive mass of liquid. This eerie scene couldn't help but remind Ning Tian of something. After that giant pathogen died, the black liquid it turned into had also coalesced in this way, then flowed out toward the perimeter of the stronghold. It was as if it were being absorbed by something outside the stronghold. Just then, a bold thought surged into Ning Tian's mind. Could that be the source of the archaeal matter? With that thought, he hesitated not a moment, flapping his wings and diving toward the pool of condensed liquid. At the same time, a tentacle that had just finished healing reached out violently toward the liquid as Ning Tian dove. Seeing this, Ning Tian's lips curled slightly upward, and he swung his blade with a clean, horizontal slash. The tentacle was instantly severed in mid-air. This indirectly confirmed Ning Tian's hypothesis. I see. No wonder the archaeal plague doesn't leave behind nutrition points or genetic fragments after it dies. It turns out they all transform into archaeal matter and are reabsorbed by the mother body. This recycling system is really impressive. Ning Tian sighed inwardly, then landed beside the pool of black liquid. Now, if I can just eliminate the source of this archaeal matter, I should be able to break through the Archaeal Mother's defenses, right? With that thought, he immediately muttered a command in his mind. Ethanol molecules, begin synthesis. 100 stamina points consumed. Synthesizing ethanol molecules internally. Synthesis duration, 10 seconds. Although the Numa's curse blade possessed the remarkable ability to suppress wound regeneration, it was completely powerless against these vast swaths of liquid matter. To eliminate the source of this archaeal matter, alcohol was the only way to completely inactivate it. However, the Archaeal Mother in the sky quickly sensed Ning Tian's intentions. It directly commanded all the archaeal plagues on the battlefield to launch a coordinated attack on Ning Tian. In an instant, a deluge of black plague surged toward Ning Tian from all directions. At the very same moment, the three newly regrown tentacles lunged violently at Ning Tian on the ground. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Ning Tian felt an immense sense of pressure. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the giant macrophage in the distance suddenly shouted to all the white blood cells within the stronghold. Brothers, the plague has set its sights on our ally. We can't let him fight alone in a place like this. Everyone, move out immediately to provide support. Upon hearing this, all the white blood cells seemed to be moved by a call of destiny. A white torrent formed within the defensive position, surging directly toward Ning Tian. It coalesced into a powerful shield behind him, completely blocking the path of the plague and preventing it from advancing even a single step. You're asking for death. The Archaea mother roared in fury, extending all three of her tentacles toward the macrophage. The three tentacles, like three sharp spears, struck directly at the macrophage's nuclear membrane. Unexpectedly, a golden streak of light suddenly intercepted the tentacle's path in midair. Ning Tian leapt into the air, using the lift generated by his wings to swing his spellblade and sever all three tentacles. He then landed steadily. The black liquid coating the blade instantly dissolved under the glow of the spellblade. At the same time, the organelles within his body transmitted a message to him. Ethanol molecules, synthesis complete. Chapter 76, The Archaea Mother, Defeated. Ning Tian decisively transported the synthesized ethanol out of the vacuole. He divided it into 3 portions. He handed 2 of them to the macrophage. This contains an alcohol solution. After killing these archaea pathogens, you must use the alcohol to completely inactivate the liquid substance they leave behind. Otherwise, that monster in the sky will absorb the archaeal matter within the liquid and gain an endless supply of power. Hearing Ning Tian's instructions, the macrophage quickly took the alcohol vials from his hand. It then turned to face the other white blood cell warriors and said, "Does everyone understand?" "We understand." In an instant, the morale of the white blood cells gathered within the defensive position soared once more. Watching this scene, Ning Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although he couldn't produce much alcohol at his current level, and those 2 vials of alcohol solution wouldn't last very long. As long as the white blood cells could hold off the enemy on the ground and completely cut off the archaeal mother's supply of archaeal matter while he was engaged in battle with her, his chances of victory would increase significantly. With that in mind, Ning Tian flapped his wings and soared back into the air. Having assigned the ground-level tasks, the time had come for his one-on-one confrontation with the archaeal mother. During this period, the archaeal mother would be unable to obtain any archaeal matter from the ground. Ning Tian still had 1 portion of the alcohol solution left, the one he saved for himself. He applied this alcohol to the Numa's cursed blade. Numa's cursed blade plus ethanol, combination complete. Obtained combination trait, Numa's cursed blade ethanol. The cursed blade could suppress the archaeal mother's ability to heal and regenerate its wounds. Meanwhile, the alcohol smeared on the blade could directly destroy the archaeal matter that crawled onto the wounds to form a secondary defense. Once all the archaeal matter on her body was depleted, the battle would be over. "Come on, now it's time for our showdown." Ning Tian gripped the cursed blade tightly and said with confidence, "Us? Do you even think you're worthy?" The Archaea sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. Clearly, he hadn't yet realized just how dangerous his current situation was. In his eyes, Ning Tian was indeed a promising prospect, but only when compared to the other servants. After all, servants were still just servants, they were nowhere near capable of holding their own against him. He had no idea that, in addition to the cursed blade, Ning Tian also possessed the method for synthesizing ethanol. Combined, these 2 things were, for a pathogen like him who relied solely on infinite regeneration and healing abilities, nothing short of a perfect countermeasure and a lethal weapon. Ning Tian wasted no words. There was no point in talking, any idle chatter would only slow down the pace of the battle. He raised the cursed blade and lunged straight at the Archaea mother. At that moment, the sac-like membrane resembled a black bud, still firmly enclosing the main body within. Even though the 3 severed tentacles had not yet healed, as long as it was protected by this membrane, the archaeal mother believed it could slowly wear Ning Tian down. But it was wrong. Rip! A tear suddenly ripped open in the capsule. Immediately after, a second, then a third. Light gradually began to filter in from outside the capsule. The outer wall of the capsule was now covered in knife wounds inflicted by Ning Tian. All the archaeal matter that rushed to repair the damage was completely incinerated by the alcohol left behind in the wounds. In an instant, the archaeal mother's secondary defense was completely breached. Facing Ning Tian, who possessed two absolutely lethal weapons, it was like a lamb led to the slaughter. How is this possible? Watching the sack gradually being dismantled, the archaeal mother was momentarily stunned. It hurriedly recalled the tentacle it had just regenerated to provide backup, but halfway there, the tentacle suddenly went limp, instantly losing all vitality. Ning Tian did not intercept it. Instead, he chose to sever all four tentacles at their roots. Now, the archaea mother had lost even its sole means of defense. Under Ning Tian's suppression, the archaea mother was clearly on the decline. The sac gradually disintegrated, exposing the main body it had been enveloping. 323. At that moment, a red number suddenly appeared above the archaea mother's head. Seeing this damage figure, Ning Tian felt a surge of joy. Clearly, this meant that the newest curse blade could now inflict substantial damage on the archaea mother. With that thought, he hesitated not a moment and activated his skill. Blade Storm, activate. 320. 325. 321. In an instant, three numbers appeared simultaneously, and the archaeal mother's health bar was instantly halved. Severely wounded, it immediately took a step back, preparing to summon archaeal matter to heal its wounds. However, just then, it realized that it had exhausted all its archaeal matter. At the same time, it also noticed the battle unfolding on the ground. At that moment, white blood cells and the archaeal plague were locked in fierce combat on the ground, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Yet, there was hardly any black liquid appearing on the ground. In that instant, the archaeal mother realized. He quickly shifted his gaze back to Ning Tian, then asked with a look of resentment in his eyes. You have no connection to these white blood cells. Why do you keep interfering with us? It was a good question. After all, villains always have a few last words to say before they die. However, Ning Tian had no intention of answering. Without any regard for the rules of combat, he charged straight at the archaea mother. Just as she had finished asking the question earnestly and was about to wait patiently for a reply, Ning Tian swung his spell blade and stabbed the archaea mother repeatedly. 320. 322. 325. Archaea mother? Hold on, buddy. Let us talk this out. We could actually work together. I just want the core hub of Celltown, you can have all the rest. You want to think it over? Seeing that Ning Tian wasn't stopping, the archaea mother panicked and immediately extended an olive branch in an attempt to save herself. But Ning Tian acted as if he hadn't heard a word, his hand on the blade refusing to stop. 320. 325. Two more damage numbers flashed. At this point, the archaea mother was hanging on by a thread. But even in its final moments, it remained undeterred, refusing to give up on poaching Ning Tian, and pressed on. Why don't you name your own terms? No sooner had the words left its mouth than Ning Tian brought the blade down. 320. A sharp red number instantly popped up above its head. The archaea mother was dead. Congratulations on successfully defeating the archaea mother in its parasitic state. Mission 9 completed, nutrition points plus 30,000, gene points plus 10,000. Congratulations on earning 30,000 experience points. Looking at the point rewards he just earned, Ning Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is this archaea mother crazy? Who cares about those so-called benefits? I killed you just for the point rewards. At the same time, on the archaea mother's original pedestal, a pool of luminous liquid and a segment of DNA emitting green fluorescence remained. Ning Tian flapped his wings and flew over, collecting all the liquid and DNA. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the archaea mother's nutrients. You have earned 30,000 nutrition points and 30,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the archaea mother's DNA fragment. You have earned 10,000 gene points. Row after row of generous point rewards appeared on the interface, and Ning Tian was instantly overjoyed. However, unbeknownst to him, on the ground, a growing stage pathogen suddenly raised its head and cast a distant glance at him from within the mass of pathogens. Its gaze carried a hint of resentment. Chapter 77: The Tracking Protein Takes Effect. The man stood outside the door, brushing the snow off his clothes. He then pushed open the door, walked into the laboratory, and changed into a pristine white lab coat. Just then, Chen Wan'er suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze on the man, and asked with a hint of nervousness in her voice. "How did it go?" "The materials and reports have all been submitted. Our experiment has been approved, and the Foundation has allocated funds for an incubation project. Although the amount isn't large, it's enough for us to move out of here and find a decent new lab site." Hearing this, Chen Wan'er's heart finally settled. With a look of relief on her face, she said, "That's good. Once we move out of here, we won't have to put up with Han's harassment anymore." The man finished changing, adjusted his collar, and immediately asked, "What about you? How are things in the simulated ecosystem? After you left, the test subject underwent several more divisions and has now completely transformed into a cell cluster. Not only that, but it has successfully evolved tentacles and some wing-like structures. The bacteria that had multiplied came into contact with the test subject's lymph fluid a moment ago. During that contact, the test subject demonstrated a high level of immune resistance. Now, the vast majority of the bacteria have been eliminated by the test subject and the lymphocytes working together. It's only a matter of time before the rest are completely eradicated." Chen Wan'er refocused her attention on the experiment, reporting in detail everything that had occurred in the simulated ecosystem while the man was away. "Alright, in that case, let us finish the final step of the experiment before we move it out." With that, the man didn't pause for a moment and walked straight toward the freezer. This time, Chen Wan'er didn't argue. She nodded silently from her seat, then watched as the man pulled the metal box from the freezer and removed the black reagent inside. Macrophage, strength level 2. The man's gaze lingered on the tube's wall. The label, covered in black text, looked like a cage holding a demon. The moment he grasped the test tube, it seemed to roar at him from across the room. After a moment's thought, the man decided to hand the test tube to Chen Wan'er. "Inject it immediately. This time, I'll observe it personally. Let me see exactly how the test subject changes under the stimulation of strength level 2. Congratulations, your level has risen to 17. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. New evolution path unlocked. Current available evolution direction, tracking protein. Note, this is a functional evolution requiring no gene points. Upon evolution, it will unlock a new research project for the protein laboratory. Additional attributes, none. Proceed with evolution? Proceed with evolution." Ning Tian did not hesitate for a moment. "Congratulations! Evolution completed at 0 gene points. Tracking protein successfully unlocked. Currently available research, tracking protein. Tracking protein consumes 20 stamina to synthesize a tracking protein particle within the cell. Injecting this protein into a target allows for continuous tracking of that target. The duration of the tracking depends primarily on the activity of hydrolases within the target's body, with a maximum duration of 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the tracking protein will hydrolyze on its own within the target's body. Synthesis quantity, 1, synthesis cooldown, 1h. Researching tracking protein requires 2000 nutrition points. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed with research. Congratulations! You have spent 2000 nutrition points to complete the tracking protein research. You can now synthesize tracking protein within your body. Since this is an evolved research scheme, the research on the tracking protein has no research duration. It's essentially instant learn it and use it right away. Ning Tian closed the research panel and shifted his gaze to the ground. At this moment, with the Archaea Mother's demise, the Archaea plague on the ground was crumbling like rotten wood, beginning a massive retreat. The vast majority of the plague had perished in this battle. Only a handful of survivors remained, scattering in disarray toward the valley's exit. Without the Archaea Mother, this plague was essentially doomed. Unless, of course, they could hatch a new Archaea Mother in the short term. But that was a virtually impossible task. After all, the birth of any new species requires enduring a long process of evolution and mutation. Especially for a leader-class organism like the Archaea Mother, the time required for mutation is incredibly lengthy. During that long wait, the white blood cells would have more than enough time to wipe them out 10,000 times over. In this battle, although the white blood cells suffered heavy casualties, they had at least taken down the enemy's commander, so they could be said to have won a complete and utter victory. However, just then, a notification suddenly popped up on Ning Tian's interface. Ding! Mission 10, completely eradicate the Archaea Plague. Mission reward? Mission hint, the Archaea Plague appears to be on the verge of defeat, yet it remains highly dangerous. A new Archaea Mother is hatching in the nest. Locate it, completely neutralize it, and eradicate the Archaea Plague entirely. Note, this is a progressive mission. The rewards obtained depend on the overall eradication rate of the Archaea Plague. Upon seeing the mission prompt, Ning Tian was taken aback. Clearly, the war was not over. If he didn't completely wipe out the Plague's lair, it would return with a vengeance. But, the mission provided no clues as to the location of the Archaea's nest. This gave him quite a headache. Where on earth was he supposed to look? However, just then, a sudden idea struck Ning Tian. Wait a minute, didn't I just unlock the tracking protein? Since these pathogens have retreated, they must be heading back toward their nest. Why not take this opportunity to make use of it? With that, he flapped his wings and flew toward the retreating swarm of Archaea on the ground. From the dense swarm of Archaea, he randomly selected a lucky straggler, swiftly coiled it up with 2 tentacles, and pulled it high up in front of him. Tracking protein, synthesize. 20 stamina points consumed. Congratulations on successfully synthesizing a tracking protein. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ning Tian injected the fresh tracking protein directly into the pathogen's body. He then carefully set it down, placing it securely back on the ground. The plague beast seemed oblivious to this, merely twitching on the ground twice before swiftly dashing off to catch up with the main force. It only lasts 30 minutes. I hope it lives up to expectations and leads me to the nest's location within that time. Ning Tian gazed at the receding figure of the pathogen, murmuring to himself. Immediately, a red fluorescent marker appeared in his mind, perfectly overlapping with his field of vision and sensory range. While the tracking protein remained active, this fluorescent marker would persist until it was completely hydrolyzed within the archaeal pathogen's body. However, just as Ning Tian was about to set off in pursuit, a resounding voice suddenly rang out from the ground. Damn Archaea Plague, don't run. Come and die. Ning Tian. Chapter 78, Wiping Out the Mother's Nest. Stop it. Don't you dare ruin my plans. Seeing this, Ning Tian quickly flew down to intervene. However, the white blood cell was not pleased. Looking at Ning Tian, who had suddenly appeared and blocked his path, he raised his spear and pressed it against the latter's cell wall, demanding indignantly. What are you doing? These pathogens have killed so many of our brothers. Can't I vent my frustration? You outsider, if you know what's good for you, get out of my way right now. Sure, I have absolutely no objections. Not only do I have no objections, but I strongly support it. Some emotions that have been bottled up for a long time do indeed need to be released. You could even use your hands. But can we pick a different target? Don't just take it out on this one, okay? This one is very important to me. Ning Tian explained patiently he didn't want to start a pointless conflict in a place like this. Otherwise, under different circumstances, if any cell had dared to point a weapon at him like this, it would have been turned into nutrition points and gene points long ago. However, the white blood cell remained unyielding. You're really asking for it. I bet you're in cahoots with that Archaea Plague. Those words struck a nerve with Ning Tian. His expression turned icy the moment they were spoken. 2 spellblades, gleaming with golden light, let out a silent wail in his hands. It wasn't that the remark was particularly hurtful. It was simply that, when communication failed to resolve certain issues, force was the only recourse. Violence wasn't the only solution, but it was certainly the quickest and most straightforward of all methods. If it didn't work, then it meant he hadn't been violent enough. Hold on. Just as the tension between the two sides was reaching a boiling point, on the verge of erupting, a deep, resonant voice suddenly rang out from the distance, nipping the conflict in the bud. Both of them turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. There, the giant phagocyte was strolling toward them at a leisurely pace. Boss. At the sight of the macrophage, the white blood cell immediately deflated. Alright, you don't need to be so hard on our brother from out of town. I'm sure he had his reasons for acting this way. And besides, now that we won the battle, we shouldn't get bogged down in these trivialities. We'll honor our fallen brothers with this victory. We'll tell them their blood wasn't shed in vain. They'll be comforted knowing we won. But they certainly won't want to see this. After lecturing the white blood cell, the macrophage turned his gaze to Ning Tian and continued in a gentler tone. I know you still have important matters to attend to. We'll handle the cleanup here on the battlefield. You should go now. Ning Tian nodded, said nothing further, and flapped his wings to fly off into the distance. Watching Ning Tian's receding figure, the white blood cell said somewhat resentfully. Boss, why are you still sticking up for an outsider? You really don't learn, do you? What I just said was actually to save you. If I'd arrived even a second later, you'd likely have already fallen to his blade. The macrophage sighed, speaking with the frustration of someone disappointed in a wayward disciple. If that's the case, then why did you hand over the gene bank to this outsider in the first place? Something that important? Weren't you afraid he might change his mind one day? Can't you see? It was his to begin with. I've never seen anyone else successfully wield the blade he holds. It's the divine artifact foretold in the divine revelation. Only the chosen one designated by the gods can activate it. Didn't the gods entrust the gene bank to us and tell us to safeguard it precisely so we could await his arrival one day? Besides, without him in this war, we'd have been slaughtered on the battlefield long ago. Killing you would be child's play for him. He wouldn't even need to wait for your nonsense. It wasn't a change of heart that made him want to kill you, it was you running headlong into his blade. Next time something like this happens, use your head. Having said that, the macrophage lifted its head and gazed into the distance where Ning Tian was fading from view. A faint, almost imperceptible trace of reverence flickered in its eyes. Ning Tian flapped his wings, chasing that glowing marker for quite some time. Although there was a minor hiccup along the way. Fortunately, the marked pathogen hadn't strayed far. Soon, following the marker, he arrived at a secluded valley. There, at the valley floor, stood a massive black cyst, towering like a tumor. Countless root-like tendrils extended from its base, crawling across the entire valley floor. The pathogen he was tracking was now wandering beside the giant cyst. Not only that, but there were many other plagues exactly like it nearby, and every so often, a new plague would emerge from the giant sac. They all drifted around the sac, forming a dense swarm. Their numbers were considerable, and they seemed to be guarding the giant sac in the center, which resembled a mother nest. Clearly, the war had not destroyed all of their forces. The fact that they had gathered in such a place suggested they were biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. This must be the place. Ning Tian confirmed to himself. He flapped his wings twice and landed steadily near the hive. The plagues around him, upon seeing him, immediately turned hostile. One by one, they charged at him, fearless in the face of death, vowing to defend the hive to the last breath. In an instant, the dense swarm of archaeas surged together, forming a thick, writhing sac that completely enveloped Ning Tian. However, facing creatures with such a vast disparity in strength, Ning Tian paid them no mind. A single blade storm, like a meat grinder, instantly annihilated every one of the swarming pathogens. The remaining stragglers, witnessing this scene of utter annihilation, immediately abandoned the mother nest and slinked away in disgrace. Subsequently, Ning Tian shifted his gaze to the vesicle. With a ruthless stride, he slowly approached the plague's mother nest. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out once more. What good would it do you to kill me? The source of the voice was the mother nest right in front of Ning Tian. Deep and resonant, it was clearly the voice of the ancient bacterial mother. So the main body was hiding here all along. No wonder it remained so calm, taunting me even as I delivered the final blow. At this thought, a smile tugged at Ning Tian's lips, and everything suddenly clicked in his mind. All right then. Since you want to know the reason, I'll tell you. Without hesitation, he raised his voice and shouted at the mother nest. Killing you would be hugely beneficial to me. Having explained the situation, Ning Tian wasted no more words. He raised his cursed blade and began hacking down stroke after stroke at the defenseless mother nest. Current mother nest destruction, 10%. Current hive destruction, 30%. As the destruction increased, the point rewards from the mission began to multiply at a visible rate. Chapter 79, Annihilation and Descent. Current hive destruction, 50%. Soon, Ning Tian had reduced the hive's sac walls to a complete shambles. Countless spore clusters inside attempted to rush forward to save the situation, only to be instantly vaporized into black sludge by the afterglow of the cursed blade, flowing freely across the fungal carpet. As the sac walls disintegrated, the column-like cavity within the hive, filled with murky fluid, was laid bare. A faint purple glow seemed to emanate from within the cavity. Whenever a sound was made inside the mother nest, this halo would pulsate, gradually shifting from bright to dim. The words the Archaea mother had spoken to Ning Tian moments ago had come from within this murky fluid. Clearly, this was where the Archaeal mother's true form resided. It could never have imagined that Ning Tian would actually pursue it to a place like this. But pondering this now was pointless. The Archaeal mother knew its end was near. As Ning Tian entered the nest, it decided to make a last-ditch effort and launch its final assault. Countless tentacles extended from the remnants of the sac walls, lunging directly at Ning Tian. At the same time, the bacterial mat formed from archaeal matter on the ground rapidly caved in beneath Ning Tian's feet, creating a swamp-like quagmire in an attempt to slow his progress. However, to Ning Tian, all of this was nothing more than a trivial trick. TSK, trying to make one last desperate move even as death approaches? With that, he decisively swung his cursed blade, swiftly severing all the attacking tentacles. Then, he silently chanted in his mind. Ethanol molecules, begin synthesis. 100 stamina points consumed. Synthesizing ethanol molecules internally. Synthesis duration, 10 seconds. Ethanol began synthesizing within his body, preparing for the final neutralization phase. Meanwhile, the cursed blade in his hand never ceased its attack. With its life nearing its end, the Archaea mother was now desperate, mobilizing every available resource within the hive to launch a full-power assault on Ning Tian. Every time a tentacle was severed, a new one would regrow. Although the Numa's curse blade possessed a 50% regeneration and healing suppression effect, it was powerless against the fact that this was the enemy's stronghold. Since its inception and reproduction, the Archaea mother had stored nearly all the nutrients it had gathered here. The destroyed tentacles didn't even need to regenerate. If one was severed, it simply grew a new one in its place. However, the gap in power was undeniable. Without any cells to parasitize, the Archaea mother's power was worlds apart from Ning Tian's. Despite possessing an abundance of nutrients, it couldn't convert them into tangible combat power. Though the tentacles appeared numerous, Ning Tian severed them cleanly in midair before they could even get close. Their only effect was to slow Ning Tian's advance. Soon, 10 seconds had passed. The ethanol molecules had already been fully synthesized within Ning Tian's body. Without a word, he flapped his wings and flew straight toward the central sac. Countless tentacles tried to block his path, but without exception, they were all severed by his spell blades. At this moment, nothing could stop Ning Tian anymore. Seeing Ning Tian arrive before it, the ancient bacterium, realizing the battle was lost, began to beg for mercy in a tone bordering on pleading. Brother, wait. If you're willing to spare my life, I'll do anything you ask. However, Ning Tian had not the slightest interest in such flattery. He used the cursed blade to cut a slit in the membrane of the sac. He swiftly poured in the alcohol solution he had prepared inside his body. as the alcohol gradually seeped into the sac. It instantly triggered a violent chemical reaction with the murky fluid inside, and countless bubbles rapidly rose from the bottom. The temperature inside the sac also began to rise sharply. SSSSH. Accompanied by a pitiful scream, the Archaea Mother's life force was quickly corroded away by the alcohol solution. Current destruction level of the mother nest, 70%. Current destruction level of the mother nest, 90%. Immediately afterward, a loud boom echoed as the chemical reaction within the sac triggered a chain reaction. A series of explosions rang out in rapid succession. A massive shockwave slammed into him in an instant. In that moment, Ning Tian instinctively raised his wings to shield himself. But to no avail, the force of the impact was simply too great, and it ultimately sent his entire body flying backward. Current hive destruction level, 100%. Fortunately, Ning Tian possessed high defensive stats. This wave of explosions did not inflict any substantial damage on him. However, the explosions completely obliterated the entire Archaea hive. It was now unrecognizable. Not a single trace of life remained. The entire Archaea colony was essentially wiped out in that instant. Congratulations on successfully neutralizing the Archaea plague. Mission 10 completed. As this is a progressive mission, your overall neutralization rate has reached 100%. You have been awarded additional point bonuses. Congratulations on earning 100,000 nutrition points and 50,000 gene points. Congratulations on earning 100,000 experience points. At that moment, a growing stage pathogen that had escaped from the mother nest was wandering aimlessly through the valley. It hung its head, looking like a walking corpse. It wandered aimlessly along the stream. It didn't know where it was going. Without the protection of the mother nest, it would be extremely difficult for it to obtain nutrients on its own. Its vitality was also beginning to wither away. On the brink of death, it sensed its days were numbered. However, just then, a massive meteor suddenly fell from the sky, crashing violently into the ground. It created a huge crater on the ground. Seeing this, the plague, clinging to its last breath, decided to take a gamble. It took off at full speed toward the meteor's impact site. Deep down, it hoped the meteor might contain some nutrients to alleviate its immediate crisis. Sure enough, its hopes were not in vain. The meteor was encasing a black vesicle. Through the translucent membrane, it could see a worm-shaped black cell hatching inside. As the hatching process concluded, a large hole quickly tore open in the vesicle, and countless strands of viscous hatching fluid, resembling egg whites, began to ooze out from within. The black cell flowed out along with the hatching fluid. It surveyed its new surroundings, then locked eyes with the battered Archaea plague in the distance. Giant phage. Level 5. Stage, single cell stage. Health, 10. Stamina, 10. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 1. The Archaea plague spotted the cell several times smaller than itself from afar. Instantly, like a starving wolf spotting prey in the jungle, it pounced without a second thought, lunging forward like a hungry tiger. However, just as it leaped into the air, 4 tentacles emerged without warning from behind the giant phage, gripping its limbs tightly mid-air. Though only level 5, the giant phage's gaze betrayed an insatiable hunger for food and nutrients. In that instant, its boundless desire erupted from its body without restraint. Instantly, an oppressive force, one that brought it perilously close to death, descended upon the Archaea plague. The next second, it seemed to hear a deathly call from the depths of hell. A voice hoarse and low. Every word pierced the depths of its soul. Worship me. Then, the 4 tentacles tightened simultaneously. In an instant, the Archaea plague exploded into a brilliant burst of blood in midair. Limb after limb was torn apart, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Black fluid poured down like a torrential rain. Chapter 80, Archaea Armor. Looking at the rewards from the mission, Ning Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. From now on, I might as well stop sending out my daughter cells to hunt. I'll just follow the mission process. After all, the rewards from missions are way better than what I gather on my own. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 18. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. You have gained an additional split. A new evolution path has been unlocked. Current available evolution direction, enhanced perception. Evolution path, enhanced perception. This is an evolution path unique to higher life forms. Its primary function is to enhance the host's perceptual abilities, doubling the original range of perception. Additional attribute, spirit power plus 5. Evolving to enhanced perception requires 15,360 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Ning Tian scanned his stats panel. When he realized he had saved up 110,020 gene points, he no longer hesitated. Choose to evolve. Congratulations! You have spent 15,360 gene points and successfully evolved into perception enhancement. Spirit power plus 5. Immediately afterward, a beam of white light burst forth from Ning Tian's mind. It illuminated his entire mental realm, plunging his vision into a blinding white haze. As the white light faded, his mind and sensory perception felt as refreshing as taking a deep breath of the first fresh air of dawn. At the same time, he noticed something. Due to the interaction between the alcohol solution and the chain reaction, the hive had been completely obliterated, leaving no nutrients behind. Only a pale blue DNA fragment remained at the site. Ning Tian stepped forward and picked up the DNA fragment. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed the archaeal hive DNA fragment and earned 20,000 gene points. Analyzing the archaeal hive DNA fragment. The archaeal hive DNA fragment contains genetic information related to archaeal armor. Learning this will cost 10,000 nutrition points. Proceed? Archaeal armor. At that moment, Ning Tian suddenly recalled the black, slimy, reptile-like substances on the bodies of the parasitized traitor cells. Those things were called archaeal matter. In Ning Tian's memory, that substance not only possessed excellent regenerative abilities but could also heal wounds when applied to them, and in critical moments, it could even act as a secondary shield to provide protection. Something this good. Forget about armor, even just using it to make a shield would be a real treat. This time, Ning Tian had really hit the jackpot. So, without further hesitation, he clicked confirm. Select to learn. Congratulations! You have spent 10,000 nutrition points to successfully learn the genetic knowledge related to archaeal armor. A new evolution plan has been provided for you. Archaeal armor. Evolution direction, archaeal armor hidden evolution path. This is a defensive type evolution that allows the host to synthesize and produce archaeal matter, which covers the body's surface to form a biomass barrier, providing the host with enhanced defensive attributes. Note, this evolution is an advanced option for the cell wall. Upon completion, it will completely replace the cell wall. Additional attribute, defense plus 200. Evolving into archaea armor requires 30,720 gene points. Do you wish to evolve? Choose to evolve. Congratulations! You have spent 30,720 gene points to successfully evolve archaea armor, granting plus 200 defense. Since you have evolved archaea armor, it has completely replaced the function of the cell wall and unlocked a new skill for you. Archaea armor. The combined trait, tenacity, of membrane barb and the cell wall has disappeared. Attack 10. Archaeal armor LV.1 consumes 500 stamina points to gain a layer of archaeal matter shield. The shield value is 10% of your current maximum health. Once the shield is completely destroyed, the skill enters a cooldown period of 1 hour. Note, after unlocking archaeal armor, the host can produce and deploy archaeal matter to repair damaged membrane structures, preventing the leakage of intracellular fluid, but it cannot restore health. After scanning the skill effects, Ning Tian couldn't help but reflect inwardly. From now on, I'm a cell with a shield too. With the shield's protection, he would no longer have to go into battle bare-chested. The feeling was like putting on clothes for the very first time, exceptionally warm. At this thought, Ning Tian was overcome by a sudden impulse and shouted right where he stood. Archaeal armor, activate. The next second, Countless strands of archaeal matter secreted from his body, crawling like insects until they instantly covered the entire outer surface of his cell membrane. Gradually transforming from liquid to solid, they solidified on Ning Tian's body into a layer of black armor. 500 stamina points consumed. Archaeal armor activated. Current shield value, 198. Just then, Ning Tian suddenly noticed a small creature nearby that had unconsciously intruded into his sensory range. As his perception had strengthened, his range of detection had expanded significantly. He could now sense all living beings within a space twice as large as before. So, he quickly locked onto a target in a nearby valley. Flapping his wings, he soared into the air. Heading toward the target he had sensed, Ning Tian soon found a stream. Flying upstream, deep within the valley, a black creature appeared beside the stream. At that moment, it was drifting on a pool of black liquid, absorbing the scattered limbs and fragments on the ground one by one. As the last severed limb was swallowed into its belly, its body underwent a dramatic transformation. Two thick, beast-like legs burst through the bottom of its membrane, embedding themselves firmly into the earth. Whoa! It can actually evolve? After a moment of amusement, Ning Tian opened the target's stats panel. Great Devourer. Level, 10. Stage, single cell stage. Health, 300. Stamina, 200. Attack, 150. Defense, 150. Speed, 30. Giant Devourer? Could this be an advanced version of the small Devourer? Looking at the stats, Ning Tian felt the name was strangely familiar. No way. This thing seems dangerous. I need to take it out before it fully grows. With that, he lunged forward. Before the giant devourer on the ground could react, a golden streak of light instantly transformed into a cutting edge, slicing precisely along the midsection of its body at a 45-degree angle before plummeting diagonally from the sky. 825. A red damage number instantly floated out from above the great devourer's head. Before it could even get a clear look at Ning Tian, its journey came to an abrupt end. After landing, Ning Tian stood with his back to the great devourer and coolly sheathed his blade. At the same time, he deliberately lowered his voice and muttered under his breath. The enemy is ashamed, I shall strip him of his clothes. However, the great devourer's death left no luminous fluid or DNA fragments behind. It was as if this had been nothing but a fake. Not only that, but the prompt that popped up next left Ning Tian completely baffled. Mission 11, Defeat the Great Devourer 01. Chapter 81, The Destroyed Cell Town. Mission 11, Defeat the Great Devourer 01. Mission reward, nutrition points plus 50,000, gene points plus 20,000. Quest tip, the Great Devourer has appeared. Defeat it before it fully matures to claim the full reward points. The quest prompt left Ning Tian completely baffled. Could it be that this great devourer has a twin brother? Just then, he suddenly noticed the pool of black liquid at the great devourer's feet. The primary component of this substance was archaeal matter, a type of biomass that Ning Tian's body had already assimilated. Consequently, as he approached the pool of black liquid, the archaeal matter within it began to gather and adhere to him like a magnetic fluid. It was then automatically absorbed by the layer of archaea armor covering Ning Tian's body. Gained 1,000 nutrition points, gained 1,000 experience points. Clearly, these were the nutrients left behind by a growing stage plague after its death. Since part of it had already been absorbed by the great phage, only this much remained. Wait a minute. Just then, Ning Tian suddenly realized something. Evolving just by absorbing half a growing stage pathogen? That's a terrifying growth rate. If the other one were released into an area with dense cell clusters, wouldn't that mean? At this thought, a wave of unease washed over Ning Tian. His thoughts were instantly pulled back to Cell Town. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Tian flapped his wings. He swiftly flew back towards Cell Town. By the way, why are there 3 reaction sources in the simulated ecosystem? Shenwan snapped back to attention and looked at the man with curiosity. Just moments ago, after the man had released the level 2 specimen into the system. 3 identical large phage life reactions had simultaneously appeared in the simulated ecosystem. Although one had been unlucky enough to be spotted by a test subject and immediately eliminated, the other 2 were currently emitting active life signals. The man's gaze never left the monitoring instruments as he replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Large phagocytes are different from small phagocytes. How are they different? Chen Wan are pressed. The man sighed. Although he didn't particularly like being interrupted during important observations, he knew he couldn't outwit this woman if he didn't answer. She'd just keep asking until he did. So, he gathered his thoughts and laid out the entire theory. Large phagocytes of strength level 2 possess a more efficient survival strategy. Their survival mode involves multi-point deployment. Once they enter a simulated ecosystem, they split themselves into 3 equal parts and seek landing points at random. After each part lands, it hunts independently in the vicinity, seeking out any usable nutrients. Only when they determine that all available resources in the vicinity have been completely depleted will they consider reuniting with the other fragments. After the man finished explaining, Chen Wan'er nodded thoughtfully, then said with a serious expression, "Oh, so that's how it is. By that logic, this large devourer must be much smarter than the small devourers. If they all landed in one spot, there's no telling if they'd all be wiped out at once." Clearly, she hadn't yet realized that when the large phagocyte had been eliminated by the test subject moments ago, her allegiance had already quietly shifted toward the large phagocyte. That is true, but it may not be a good thing. Just now, a large phagocyte landed in a dense cluster of lymph fluid and has already devoured many lymphocytes. The situation doesn't look promising for the test subjects. The man spoke expressionlessly, then resumed observing every movement within the simulated ecosystem. Soon, Ning Tian arrived at Cell Town. Even before entering the cave, he could already see the catastrophic scene from afar. As expected, what was bound to happen has happened. Ning Tian thought to himself. He saw that the mountain that had once covered the dome of Cell Town had now been completely torn away. As if struck by a meteorite, a massive gash had been ripped open in the mountainside. Ning Tian flapped his wings and flew above the gash, looking down at the scene below. Cell Town was now unrecognizable. Almost all the vesicle houses had been destroyed, with not a single one spared. The fluid contained within the vesicles had spilled out entirely, flowing rampantly throughout the town. The streets were littered with the corpses of various cells and glowing fluid. Some were fallen white blood cells, while others had been half devoured and simply discarded on the streets. Amidst this chaos, a mountain of corpses soon came into Ning Tian's view. Countless cellular corpses had been piled high, forming a massive mound. A black cell stood atop the mountain, frantically absorbing the nutrients contained within the pile of corpses. That cell had already evolved to the cellular cluster stage. Its 2 powerful arms and 2 thick thighs were clearly the result of 4 daughter cells that had split off and evolved. Its size was almost on par with Ning Tian's current form. And this was the very culprit responsible for the destruction of the entire Cell Town. Watching it stand atop the mountain of corpses, gnawing on the remains while gloating over the disaster, a hint of malice stirred in Ning Tian's heart. This thing had done what he wanted to do but couldn't. Damn it, the nutrients of an entire town. I can't let it run rampant like this any longer. With that thought, Ning Tian didn't hesitate. Flapping his wings, he dove straight toward the mountain of corpses. Giant phage. Level, 18. Stage, Bacterial Cluster 5 Bacterial Form. Health, 1800. Stamina, 900. Attack, 950. Defense, 1500 cell wall plus 500. Speed, 120. However, the giant phage had long since noticed Ning Tian diving down from the sky. It immediately discarded the half-eaten cell carcass it had been gnawing on. Then, glaring furiously, it braced its 2 thick legs and pushed off with all its might. Though it had no wings and could not use them to gain lift, the strange force generated from its feet propelled it in an instant to a height nearly matching Ning Tian's. It extended its two thick arms, aiming to tear apart the wings on Ning Tian's back. But Ning Tian was no pushover either. With a single flap of his wings, he made a sharp turn in midair, dodging the giant phage's deadly lunge. He then circled around to the creature's rear, and the two golden spell blades left a clear gash across its back. 300. A damage number flashed across the screen. Immediately afterward, the Great Devourer plummeted from the sky. It crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth beneath its feet to cave in. Ning Tian didn't gloat over landing a successful strike. He hated it when others stole his ideas. That single strike alone couldn't make up for the regret in his heart. Therefore, he decided to land and go head-to-head with the Great Devourer. However, the Great Devourer had no intention of fighting fair. The moment Ning Tian touched the ground, the Great Devourer, in a completely unsportsmanlike move, scooped up a handful of dirt and flung it straight at Ning Tian's face. A surprise dirty trick sand throw. Damn it, what kind of underhanded move is this? Ning Tian was completely caught off guard by this sand-throwing attack. Immediately afterward, the Great Devourer charged out from behind the sand. Before he could even react, Ning Tian's entire body was violently slammed backward. Chapter 82, Wing Shield. The black Archaea armor, unable to withstand the immense force of the impact, began flaking off Ning Tian's body in clumps. Shield value 198. Archaea armor completely destroyed. Currently in cooldown. As the system notification popped up, a damage number instantly appeared above Ning Tian's head. 16. Seeing this, the Great Devourer wore a smug expression. It prepared to launch another charge, intending to slam Ning Tian into the wall behind him and instantly render him unable to move. But Ning Tian wasn't stupid. Although the sand attack had caught him off guard, fortunately, the Great Devourer's sand attack and charge hadn't affected his perception. Within his sensory range, he could still precisely track the giant phage's every move. Just as the giant phage was about to launch its charge, Ning Tian swiftly flapped his wings. Before the charge could reach him, he used the lift to leap high into the air, dodging the attack entirely. He then swung his tentacles, slashing viciously twice at the giant phage's head. 302. Instantly, the giant devourer let out an angry roar right where it stood. Immediately afterward, an unidentified flying object suddenly flew in from the distance. It struck Ning Tian, who was mid-air, catching him completely off guard. He flapped his wings several times in quick succession before barely managing to steady himself. Then, he got a clear look at the unidentified flying object. It was a black cell, identical in appearance to the one he had killed by the stream. It was practically a clone of that Great Devourer. This couldn't help but remind Ning Tian of an idea he once had. Split into separate subcells to hunt independently, thereby increasing the efficiency of leveling up. Who would have thought that even this idea had been stolen by it? Damn it, you're finished. You're going to die. Ning Tian silently resolved in his heart. However, just as he was about to strike at the small black cell, suddenly, the cell attached itself directly to the large phage on the ground and was then completely absorbed into its body. Immediately afterward, the giant phage's stats began to change visibly on the interface. Giant phage. Level, 1819. Stage, Bacterial Cluster 5 Bacterial Form. Health, 1-200, 1800, 2500. Stamina, 900, 1200. Attack, 950, 1200. Defense, 1500, 2000. Speed, 120, 140. It actually used resources gathered by its subcells to complete its evolution? That's a bit too thorough of a rip-off, isn't it? Ning Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, the very next second, a pair of black demonic claws suddenly tore a massive gash open in the giant phage's back from the inside. The claws emerged directly from the gash, then slowly unfurled across the Great Devourer's back, gradually taking the shape of a pair of wings. These wings had no membranes, only bare black skeletons, resembling the skeletal wings of a fallen angel. It slowly flapped its newly grown black wings, and before long, it took flight, rising slowly into the air until it hovered at roughly the same height as Ning Tian. Its eyes fixed on Ning Tian, it let out a demonic cackle in the air. That smile seemed to mock Ning Tian. Look, you've even lost your advantage in aerial combat. Now let us see how you're going to fight me. Seeing this, Ning Tian silently flipped him off in his mind. He swore that before he took it down, he would absolutely rip those wings right off. With that thought, he hesitated no longer. Accelerate, activate. 25 stamina points consumed. Acceleration skill activated. Your movement speed has increased by 100%. Speed now at 282. Duration, 10 seconds. The next second, Ning Tian decisively used those 10 seconds of acceleration to break away from the fight. Seeing him turn and flee, the Great Devourer showed no intention of chasing after him and merely raised a middle finger in return. Interstellar Peace, Rick. Then, it returned to the mountain of corpses on the ground and resumed devouring the remains. The 10-second boost in speed quickly carried Ning Tian away from the battlefield to the edge of a broken stone wall outside the town. Confirming that the Great Devourer hadn't followed, Ning Tian silently breathed a sigh of relief. Through evolution, the Great Devourer's defense had risen to 2,000 points. With such high defense, it would be difficult for Ning Tian to deal significant damage to it anymore. A reckless attack would not only be futile but also risk getting hit by the enemy. It simply wasn't worth the cost. To continue the battle, Ning Tian had to bring himself up to peak condition. Begin consecutive splits. Consuming 10,000 nutrition points. Split request confirmed. Allocating resources for the split. Split process complete. Congratulations! 10,000 nutrition points consumed. 2 splits successfully performed, health plus 600, stamina plus 300, attack plus 200, defense plus 200, speed plus 40. Utilizing the 2 extra split attempts granted at levels 16 and 18. Ning Tian performed 2 splits in succession, transforming himself from a 5-cell cluster into a 7-cell cluster. Now, he has met the evolutionary requirements for fins. Select evolution. Evolution successful. Congratulations! You have spent 30,720 gene points to successfully evolve fins. Speed plus 50. Since you have successfully evolved fins, the function of the swift flagellum has been completely replaced. No sooner had the notification sounded than the swift flagellum on Ning Tian's mother body transformed into a beam of light and attached itself to the 2 newly formed daughter cells. Immediately afterward, the 2 daughter cells swam toward the mother body's back and tail, respectively. They were simultaneously enveloped by 2 beams of white light. Instantly, the forms of the 2 daughter cells began to change within the white light. Gradually, they transformed from spheres into flattened shapes. Eventually, 2 translucent fin-like structures formed on Ning Tian's back and tail. The evolution was complete, but Ning Tian had no time to test his newly evolved fins. Time was of the essence. Every minute of delay allowed the giant phage to grow further. Therefore, he immediately proceeded to the next phase of enhancement. Enhance wings. Wings belong to the cell cluster's exclusive evolution path. Each enhancement requires 10,000 nutrition points. Proceed. Begin consecutive enhancements. Consecutive enhancements successful. Congratulations! You have spent 40,000 nutrition points to perform 4 consecutive enhancements. The wings have been upgraded to light as a swallow wings. Organ, light as a swallow wings perfect. Additional attributes, health plus 100, defense plus 50, speed plus 50. Description: the structure of light as a swallow wings has been thoroughly optimized. The wings have not only become fuller but also significantly lighter. At the same time, the wing structure and the surface area of the wing membranes visibly increased considerably. Ning Tian's wings had become stronger. Since you have upgraded feathered wings to perfect, a new skill has been unlocked for you: Feathered Shield. Feathered Shield LV1 consumes 200 stamina points to perfectly fuse the lipid components within the wings with archaeal matter, hardening them completely to form a sturdy shield in front of you that defends against enemy attacks. Maximum duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, this skill cannot block any form of acid attack. Not bad, though the cooldown is a bit long. Ning Tian quickly scanned the skill description, then closed the interface, preparing to enhance the next organ. However, just then, a feeble voice suddenly emerged from beneath the stone wall. Messenger of the Gods, is that you? Chapter 83, Numa's Curse Blade 75% unlocked. Hearing the voice, Ning Tian quickly used his tentacles to lift the heavy stone slab beneath the stone wall. He saw a single cell trapped beneath it. Fortunately, the stone slab and the surrounding rubble had formed a triangular support structure. It hadn't crushed the cell outright, but prolonged dehydration and lack of nutrients had left it frail and emaciated. Its strength was far too weak to budge the slab pressing down on it, so it had remained trapped there all this time. Who are you? How did you get trapped here? Ning Tian eyed the creature. He had a vague feeling he'd seen this cell somewhere before, but for the life of him, he couldn't place it. Seeing the stone slab lifted, the cell silently gave Ning Tian a mental thumbs up. It quickly crawled out from beneath it and replied. I'm the Enforcer's cell from the Cell Tavern. The tavern owner sent me out to find you. While you were away, a monster invaded the town and destroyed the whole place. The white blood cells in town were no match for it at all. The owner figured you might not be in town anymore, so he sent me out to look for you. I was halfway up the mountain path when a slab of rock suddenly fell from the sky, and I've been stuck here ever since. Hearing this, Ning Tian suddenly remembered this guy had indeed appeared at the Cell Tavern before. He'd just made so few appearances that Ning Tian had barely noticed him. After hearing the details, Ning Tian silently nodded to himself. Immediately, he asked. What about the other cells in the town? How are the boss and the others doing now? The boss and the macrophages are currently in the Cell Tavern. Since the tavern is perched on a cliff, it managed to escape unscathed for now. Upon hearing that other cells were still alive, Ning Tian's heart leapt with joy. But soon, his spirits sank again. He understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. If he didn't deal with that giant phage promptly, these surviving cells could be sacrificed at any moment. With that thought, he turned around and coldly addressed the Enforcer's cell behind him. Can you handle this on your own? If so, make your way back to the tavern by yourself. I have important matters to attend to and cannot stay to help. If you see them when you return, be sure to give them my regards. Then, flapping his wings, he prepared to return to the battlefield for a final showdown with the giant phage. Just then, the Enforcer's cell behind him suddenly blocked his path. Lord Messenger, the boss says he has something important to tell you. Please, you must come back with me. Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but grit his teeth inwardly. Kid, what on earth is the matter with you? Can't you see what's going on right now? If I don't go back and take out that monster, we're all going to be finished in a moment. At a time like this, who has the time for small talk? Any important matters can wait until I get back. The boss says he might know a way to deal with that monster. Cell Tavern. Ning Tian flapped his wings and landed on the observation deck of the President's cell. He folded his wings, then gently placed the Enforcer's cell which he decoiled around his tentacle on the massive cilia rug in the middle of the compartment. He then descended to the first floor of the presidential cell chamber. At that moment, the yeast and the macrophage were both there. The macrophage appeared to be seriously injured, lying unconscious in the healing pool. A massive gash had torn open in his cell membrane, and cytoplasm was seeping out continuously. Although the healing pool in the cell chamber was repairing the wound, the repair efficiency was very low, not even half as fast as that of the sanatorium. Seeing Ning Tian come down from upstairs, the yeast hurried forward to explain. Divine Messenger, the macrophage suffered severe injuries just now. Now that all the sanatoriums in the town have been destroyed, this is the only place left capable of treating injuries. We had no choice but to. Before he could finish, Ning Tian waved his hand. Enough, I know the reason. Go ahead and use it, I don't mind. He walked over to the healing pool, glanced at the macrophage's injuries, and immediately asked, "I heard from the killer cells that you have a way to deal with that monster?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yeast's expression suddenly darkened. "Sir, to be precise, it's not that I know, it's that he knows." As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the macrophage, who lay unconscious in the pool. The macrophage said he has a way to lend you a hand. He told me to make sure someone brought you back, but now, oh. With that, Yeast let out a long sigh. Ning Tian also fell silent. However, just then, the macrophage suddenly awoke from the pool. Struggling to support his body, he asked in a faint, threadbare voice, "Is that the brother from afar? Has the brother from afar returned?" "It's me." Hearing this, Ning Tian snapped back to his senses with delight. "I'm sorry. Although I've kept this from you for a long time, I must tell you now." Cough, cough. The macrophage coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of cytoplasm, then continued. "The divine artifact in your hand, it hasn't unleashed its true power yet, has it?" "Divine artifact? Are you talking about the blade of Numus?" Ning Tian cast a skeptical glance at the cursed blade in his hand, then asked, his face full of confusion. "The blade of Numus is indeed only 50% unlocked right now, but how do you know all this?" "Because that divine artifact is the evolutionary key hidden within the gene bank. The gene bank fragment you obtained isn't actually complete, a portion of it has always been in our possession. The divine realm once bestowed a blessing upon the white blood cells that passed the trials, and the essence of that blessing was to impart portions of the DNA fragments from the gene bank to us. And that is precisely why, after being blessed, we gained the ability to fuse into a macrophage. I'm done for now. It's time to return all these fragments to you." Cough, cough. As he spoke, a faint white glow began to emanate from the macrophage's body. "Take them. Take the complete gene bank fragments, unleash the true power of the divine artifact, and fulfill the mission we have yet to complete." As the final words fell, the macrophage's body began to dissolve into clusters of light particles, gradually dissipating like smoke and dust within the healing pool. "I'm sorry I couldn't repay your kindness. If there is a next life, I will not let you down." The ethereal voice continued to echo within the president's chamber. Yet the macrophage had already dissolved into particles of light and vanished without a trace. Only a pale blue DNA fragment remained where it had stood. "Your divine messenger, there is no need to grieve. I understand what the macrophage meant. He wants you to carry his unfulfilled wish and defeat that monster." Watching the macrophage fade away before him, the yeast silently turned his head away. "Damn wind, it's blown sand into my eyes again." Just then, Ning Tian reached out a tentacle and placed it on his back, offering comfort. "Don't worry, I will definitely defeat that guy. And fulfill his wish too." With that, he turned without hesitation and leaped directly into the pool. Congratulations on successfully absorbing the nutrients from macrophage, earning 20,000 nutrition points and 20,000 experience points. Congratulations on successfully absorbing a DNA fragment from macrophage, earning 10,000 gene points. Analyzing the macrophage's DNA fragment. At the same time, within Ning Tian's mind, the gene bank's evolution key began to slowly unfold. It gradually formed a complete double helix structure, appearing in his spirit space. The macrophage DNA fragment has been detected to contain genetic information related to the Numus curse blade. Learning this will cost 10,000 nutrition points. Do you wish to proceed? Choose to learn. Looking at the gene fragment unfolding in his mind, Ning Tian had no hesitation. Congratulations! You have spent 10,000 nutrition points to successfully learn the genetic knowledge related to the Numus curse blade. The unlock progress for the Numus curse blade has been increased to 75%. Numus curse blade 75% unlock effects. Bonus effect, attack power increased by 75%. Inherent skill, ruin wounds inflicted by the Numus curse blade cannot be healed in any way. The next second, within Ning Tian's mind, the glow on the originally golden Numus curse blade began to shift. It gradually transformed from brilliant gold into a bloodthirsty red. In the spiritual realm, Ning Tian gripped the two red blades tightly. Then, a powerful force erupted from within him in an instant. A bloodthirsty red glow began to burn all over his body. Chapter 84, The Final Showdown: Ning Tian versus the Great Devourer. My lord! Yeast was so stunned by the scene before him that he was speechless. What's wrong? Ning Tian turned his head and asked with a puzzled expression. At that moment, he felt his entire body brimming with power. The sensation was like chugging a mix of Red Bull, Coke, Sprite, and half a can of coffee all at once. His whole body radiated a craving for a fight. He felt restless unless he smashed something. The yeast was so intimidated by this aura that it took several steps back. Meanwhile, Ning Tian, like a bull in heat, heaved and panted as he made his way toward the stairs. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. The yeast didn't reply, but simply nodded silently in place, watching as Ning Tian headed up to the second floor. Only then did the dozens of fungal filaments on its body relax from their trembling state. Upon reaching the second floor observation deck, Ning Tian looked down from above at the town's full panorama. At this moment, the town had become nothing but a pile of rubble. Ruins and destruction filled every street and alley as far as the eye could see. The landscape was scarred and desolate. The root structures, as tall as skyscrapers, had been severed clean through the middle, snapping into several sections that lay haphazardly scattered among the ruins. And the culprit behind it all, the Great Devourer, was currently lying atop a mountain of corpses, gnawing on the piled-up cellular remains. These corpses not only provided the nutrients it needed for evolution. At the same time, as it fed, the wounds inflicted on it by Ning Tian began to gradually heal, and its health slowly recovered from 1,200 points back to its full value of 2,500. Clearly, this creature possessed some sort of skill that allowed it to regain health by devouring its prey. This scene was quickly captured by Ning Tian's perception field. If I could steal a skill like that, it would certainly be of great use in the future. Ning Tian thought to himself. Immediately, he silently chanted. Repair skill, activate. The next second, a green glow rose from his body, and green numerical values floated above his head. +10. +6. He restored his health to full, then took a running start and leaped directly off the observation platform. His full wings unfolded behind him in an instant. With two powerful flaps, his body traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air as he dove toward the mountain of corpses. The Great Devourer also sensed Ning Tian's killing intent amidst the pile of corpses. It spun around to face Ning Tian, adopting a shot-put stance, and without hesitation hurled the half-chewed corpse it held in its hands straight at Ning Tian's face. The next second, a crimson streak of light flashed vertically across the corpse. The corpse was instantly cleaved in two mid-air, then pushed to either side of his body by the airflow generated by his high-speed flight. Ning Tian didn't waste these two pieces of flesh. His left and right tentacles seized the corpses from both sides and, using the immense momentum from his flight, hurled them back at the Great Devourer. Having evolved to level 19, the Great Devourer's two arms had become incredibly thick, muscular, and brimming with power. Facing the corpses hurled back at it, it simply raised its arms and, with two effortless punches, sent the two segments flying once more. Immediately afterward, it unfurled the skeletal frame on its back, flapped it twice, and with a rush of wind beneath its feet, its body gradually lifted into the air, then charged headlong toward Ning Tian. The two of them, like two heavy artillery shells, collided in midair with a piercing screech. The Numa's curse blade trailed a crimson streak of light as it slashed across directly in front of Ning Tian. Forming a massive X, it lunged head-on toward the Great Devourer. 625. A bright red number exploded above the Great Devourer's head. At the same moment, the Great Devourer, despite its gash, delivered a ferocious punch that landed squarely on Ning Tian. 223. A number also exploded above Ning Tian's head. Instantly, the two collided violently, like two supersonic fighter jets flying at full speed. Yeast stood on a distant observation deck, watching the scene unfold. His heart tightened involuntarily as he began to worry for Ning Tian. May the gods protect him. I hope the divine messenger will be all right. The next second, thick black smoke mixed with towering flames burst silently into the sky. Then, a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth echoed from the distance. Boom! The entire earth trembled twice from the impact. The immense force of the explosion hurled both of them through the air. Ning Tian, relying on the light as a swallow wing's ability, instantly unfurled his massive wing membranes upon impact, forming a cushioning barrier that supported his body as he landed. This prevented him from sustaining secondary injuries during the fall. The Great Devourer, however, was not so fortunate. Its wings consisted only of a skeletal frame without any membrane structure, making it impossible to form an effective cushion. Consequently, it crashed down at the point of impact, creating a massive, deep crater. Seeing this, Ning Tian rolled over on the spot and immediately charged forward to deliver the finishing blow. He had no intention of giving the Great Devourer even a moment's respite. A crimson glow flared in his eyes as a murderous aura surged toward the pit from all directions. The two Numa's curse blades trailed streams of malevolent light as they slashed wildly at the bottom of the pit. 623. 625. Two damage numbers rose up from the bottom of the pit in quick succession. It looked like only two more strikes were needed. Just then, the Great Devourer in the pit seemed to suddenly awaken. Seizing the opportunity, it grabbed Ning Tian's tentacle, preparing to bite down. Damn! Ning Tian suddenly realized that this Great Devourer possessed the ability to heal itself by devouring. If it bit down, not only would he be injured, but those two previous strikes might have been for nothing. He wasn't about to let the Devourer get away with it that easily. Instantly, he whipped out another tentacle to wrap around the Devourer, yanking it out of the pit and flinging it high into the air. Seeing itself freed from the deep pit, the Great Devourer no longer clung to Ning Tian. It slipped from his grasp, plummeted from the heights, landed on the ground, and then crawled awkwardly to the pile of corpses, picking up a body from the ground and beginning to gnaw on it. Ning Tian, of course, saw right through its plan. I told you, before I finish you off, I'll make sure to rip those wings right off your back. With that, the two cursed blades struck without warning, streaking through the air like streaks of light and slicing across the Great Devourer's two wings. Numa's cursed blade bonus effect, Ruin. Any wound inflicted by the cursed blade cannot be healed. After those two strikes, the Great Devourer's wings were beyond repair. The Great Devourer used the brief moment Ning Tian spent dismantling its wings to buy itself a moment's respite. As it swallowed the corpse whole, a green aura gradually enveloped its body, and a green health bar floated up from above its head. Plus 600. Wow, 600 HP restored in a single bite. It's practically a godsend for foodies. Ning Tian muttered to himself. He wanted this skill more and more. Next up, the final blow. I'll send you straight to heaven. With that, Ning Tian's lips curled into a faint smile as he leaped directly behind the Great Devourer. The Great Devourer hadn't yet recovered from the shock just as it was about to crawl toward the second corpse to devour it. A violent whirlwind suddenly surged up from behind it, violently yanking it back away from the corpse. Blade Storm, activate. Chapter 85, The Great Devourer's Hidden Skill. Ning Tian's body spun at high speed, driving the cursed blade in his hand as he transformed into a crimson whirlwind right where he stood. The swirling air currents created a massive pressure differential around him, forcing the Great Devourer into the vortex of the whirlwind. The rapidly spinning blade disc instantly inflicted 3 irreparable wounds on the Great Devourer. However, to Ning Tian's utter surprise, after devouring the corpse, the Great Devourer had evolved once more, its size increasing significantly. Its stats had also risen considerably. 125. 124. 126. All 3 hits of the blade storm had landed, and the damage numbers floated one by one above its head. The blade storm, which should have taken it down in one go, had only dealt 1/5 of the expected damage. This left Ning Tian puzzled, so he immediately opened the data panel. Soon, the Great Devourer's stats appeared one by one. Great Devourer. Level, 1920. Stage, Bacterial Cluster 5 Bacterial Forms. Health, 852-2500-3000. Stamina, 1200-1500. Attack, 1200-1500. Defense, 2500. Speed, 140-160. Damn, it actually used evolution to save its own life at the critical moment. Ning Tian's eye twitched slightly as he thought to himself that this little cutie of an evolution had arrived just in the nick of time. Thanks to the 500 points of defense gained from evolution, the giant phage directly nullified most of the damage from the Blade Storm, successfully reviving itself in a scenario where it should have met its end. At this moment, it still had 852 health points remaining. Now, with the Blade Storm dissipating, Ning Tian found himself in a very precarious situation. The vortex from earlier had suddenly pulled him too close to the Great Devourer. He was now practically standing right up against its back. That burst of damage had nearly drained all his stamina, making it nearly impossible to flee at this point. Close quarters combat, however, played right into the Great Devourer's hands. Before Ning Tian's stamina could recover, the Great Devourer's two massive arms were already itching for action. The muscles bulged instantly as it spun around and delivered a spinning elbow strike to Ning Tian. 524. The damage number floated above Ning Tian's head. But it wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Ning Tian lost his balance from the punch, the Great Devourer closed in. Its two massive arms, like sturdy wooden pillars, firmly lifted Ning Tian and pinned him in its embrace. Immediately afterward, Ning Tian felt the Great Devourer's body temperature rising rapidly. No! Ning Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He knew exactly what this sign meant. But it was too late. A pillar of flame, like a fiery dragon, erupted from the Great Devourer's body in an instant. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion erupted right in front of Ning Tian, at point-blank range. Boom! The Great Devourer's hidden skill self-destruct. Using every last bit of nutrients within its body, it transformed itself into a massive barrel of explosives and ignited it in an instant. This was a skill designed to take the enemy down with it, dealing damage nearly equal to all of its remaining health. In the distance, Yeast, who had been watching the battle anxiously from the observation deck, saw the billowing smoke and massive fireball produced by the explosion. The taut string in his heart snapped with a click. Lord Messenger! Paying no heed to the height he was at, he leaped directly off the observation deck, slid down the cliff face to the ground, and sprinted straight toward the explosion. 852. At the same time, a damage number popped up above Ning Tian's head. The explosion had blasted a massive crater where he had been standing, simultaneously hurling him a great distance away, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. Although the blast hadn't killed him outright, he still had 1,284 health points remaining. The violent explosion had left him riddled with wounds. Several holes had been blown directly through his cell membranes, and the basal fluid inside his body began seeping out incessantly. Ning Tian rapidly secreted a large amount of archaeal matter within his body and directed it to his cell membranes to promptly seal the holes. This prevented the loss of nutrients from the basal fluid. However, such a repair method could only serve as a temporary fix. It did not restore his health. Just then, the Yeast happened to arrive from a distance. Lord Messenger, are you all right? As he spoke, he pressed dozens of flagella against Ning Tian's body simultaneously, attempting to lift him up. However, his strength was too weak. He couldn't budge him. Ning Tian closed his eyes and rested for a moment where he stood, waiting for his stamina to recover, before asking weakly. Did we win? No, Divine Messenger, we lost, the Yeast fungus said with deep concern. What? Holy shit! Help me up! I'm not dead, I can still fight. Ning Tian sat up with a start, as if waking from a deathbed. I was just kidding, Divine Messenger. You need to rest and recover. That monster is already dead. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Hearing this, Ning Tian let out a sigh of relief and lay back down. Then he turned his head and said to Yeast with a squint. You were a bit cheeky just now, kid. Sir, I was just testing the extent of your injuries. It seems there's absolutely no problem now, Yeast said with righteous conviction. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Ning Tian thought to himself, pressing his hand to his forehead. Even if I didn't die, You nearly scared me to death. Just then, a mission completion notification popped up from the system. Congratulations on successfully defeating the Great Devourer. Mission 11 completed, nutrition points plus 50,000, gene points plus 20,000. Congratulations on earning 50,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 19. Health plus 20, stamina plus 10. New evolution path unlocked. However, Ning Tian had no time to pay attention to this extraneous information right now. He slowly stood up and walked step by step toward the deep crater created by the explosion. Sure enough, a strand of blue DNA was floating at the bottom of the crater. Although the self-destruction had completely depleted all the nutrients within the giant phage, leaving no nutritional substances behind. Fortunately, the DNA strand had been successfully preserved. If I'm not mistaken, that DNA strand should contain a very useful phagocytosis recovery skill. With that thought, Ning Tian slid down the edge of the crater, reached the bottom, and picked up the DNA fragment. Congratulations! You have successfully absorbed the giant phage DNA fragment and gained 20,000 gene points. Analyzing the giant phage DNA fragment. Genetic information related to the advanced Devour skill has been detected in the giant phage DNA fragment. Do you wish to proceed with advanced training? Yes. Advanced training for Devour requires 6,000 nutrition points. Do you wish to continue? Select Learn. Chapter 86, the 10th Generation of Demon Sealing. Congratulations! You have spent 6,000 nutrition points to successfully learn the advanced genetic knowledge of phagocytosis. Your phagocytosis skill has been upgraded to LV2. Devour LV2 consumes 500 stamina. Devours the corpse of a cell or pathogen no larger than yourself, granting a health restoration effect equal to 100% of that cell's total health. Cooldown, none. Reading the skill description, Ning Tian's heart leapt with joy. Just as I expected. Instantly, he flapped his wings, flying out from the bottom of the deep pit, and landed beside the pile of corpses. The massive feast the Great Devourer had originally prepared for itself had now become entirely Ning Tian's prize. Without a word, Ning Tian used his tentacles to wrap around the corpses of 2 white blood cells and send them into his mouth. 500 stamina points consumed, Devour skill activated. 500 stamina points consumed, Devour skill activated again. Immediately afterward, a green aura identical to that of the Great Devourer began to emanate from his body. 2 green numerical values instantly rose above his head. Plus 500. Plus 500. As his health recovered, the wounds on his cell membranes began to gradually heal. However, consuming 1,000 stamina points in one go quickly left him feeling physically drained. His 2 wings stopped flapping abruptly, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it! Although this skill has no cooldown, the stamina cost is staggering. Looks like I can't just gobble up a big fat one in one go anymore. He lay on the ground for a while, waiting for his stamina to gradually recover. Only then did Ning Tian crawl to his feet, then scoop up another corpse and, just like before, shove it straight into his mouth. Stamina cost, 500. Devour skill activated. Plus 416. This time, his health was finally fully restored. However, this scene truly terrified the yeast. Just as he arrived, he happened to see Ning Tian devouring the last corpse. The horrifying scene left him speechless with shock. He couldn't help but ask from the bottom of his heart. My lord, could it be that you're the monster that eats corpses everyone's been talking about at the tavern? Ning Tian paused for a moment upon hearing this, then began explaining without a moment's hesitation. First of all, I swear I have absolutely no special fetish for corpses. Besides, I'm just a corpse collector. These cellular corpses are rotting here, someone's gotta clean them up, right? Seeing how earnestly Ning Tian was explaining, Yeast didn't feel right about calling him out directly, so he simply changed the subject. Sir, the town has been completely destroyed. No cell would care about these corpses anymore. At this, Ning Tian seemed to have a sudden realization. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The entire town was devoid of any sign of life. All the cellular houses had been destroyed, and the white blood cells had all perished while defending against the phage invasion. Without the gene bank, this place would never hatch new white blood cells again. In the future, new life might emerge here, and new species might migrate in. But without this group of white blood cells that had been guided by an external force, this place would never again be able to give birth to a new civilization. And all of this had seemed as though the outcome had been predetermined the moment he obtained the genetic fragments from the gene bank. At this thought, a tinge of melancholy crept into Ning Tian's heart. He clenched his fists, his voice tinged with complex emotions, and asked in a low tone, "Our home is gone. From now on, what do you plan to do?" I caught off guard by the question. The yeast immediately went into a funk right where it stood. But then, as if a thought struck him, he changed the subject and said, "Oh, right, divine messenger. I'd like to show you something. It might be of use to you." The Cell Tavern. The enforcer's cell was cleaning the tables and stone counters. Due to the recent hostilities, there hadn't been many customers at the tavern these past few days. With just him working alone, he could finish cleaning up in a single afternoon. However, just then, Yeast and Ning Tian suddenly walked in from outside. "Boss." Upon seeing Yeast, the bouncer's cell greeted him with his usual deference. "Alright, don't call me boss anymore. With no customers coming in, this tavern is as good as finished. You're free to go." Hearing this, the bouncer's cell said, his voice breaking with tears, "Boss, how can you say that? Didn't we agree to keep running this tavern together, guided by our shared faith? How could you suddenly just... Alright, stop crying. Hear us what we'll do, help me with one last task." As he spoke, Yeast placed a flagellum on the enforcer's cell's body and said soothingly, "Boss, I'm your loyal servant in life and death. Just tell me what to do, and I'll get right on it." Seeing the enforcer cell's sincere demeanor, the yeast bacteria felt a pang of pity. So, he simply turned away and said in a casual tone, "You go get my collection from upstairs." "Collections?" "Yes, those relics I've been treasuring and keeping safe," Yeast replied firmly. Hearing this, the enforcer's cell glanced back at Ning Tian standing behind Yeast and instantly understood. So he didn't ask any further questions, merely replying, "Got it." He then scampered upstairs and retrieved a DNA fragment wrapped in a vesicle from Yeast's south resting place. Yeast immediately handed the DNA fragment to Ning Tian and began to explain. "The white blood cells gave this to me as a reward for my role in fending off the epidemic. They said it was a relic from the deities of the gene bank. I have no idea what it actually is. But since it seems connected to the gods, I've kept it as a treasure all this time. It's been with me for so long that they've probably forgotten about it by now. And since you're a divine messenger, I think this item is meant for you. Now that the Cell Tavern can't stay in business, these collections are worthless to me. I might as well just give them to you outright. That way, I'll have fulfilled my duty to the gods." As he spoke, a radiant smile spread across Yeast's face. Ning Tian took the vesicle with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, then extracted the DNA fragment from it. Immediately, his gaze went unfocused. His consciousness was pulled directly into his heart lake. At that moment, a fragmented blue DNA strand suddenly burst into his spirit space from the outside. The broken end connected directly with the DNA fragment of the Numa's curse blade, and the two fused seamlessly together, forming a complete double helix structure. The next second, as if suddenly awakened by some force, this complete DNA strand began to gradually unfold within his mind. Immediately afterward, a flash of insight struck him. A faint afterimage of a human figure appeared on the surface of Ning Tian's heart lake. Ning Tian watched the scene in disbelief and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" However, the afterimage did not respond. It remained silent for a long time, then began speaking to Ning Tian in a tone that bordered on admonishment. "The fact that you were able to activate this divine artifact proves that we are destined to meet. Since we are destined to meet, I might as well tell you. The Numa's cursed blade in your hand is a growing divine artifact. A cursed blade capable of bringing peace to this world. Each time you use the Numa's cursed blade to eliminate a calamity, the blade itself will grow a little stronger. However, should the user harbor evil intentions or commit acts that violate the laws of reason and justice, then all the power the blade has bestowed upon you will vanish from your hands at the fastest possible speed. Do good deeds, remember this, and above all, do not. As the two repetitions of remember faded away, the afterimage quickly dissolved into dust and vanished from Ning Tian's spiritual realm. The two double-edged blades in his hands also slipped from his grasp under an external force and sank to the bottom of the lake. Immediately afterward, a massive katana, radiating a crimson metallic sheen, slowly rose from beneath the surface of the Lake of the Heart. Ning Tian reached out to grasp the katana's hilt. However, in the very next second, a colossal force surged from the hilt into his body. A searing, scorching sensation, akin to molten lava, coursed through his entire body. Then, with his body as the center, a crimson circular shockwave erupted outward. Wherever the shockwave reached, the lake's surface suddenly froze, plunging into endless stillness and clarity. Congratulations on fully unlocking the Numa's Cursed Blade DNA fragment. Current unlock progress, 100%. Numa's Cursed Blade 100% unlock effects. Bonus effect, attack power increased by 100%. Inherent skill, apoptosis. Any wound inflicted by the Numa's Cursed Blade not only cannot heal but will begin to undergo apoptosis on its own. Apoptosis, the fully unsealed Numa's Cursed Blade releases special signaling factors through the wound, tampering with the target's internal genetic code to activate the apoptosis program, causing cells to passively enter self-destruction mode. Since you have obtained the complete fragment of the Numa's Cursed Blade, a new mode has been unlocked for you: Cursed Blade Mode. Cursed Blade Mode, an advanced form of dual blade mode, merging the two protein blades into a single giant katana. The Numa's Cursed Blade's full potential is unleashed, increasing attack power by 100% and granting all attribute effects of the Cursed Blade. Meanwhile, in the external material world, countless nutrients began to mobilize within Ning Tian's body. mRNA began transcription, translating the genetic information carried within the Numa's Cursed Blade's DNA code. All amino acids began to polymerize on the ribosomes, forming a complete peptide chain. After several rounds of folding and processing, a rudimentary form of a crimson protein katana finally took shape in Ning Tian's hands. The next moment, 3 rows of runes glowing with golden radiance began to gradually manifest upon the blade. Divine Artifact, Numa's Cursed Blade. Forged personally by the King of the Divine Forge Kingdom, the 10th Demon Sealer 9841099591. Volume 2 complete. Chapter 87, The Seven-Cornered Pavilion Mental Hospital. The Seven-Cornered Pavilion Mental Hospital. Outside, the sky was overcast, as if preparing for rain. Such weather inevitably stirred melancholy in one's heart. However, in the corridor on the second floor of the asylum, an elderly man in his 50s, with graying temples and clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, stood in stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere around him. He spread his arms wide, imagining himself as an airplane, dashing from one end of the corridor to the other, his face beaming with joy. As he ran, he muttered to himself from time to time, "Yoo-hoo, I'm a cell, the cell is taking flight, woohoo!" This bizarre behavior quickly drew a crowd of onlookers along the corridor. Whether patients or doctors, they all stood at the doors of the wards and on both sides of the hallway, silently making way for this mad old man. No one dared to join in. Nor did anyone step forward to stop him. All that could be heard were endless whispers from the sidelines. "Senior, who exactly is this old man? I heard even the hospital director can't handle him." A new intern asked a senior colleague with more experience. "You don't even know him? That's Old Man Wei." "Old Man Wei?" The intern tilted his head, looking puzzled. The name sounded vaguely familiar. But he just couldn't place it. It seemed like a name that had faded from view a long time ago. Old Man Wei? He used to be a world-renowned scientist, especially in the field of biology, where he made outstanding contributions. You could say he was the top figure in his field back then, a man whose word could move mountains. Seeing Old Man Wei turn the corner back into his room, the veteran doctor stepped out of the doorway and sidestepped into the hallway. The intern followed close behind, medical records in hand. Ah, what a pity. Such a brilliant figure in his day, and now in his old age, he is struck by this strange illness. He'll likely have to spend the rest of his life here. It's truly a tragedy, a great loss to the scientific community. The veteran researcher sighed deeply as he walked down the hall. Does Old Man Wei have no children? If he did, surely they could carry on his legacy and carry his research forward? He does have one son who is exceptionally obedient. Unfortunately, he is not cut out for research. Ever since Old Man Wei's untimely passing, all the experiments he was involved in have come to a virtual standstill. And some labs have even shut down completely and been left to gather dust because of his departure. The veteran researcher finished speaking with a blank expression, his eyes revealing only 2 words: regret. Well, that really is a shame. The intern sighed in agreement, then quickly changed the subject and asked, "Oh, right, do his children ever come to visit him?" "Of course they do. I have to say, that son of his, though he is not cut out for research, is incredibly devoted to his father. He comes to visit once a week, and he hasn't missed a single visit in all these years." At this point, the veteran researcher suddenly seemed to remember something. He glanced at his wristwatch, then said calmly, "Come to think of it, today should be the day his son comes to visit." "Today?" the intern asked, looking curious. Before the intern could finish his question, the veteran walked straight to the end of the corridor. Leaning with one hand on the windowsill at the far end, he gazed out the window with a faint smile on his face. Turning his head, he gestured toward the intern and said, "There he is just arrived." Outside the window, a black sedan pulled up slowly at the hospital entrance. A young man in a gray suit stepped out of the car with practiced ease. He adjusted his tie. Then he looked up at the familiar psychiatric hospital, his gaze meeting that of the veteran standing by the windowsill. At that moment, the driver immediately opened the car door, stepped out holding a black-handled umbrella, and walked briskly to his side, ready to open it. "Young master, it's about to rain. Would you like me to accompany you inside?" "No need. I'll go up alone." "Just find a good spot to park the car." "Yes, sir." In the hallway, the man in the gray suit and the veteran walked side by side. "How has the old man been these past few days?" the man in the gray suit asked. "Not very well. His condition has worsened again recently." The veteran looked straight ahead and replied with a helpless expression. Hearing this, the man in the gray suit showed no emotion on his face. It seemed he had long since accepted this outcome in his heart. Every time he came to visit, the old man's condition was either worsening or showing no signs of improvement. In short, there had never been any sign of recovery. Over the years, he had developed a steady resilience to cope with this reality. It was as if, unconsciously, he had long since come to terms with this inevitable outcome. No matter what the doctor said, it was almost impossible for their words to stir any emotion within him. For he had long understood that there was no turning back from this outcome. The two moved with a spring in their step, quickly rounding a corner to arrive at the door of Old Man Wei's hospital room. "Young master, we've reached the old man's room." The veteran led the man in the gray suit to the doorway, then stopped in his tracks. "Same as always. I'll go in alone to speak with him. You stay here and keep watch, no one is to be allowed in." With that, the man in the gray suit pushed open the door and stepped into the room. The door slammed shut behind him. Inside the room, Old Man Wei sat upright on the bed, his vacant eyes fixed on the window. At that moment, he and the man in the gray suit seemed completely cut off from the rest of the world. Outside, the sky was gradually growing dark. The two of them stood in silence, guarding the small space before them, not uttering a single word. The air grew thick with tension. It was unclear how much time had passed before young Master Wei finally spoke slowly. "I heard from the doctor that your condition has worsened recently. Whether it's severe or not, what is it to you?" Old Man Wei didn't turn around. Instead, he sat on the bed and replied with a blank expression. It was as if the person who had come to visit him wasn't his son, but an enemy he had resented for most of his life. Just then, it began to rain outside the window. The raindrops tapped against the glass, creating an eerie sound. "So, you don't intend to acknowledge me as your son anymore, do you?" Young Master Wei spoke slowly. He knew the old man was stubborn, getting straight to the point wouldn't yield anything, so he decided to try a different approach. "I've said everything I needed to say. Don't bother trying to pry any information about the research out of me. I won't say a word." The old man's stance remained firm. He stood up and turned to face his son, who was dressed in a gray suit, his expression grave. Then, in a tone bordering on a lecture, he said to his son, "You may choose to disregard a person's worth, but you must abide by the rules that govern this world." Behind them, a clap of thunder boomed outside the window, reverberating through the iron railings. Chapter 88, The Cage. The flash of lightning pierced through the window from outside. It fell upon young Master Wei's face, suddenly illuminating his frozen expression. Then it vanished in an instant. Young Master Wei pondered for a moment, then softened his tone and said earnestly, "Father, you know, times have changed. This era is different from yours. Technology is advanced now, and society is progressing. The world is changing every moment at a speed you can't even imagine. No one talks about those rigid, outdated rules anymore. Besides, rules are meant to be broken. Our generation already has the ability to break them." "Ha!" The old man scoffed, asking, "So, you should share your research findings from back then with me, to empower our generation and help us fulfill the dreams you never realized?" Young Master Wei's eyes lit up, as if he spotted a turning point. He continued, "I know I'm not cut out for science. I've let you down. But even if I can't do it, there are always those in this world who can. I hope to use your research to help them. To give them a helping hand, break through the barriers, change the rules, and ultimately benefit future generations." With that, he spread his arms wide, his face radiating sincerity. "Is that okay, Father?" After listening, the old man merely gave a faint, indifferent smile before saying, "Do you want to know where I've hidden my research findings? Come here, put your ear close, and I'll tell you myself." Upon hearing this, a light bulb went off in young Master Wei's mind, as if all the gloom that had previously shrouded him had been swept away. He thought to himself, the old man has finally come to his senses. So he hurried over, bending down to press his ear close to the old man's side. All these years, hadn't he come to visit every week just for this moment? Sure enough, all his efforts had not been in vain. It was just that this moment had taken far too long to arrive. Rain fell silently against the window. The downpour seemed to have eased considerably. Yet the sky outside remained a gloomy, gray haze. As promised, the old man leaned in and whispered these words into his son's ear. "You'll never know the results of my research in this lifetime." As the words fell, the old man broke into a radiant smile, then retreated back to his hospital bed with a wild look in his eyes. In the next instant, all of young Master Wei's hopes were dashed. His expression darkened at a visible pace, shifting from bright to utter embarrassment. "Ah, you fool!" Lying on the hospital bed, the old man said with extreme sarcasm, his face beaming with the joy of victory, as if a child had successfully tricked someone out of their candy. Young Master Wei froze in place, glanced at him, then steeled himself. He strode quickly toward the door, grabbed the handle, and slammed the ward door shut with a loud bang. At that moment, the old man was left alone in the room. Rain suddenly began to fall outside the window. A sense of desolation instantly welled up within him. The expression on his face vanished the moment his son left. He turned his head, staring blankly out the window, then muttered in a voice only he could hear. "Others laugh at me for being too mad, but I laugh at them for not seeing through it all. This world is far from as simple as you imagine, my child." How do you think the old man's condition is? Seeing young Master Wei emerge from the ward with a stern expression, old Zili seemed to have already anticipated something. Young Master Wei shook his head helplessly. "Not very good. I recommend increasing the dosage." Then, he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to old Zili. "I'm counting on you all to take good care of my father during this time. The old man isn't as robust as he used to be, he's not as strong as he once was. He needs extra attention. From now on, try to increase the daily dosage to the level of 3 meals a day. No problem. We've got the old man covered. Besides, we've always been following your instructions regarding the dosage, you can rest assured on that point. The veteran doctor took the stack of bills and said, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the money. Seeing the other man agree so readily, young Master Wei nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left the psychiatric hospital. All of this was witnessed by the interns standing in the distance. After young Master Wei had left, he stepped forward and asked, "Senior, I recall that overusing antipsychotic drugs can damage a patient's central nervous system. Doing this is illegal." Seeing the intern's look of confusion, the veteran laughed heartily. He then picked up the stack of bills, pulled out 2 notes, and handed them to the intern, saying, "Rule number 1 for newcomers, always remember that here, what's legal or illegal is entirely up to the director. Anything the director tacitly approves is legitimate business. You're still young and need more experience. Once you've dealt with this sort of thing enough, you'll get used to it naturally. Go get things ready. Starting today, increase the old man's dosage to 3 times a day. Got it?" With that, he whistled and strode off down the second-floor corridor, leaving the intern standing there, looking completely bewildered. He silently glanced at the 2 bills in his hand, his eyebrow arching slightly. Han Heavy Industries, penthouse apartment. A phone call came in. The caller ID displayed 3 characters, Wei Hanyu. Han Yimo picked up the phone from the desk, tapped to answer, put it on speaker, and then cut straight to the chase. "So, did you manage to dig up any information from the cage? Is that so? The old man still refuses to talk, does he? No problem. Now that the old man is locked up in that cage, prying information out of him is just a matter of time. We've got plenty of time. Keep an eye on him." With that, he hung up. He picked up the wine glass on the table, took a small sip, then leaned back comfortably in his chair and asked casually, "You heard that conversation just now, didn't you?" Behind him stood a young man wearing a gray trench coat and a gray beret. Upon hearing this, the man in the trench coat paused for a moment, then silently set down the black briefcase he was holding and replied truthfully, "I heard it, young Master Han." He had just returned from completing the task Han Yimo had assigned him. He had originally been preparing to report on the mission's completion. But he hadn't expected to be asked that. "So what do you think?" Han Yimo asked next. "If I recall correctly, that mental hospital was originally built with funding from old Master Wei. I never imagined it would now become the prison he's woven for himself." The man in the trench coat voiced his inner thoughts without holding anything back in front of Han Yimo. "Ha ha ha." Han Yimo chuckled, then rose from his chair. Seeing this, the man in the trench coat tactfully picked up the black briefcase. He organized his thoughts and was about to open the briefcase to begin his report. "Grab your things and come with me." "Where to?" the man in the trench coat asked, looking completely puzzled. He knew that young Master Han never played by the rules, it was an open secret within the entire Han Corporation. But he never expected young Master Han to be this outlandish today. He didn't even plan to listen to the work report. Han Yimo pulled the USB drive out of his laptop, didn't even glance at him, and walked straight toward the private elevator inside the residence. Chen's Microbiology Laboratory. Chapter 89, The Extinct Pathogen. Chen's Microbiology Laboratory. The man and Chen Wan'er were packing their belongings. Soon, they would be moving out of this place. The experiment had progressed smoothly. Not only had they discovered this new species, the test subject, but they had also uncovered significant medical value within it. Most notably, based on the test subject's behavior within the simulated ecosystem over the past period, the man had completed an experimental report. As a result, he secured seed funding for the incubation project. With this money, he was able to rent a plot of land for experiments in a new location. After the test subject successfully killed the giant devourer, their initial phase of experimentation was effectively concluded. The stimulus provided by the giant devourer successfully triggered the test subject's cell division and led to the evolution of a structure resembling fish fins. This also demonstrated the feasibility of using forbidden cells as a stimulus to accelerate the experimental process. Although the funding from the incubation project had temporarily alleviated their immediate financial pressures, they would still need more money in the future to maintain the new laboratory's operations. Given that, this experiment could not be interrupted. Once they arrived at the new location, the experiment would have to continue. Besides, there were still so many unknowns surrounding this little creature. The future was also filled with infinite possibilities. Thinking of this, the man couldn't help but glance back at the test subject still inside the simulated ecosystem. He planned to take the entire simulated ecosystem with him once he had packed his belongings. This little one seems to hold boundless potential. At that moment, Chenwaner turned to glance at the man, saying nothing. She simply felt genuinely happy for him. It seemed like it had been a long time since she'd seen a smile on his face. In that instant, the entire laboratory seemed to be filled with hope. By the way, have you seen the latest news? Just then, Chenwaner suddenly remembered something and asked. What news? The man continued packing his things, his head still down. A couple of days ago, there was a gang shootout in an industrial zone. A gang leader died apparently from a bacterial infection. When he died, his lips were black, the whites of his eyes were black, and every single blood vessel in his body was black, as if he'd been invaded by some kind of black venom. The man suddenly looked up and interrupted. Right. How did you know? Chenwaner looked puzzled. I read about this deadly pathogen in my professor's book once. They say that after an infected person dies, the corpse emits a foul stench, and a 10-meter radius around it is cordoned off as a restricted zone. Any small animal that enters immediately turns into a pile of bones. The man said casually as he continued packing his luggage. Upon hearing this, Chenwaner's face went pale in an instant. You're not trying to scare me, are you?